Father, I knew you would be here. I was searching for you the entire time. A melodious voice could be heard with rapid footsteps. A clear garden with one tree and tombstone right under it. Enjoying the bright sun, next to the tombstone was an old man seemingly mixed into the nature around him, undisturbed. The scene looked like something right out of a beautiful painting. No one would dare disturb the peaceful moment except the beautiful young lady running towards him. With long brown hair and big captivating eyes, she looked like a goddess who could trample kingdoms even though she wore a very plain and simple dress. No one would believe she was in her late 20s if they saw her. As she got closer to the tree, and the man who sat under it she noticed him still in a daze, she silently went next to him and waved her hand, making another chair appear out of thin air before gently placing it down and sitting on it. She looked at the tombstone before her in a daze and snapped out of it only after a while, slowly wiping off the tears building up in her eyes, and turned towards the old man sitting next to her who she called father. The man looked very simple despite his long gray hair, which was tied up, or his otherworldly handsome facial features, which could justify his daughter's looks. He continued to look into the distance despite his daughter's appearance. As the wind continued to blow, both of them were completely silent. "Tell me, little princess, why have you come here to see your old man? Are you missing me?" Slowly turning towards his daughter who was still looking at him, he had a small smile as he looked at her. "Ah, father, my training for today is done, so I came here to see you. How are you, father?" Snapping out of her daze, she finally replied to his question with a smile. As you can see, princess, I am living peacefully in this place without any disturbance, and am planning to do so for the remainder of my life," looking at the tombstone in front of them. "You tell me how your magic training is going so far. With your innate talent, I am sure you will be the strongest in our family's lineage." Facing her, hearing her father's question, she immediately stood up. Stretching out her hand, she closed her eyes before a small ball of bone-chilling ice formed. She finally released it in the air. As soon as she did, the small ball of ice raced to the sky at a speed that normal people would not be able to follow. The old man lifted his eyes and saw the ball going up before finally releasing the power inside it. As the ball blasted, the temperature dropped a few degrees as small bits of ice fell. Seeing her father observing her power, she felt very proud of herself as she had a proud look waiting for praise like a small girl. The old man sat down on his chair after the magic released got dispersed and said, "Not bad." Hearing his words, all her anticipation vanished as she fell down on her chair like a deflated balloon. Seeing his daughter's reaction, he smiled and said, "Little princess, be so down. You are already stronger than most of our generals in the army. If you continue, you might be stronger than the great generals in a few years." Hearing his comment, she regained a portion of her confidence and asked with a pout on her face, "Then why?" She wanted to know why her father couldn't give a better comment if she was that good as he says. "Ha ha ha, pout, little princess. What I said is true," patting her head. He turned towards the tombstone and continued, "But when I test your strength of innate talent, I compare you with your mother. She was on a league of her own even when she was your age, even though her innate talent was lower. That is why the comment." Hearing his reason, she also turned towards the tombstone with a sad smile. On the tombstone was the name, Zen Qin. Royal mother was an unyielding warrior father. That is true, she was the most hardworking person I ever saw, and all her hard work paid off when she obtained the royal throne and led our kingdom to its strongest era, making it the strongest in the whole planet. With a nostalgic look on his face and a small smile, the tombstone in front of them carried the body of his wife and the royal queen of the mighty Zen kingdom, Zen Qin. He was the royal king of the previous generation, Zen Su. "Father, why don't you come back to the imperial palace? Brothers are eagerly waiting for you to come back. The first brother will also make a place similar to this in our palace. Father, please come back," she pleaded. They knew their father was at his end and wanted him to come back to the imperial palace so they could take care of him better. The eldest son, now king, also pleaded similarly, wanting him to come back. All of them didn't want to lose him like their mother. Zensu did not reply and continued to look at his wife's tombstone, thinking about the past. He knew his children's thoughts and knew how lucky he was to have them at times where old people are generally abandoned by their kids, but he didn't want to go back to that place. He shook his head and said, "No, little princess. The only connection between me and that place was your mother. With her gone, leaving me all alone in this world, I don't see a need to stay there. After her death, the only duty I had left was placing a better ruler after your mother. Luckily, your elder brother took after her more than I thought and could take over." After a brief moment of silence, he turned towards the garden and continued, "This place is rather very special for your mother, and we used to come here to stay away from the duties of the palace, and promised each other to stay here after one of you took over. But she instead left me all alone and died." Hearing him, the princess did not know what to say. Father, do you regret marrying mother? Facing her sudden question, Zen Su remained silent. His marriage with Quinn was rather very unique. He was a normal, young, and handsome youth who loved to act. His biggest dream as an orphan was to perform a drama and in front of the royal family with his group. After performing in many places, they got fame and a chance to perform in front of the whole royal family. That was the first time he saw his future wife, Zen Quinn. She still had her practice armor on her and was sweating from all the practice she just did, making her looks not up to royal standard. She was the sole heir to the throne as the then queen caught a disease after their first daughter. This made Quinn work very hard to meet the expectations of the kingdom. Quinn did not have the best looks, but she had an aura, unlike other beauties he had seen. But at that time, Zen Su never had things like this in his eyes. He was only looking forward to acting and wanted to do the same for the rest of his life. After having a grand performance of their famous drama, they even had the chance to eat lunch with the royal family. At that time, Zen Su fulfilled his lifelong goal and wanted to lay back and continue acting around the kingdom. But it all changed when he got called to the palace alone the next day and was asked to marry Zen Quinn. Facing the king, Zen Su couldn't say no and accepted the proposal. After that day, he never got the chance to act once again in his entire life, making him hate Zen Quinn to the core. But as time flowed and he saw the woman who wanted to marry him was like any other person facing her own problems and wanted her special person there for her to lean on. But by the time he wanted to make everything right, his wife passed away. He could still remember the last sentence his wife said before she passed away. "Husband, I am sorry to be the reason you could not live your life how you would have liked to. But I don't regret my decision to marry you and would be happy to be your wife once again in my next life." She died due to the accumulation of injuries and strain of wars over a long period of time. It has already been over 15 years since she passed away, but he still hears her words every day, drowning him in grief. "Father, I am sure Mother doesn't blame you for anything that happened. If she sees you far away like this, I am sure she would feel sad." He shook his head and asked, "Little princess, let us not talk about it anymore. Tell me what you plan to do today afterwards." Seeing as to how he wasn't willing to continue the topic, she quickly changed and answered with a smile, "Father, I am going to attend a new drama which became very famous recently. Do you also want to come with me?" Acting like a baby at the end, he shook his head and said, "No, little princess. You continue with your work then. I'll continue to take rest." Leaning back on the chair, nodding her head, she stood up and excused herself. As she was walking out of the house, she heard a familiar voice. "Princess, remember to live a life for yourself, not for others, or else life will be full of regrets. Hope you have a happy life." She nodded with a smile before continuing forward. Meanwhile, Zen Su looked up towards the dark clouds and said, "Princess, hope you don't live like your father. My time has come and I am moving forward to meet your mother." Closing his eyes only to never open them again. The previous generation king of the mighty Zen kingdom passed away. Ah, such a small role. I hardly have half a page full of dialogues. This is also the last examination of the year. I need to try and get some recognition from the teachers during the drama. But how? God damn it. A young man in his early 20s could hold the anger in and through the paper in his hand. As he did, he couldn't help but suddenly clutch his chest from intense pain and fall to his knees while gasping for air. Falling on the ground, he gripped his chest tighter as his face went pale. Fuck, I am dying like this at the end, not achieving anything in this shithole called Earth, cursing on his last breath. Kim Jun-won died in his flat due to a cardiac arrest from rage. From the now body came out a transparent soul. It was Jun-won. He desperately tried to stretch out his transparent hand towards the body, but before he could touch it, the soul got dragged away. As one soul got dragged away, leaving a cold body on the floor of a single-bedroom rented room, a few minutes later another white soul was gently placed into it. As the soul was integrating into the body, a small golden wisp rushed into the head, burying itself deep inside. The pale face finally turned rosy, signifying that the body was still living. The hand holding the script clenched tightly, crumbling the paper as the eyes fluttered as slowly opened. Where am I? I should be dead by now. Is this heaven? I should look for Quinn if it is." A hoarse voice filled the silent house. It was Zen Su, the king, who died and hoped to reunite with his wife in the afterlife. Slowly rubbing both the eyes, which were unclear and hazy, he finally got a good look at what he thought was heaven. "I thought heaven was above clouds and had a blue sky, but why is the sky brown in color? I'm in a special room and yet to go to heaven." Pondering over the brown ceiling, he saw. "Wait, what is this pain?" His hands immediately left the script in his hand before clutching his head tightly. He felt pain from a rush of information streaming inside his head. "Wait, what? This isn't the Zen kingdom. I am not Zen Su. I wasn't a king. What are these new memories? Why does it seem like I am forgetting an important part of my life?" Clutching his head tighter, he murmured fearfully. Host memories going haywire. initializing temporary protocol, and keep mild restrictions for smooth flow of memories while maintaining the old ones. A small robotic sound resounded in his head, but Zensu was panic-stricken to care about it. Beep, beep, stable network established for the flow of memories, shutting down till host fulfills necessary conditions for full activation. I am Zensu, not someone else. Oh God, almost forgot who I was immediately after I died. But where am I? Wait, why do I slowly remember being someone else? These aren't my memories. A kid named Kim Junwon. But why do I know his name and memories? Slowly releasing the tight hold he had on his hair, taking a deep breath, closed his eyes and quickly calmed himself in the strange situation he was in, showing his self-control and the skills he picked up while being a king. Slowly arranging his thoughts, Zhensu analyzed his situation. I somehow died, yet I got reborn in another world, inside another body. I have never even heard of such a thing even back in the kingdom. According to the memories, I am inside a 20-years-old kid named Kim Junwon. What a strange name, finally opening his eyes. I am not in heaven, not hell. I am alive again. Poor guy died very young, giving me this opportunity. Pulling himself up while still sitting on the ground, he looked around trying to analyze his surroundings. Seeing the medium-sized television, his mouth went open. What is this strange thing? Even as a king, I never saw this. Wait, this is called a television, TV. Wish, and according to how I remember, we can see motion pictures in it. Feeling curious at the new technology in front of him, he slowly understood what television was from Kim Junwon's memories. Looking around on the ground, he finally found the remote and took it into his hands. To turn this thing, TV on, I need to use this. Yeah, this button should be it. Finding the right button, he turned it on. As soon as he did, the TV turned on and his eyes went wide. He could see people talking about the stuff inside and couldn't utter a single word from the pure shock he was in. Whoa, this is revolutionary. Such amazing things exist in this world. Even the magic we could use doesn't compare to this. To even think of such a thing and make it, the human brains are much more complex here compared to back home. Finally reacting to it, he slowly stood up and made his way towards the TV screen before touching it. He immediately pulled it back due to the static while looking at it warily. A couple of seconds passed by before he reached out his hand once again, and this time it was fine. Strange, so this TV uses electricity, like the rare thunder element back in the kingdom, but this is a very minor scale usage to run this device compared to those destructive spells, murmuring to himself. This object is really awesome. I wish I can take this back to the kingdom. But Sai, I am already dead. I wonder how little princess is keeping up, getting nostalgic at the end. Removing the hand from the TV after a few more minutes of watching the news program running, he finally looked around to get a good look at the place he was in. Noticing the TV, he forgot everything else around him. Only now did he get a clear view of everything. He first noticed the small sofa enough for two people to sit comfortably right opposite to him. He continued to look around and saw many new gadgets he never saw as he slowly recollected all of their names and uses from Kim Junwon's memories. The house was very simple, one bedroom, one small living room with an equally small kitchen. The bedroom was just enough for a single bed and a wardrobe. The door led the people right into the living room, and the kitchen was to the immediate right, while the room was at the right top corner of the living room. From a royal palace spanning vastly across the land to a small place which is only a few feet around the whole house. I used to use horses to move around the royal garden, but now sighing to himself after completely analyzing the layout of the house. But this isn't too bad either, my own small adobe without anyone disturbing me too much. I guess every place has its own plus points too, just need to find and accept them wholeheartedly. Cheering himself as he stood in the living room, he walked towards the small balcony at the end of the living room before opening the door. As he did, he suddenly coughed and closed the door. Looking outside, there wasn't anything to make him cough, but Zensu thought otherwise. Oh my God, the air is so impure. It is comparing a beautiful flower to cow dung. I guess my old world is way better in at least one aspect compared to this world. Sigh, I need to get used to this. Calming himself for a second, he couldn't help but lament about the amount of impurities he felt due to the sudden change in environment. He opened the door once again and slowly took a few breaths to get used to the environment. Opening his eyes, he looked out and saw the various buildings all around on the streets. He couldn't help but marvel at everything he saw as Kim Junwon memories slowly filled in the doubts he got seeing them. He looked down and saw numerous people walking by, but soon his eyes caught a car on the street and they instantly sparkled. This car is way better compared to the horses we use back at home. They are more efficient, but seems like it has a huge disadvantage to it. Remembering that one of the main reasons for the impurities come from the vehicles, he couldn't help but sigh once again, showing his old mentality in full display. Seems like my new world has so many things I am yet to personally experience. This is indeed so much interesting compared to sitting on that large throne only to speak a few words when necessary and listen to endless praises. The world has so much yet to reveal, and humans can discover so much more. A world without magic hope you dawn, T disappoint me, with a smile on his face as he continued to observe the outside world for a few more minutes. He went back inside after having his fill of the new world outside. Closing the door, Zen Su went right into the washroom and stood before the mirror to finally look at his new face. Hahaha, seems like I get the only thing I was proud of in my old life, my looks. I look so plain compared to my old self. He couldn't help but wryly laugh as he lamented his bad look. Compared to the silky golden hair, good looks and chiseled body, his current look, or rather Kim Jun-won's looks, were very plain, rather rough black hair with an above-average face. The only aspect which stood out was the eyes. The eyes were very mesmerizing enough to capture people's attention, distracting it from his average face. What this is considered above average in this world. This world has such low standards. A few of my royal guards look better than this. This body is also too skinny. Did this kid even eat 3 times a day before he died? Now that I took over this body, things need to change. Even though I can't do anything about this face, the hair needs to be treated better. The body needs to gain weight. He felt shocked as he remembered a few more of Kim Jun-won's memories about his looks. He immediately started to decide the next steps he needed to take to get better. He looked straight into his reflection and said to himself, "From this moment on, Zen Su is dead. I am Kim Jun-won, not a king but rather a student who studies how to act. How convenient is it that I came into a student who also wants to become an actor? I should take good care of this opportunity given to me," making it resolute. He got a new life and wanted to make the best out of it. He needed to stop comparing this world to his old one and live normally in the present. Making his thoughts clear, he came back into the living room only to hear his stomach grumble because of hunger. Looks like this guy did not even eat anything for breakfast yet. Let's see if I can get anything to eat from what is in the kitchen. Shaking his head, he made his way into the kitchen. As Junwon stepped into the small kitchen, his feet froze and lips twitched. He was greeted with a disaster. It looked like the kitchen had been turned rather into a garbage dump. Used utensils from almost a week were dumped into the sink while giving out a nasty smell. There were various plastic wrappers, empty noodles, cups stuffed into the small trash can. Junwon couldn't help but hold his mouth as he stopped himself from gagging before quickly returning to the living room and opening the balcony door for some fresh air. Oh God, that was a monstrosity. This guy has been living like a savage animal, no scope for hygiene at all. Even I didn't live like this before I married Quinn and became the king. This guy left a disaster for me to clean up. Even though he was never a clean freak in his previous life, he was used to the neatness maintained back at the palace. Seeing this made him think of how much he has yet to still adapt to the various living conditions, even though he received memories about the world. This going to be harder than fighting a war, sighing to himself. He went inside the living room before grabbing the handkerchief on the coffee table and tied it around his mouth and nose as a makeshift mask. I hope this helps at least a bit, or I might die on the same day I got reborn in the middle of a bunch of trash. He bravely walked inside the kitchen once again. Now this is better, at least I don't feel like gagging immediately. Let's start with the utensils in the sink first, then the trash. Feeling relieved, he thought, and made his way towards the sink at the far right beside the small refrigerator through all the trash in the middle. Standing in front of the sink, he saw something which made him gag once again, insects running through utensils. Oh God, it has been almost a whole week that the small insects were confident to roam around freely. Seems like this guy maintains a repellent somewhere around here. Looking at the small cupboards on the top of the sink, he slowly opened them and found a can of repellent. Taking a deep breath, he sprayed the repellent all over the utensils, and the magic happened in seconds. All types of insects poured out, struggling before dying. After a whole minute, when it felt like there were no more, he turned on the water and slowly reached out for some soap and brush before starting to clean up all of the utensils at least 2 times. It took him a whole hour before he cleaned up all the utensils and placing them back inside the cupboards where they belong. He turned around and looked at the trash over the floor before starting his work by taking out a larger trash bag and placing them all inside. Spending another 30 minutes on trash, he placed it near the main door. Seems like we are responsible to take the trash down and drop it inside the bin outside the apartment. I'll do this later then. He went back into the kitchen before taking out the mop and cleaning the floor free of stains. After completing everything, he looked at the clean kitchen before taking out the handkerchief and nodding to himself. If anyone saw him doing all these, no one would believe he was the king of the strongest kingdom on a planet. Finally completed. I forgot my hunger while cleaning this mess. Now it came back at double the strength. Looks like it's already noon. Now I still need to cook lunch. Sigh, clutching his stomach, he grumbled. He made his way towards the refrigerator and opened it to see what he could use to make some lunch for himself. After opening it, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. There were a few ingredients to work with. Taking them out one by one, he spread them across the kitchen platform and started to think about what he wanted to eat. It didn't take him long to decide and start preparing some curry with plain rice. Taking out a rice packet from a cupboard, he rinsed the rice and placed it inside a rice cooker. Sigh, this world is indeed much better. Even cooking rice is made easier here. He continued and quickly made himself some curry with the vegetables he could find before the rice cooker gave out a signal. Taking out a plate, he scooped some rice and curry before taking a seat on the couch. Finally, after a hectic start in this new life, I can finally eat some food. I have enough for even night time, so I should be fine. Well, it's been so long since I cooked my own meal. Hope I didn't lose the touch. Exclaiming, he took a spoonful and shoved it right inside his mouth. Seems like it's not only the air around here, even the food grown isin, tea that natural or rather without elements of impurities. Sigh, the people of this world are blinded by the urge to develop and forgot the planet itself. As he continued to eat, finishing up the whole plate of food, he washed all the dishes and sat on the couch once again. As he stretched his back, thinking what he should do, at the corner of his eye he saw the crumbled script on the ground and grabbed it. This paper was in my hand when I came to this body. What was this guy reading before he died? Pulling the paper closer, he finally get a good look at the contents. It's a script. Let us see how it compared to the ones I wrote back then. Hope we don't lose out in this aspect. Feeling interested, he slowly read the script in his hands. The script Kim Junwon had wasn't the complete drama script, rather it was only his part of the drama. As he read, the anticipation and smile on his face faded away as a small frown formed on his face. No wonder that guy died due to anger. This is really SHT. Even the role this guy got is literally only one whole page, not even a whole paper worth of dialogues. Such a small role. He couldn't help but lean back on the couch as he threw the paper to the side and closed his eyes. He remembered the reason the owner of the body died. It was this script. The role was so small that he didn't have dialogues. He didn't get to know what the entire script was about, but had some guess. Based on what his role was, it was situated in a school and was also a romance-orientated drama. I felt happy about acting once again, and this is what I get after coming here. He opened his eyes and sighed. Well, now that most of the things here are done, let us explore the outside world and see how advanced everything here is then. He sprung up from the couch as his eyes were filled with anticipation. He wanted to know more about this world, and going out was the best way he could do that. He grabbed the keys to the main door and made his way out. But as he did, he noticed a mask hanging on a hook beside the door. Grabbing it, he wore it and made his way out, locking the door. There were only 5 similar houses for every floor in the 3 floors apartment. His house was on the 2nd floor, so Kim Junwon made his way down the hallway and then the stairs. Reaching the ground floor, he walked out and saw the bustling streets. The streets, people, and the vehicles were a lot to take in for him and only snapped out of it after a whole minute. He looked to his left and right before stretching out his finger. He felt the wind blow to the right and decided to go to the right. As he walked down the street, he saw different kinds of shops, graffiti painted on walls, people riding on the skateboard, and many more. He was so marveled by everything around him that he didn't want to close his eyes, scared that he might miss something. If anyone from his old world would see their calm, collected, and old king like this, they would stab themselves in the heart rather than believe their eyes. As Kim Junwon slowly walked through the streets, he suddenly stopped. His eyes were on a billboard which was flashing very brightly, with a picture of a couple on it and a title next to it. It was a movie advertisement. So that's a new movie. It seems to have released a few days ago. Let us see what these movies are. If I can remember, a movie theater should be around that corner. He was excited to see something new. He only knew dramas, but as he saw that billboard, he remembered the experience of seeing movies of the original Kim Junwon and wanted to try out. Slowly walking towards the theater as he remembered, he finally reached it. Standing before the large theater, he felt excitement. This was going to be his first exposure to this world's mainline drama, or rather movies, as they called them. He noticed that the theater was about to play its noon show of the movie billboard he saw on his way and walked towards the counter. "1 ticket for my love, please," with a polite smile to the lady behind the counter while taking out his purse. Paying the money, he got the ticket and made his way inside with excitement. Going to the respective screen, he already noticed that the movie had started, and so he quietly made his way to his seat. As he sat, he quickly noticed something very strange. Everyone around him, or probably everyone in the entire theater, were couples. But that thought only lasted a minute as his eyes were glued to the screen. He didn't turn his head even for a single second as he continued to watch the movie in isolation. He didn't hear the constant murmuring from the couples all around him and was fixed to the screen. The lights got back on after 2 complete hours. All the couples and other people around him slowly got up one by one, exiting the screen, but he remained there motionless. His eyes were still on the large blank screen in front. He snapped out when a worker gently shook him, telling him that the movie was already done and it was time for him to go out. Slowly nodding, he quietly exited the theater and stood in the busy streets once again. Stretching his stiff neck, he sat on the nearby bench right in front of the theater before sliding his eyes, cutting off all the noises from the busy streets, immersed in his own thoughts. Movies are really awesome, he murmured with a slight smile, looking at the floating clouds. It's way better than dramas. Viewers have so much better now experience, and it also looks better than a drama. One mishap on a live drama by an actor can destroy the whole performance, but movie, they can reshoot the same thing from different angles until they are completely satisfied. Such high-level performance. He continued to murmur to himself while closing his eyes on the bench, ignoring everything around him. After a few more minutes, he slowly stood up and noticed it was already 4. Keeping both his hands inside his pockets, he walked back home. As he walked, all his thoughts were still on the movie he watched. He thought the movie was not that good, but was also not that bad. It was a one-time watcher. What interested him was the way the movie was taken. Dramas could only be seen from one angle, and everything depends on the actors. But in movies, the actors did at most only 60% of the total work. Even if an actor was bad at acting, the movie crew could use other means to make it look good, and this fascinated him. It didn't take him long to reach his apartment. He quickly got inside, removed the mask, and hung it at the same spot as before. He got himself a quick glass of water before sitting on the couch. From the memories of that guy, we can watch movies even on TV, using internet. Let us try it out. I want to watch some of the famous ones rather than the small one I just saw. He quickly turned on the TV before slowly connecting it to the internet in the house. It took him quite some time before he got it right. As he did, he exhaled in relief and quickly watched the most popular movie which came out a few years back called Dominator. It was the most widely acknowledged best movie of the country by the media and public. Setting up everything right, he started the movie. The movie was about a fight between an alien who stumbled upon the planet and tried to overtake it with its massive power. The hero would then defeat it after a long fight. But what made the story good was the journey the hero went through to gain power enough to defeat the alien and die, sacrificing himself. Kim Jun-won was very impressed by this film. Compared to the movie he saw before, this film was better by a very long distance. Whether it came to the effects used, or the storyline, or even the acting involved. The hero, Dong Bang-yi, is really a master at acting, way better than even me. Seems like there are people who can act like this. There is so much that even I am yet to improve. It seems like this guy is also called as the Heavenly King of the previous generation. He retired last year from acting. Remembering a few more things about the hero. Zen-su was never arrogant and could accept his weakness before trying to improve further on it. That was one of the reasons he became a good king. Seeing that Dong Bang-yi was better than him in that film, he only wanted to improve his own skills to surpass that level. Seems like Heavenly King is rather a rank given to the most successful and famous actor of every generation. All of them seem like great actors. In this generation, it seems like there are only 3 of such people. I'll prove myself to be the 4th, with a slight smirk on his face. He finally made his first large goal after coming into this world. Goals were important to become successful, as it gives him a clear goal. He decided on his ultimate goal long ago. It was to be the most famous actor in this world. Compared to his past life goal, which was performing for the royal family, he decided to go bigger. Becoming a Heavenly King was only a checkpoint to his goal, because Heavenly Kings were only famous within the country he was currently living. Out there were other actors in bigger countries. Well, it's already 7. Let's finish dinner quickly and watch another good movie before sleeping. It seems like I need to go school tomorrow. A school for art. This is going to be interesting. My first time to school in both my lives. Standing up, he went into the kitchen and scoped up the rest of the food into a plate before sitting on the couch once again. Zen-su never went to proper school even back in his old world. Being an orphan and poor, he couldn't afford such a luxury and had to work every day before acting to get some food inside his body. The first thing he did after becoming a king was to open free schools to poor people. It was one of the reasons people loved him the most. He never thought he would have a chance to go to a school like a normal person. Now that he got the chance, he wanted to experience it properly. After finishing the leftover food from lunch, he cleaned up the dishes and sat on the couch with the remote in his hand once again, trying to find more good movies from his memories to watch. As he found his phone vibrating in his pocket. Taking it out, he finally saw the most used device by humans in the modern era. Why is it vibrating? Wait, someone is calling. Dad. Seeing the name and picture on the call, he felt confused. Seeing the contact on the call, his hands became sweaty. He couldn't pick up the call and respond, he could be found out. But if he doesn't lift, then it would create more suspicions. Parents are probably the only people in this world who could easily identify their children's problems without words. Even though he was in Kim Junwon's body and sounded like him, he was still essentially not him. He never had a parent in his old life now. He needed to speak with the father of the dead person who he took over. He slowly closed his eyes and remembered everything he could from the original Kim Junwon's memories. Kim Min-seok was his name. He was a simple man who supported his children with everything he has. That is also the reason he sent Kim Junwon to a drama school and chase his dream even though his salary wasn't much. Zen-soo approved such a man who cared and loved his children and was willing to do anything for them. Such a man deserved respect. The more he went through Junwon's memories, he understood more his family. After a few more seconds, he finally took a deep breath and clicked on the answer button like an ape using technology. Junwon, what are you doing? Why did it take you so long to lift the phone? Are you out partying again? I am telling you now, you better. Be careful, it's different in the big cities unlike our small town. Junwon, are you listening? Oi, Min-seok's voice blasted through the speaker. He fired questions at him without any break. Junwon couldn't help but smile a little as he heard the rough voice from the other side. He could hear the concern in the man's voice only because he lifted the phone a bit late. As an orphan, he couldn't help but feel good. Turning the speaker off, he kept the phone against his ear and slowly said, I am fine, Dad. I was eating just now and my phone was inside the bedroom. How are you? As he finished, silence filled the room. Mom Seok did not reply and Junwon was waiting for a reply. After a few seconds, Junwon couldn't help but ask, Dad, are you still there? Can you hear me? I am asking how are you, with some concern. Unknowingly, his personality and thoughts slowly started to merge with that of the old Junwon as he showed concern towards a stranger but felt familiar with him. No, I was rather surprised by your question. Are you okay, Junwon? You don't sound well. Min-seok finally responded with even more concern. Junwon was shocked as he heard even more concern coming from the other side. He closed his eyes once again, trying to search his memories once again, and finally found an answer. The problem was him, or rather the original Junwon. He would never call his family back and was also rather avoiding them after coming to the city to study. This was all due to the sudden change in the culture he experienced after coming here. This all explained the sudden concern Min-seok showed when he asked him a very simple question. He couldn't help but shake his head at how immature the original Junwon was. The family was the base for everything a man can achieve in his life. If it wasn't for his hardworking father, he would never have come to a big city to study something like acting. Do you have a fever? Is it exhaustion? Do you have body pains? These are all the symptoms of the disease a few years back. Many people got it then. Even though you got vaccinated, you still need to be very careful with this. Should I come over there? Better, why don't you come over? He continued to show concern. If it was anyone else, they would have been irritated, but Zen-soo didn't think so as a small smile was on his face. No, Dad, I am okay. It's not that disease or anything like that. I am perfectly fine. Don't react so violently for only a small change like this. There will be many more in the future. I just thought it was a time to change how things were going after I came here. So tell me, how are you doing there? Yes, everything is well now that you made a very good decision in your life. I am very happy that you are finally taking the right paths. I can finally sleep well tonight. He laughed so loud that Junwon moved the phone away from his ears, but he had a smile on his face when he heard him laugh. Yes, everything is going to be well. So are everything well over there? I just answered your question. Have you gone deaf? Don't worry too much about us. I and your sister both are well. Just now she went into her room to study for her exams too. Do you want to talk with her? No, it's okay. Let her study. She is already in high school now. It's important for her to study. All right then, Dad, go and sleep. You have work tomorrow, don't you? Yes, you should also sleep early. You have classes again tomorrow. Your final exam of the year is also coming soon, isn't it? Study well. He didn't forget to remind Junwon before finally cutting the call. Placing the phone to the side, he leaned back before taking a deep breath and exhaling in relief. His heart was full of warmth when he talked with Min-seok just now, and he loved that feeling. My father, in this life, even though you didn't give birth to me, I will take care of you as my own. He murmured his thoughts out as the idea cemented in his mind. After making a promise to himself to take care of Min-seok as his father, better than his original son, his gaze landed on the script. I shouldn't let that man down too much and waste time like this. Even though I only talked to him for a few minutes, it feels like I know him for a long time. It seems like I am slowly getting influenced by the original Kim Junwon's memories, but this kind of influence is not that bad. Let S prepare for this exam then. It seems like this is the last exam of the year, and the results matter. It should be this weekend, too. He reorganized his thoughts while noticing the slight influence on his mentality. Grabbing the paper once again, he stood up. He had a closer look at the script and his role compared to before. The role was simply tiny. His role was of a jealous teenager who snitches on the protagonists for being lovers in a school which prohibits such things. He snitched because he hated the hero's handsomeness. Junwon stood there in silence. He couldn't help but exhale and understood why the old Junwon died in frustration after reading this. Most of his part was a narration by the narrator, as they were inner thoughts of jealousy, and his dialogues were mainly with the teacher character when he snitched on the protagonist's love. Even though I am not as handsome as the old me, it's not that bad that I have to play the role of this jealous teenager. I should probably really try and give this director and the person who chose the roles a piece of my mind if I meet them tomorrow. Well, now that I decided, let S practice these lines, scratching the back of his head. He closed his eyes, trying to envision how a jealous teenager would generally be. He was a teenager, and instantly becoming a jealous teenager would be tough. Thinking about it several minutes, he slowly thought about all the noble family sons in his past life, and their faces whenever they saw him besides his wife. This gave him something better to play with, and he slowly understood the teenager's thoughts before opening his eyes and thinking about a handsome man, and all he could think of was his past looks. Getting the mood set, he slowly practiced a few expressions he could come up with, and then the dialogues imagining the teacher. All of it looked comical with no one around. After a few more minutes of practice, he finally sat down on the couch, placing the paper aside before running his hand through his hair. It's been a while since I acted, but it seems like I am still way off what I used to be. Everything seems a bit new after a few decades. I need to use this chance to get into my rhythm so that I can try acting. It looks like I need to audition for roles in this world. I'll try one after this exam drama and see how it goes. He stood up and made his way towards the bathroom once again to take a nice bath. Taking a refreshing bath, he wore some fresh clothes he found in the drawer and went into the kitchen for some food. Taking out the food he cooked for lunch from the fridge, he ate a quick meal, washed the dishes, and sat on the couch. I need to get this body into shape if I want some nice roles. Even though my looks are only above average, if I can get some muscles in shape, I can catch more eyes in those auditions I can try out. This exam should be this kid's final exam for the first year and is at the end of this week. After that, it's summer holidays for 2 months until his 2 NDIR courses start. I should try and get good grades with this small role I got offered. Going through his memories, he figured out the present situation of Kim Junwon University. Those 2 months should be very useful for me to try out different auditions. This city should be famous for having many agencies and auditions. Maybe I will be lucky and get a role in a movie within these 2 months. Ario City, the most famous city within the country after the capital. It is also known as the nation's entertainment capital, and this is because many famous artists, actors, and other people who work in similar industries live here. This is also why it houses the renowned drama university Kim Junwon attends, called Ario's Drama University, renamed after the city itself. It's been a complete year since this kid came to this so-called entertainment capital, and he has done nothing to improve his skills. He was completely changed by the things here and didn't have the initial enthusiasm, only wasting his parents' money. Well, it looks like I can be too greedy and work with what I got, I guess. He took out his phone and opened the gallery app as he remembered something. Kim Junwon practiced a bit the last few days for the final exam and used to record videos for analysis. He slowly went through them all before deleting all of them. This guy is too mediocre. No wonder he didn't get a bigger role. His acting is so plain, and all his expressions couldn't be more fake. Him getting this role was like destiny, and he probably only has himself to blame. He sighed to himself. Noticing it was already very late, he stood up, turned off the lights, and went into the room before falling asleep. He twisted and turned around for a long time before falling asleep. Waking up the next day and eating a quick bowl of cereal, Junwon grabbed the bag beside the couch and made his way out. This time he didn't forget to take the huge trash cover he kept aside after cleaning the whole place yesterday out. They needed to throw the trash in the huge bins in the alleyway next to the building. Closing the door, Junwon took the huge black trash bag down the stairs and out the building, before turning to the side and going into the alleyway. He noticed the huge garbage dumpster and threw it inside. Completing the work, he finally patted his hands once and then started walking towards university. Even though he was a very old man on the inside, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of going to university. He never went to any kind of educational institute in his previous life, as he mostly had to work to fill his stomach daily. but now he could go to a proper university, and it was mainly for something he loved, acting. Following the memories, he stopped in front of a huge gate with students going in from all directions. He could see the enormous sign hanging on top of the gate, Ario's Drama University. He slowly recollected the memories about the campus and the way to his class from old Junwon before stepping into the campus. But as he did, he felt a sharp pain from his back, making him hiss while he heard a woman's voice by the side. Junwon, why are you walking like this? Is your first day at the university? Come on, it's time for class. Let us go quick, urging him. He finally turned to the side and saw a young girl with a smile on her face. Dark brown, straight hair which flowed until her waist, with big black eyes which looked very cute. Her overall appearance gave out a cheerful and cozy vibe, making people comfortable. Her name was Chio Yoonghwa. Luckily, he searched up most of the memories about the old Junwon's university life and could quickly recognize the cheerful girl who slapped his back suddenly. The old Junwon knew this girl pretty well and were on friendly terms. That was because both of them came from the same town and were also in the same high school. But both never talked to each other until recognizing each other in the university. Chio Yoonghwa was the complete opposite of the old Kim Junwon. After going through the memories, he knew what kind of girl she was and had a good first impression of her. Unlike the old Kim Junwon, she did not change after coming into the big city and continued to work towards the reason she came to the university, and that was to get better at acting. Yoonghwa, I was on my way to class. Why hit so hard, trying to act as closely as the old Junwon? He did not want to raise any doubts by acting weirdly. Yoonghwa stopped when she heard him and looked at him up and down, while slowly rubbing her chin as if she was wondering about something very important. Something is really weird about you today. I can seem to put a finger on what that is. He could only rub the back of his head, feeling worried inside at this woman's crazy instincts, and could only reply, it's all in your head. Don't think too much about unnecessary stuff. How was your weekend? Changing the subject. Luckily, it was very easy to distract her as she replied while they continued to walk towards their block in the enormous campus. Yeah, the weekend was nice. I was in the dorm the whole day, trying to get some extra sleep and relaxation. What did you do? Yoonghwa stayed in the university dorms unlike Junwon, who took a room outside so that she could save some extra money for her parents. Junwon could only sigh at the past before replying, I did little as well. I saw a few movies online, then went to a theater for a movie as well. It was nice to relax a little. I also practiced for the exam coming this weekend. Hearing his last sentence, she became a bit shocked as she once again looked up and down before murmuring, something is really odd about you today, Junwon. Do you even practice on the weekend? That is rather really surprising. Even regularly, I have to be behind you like a tail to make you practice at least a little. Come on, don't be like that. It's the final exams and doesn't the score really matter for the next year's placements. So of course I need to practice at least in the final stretch of the year. He shrugged at her suspicion. If he tried to hide it more, it would only make her more suspicious, so being more open was a better route for him to take. Well, what you say is true. Based on these results, some people might get shifted to the star batch next year. Just imagine, the star batch is much better than the one we are in now. Transfer, he felt confused because he couldn't remember much about this so-called transfer. Did you not listen to what the teacher said last month when he told us about our final exam? He specifically said that we are going to be strictly evaluated on our performance, and if anyone does well, we might get the chance to replace anyone from the star batch. Come on, Junwon, this is an important matter. You should pay more attention to the classes. The star batch, looks like you want to get into that batch. He simply stated the obvious. Star batch was a fancy way of saying class for students who are rich. This was how Kim Junwon understood after going through the memories. It was a class filled with people who were rich, having the best facilities and teachers. Most of the people in that class used connections to get roles in movies, making the batch seem special. The star batch also had the best teachers assigned to them. They were all veteran actors who stopped and would mainly share their experiences and versions of acting. The teachers in the normal classes were utmost only B-class actors, while there were a few A-class actors in the star batch. These were enough for the students in the normal class to work very hard to earn a seat through chances like these. Of course I want to go to that batch. We get taught by better teachers, and the exposure we receive when we are in that batch is also way better. Wait, tell me you want to shift to that batch. She answered rather quickly and looked at him with a questioning gaze. He simply shrugged at her and replied, well, I don't really care about it that much to stress over it like you are. If I make it, I make it. If I don't, I really want to think about it too much. There really isn't much of a chance for me to get into that batch, given how small my role actually is, so no high hopes. Hearing his words made her silent as both of them continued to walk towards their class. Junwon noticed the awkward atmosphere and said, "Well, don't think too much about it. My skills are not that good to get a good role. Well, just work hard to get into that star batch you are aiming for." She simply nodded. Reaching the entrance, both separated as she made her way towards her group of friends, and he went to the back where he remembered the seat was. Going all the way back, he sat right next to the window. Looking outside, he saw the block entrance but couldn't care less and leaned his head on the bench before closing his eyes. Being in his own world, he snapped back as he felt a tap on his shoulder. Slowly lifting his head, he saw a brown-haired boy sitting right next to him while tapping on his phone. He easily found who the boy was as he went through the memories. His name was Mo Yang. Mo Yang was the person Junwon was closest to in the university and was also the first friend he made after coming here. As he slowly went through the memories, he got a clearer picture of the guy in front of him. "Bro, did you party without me yesterday? You should have called me," Mo Yang asked as his hands were still typing on the phone. As he got a clear understanding of Mo Yang in his mind based on the memories, Junwon couldn't help but roll his eyes and reply, "No, I am just tired. That's all," not wanting to go into further conversation with the guy. Mo Yang was the biggest reason the old Junwon changed after coming to the big city. This guy used to drag the old Junwon to multiple parties every week, and was the major reason Junwon went further and further away from the original reason he got into the university. "Bro, do you want to come to this party today? I just received a message and there will be girls from other departments too. Maybe we can get lucky and, spend the night with some of them." Mo Yang chuckled before finally looking down at Junwon while waving his phone. He couldn't help but take a deep breath while pushing himself off the desk and replying, "Come on, man. It's exam week. The play at the end of the week is really important and you want to go out and party. You're lucky to get a non-acting role in the play, but I at least have a minor role, so let me work on it and try to score a few points." Sounding a little pissed at how Mo Yang was trying to distract him from the exams. Unlike himself, Mo Yang did not even have a role and was part of the production crew, but never really cared much about it and always liked to party around. If it was the old Junwon, he would have agreed immediately, but it was different now and Zensu was not the same. He needed to use this chance given to him properly, and this drama was his first step. Even though he doesn't care about the marks like he just said, just acting again would give him that starting push he needs for the summer break after the exam. "All right, man, chill. Don't sound so pissed off. I wanted to invite you so that you can chill and rest a bit. I can see you are putting some work into this test. All right, I'll tell you about any party after the exams. I am sure you will be free after that, right?" As he smoothly tried to show he cared about him. But Junwon wasn't buying his stuff as he noticed the teacher walking in and said while shrugging, "Whatever you say, man. Be quiet now." The teacher came in, trying to pay more attention to the middle-aged man in the class center. Hearing how Junwon shrugged it off, Mo Yang remained silent and turned towards his phone once again, typing off. Junwon couldn't care less what the guy beside him was doing as he focused on the middle-aged man standing at the front. After the man took everyone's attendance, he started his class. He started teaching about what a drama was and how there are different types of actors. From the memories, he found out the teacher taught these multiple times already, but this didn't make him stop from listening. He never had any proper lessons when it came to acting and was always very natural at it. But now that he had a chance to build up some basics and not try to depend on raw talent, he was going to take upon it. He continued to listen as the teacher went over the most common methods of acting and how actors take up more roles. "Well, we were able to revise most of the things I taught you guys so many times over the past year. I am sure you all are tired of listening to the same thing over and over again. You will have free time the whole day for the rest of the week for you guys to practice. Next year is going to be different, as most of the work would be more practically oriented. You'll be sent to drama clubs throughout the city to gain more of that experience. So try to do your best in the exam at the end of the week." And walked out of the class. Taking out his phone, Junwon noticed it was time for their lunch break and stood up to go out and get something to eat. As he got up, Mo Yang sprang up and said while clutching his hand, "Come, let us go and get something to eat. I am very hungry. Let us grab a burger at the store opposite the west entrance. I'll pay, so let us go," and walked in the front. Seeing how persistent this guy was, Junwon sighed and followed him out of the block and towards the west entrance. But as they walked, Mo Yang couldn't keep his mouth shut. "Bro, the party after this week is going to be a bomb. People from all over the universities will come for them. It's going to be a blast. I think we should plan a huge trip this summer with a few people and have some fun. What do you think? I can't wait for the summer to start. I have so many things planned. It's going to be lit." As he continued to talk, Junwon couldn't help but grunt at how annoying he was. He only hummed in response as Mo Yang's mouth did not stop for a second until they reached the west gate and went into the burger place opposite to the gate. There were already a few students eating their lunch, but there was some free place for them to sit by a window. Man, this place really sells the best burger around here. No wonder there are students filling up this place the whole day. Order what you want. As I said, I am going to pay for it, pushing the menu towards him. Junwon couldn't help but raise an eyebrow seeing how pushy this guy was, but he didn't say anything as it was not something new. Mo Yang was always very pushy and cared very much about his face in front of everyone. He nodded and randomly ordered a burger based on how the picture beside it looked. Pushing the menu back at the guy, he couldn't help but comment, "Man, why did you even join the university? Like it's parties all the time and you put in the effort to get better at the craft you came here for." Even though he couldn't care any less about the dude, the old man mentality in him came out at that moment. Mo Yang looked up from his phone, surprised by his sudden question. He scratched the back of his head and said with the same idiotic smile, "I done know, I guess. This was something I dreamed of before coming to the city, and now that I am here, it's fun to go to all these parties." You think so? Junwon didn't answer his question and simply shrugged. He felt like his shoulders would fall off by all the shrugging he was doing the whole day. He decided to distance himself from Mo Yang. The guy was beyond hope, and the more time he would spend with him, the more he felt his brain cells would degrade. Luckily, the food came quicker than expected, and both of them got on to eating. Junwon couldn't help but nod a bit when he tasted the burger and felt it was not bad. "It's not bad, but I can eat this daily, or this body would go into an even worse shape." "Damn, it's really him. I thought he was going to miss the entire day of class." "Junwon here, the money man, I am going out. Sorry, but you need to finish eating yourself." He felt the table shake as Mo Yang freaked out a little. By the time he looked up, he already saw Mo Yang placing the currency notes on the table while still looking out of the window and moving out of the store in a hurry. He understood what was the rush when he turned around towards the direction Mo Yang ran off to and saw someone walking into the university from the west gate while there was a group around him. Looking at the dazzling group in front of the west gate, Junwon couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. It was a typical famous person and the surrounding mob. He could see Mo Yang reaching the group and trying to interact with a flattering expression on his face, making it a bit disgusting. He didn't show any of it on his face because he thought little about it. He has been on both sides in such a situation. When he was an orphan and needed roles in dramas around the cities in the kingdom, he flattered many people. He had the exact opposite situation when he was announced to be the bridegroom of the only princess of the kingdom, making him the next king. So he knew why people would try to flatter others, especially people who were of lower status and needed some kind of help from them. Getting flattered was a nice feeling, too. Even though he enjoyed it, he didn't think much about it in his previous life after a few months as he got used to it and was trained to ignore such comments by the previous king. As he went through his memories, he found out who the center of the group was. It was the handsome guy with blonde hair walking in front of the group with a girl pushing herself onto him. His name was Hyung Mayung. He was in the same class as him, but was on a different level when it came to social hierarchy. He also knew from his memories that the old Junwon used to flatter him a few times in the past whenever he accompanied Mo Yang to parties of that group. The old Junwon was a typical sheep-brained man, where he would always follow the crowd and had no thoughts of his own. The main reason this Hyung Mayung was famous apart from his nice looks was that he had a few connections in the star batch. He knew a few people, or so he claimed to the others in the class, making many people want to become friends with him so that they can get to know the star batch people too. Every person in the star batch was either influential or very rich, making many people in the normal batch want to become friends with them. This made him instantly famous after the people noticed him around a few of the star batch members. Thinking of all this, Junwon could only continue to eat the burger in front of him. After having a nice lunch, he stood up, full from the burger, and made his way out after paying at the counter with the money Mo Yang left. He noticed there were a few more minutes before he needed to be at the class and decided to take a walk on the campus. They left the remaining day after lunch for the drama practice, but most people would not take it seriously and hang outside instead. He slowly went around the campus and saw various groups from other departments going out and coming into the campus. The environment felt good and was very nice. But the walk couldn't last forever as his break was almost over, and he got back to the class to see the entire group he saw earlier near the west gate in the class making noise while chatting around. He couldn't care less about the bunch and just went around them to his seat. He noticed Mo Yang was still near the group trying to mingle into it and sighed. As he sat and looked at the group, he now had a better look at Hyung Mayung, who was in the middle of the entire group with a smile that couldn't look any more fake. He continued to look around the group until his eyes fell on the girl who was the closest to Hyung Mayung, throwing her body all over him with thick makeup on her face, making her look more ugly than the original intention. She always laughed out loud for everything Hyung Mayung was talking about while getting closer and closer to his body as her hands were slowly moving around him. Junwon didn't watch this woman because he felt attracted to her or felt disgusted by her actions. It was because he knew who it was based on the memories and thought to talk with her yesterday after he looked at the script. Her name was Ro Jai, and she was the director and also the person who gave everyone the roles in the class. She also was the person who changed the whole script, making it absolutely trash compared to the original script given by the scriptwriters in the class, because she wanted to give more attention to few roles more than others. This made the script completely trash. Yesterday, he had thoughts of going up to the director or the writer and ask if there could be changes, try to speak it out if it was a knowledgeable person, but seeing Ro Jai, he threw that idea completely out of the window. Ro Jai, it means wisdom and intelligence. This girl is the complete opposite to it. She looks like a complete idiot. I don't know what her parents were thinking when they gave her the name, but this girl went completely against it. I guess I just need to grit my teeth through this drama with such a bad script. Why does the first time I act after so many years have to be in such a bad drama and role? Lamenting on his bad luck. As he continued to think about it, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his back, and he could already tell who it was without even turning back. Dun-T hit me like that every time you want to call me. He couldn't help but grunt as he turned around to look at Chio Yoonghwa as she had a grin on her face. Even though he had memories of the old Junwon, he didn't know this woman on a personal level, and before he didn't like people to act too close to him. Don-T grumble like a kid for a small hit like that. You are just too weak. I waited 15 minutes for you already and sent you so many messages too, but you didn't reply, so I had to come and fetch you. Now tell me, why are you sitting here and staring at that idiotic group like an idiot instead of coming to our practice room? While placing her hands on her hips like a boss, she looked down on him. As soon as he heard her counter, he couldn't help but remember their commitment to practice together for the exam in an empty room she found. It was actually Chio Yoonghwa who came to him last week and told him to come and practice with her so he could do better in the exam. Even though the present Junwon didn't need her help, he stood up, took out the script from his bag, and simply stretched out his hand for her to go front, as they walked out of the class and towards the empty room. As he followed her, he remembered how much she forced the old Junwon to practice more and helped him to get better the entire last week, taking out some of her own time. His impression of this girl became better as he thought about how she tried to help him. After walking a few more minutes, Chio Yoonghwa finally stopped and stepped into a room. Following her, he saw a small room that looked more like a storage room, filled with few chairs and other boxes in the corner. There were 2 chairs laid out normally opposite each other. Junwon went and sat on the chair to the right after he saw Chio Yoonghwa's bag on the one to the left. He sat down and waited as Chio Yoonghwa went through her bag and finally took out a set of papers. She handed one set to him and sat down. Junwon, let us go over my role today. I need your help with it. There are many characters I need to converse in the drama, but help me practice the conversation with the main heroine for now. That will be enough, she slowly explained. He knew by her tone that she didn't want to hurt him with her words as they sounded a bit discouraging. He simply nodded and she continued, all right then, let us practice after an hour, and looked down at the script in her hand. Junwon didn't waste any time either as he looked down on the bunch of papers in his hand. It was the full script of the drama. He then remembered Yoonghwa's role in the drama. It was one of the best friends of the heroine, so it was a major role with a lot of dialogues and screen time. He also remembered how Yoonghwa got an important role, even after a director like Ro Jai, who gave most of the important roles to her close friends. It was because of the Vistian of their major luck on Yoonghwa's side. The Vistian noticed Yoonghwa had a few skills when it came to acting after seeing her practice her original role, which was not big and interfered. He helped to give her a bigger chance in the exam. But of course, his interference caused many problems for Yoonghwa too. Ro Jai didn't like how the Vistian interfered in her job, but couldn't do anything against him, and took it out on Yoonghwa instead. She spread rumors that Yoonghwa only got the Vistian to force her because she slept with him, causing her reputation to take a hit. Ro Jai did not stop there and even went after Junwon after she noticed he practices with her. She called Junwon once and abruptly changed his role to a much smaller one. Junwon, being a weak kid, couldn't talk back to a person like Ro Jai, and also couldn't blame Yoonghwa who helped him practice. So he didn't tell Yoonghwa that she was the reason his role changed into a smaller one and simply shrugged it off whenever she asked. This kid couldn't even talk back to that idiot girl. He was a huge whip. No wonder he got easily swayed by an idiot like Mo Yang. If he spoke back even a little, I wouldn't be stuck with this small idiotic role. But this girl Yoonghwa, it seems like even though her looks aren't a strong point, her skills aren't something to scoff at if she got recognized by a big character in the university. No wonder she has the confidence to get into that star batch. Well, let us help her in this practice. After having his own internal monologue, he seriously looked at the complete script in front of him and started to read it. As he read the script, he understood more of the story, and most of his assumptions were true. making his conclusion about it being a trashy script come true. He slowly read all the characters which interacted with Youngwa's as it was easy for him to remember because most of the dialogues were predictable as the script was like that too. An hour went by very quickly, and Chio Youngwa stood up before asking, "Are you ready or need some more time? If you do, I can wait." Seeing how cautious she was, he couldn't help but giggle a little before shaking his head and saying while standing up, "No, it's okay." As both of them stood up, Junwon looked at her and asked, "So, at which part should we start? I assume you only need to practice only certain parts of the interaction and not all of them." He wanted to help her, so asking this was important. She looked at him in surprise. She didn't think he would ask her this question, as what he said was true. She got most of the common interactions between the two characters down. She only needed help in the more emotional parts of the story. Seeing the confidence in his voice and the calm look on his face, she couldn't help but reply, "I mainly need help in the more emotional sections of the story. It will be fine if you read out the dialogue normally and not put much effort if it's tough." She hurriedly tried to explain after snapping back. She was so concerned that she was forcing him that she did not even know that what she just said came out a bit rude. Junwon didn't mind her words and simply turned around a few pages before stopping on a page that had many dialogues between the heroine and the character Youngwa was playing. Alright then, let's start at this scene. It's the scene where you find out that the heroine is dating the hero and you want to advise her out of it. It carries a good emotion of concern you show on your friend, so let's just start here. Chio Youngwa just followed his words and turned the pages. She was simply following his words at this point, surprised by the level of confidence he carried. She looked at the dialogues for a second before looking up at him and giving a nod. "Why did you call me to the back of the school, Youngwa? Don't tell me you are proposing." The dialogue smoothly came out of Junwon as he played the heroine role while slowly reading out the dialogues in a teasing manner. The quick change in Junwon's language and behavior caught Youngwa completely off guard. She never expected the sudden change and could not reply. She simply stared witty-eyed at him. She did not snap back until Junwon shook her a little. She looked at him and stuttered, "What was that, Junwon? You suddenly turned into a playboy with that teasing voice." I couldn't even react. Seeing the girl's shocked face, he smiled and replied, "I was acting out the role you told me to. If I don't act out the role as closely as possible, how will you be able to improve? Now come on, we are wasting precious time by simply talking. I will read out the dialogue in the same manner once again, so you better react properly this time." Making her nod absent-mindedly, Junwon just took another deep breath and started with his dialogue once again. "Why did you call me to the back of the school, Youngwa? Don't tell me you are proposing." In the same teasing manner as before. Already seen and taken back once, Youngwa held herself before replying in a serious tone, "Don't joke around. You probably know I figured it out, but let me be straightforward. I know you're dating Hyung Mayung. I am telling you it's a terrible idea to do that at this time. Do these when you get into university, when it's freer. Now listen, a good time, spend more time on your studies and get into that university you always talk about." As soon as she completed her dialogue, Junwon's flirty expression immediately changed into a serious one too, and he replied as he saw the script, "So you know about it. I didn't want anyone to know about it, even if it's my best friend. Just try to stay out of this topic, Youngwa. I am not a kid anymore. I can handle my studies while still dating him. So don't overly concern yourself about it," sounding very detached as Junwon properly got into the heroine role. The sudden change in his voice and behavior caught Youngwa off guard once again. The girl couldn't take in what was happening to her friend, who she always helped to practice his lines and expression, and suddenly seemed like a professional. But she quickly snapped out of it to see Junwon with a blank face waiting for her, making her face go slightly red. She coughed and continued, "Don't be like this. Why are you so stubborn? I am telling this for your own good. Listen to me this one time. If that guy really likes you, then he will wait till high school is over. If anyone gets to know about this relationship you guys are having, things can get really messy. You know how our school looks at these types of things." With a complete concern written all over her face as she took a step forward. Her acting slightly surprised Junwon. He added a few points in his mind and continued with a relaxed expression, "Oh, Youngwa, you are always too concerned about so many things. Don't be so pessimistic about things. Have confidence in me. I know I can study well and get into that university even while dating him. Now about the school knowing. I don't think anyone knows about this except you. So everything will be perfectly fine if you just don't talk about it and do things like this. But, no buts, this is final. If you really are my friend, you will support me in this journey instead of going against it like you are now. Now if this conversation is over, let's go back to the class. Lunch break is almost over too." He cut off and said in a slightly commanding tone before turning around. Youngwa stood there as the scene was finally over, not understanding how good Junwon was suddenly when she snapped out of her role. How did you get better? Last week when we practiced, you were nowhere near this level of acting. You can easily be the lead role of the whole drama with the acting you just showed. This is better than anyone in our class. You could easily get into the stat batch with it. Junwon turned around to see the surprised girl who snapped out and started to fire at him. He couldn't just tell her that the Junwon she saw last week and the Junwon now were two different people, and that he had decades of experience in his past life to get this good. Why would I want to get into that star batch you always talk about? I don't see the point in going to that batch. It's probably a place filled with more distractions. I can only see more negatives than positives when it comes to that place. And the role, I don't need others to know how good I am. It's enough for me to know how good I am for now. I think my skills will shine better if I can act better with the minor role I am given. He shrugged and told his thoughts. Yonghwa was taken back when he heard his reasoning. It sounded complete nonsense to her. They were aiming to become actors, and getting recognition is something very important to them. But here Junwon just said he didn't need others to know how good he was at acting. She wanted to ask him, but Junwon quickly cut her off by turning the script. Alright, now let us end this discussion here. There are many more scenes we need to practice as there are multiple dialogues. Come, let us go to the scene where you guys fight now. Yonghwa simply nodded and turned around the pages, and both of them started to practice once again. Junwon started to act out the heroine role once again, showing appropriate expressions when needed, making Yonghwa comfortably follow his lead and act out her role properly. After another 2 hours, both of them completed practicing all the emotional dialogues between the two characters. Feeling a bit exhausted, both of them sat down once again, taking a slight break. Yonghwa went through her bag and took out some sandwiches she brought in the convenience store. She handed one of them to Junwon before she ate it. Junwon looked at the ready-made sandwich in his hand and slowly unwrapped the cover before taking a small bite. This isn't too bad for something brought in a store. Even though it's not that fresh, it can be considered a snack, and it's also very cheap. No wonder the old Junwon preferred these types of things over cooking or eating healthy meals. It's more convenient. He quickly finished the sandwich and took out a water bottle from the bag. Drinking some water, he closed his eyes, waiting for Yonghwa to finish hers. After a few more minutes, Yonghwa finally finished the sandwich and looked at Junwon. Junwon, if you aren't aiming for the star batch, then what do you plan to do? I mean, isn't there more exposure if you get into the star batch than remaining in this normal one? She had a few questions and just wanted to get them out. Well, it depends on person to person. What you said might be true, that there is more exposure if a person gets into the batch, but there are other ways to improve skills and get opportunities to act. One such opportunity is the auditions companies give for smaller rollers and need actors. You can get good experience and also learn by observing the better actors on the set. Of course, we probably want to get taken on our first audition, and if we want to improve, we can try out the drama houses in this city. Ario's city isn't lacking drama houses, and we can always go there for a tryout where it is easier to get in and act to sharpen our skills. There are many ways to improve, you just need to find them. Finishing off what he thought. He was relatively very patient with Yonghwa because of her hardworking nature and skills. Hearing what he had to say, Yonghwa was shocked at how dumb she was and only thought of one way. Now she understood why Junwon had no interest in the star batch, and now she was also slowly losing interest. She also heard many bad things about the star batch and how the rich kids were there. So even though she was hesitant about going there, she had no choice. But now Junwon opened a new world for her, with his way of thinking making her contemplate on her plan to strive for the star batch. Maybe I should also take this path. What he said isn't wrong, and it's also a better way to go. The star batch is filled with scum from rich families, and that is also why the opportunities are more there. This way would help me avoid that route. I should consider it this week before the summer vacation starts. Looks like Junwon is going to use the summer to get a few auditions done. She slowly thought about it. Alright, don't think much about it. As I said, it depends from person to person. What I just said might not work for you, and the star batch might be better. So put it aside and let us continue practicing. I'll play the hero role now. There are a few good places you need to practice, so let us get this done. Junwon stood up and looked at Yonghwa, who was deep in her thoughts. Yonghwa nodded and stood up to continue practicing. It did not surprise her how Junwon said he would help her with another role after practicing with him for the last 2 hours. By the time both of them stopped again, it was already 5 in the evening and the sun was setting. Deciding to just end it for the day, both of them packed their bags and got out of the room. Yonghwa quickly locked the door and turned towards Junwon. Thank you a lot, Junwon, for your work today. It was really helpful, and I understood the situation better than before. But I am sorry that a session to help you turned into a session to help me. It's kinda embarrassing now that I think about it. Your acting skills are way better than mine. You never needed any help. as she scratched the back of her head with an awkward smile. No, it's okay. My role is relatively very small and easy to act compared to your role. I only have mostly one emotion throughout my entire role while you have many to learn and act. So it's okay to not train my role and don't undermine your acting skills either. You are relatively better than most of the people in our class. So just have a bit of confidence when you act and you, do better. He smiled at the awkward girl in front of him. Okay, well then, I will see you tomorrow morning. We can practice the whole day tomorrow, and then from the day after tomorrow, it's the full-length practice with everyone in it. So let's try and squeeze the most out of it tomorrow. I need to go and drop these keys in the staff room too. So bye. Jiggling the keys in her hand, she turned around. But as she turned around, Junwon stopped her once again and asked, Wait, Younghwa, do you know where the university library is at? I need to go there once. He wanted to do some research about this new world, and a library is the best place he could learn about it. The library? Why would you want to go there? She paused and asked in a completely puzzled expression. Art students almost never go to places like the library as it's almost unnecessary, and it is more true for people in the acting course. Seeing Junwon ask her about the library confused her. I need to look upon something, and the library is a good place to start, so can you tell me the way? Isn't searching on a phone a better way to look up the things you want to know? It will take you longer to search in the library. At this point, even though he has a good impression of Younghwa, he was getting irritated. But he can lash out at the young girl and simply sighed before asking once again, Younghwa, I like to look up books rather than using the phone, so tell me the way. Younghwa finally understood what she was doing and started explaining the route to the library. But as she did, due to the massive campus, Junwon got more confused. Younghwa finally sighed and said, Wait, I'll show you the way after I drop these at the staff room. Junwon just nodded and followed her. After she dropped them off at the staff room, she led Junwon out of their block and made their way towards the library. The library supposedly had a building of its own with a few study rooms in them for students of normal courses. There was complete silence as both of them did not speak a single word as Junwon looked around the university, taking everything he missed in his previous life, and Younghwa simply didn't know what to speak about, hence causing the super silent scene. Ah, here we are. This building is the library every student of the university can use. You just need your ID card to get in. All right, then hope you find what you are looking up. Bye. She stopped in front of a building and turned around. All right, thanks for showing me the way. Have a good day. And walked inside while Younghwa walked towards her dorms. Just like Younghwa said as soon as he entered, a middle-aged lady behind the counter asked for his ID card. Taking it out from his bag, she showed her his card while looking around to see rows and rows of bookshelves filled with books. It surprised the woman on the other hand when she saw Junwon's major before getting slightly suspicious of the ID card. Can I ask why a student from the arts major, and that too from the acting course, would come to the library, twirling the ID card in her hand? Junwon sensed her suspicion and couldn't help but think, does it surprise everyone in this big university if anyone from the art major searches for the library? I wanted to look up a few books on world history, the general knowledge. It's for the year-end exam which is this weekend, lied at the end. She squinted her eyes a little before turning to the computer and searching up his ID card number in the register. After finding his information, she relaxed a little and opened a book. All right, write your details here and sign at the incoming column. Handing the book and his ID card to him, he sighed in relief seeing how quickly it was done and wrote down his details before signing. Passing the book back to her, he asked, Can I know where I can find books on world history? Take a left and then go to the end. That is the history section. If you want books on world history, then it should be row number 1 there. Waving her hands, she told him. He nodded and made way before finally seeing a wood which said history section hanging on the wall at the end. He saw rows of books and went to row 1. He reached out for the nearest book and noticed it was a book on general knowledge of world history for beginners like him after flipping through a few pages. Taking the book from the shelf, he found a quiet place to sit nearby and started reading. He took his time to slowly read the book line by line, understanding all the major events which occurred in the world, like the invention of vehicles, the first aeroplane, the invention of electricity, and many more events. As he read, he became more astonished at how vast the world's history was. Time quickly passed away, and he finished the book as the sun went down and the library's lights were turned on. He stood up after a long time and looked out a nearby window and saw it was already dark. He placed back the book and walked towards the entrance. It was already 7, and he wanted to go back home. The middle-aged woman was still behind the counter as she walked up to her. She looked up and asked, Are you not taking out any book? He shook his head. No, I am fine. Do you need me to sign anywhere? She waved her hands and replied, No, you need to sign only if you take a book out. He nodded and made his way out of the library. He looked up at the dark clouds and mumbled, This world is so different. The turning point of both worlds goes way back to before humans even had a stronghold on this planet. It changed with the death of dinosaurs. Our world acquired the ability to produce its own magic particles for people to practice magic, but this world didn't have anything like that. He started walking back towards his apartment and continued to mumble, but people of this world are much stronger intellectually. They found out ways to do things like fly, even without magic. Compared to this world, people from back there are much dumber and can be considered brutes. This world also has a better ruling system. The people were able to overthrow the kingdoms in the past and even establish their own system called the government. This way the country is ruled by themselves indirectly by exercising their voting rights. No one was able to go against us and our kingdom back there, but we could be considered one of the better rulers compared to other ones in the past. This world also only had 3 wars they termed as world wars. The last world war was only a few decades ago against 2 countries, one from the east and one from the west. There are only 4 continents in this world, 2 on the west and 2 on the east. I am currently in a country in the east called Ulis, one of the more powerful countries in the east under the continent Corlia. The other continents were Yorisa in the east, and in the west were Armihia, and the other was Rainan Nation. Now I have a basic understanding of this world. This is good enough for now. Nodding his head, he looked around and saw he was already near his apartment. As he was about to continue, he heard his stomach rumble. Remembering that he only had a burger for lunch and a sandwich as a snack, he couldn't help but look around for any stores to eat. He didn't have any ingredients at home and didn't have any energy to buy something and cook after he goes home. Luckily, there was one convenience store across the street. Crossing the street carefully, he got into the store and looked around to see rows of items. He made his way towards the food section and decided to eat something unhealthy and fulfilling. He went across the ramen section, not taking any risk with the weird flavors. He picked up the chicken and continued on. He picked a few rice balls and went to the counter. The guy at the counter looked at his items and asked, "Do you want to eat the ramen here?" Pointing at the microwave behind him, Junwon nodded and took out his wallet to give the guy money and noticed he only had a 100 crores note. Crores was the universally accepted currency, and every country on all 4 continents uses them. "How much are the times?" he asked cautiously, hoping it's below 100. The guy turned around and said, "Oh, it's 60, making him sigh in relief. It wouldn't look good if he took out anything with the few items he was trying to buy. He took out the last 100 note and gave it to him. The guy quickly poured some hot water into the ramen cup before closing the lid and passing it back to him with the remaining change. Junwon went outside and sat on the bench right in front of the store to have his food. He kept the ramen cup to the side to let it do its work and whipped out his phone. He wanted to check how much money he had left. Looking through the old Junwon's memories, it seemed like the guy used up the money his father gave for 2 years in only half of its time. As he opened his bank app and went to see its balance, it did not shock him to see the amount left. He had exactly 1,000 crores left. It was nowhere enough to get him through the summer, where he might have to travel around the city a lot. This bastard left the body for me in the worst way possible. No proper role, not enough money, such a useless son. Now I can even ask his dad. I don't know him properly, and even though it was not me who spent it, I am ashamed to ask any amount of money. He couldn't help but curse a dead man. I need to get a job, at least until I land a proper acting role. I need to get one this week, and started eating the noodles. He quickly went through the noodles and rice balls he brought before looking around for a trash can. He found one at the entrance and stood up to throw the waste. As he threw the waste, he looked up to see a flyer on the wall. All he saw on the flyer was looking for employees. That was enough to catch his attention. He snatched the flyer off the wall and quickly read through it. As soon as he did, he noticed the flyer was actually for a job in the same convenience store. He felt this was a good opportunity, and the store was also very close to where he lived, making it easier for him to work. With the flyer in his hand, he went back into the store and towards the guy behind the counter. He kept the flyer on the counter and asked, "Does this store still need a job?" Not trying to sound desperate. The worker was very slow as looked at the flyer for a few seconds, and just as Junwon was going to ask again, he lifted his head and replied, "Yes, we are still in need of workers. Do you want to work here?" Making Junwon nod. "All right then, let me get the manager for you so you can speak with him. Stand here for a few seconds," and went towards the other end of the store. Junwon remained silent as he took a better look at the store. If he was lucky, this might be his working place for a while. After a while, the room to the back opened and the same guy came out, and this time he had a middle-aged man walking behind him. The middle-aged man looked normal, with neatly combed hair and casual clothes. "Boss, this is the guy who wanted to join after seeing our flyer outdoor," pointing at him as they came near. The boss only slightly nodded and continued to scan him. "So you want to work here?" he asked straightforwardly when they were close enough. Junwon nodded, and he continued, All right, then how many days can you come in for work? Junwon didn't want to answer this recklessly and thought for a second before replying. I can come on weekdays, and it depends on whether or not I am free on the weekend, because the summer was around the corner and he would need to go for auditions. That's good enough. Can you come from tomorrow? Junwon wanted to deny as he thought about the exam this weekend for a second, but quickly remembered his bank balance and nodded. That's good. Finally, we have someone to fill that idiot's spot for a while. I hope you leave very quickly, at least until we find a permanent worker. Tell me more about yourself. He lost his calm face and laughed a little, changing the atmosphere. He looked like a completely different person. Even the guy had a small smile on his stoic face. Being serious is very hard, so tell me more about yourself. He patted Junwon's shoulder. My name is Kim Junwon. I am a first-year student at Aerios University. I am studying to become an actor, giving a brief introduction about himself. You study at Aerios University that too. For acting, you ray pretty good. My name is Gimda, the owner of this convenience store, and this is Siano Hwan. He is a high school kid who works here at night. He introduced both of them. So did I get the job? Junwon asked, puzzled how easy it was to get the job at the place. He was only asked a few questions, and most of it wasn't even to be discussed before getting a job. He started to think this was all a joke. Yeah, don't be too puzzled. The boss believes in his intuition and guts rather than any person's background, Siano Hwan answered. Well, I'll write some with me and we can talk about your salary for the work. Gimda waved his hand and turned around towards the end door. Siano Hwan stayed behind to look after the store while Junwon followed him behind. There was a small corridor after the door and the boss's room was at the end, while other rooms like storage or the worker's changing rooms were before that. Both of them talked for a while before coming to a conclusion on Junwon's pay. He would be paid on a weekly basis and would get a bonus if he worked even on weekends. He only had to work for 5 hours, and that was from morning 8 until 1. This worked for Junwon, and after talking with Gimda for a while, he learned more about the man. Both came back into the store, and Gimda said to Siano Hwan, Siano, show him the locker rooms and give him 2 pairs of the uniform depending on his size. I'll look over the store until then. Siano Hwan led Junwon back into the corridor, and this time they stopped in front of the first door. He opened the door, and Junwon saw a simple room with 4 lockers on both sides, with a bench in the middle to sit on. This is the male locker room. The female is right next to this one. We have many workers working in this store. With you included, we have 4 male and 3 female. There is a minimum of 2 people working on every shift, but today my partner had work to do. He explained and then said as he pointed at the locker to the right end, you can use that one. Wait a minute, I'll get your uniform and keys so that you can keep them inside it, leaving Junwon alone. Junwon simply sat on the bench and waited for him to come back with the stuff. Siano quickly came back and gave him the keys and 2 pairs of uniforms. Junwon simply kept the uniform inside the locker and both of them got out. He told both of them goodbye and walked out of the store. Junwon quickly reached his home after getting things done at the store. He continued on home. Reaching home, he dropped the bag on the couch and went inside the kitchen for a glass of water. He didn't have water after eating the noodles and rice balls, making him feel a bit thirsty. He sat back on the couch and whipped out his phone. He couldn't forget to inform Yoonghwa about his job and that he wouldn't be able to practice with her the entire morning. He felt a bit bad because tomorrow was the only day they could practice individually, and after that would be the whole drama practice. He opened up his texting app and sent a message to Yoonghwa, greeting her after seeing she was online. He didn't need to wait long before Yoonghwa sent back a message greeting him and asking what's up. Junwon, Yoonghwa, I might not come to the university tomorrow morning and help you with your practice. I might be there by 1 max. Yoonghwa, oh, what happened, Junwon? Yoonghwa, it's okay if you don't want to tell. He couldn't help but chuckle at how cautious she became after he showed her how good his acting was. He actually appreciated the girl's carefree personality more. Junwon, why are you so cautious while talking to all of a sudden? Where did the girl who slapped my back for no reason go? Don't be too cautious. Nothing really changed, and it just weirds me out. Yoonghwa's body couldn't help but stiffen a little as she saw the message. She subconsciously started treating him with more respect after seeing how good he was and showed more respect. Awkwardly laughing, she couldn't help but quickly respond. Yoonghwa, hahaha, I just wanted to show more respect after seeing how good your acting is. Don't be too weirded out about it. I'll be back to normal tomorrow now that you told me. You need to tell me your secret of good acting. Junwon, there isn't any need to be so respectful just because I can act a bit better than others. We all are the same and have the same starting point. The only thing that makes one different from another is the amount of hard work they put into it. Have a goal and put in some more hard work to reach that goal. I am sure you will get better than your present situation. This advice came from his heart as he knows that he did not have any talents. It was only his persistent attitude and hard work to act in bigger places and reach his goal to perform in front of His Majesty in his old life that he got better. Yoonghwa, hahaha, Junwon, you sound just like my grandfather, but what you said is true. I'll just have to work harder. I hope you provide pointers tomorrow so that I can get better. I am probably way older than your grandfather too, young girl. Junwon smiled but corrected his way of thinking a bit. He wasn't an old man anymore and needed to act like how he looks. Junwon, oh yeah, Yoonghwa, the reason I called is related to our practice tomorrow. I might not come to the university until 1, so you might have to practice on your own until then, not forgetting the real reason he started the chat with her. Yoonghwa, huh. You aren't coming to the university itself. Junwon, Don, tell me you are going to parties with that idiot friend of yours tonight. Don, waste your time. Even though you are good at acting, those kinds of places are not good for us. This girl's imagination always looks at the worst probable scenario. How can someone think so dak? Shaking at how her responses always look for the bad in things. Junwon, what nonsense are you even thinking? No, I am not going to any parties today. I am at my apartment. It's just that I got a job and am starting from tomorrow. My shift ends at 1 and that is when I can come to the university to practice with you. So until I come just practice what we did yesterday and get better at it. Yoonghwa, what nonsense. You are always going to parties. So me guessing you going to parties is not completely wrong at all. And a job, are you low on cash? Where are you going to start working? Junwon, yes, I am a bit low on cash and need to work a little. I can't ask my dad for cash all the time. I am going to work in a supermarket near my home. Yoonghwa, oh, a supermarket, that's nice. I'll drop by if I have time to see you in a uniform working. Tell me where it is. Junwon simply shared the location of the supermarket and told goodbye. It was tiring to talk with such energetic people as he was the complete opposite and liked to talk with calm people. But his daughter and even his wife were very energetic people, and he got used to it. He stood up and walked into the bedroom, changed clothes to get on the bed. It was already late and his shift started at 8, and so he might need to wake up at 7 or 7:30 to get going. Looking at his ceiling, he murmured, after many decades it looks like I fell where I started, working for money, wherever I can. But this doesn't seem bad. With a smile, he closed his eyes and slept. The alarm rang off in the silent apartment as Junwon silently got up and stopped it. Getting up from the bed, he stretched his hands and made his way to the washroom. While brushing his teeth, he looked at the lean body in the mirror and couldn't help but groan. The body looked too weak. It's sad to say this, but looks are also a major part of acting. Even though I might act well, it doesn't guarantee me a role. I look okay, but not good. I can't change my facial features much, but this body, I need to gain some weight first. He got out of the house with a bag on his back. He was planning to go straight to university after the job. As he walked towards the convenience store, he checked his watch and noticed there were still 15 minutes. Finally reaching the store, he noticed there were already a few students and men in business were inside, buying breakfast or reading the newspaper. Going inside, he noticed it was a different worker and wasn't Sianu Hwan. It was someone who looked like he was in his late 20s. After waiting for some time and noticing the crowd thinning out, he walked up to the man and asked, is the boss Gimda here? He looked up and asked, why, is there a problem? Junwon shook his head and replied, no, I got the job to work here from 8 last night. Boss Gimda asked me to come in the morning. As Junwon explained, the man had a look of realization and replied, oh, so you are the new kid the boss said yesterday in the group chat. Yes, you can go back and change your clothes. The boss asked me to teach you the basic stuff before I get down from the shift at 8:30, so hurry up. Junwon nodded and quickly made his way back and into the men's changing room. He opened his locker with the keys Sianu Hwan gave him and started changing clothes. He kept the clothes neatly back inside the bag and kept it inside the locker. Wearing his new work clothes, he made his way out of the room and back into the store where there were lesser people. He walked up to the man and saw him sitting on the chair behind the counter with a magazine in his hands. He got up as Junwon got nearer and kept the magazine aside. Well, before we get to teaching you the basic things, let me introduce myself. My name is Eam Kyung. I work here from 3 till 8:30, so it LL be me you will be seeing every day here. Junwon nodded and introduced himself too. All right, in the morning there will generally be 2 people because there would be more rush. Your partner would come by 8:30. Before then, let me teach you the basics. And he proceeded to slowly teach Junwon the basics. After teaching the basics, he looked at Junwon and said, all right, these are the basics in the counter. Now try to handle that customer coming on your own. Remember to have a smile on your face. No customer would like to see a stoic face like that. Junwon nodded and saw a student coming his way with a few items in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he broke the stoic expression and had a slight smile. For him, it was almost like he was practicing his acting skills. "Can I get all of these?" The student dumped all the items in his hand on the counter. Junwon nodded and slowly scanned through all the items. He noticed there was an instant noodles cup and asked, "Do you need me to heat this up?" pointing at the instant noodles. The student nodded and Junwon poured some hot water and heated it up for a few seconds before handing it back to the kid. "That would be 75. Checking the monitor, he told the amount. The student simply handed him a 100 note. Junwon typed 100 and clicked enter, making the register come out of the drawer. He took out the change and handed it to him. "Thank you for coming," not forgetting to greet the student. As the student went out, he felt a pat on his back and Kyung's voice, "Not bad for your first time. Your smile looks so real." "Well, not bad, you can get by." Junwon didn't mind the sarcastic remark in the middle and simply nodded. "Well, all right, it's almost time for me to get down from my shift. Your partner should be coming by now. I'll go and change my clothes." He walked towards the back door. Seeing that there were no customers, he sat back on the chair and took out a magazine from the rack beside him. He slowly went through the magazine, not knowing what to do. A few customers came towards the counter and he performed similarly and looked at his phone and noticed it was already 8:45. "This partner of mine is late. I hope Hesh comes. I don't want to stay here alone not doing anything," he thought and sat back on the chair. He took out his phone and started reading world news to get more knowledge about the present situation of the world. As he went through the news, he heard the store door open and looked up to see a young girl panting while holding her knees. She stood up and looked around. She saw him and said, "Oh, so you are the new guy. Sorry, I am late today. But I am your partner, and the name is Ga-Soo." Junwon looked at the young woman standing in front of the counter, handling the customers in the line. He sat on the chair while looking around the store if any person wanted help. After telling him she was his partner, the girl quickly rushed in and changed into the uniform. After apologizing to him, she asked him to take a break and took over the counter. Ga-Soo looked like someone in her early 20s, not much older than him. She had black hair in a bob cut, while her face was round with matching glasses to that face. She looked very normal and probably wouldn't stand out much in a crowd, but something which caught Junwon's attention was her pure smile, and his old man thinking kicked in as he felt the urge to protect it. He didn't have much conversation with her as people came in and she got to work. He couldn't help but clutch his stomach a little in hunger as the time was already 9 and he had no breakfast. The door then opened and he turned to see it was his boss, Gimda. He noticed Ga-Soo and Junwon. He nodded before greeting both and asked Junwon to meet him in his office in 5 minutes. Junwon also greeted him back and nodded in return. Gimda went back door and Junwon walked towards it after 5 minutes. He knocked on the door and went in after getting a confirmation. He walked in as Ga-Soo kept the book in his hand down and said, "Sit down. Don't be uptight. Everything here is calm and you can speak casually with everyone, even me." "I understand, boss. What did you want to talk about?" Junwon asked with a much relaxing expression on his face. "Well, the main reason is I wanted to give you your advance. I forgot to give you it yesterday as it was getting late. So tell me your bank account and I'll transfer 2 weeks' salary in advance. The next time you'll receive your salary again would be after 2 weeks. Of course, this doesn't include the bonus you can get if you work on the weekends." Junwon felt good after hearing him as he was low on money. He didn't even eat in the morning because of that. Now if he gets 2 weeks' salary in advance, he could at least get some minimum food inside him daily. Junwon gave him his account number, and within a few seconds, he noticed a notification of his bank receiving 4,000 crores. According to what they agreed yesterday, it would be 2,000 crores every week for 25 hours, and an extra hour would get him 100 crores. Given his present situation, Junwon felt it was a good offer and agreed. "Well, now that is one thing off my chest. Well, give me your phone number too. We did yesterday everything in a hurry. I'll add you to the store's group chat too with all the employees in it. It will be easier to relate anything to you guys through that." Junwon realized it as Gimda said. He didn't leave any contact information yesterday with him. This was an irresponsible move on both their parts. He quickly shared his phone number and saved Gimda's as boss in his. "So did Kyung teach you the basics about the work? I asked him to teach you yesterday as he would stay here until 8:30 and you can get the hang of other things as you work here." Junwon nodded and replied, "Yes, Kyung taught me the basics today before he left. I got most of the things he showed me." "That's good. I thought he will escape from it." Gimda added Junwon's number to the group chat and told him he could go back to work. Junwon nodded and walked out of the room. As he got back into the store, he saw Ga-soo sitting on the chair as there weren't any customers to tend to. "Did the boss call you to ask your number?" she asked him, making him nod. "Well, let me introduce myself now that we are finally free. I am Ga-soo like I told you earlier. I am 21 and am studying at a university in the town. My major in finance and management, so if you need any help in the future about finance you can ask me." Pointing at her, she exclaimed. "I'll sure to remember your word on that. I am Junwon and I also am a student studying at a university nearby. I major in acting." Introducing himself, this girl reminded a little about his daughter. Their personalities are a bit similar. "Oh, so am I looking at a future big actor. Should I get an autograph now that I can showcase it and tell everyone we work together after you go big?" "Only time will tell. I may or may not even get a chance to act in a single movie. It's a long role if you do not have any kind of background and young like me." Spitting out the truth. "Well, you say that, but there is this confidence in your eyes which tells that you completely believe that you will go big," she said with a smile. He couldn't help but smile at how the girl was so observant, which was different from his daughter, who was always aloof and straightforward. Both of them continued to talk until customers slowly started to pour in and both got busy. It was the lunch hour rush and people poured in a lot. By the time things settled down a little, it was already 1 and time for him to go. He went back door and changed his clothes, took his bag and came out. He picked up a few items to eat on the way as he was too hungry. He paid for the goods and waved bye to Ga-soo before walking towards the university. It didn't take him long to stand before the classroom door. He could hear various noises from the other side. It looked like some of the people were still not taking the exam as seriously as they should. He opened the door slowly and looked around to see all the students in different groups wasting away some resourceful time. Of course, he could also find a few serious students reading their scripts. He noticed the famous group once again chatting away. He stood there and looked around, trying to find Yoonghwa but didn't find her. He quickly closed the door, whipped out the phone, and sent her a text message. The reply came in an instant as she asked him to come to the same room for practice. Sending her a quick okay, he walked towards the room and knocked on it when he was there. "Come in," he heard Yoonghwa from the other side. Opening the door, he noticed Yoonghwa sitting on the chair eating her lunch. "Don't bother greeting, just continue and finish that." He quickly pointed out her food. She nodded and quickly got to work. He always had a few important life rules he believed very deep in. Even though it sounded silly to others to have this, as a rule, he believed in having a nice and quiet meal, undisturbed. It was his way of showing respect to food, which was scarce when he was young. That was also why he asked her to continue. He took out the script and glanced through it once again until she completed her lunch. Placing the script on his lap, he saw her gulping down a bottle of water. Keeping the bottle aside, he looked at him. "Well, now that it's done, what part do you want to practice?" he asked. "Before going back to practicing my role, let's practice yours. We didn't have any time to practice yesterday too," she said with a grin. She wanted to see him practice his role. "My role isn't that big, so it's okay to not practice it. We only have this afternoon and evening for you to practice. I am sure you need to practice a few parts again after yesterday." He shook his head and denied. It was a waste of time and he wanted her to get better at her role. No, let us practice your role first. Your role is small anyway, so it won't take up much time. I am sure we won't need to repractice any part twice with how good you are." She also denied his reasoning and persisted. Junwon gave in and shrugged. "All right, if that is what you want. Don't cry at the end of the day that you didn't have enough time." "That's okay. Well then, look over these parts of the drama. My all dialogues aren't even one complete page, so it should be easy for you." He handed his copy of the script, which was only a single page with dialogues in it. His role had more inner monologues than dialogues, which are narrated in the drama. After 15 minutes, Yoonghwa looked up and nodded. Junwon stood up to act. The first part of his script was him noticing the hero and heroine as they were having a date. This part didn't have anyone other than him in the scene, and so Yoonghwa observed as Junwon's expression changed into shock. "Wait, what are they doing together? Happily talking, holding hands, it's like they are on a date. Why he is nothing, just because he is famous." The shocked expression changed from shock to jealousy and finally anger. It looked like Junwon was genuinely angry. Yoonghwa raised her eyebrows at seeing this. It really looks like Junwon is angry and jealous at the relation. There is also that slight craziness in his eyes. How is he doing that? "Should I go and strip those two apart? Should I beat that guy up? No, not here and not like this. This is a betrayal." She showed hope and snatched it away. "I can do that instead." Junwon's eyes grew crazier but became calm by the end. After this dialogue was another monologue on his character. The heroine showed some kindness to him, and his character mistook her going for him, making him have messed up thoughts and misunderstandings. His expressions darkened after seeing them together and hatch a plan to expel them. Their school had strict policies and heavy punishments. If two students were caught to be dating, then both of them are expelled. So to have proof, he took a picture of both of them and walked away. This was one part, and the next was not until the end, where he complains to the vice principal in charge of discipline in the school. This was where Yoonghwa needed to help him. Yoonghwa had a serious expression as she stood in front of him. "What is it that you need? I don't have much time, so tell me and get lost." As sternly as she could, the vice principal was portrayed as a demon-like person in the drama. Junwon had an extremely fearful expression as he gulped and stuttered out immediately. I caught two students having a date. It looked like they are a couple." He immediately closed his mouth after saying that, as the vice principal's expression should darken, which Yoonghwa was trying her best to do. "Why should I believe you?" Making him quickly take out his phone and show the picture of the hero and heroine walking together while holding their hands. The vice principal then just nods and dismisses him. After a few days in a general assembly, the vice principal tells everyone about the hidden relationship and conveys that they are expelled to make an example for everyone. Both of them, Aaron, seen but later come back to the school as the hero's father buys the school and changes the rules. After the conversation with the vice principal, Junwon's character is seen in the whole drama like he never cared about them. This is what made Junwon hate the writer. The ending was horrible, without any sense, and there wasn't any follow-up on his character. It was almost like he was forgotten. Well, that's it for my role. It's pretty small and most of it is narration. We wasted time practicing this role, so now tell me, which part do you want to start from? He sat back on the chair and asked her. "It's okay, I got you to act for real. It looked like you were really very angry at the two leads. How do you control and twist emotions like that? It was very expressive. I want to do that too. Give me a few hints," she asked excitedly. His acting was that good and the best out of all the students she saw, even though his standards were still far off from the star actors in their country, but were good enough to be ranked highly in the middle-ranked category like C and B. Actors were all categorized into different groups based on their popularity. It went from D to S, and above S were the heavenly kings and queens. If anyone knew her evaluation of Junwon, they would brush it off as she was crazy and inexperienced. But given what she saw, she believed he could do more. It takes a lot of time and visualization. I told you this before and I'll tell you this again. It's practice and dedication which can either make or break a person's life. If you have both of them, the sky's the limit. But if you don't, then you are destined to only look at the skies and dream. Ah, you say that so easily. Do you really not believe in talents? I think talent is something we humans came up with as an excuse to prove ourselves that we are inferior. Of course, there might be people who are naturally better than us at something, but they remain to be better if we put in the time. Junwon meant it. He never had a nick when it came to acting, and it was all the hours and dramas had he honed his skills for decades. Only after doing the same thing over and over again for a long time, it was natural for him to pull something off like that easily. Well, it looks like I shouldn't be wasting my time too much like the last year. Well, I feel it. It's a pity that your role is just bad and small, that it doesn't even have an ending. I guess Rojai was just too busy making her dream lover Hyung Myung look good to care about other characters. She commented about his role. Well, she has a brain of a chicken, only thinking about one thing. Leave it's not like we will fail. Her writing is very bad, and if she passes, then it's either that this university's quality is decreasing or she knows someone to pass her. He shrugged it off. Okay, enough with this gossip talks. Let us continue practicing your role. We only have a few hours left, so start turning pages and decide which part. He changed the subject. Both of them continued to practice all the parts Yoonghwa felt were difficult. Time passed by and the sun was already setting. Both decided to end their practice session, and Yoonghwa decided to treat him to some dinner for helping her. Junwon didn't reject her kind intentions and accepted. Both of them walked out of the campus after Yoonghwa dropped the keys at the staff room. Junwon just followed her behind as she took him inside a ramen stall near the university. The ramen here is very good. I eat here at least once a week, she commented as they sat down on the counter. She looked at the man preparing ramen for the other customers in the stall and ordered their food. Junwon, on the other hand, was excited to have a new type of food. After his passion for acting, the only other thing he got into after leaving it was food. Back when he was a king, he had an urge to try out all the different types of cuisine. He went to such length in this new passion that he held a grand contest for cooks every year, and it was open to chefs from the whole world. So after coming to this world, he also thought about the food other than his main goal, acting. But he is dirt poor, unlike his previous life, to buy himself good food every day. He followed Jungwoo's recommendations and looked at the food before him. This looks similar to one of the cuisines back in my world, but it smells so different. That cuisine mainly had sweets, but this is the exact opposite. I can smell the spice coming from it. He peeked at Jungwoo to see how they eat it and followed her. He took the pair of chopsticks and the spoon in another hand. He followed her movements and slowly slurped some noodles along with the broth. He couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh when he swallowed it. It was really delicious. This ramen is really good. It has a good amount of spice and salt ratio. It is really savory. The soup goes well with the noodles, but I shouldn't be having this daily, mostly once a week. It's too unhealthy. He evaluated the dish. Stopping his thoughts, he continued to eat the bowl of ramen in front of him. Jungwoo paid for the food, and both of them walked back to the campus. He felt bad to take a meal from here, only because of some advice, and didn't forget to promise her a meal after the exam was over. He walked back to his room with a satisfied stomach, noticed it was only 7, and he still had time to spare. After entering the apartment and thinking about what he should do, he decided to watch another movie on the television. Junwon had a nice movie night and learned more about the standards of acting after seeing the movie. After the movie was over, he quickly jumped on the bed and fell asleep. He still had work tomorrow. Waking up the next day, he followed the same routine and got fresh before going to work. It was the same as yesterday. Kyung was busy dealing with the morning rush of students and office workers. Before going to the back and changing clothes, he decided to have a light breakfast and so grabbed a few sandwiches to eat. He walked up to Kyung and said, "Good morning. Looks like it is as busy as always." "Ah, Junwon, you Ray finally here. Come help me already, I am very tired." As he scanned the sandwiches, Junwon paid the money and said while grabbing the sandwiches, "Wait a minute. I'll finish these and come out to help." Walking towards the back door, he could hear Kyung's tired sigh as he continued working. He didn't waste much time and quickly started having his breakfast. Gobbling up the sandwiches, he drank some water from the water bottle he had and changed clothes. By the time he got out, he noticed Kyung still working while there were customers around the store. He walked towards the counter quickly and took over as Kyung tiredly fell on the chair, closing his eyes. Junwon, who just got on the job, was much faster and quickly went through the customers. After another 20 minutes, the store was finally empty and he could also sit down. They both talked a little and Junwon got to know more about Kyung. He was actually an aspiring novelist. After going home and taking a nap, he would write his novel. Kyung even published a book last year. Even though it wasn't a big hit, it was okay. He had to work in the store because he needed some cash and was doing it for the last 3 months. It's really hard to get inspiration. I try very hard, but I just can't think of a good idea for a plot. Now the money I got from the last book is over and I am forced to do night shifts here. Kyung exclaimed his problems. Junwon shook his head and advised, "You know what, bring me your book tomorrow and I'll read it when I have free time. I can give feedback." Kyung nodded and got up to change his clothes. As he went through the back door, Ga-soo came into the store. "Oh, Junwon, good morning. Where is Kyung?" She quickly greeted him. "Oh, you are here on time today. Well, he just went to change his clothes and leave," pointing towards the back door. She nodded and walked away to get ready. After a bit, both of them walked out and Kyung went away. Their shift continued, and it was a smooth sailing as there were only a couple of ladies who walked in during that time, and both of them continued to talk. Ga-soo was the one to mainly talk as Junwon just listened. "That teacher is so annoying. He is a complete pervert and also dumb. I mean, who doesn't know about investments? Even a person walking outside with zero knowledge about finance knows what it is. He used that dumb question to try and get closer to a girl." She huffed angrily while ranting on about her university problems. "I don't know about investments. What is it?" Junwon interjected before she could continue. "What, you don't know about investing? Are you dumb?" She looked at him like an alien, which in response only got a deadpan response from him as he was only looking for an answer, not sarcastic remarks. He was curious because she exclaimed that everyone knew what it was. "All right, gosh, don't look at me like that. I'll tell you what it is," and proceeded to feed some basic knowledge about what investment really was, and she looked completely proud while she did it. "We give others money in return. We get something called shares, and later we can sell shares to earn money." The topic fascinated him. "Don't think it's very easy to invest in a company. There were many cases where people lost all their wealth because of one bad investment decision. People should do so much research before they invest. It's very hard as the market is highly unstable." She warned him when she noticed the look of fascination. He nodded at her warning. He also didn't completely believe it would be a walk in the park for people to gain money all the time. "Do you also invest?" he asked her curiously. He wanted to know more. She held her chin high once again and nodded. She said, "Of course I did, but my investment is short-term and a small amount of money, so my profit is also very small. Bigger the investment, bigger the risk, hence bigger the reward. He came to a conclusion. Do you want to try investing? She looked at him curiously. He shook his head and said, no, I don't have that much spare money to invest in companies. Also, this is like gambling and it's too risky for me. Probably in the future, but not now. He was dirt poor. He can't give other money. That's good, don't invest when you don't have much money. If you ever do, then consult me once. I can help you choose a good company. She patted her chest with confidence. He nodded, and both continued on with their shift until Junwon left at 1 with some food in his hands. Junwon stood in front of the classroom door and opened it. He had to go inside as there was no practice with Yoonghwa from that day. He noticed there were more students compared to before and that most of the people had their scripts in their hands. He walked inside and closed the door behind. He also noticed that the practice was already going on and could see Hyung Mayung acting with another girl. She was the female lead for the film, and it was the first time he saw her. The girl wore makeup, and her acting was also very bad. Not only her, but even Hyung Mayung himself also wasn't that great from what he could see. They were worse than even Yoonghwa. He walked towards his seat at the end of his class and saw Rojai talking big with the other students and ordering people around. He recognized at which part the practice was at, and it was only through the halfway point. After the whole morning, the group could only get to the halfway point of a 2-hour drama. They had no proper planning. As he sat in his seat, he looked around for Yoonghwa and found her in her seat reading the script and going through her lines. Junwon didn't have anything to do and just sat there looking out the window. He knew by the time was over his role wouldn't even come up with the speed the practice was currently going in. Not knowing what to do, he took out his phone and searched up about investing after remembering about it. He was very interested in the topic even though he was poor. Learning new things was never a bad thing. He started to slowly learn about it as time went on. After a while, he looked up to see Yoonghwa doing a scene with the female lead. He could see her acting and knew she was not in sync with the lead. He could also hear Rojai's furious words telling her she was no good, and the girl couldn't even say anything. Junwon knew the reason for her sudden decrease in ability to act. It was because the people she was acting with weren't up to her standard, and she got used to acting with him, who was way better than the others. Now faced with bad acting, she was thrown off guard, making it hard for her to show her skills. Rojai decided to do the next scene, and everyone moved to get ready. Yoonghwa went back to her seat and held her head. Junwon opened the messaging app and sent her a text message to look back. Yoonghwa didn't react to her phone's vibration immediately and looked up after a few minutes. She reached out for her phone and turned around after seeing the message. Junwon simply waved his hand and pointed at the seat beside him, gesturing for her to come over. She nodded, took her script, and walked to the back of the class. When did you come? How was the shift today? She bombarded him with questions like always and sat beside him. I came here long ago. You didn't notice cause you were too engrossed, and the shift was all right. So I didn't ask you to cover over for a chat. It seems like you are getting scolded by an idiot. He looked ahead at Rojai as she was giving out orders. Don't mention it. I feel so nauseated looking at her angry face. Looks like it's not my day today. I can't follow the flow and am constantly getting disrupted. She shook her head. Well, you were out of flow, but it wasn't really anyone's mistake. He hummed and said. What do you mean? I mean what I said. It isn't anyone's mistake that you are doing bad. If there has to be a reason, it would be that girl's bad acting. How? You got too used to my acting that you aren't able to adjust to someone else. You got used to my way of acting and speed that you aren't able to read the flow of her. He pointed out the reason. This generally happens when an actor is starting out. Everyone has a different style and pace of acting, and you need to constantly adjust yourself. Take a deep breath and try to remove how my acting was, and you should be able to do it. Yoonghwa nodded, and before she could continue the discussion, she was called down for her next scene. She stood up and walked down. Her next scene was with a random student, and she did as Junwon suggested. Closed her eyes and removed Junwon's acting before opening them up again. This time she didn't cause any problems, and Roja's face was a bit red as she had no reason to shout at her again. The rest of the practice went smoothly, and at the end of the day, as he expected, his role was still far off as after a while the students slowly lost their previous drive and started to idle around the class not practicing. It looked like his role wouldn't come up until the next day afternoon. Junwon walked back to the apartment with a few groceries he picked up from the shop he worked at and even greeted high schooler Sianu Hwan, who was at his shift. After exchanging a few words, he continued on. Reaching home, he stored all the groceries he brought into the fridge and cooked a healthy meal. He didn't feel good eating the junk from the supermarket every day. Having dinner, he slept early like always. The next day morning was simple like always. Kyung didn't forget to bring a copy of his book so that Junwon could have a look at it. Junwon asked the guy to give him a week's time to read and give him feedback. Kyung nodded and was anticipating the feedback. He was in what people call writer's block and needed to get out of it. After Kyung left, Ga-soo entered and joined him in the shift. Junwon read the book he got when he had free time in the shift and found out why it was only a mediocre book. The book did not have anything unique. It was a very plain story. He read only a couple of pages out of the 300 pages book and could guess what the ending might be. Such predictable works, whether it was in a book, movie, or any other form, would be boring. He had no time to read the whole book and closed it before he walked out of the store and headed towards the university. He sent a text to Yoonghwa and asked if his part was near, and she immediately replied back saying it was. He sped up and reached the class earlier. As he entered the class, he heard Ro Jai's voice. "Oh, you are finally here, Mr. Superstar. Did you want the complete practice to pause just because you are late? If you do not want to act, then give up your role to someone else," directed towards him. He looked at her straight in the eye with his usual deadpan face and said, "Am I not here now, or do you want to waste more time screaming at people?" Hearing his words, Ro Jai, who was raging, immediately stopped, and as she registered the words Junwon said, her anger hit the roof. As she was about to blow up again, Hyung Mayung, who had the same fake smile on his face, stopped her. "Ro Jai, why are you blowing up again? Isn't T the man here now? We only completed the previous part just now." As he said that, Ro Jai's expression turned 180 degrees as she shyly nodded while peeking at his hand on her shoulder. She didn't forget to send a glare towards Junwon before turning around and ordering others. Junwon walked up to his seat and saw Yoonghwa looking at her, mouth wide open. Tapping her lower jaw, he said, "Do you want to have a few flies for lunch?" She turned around to see him already sitting with the script in his hand and asked, "You went up against Ro Jai. Why did you do that? You usually just apologize to anyone from that group, even if it wasn't your mistake." "I just spoke the truth. Don't get too hung up on it. Did you act well today?" Questioned her back to change the subject. She nodded and told him about the practice and that she was adjusting properly. After a while, another member of the production crew came up and asked Junwon to go down for practice. It was his first scene where most of it was the narration. Yoonghwa wished him luck, even though she knew he probably wouldn't be needing it. Junwon walked down to the center as Ro Jai was giving out unnecessary orders to everyone again. "Oh, you came, go and do your part with that tiny role you got." She sneered at him and turned around. Junwon started to think the girl was crazy. What she just said wasn't even a proper insult. He shook his head and walked towards his spot. The scene started with both the leads walking away happily laughing while holding hands as Junwon looked at them from behind while clenching his teeth and hands. With slight anger in his voice and face, he hissed, "Wait, what are they doing together?" "Happily talking, holding hands, it's like they are on a date. Why him, he is nothing. Just because he is famous." Looking at the two people, the others in the room were a bit surprised by Junwon's acting as he continued. "Should I go and strip those two apart? Should I beat that guy up? No, not here and not like this. This is a betrayal." She showed hope and snatched it away. "Ah, I can do that instead," ending it with a smile. His face turned deadpan after the dialogue, as he didn't have any more in that scene. He walked away as Ro Jai interrupted him. "Where are you going? You should come to me and wait for my review of that horrible thing you call acting." Junwon's patience was thinning as he listened to her irritating voice. Even his decades of practice to build up patience was now wearing out. He simply looked over his shoulder and said, "Why should I care whether you approve of it or not? The ones who should judge me are the evaluators at the end of this week. Be on your high horse, cause the higher you are, the harder you fall," and walked back to his seat. Roja's face was not completely red. No one spoke to her in such an arrogant manner in the class. She wanted to rip Junwon to shreds, and if her stare could kill people, he would have died multiple times over. She felt his words are a complete slap to her face. "Don't bother too much about a nobody. It will hurt your image if you easily get caught up in these situations. Just leave him, he probably won pass." Hyung Mayung cooled her down once again, but as he stared at Junwon's back there was a strange glint in his eyes. Junwon couldn't care less about an idiotic girl and a hypocrite man's thoughts. He got tired of the idiot's words and talked back. He didn't want to fight with someone who isn't even a quarter of his age, but she was just too unbearable in the end. As he sat on his seat once again, he noticed the frozen Yoonghwa, once again with her mouth open, sarong at the practice happening in the middle. He couldn't help but shake his head and think, does this girl really like to eat flies and insects? She gets shocked every single time for small things. He once again knocked her chin up as she finally turned towards him and asked, "Did you know what you just did? Should we go to the hospital and get you checked?" As her frozen face turned into complete worry, he shook his head and didn't bother explaining to her. She noticed his calmness and reminded him, "You should be careful. She is fairly popular and her family is well off compared to ours. She is a very vengeful person," and stood up to do another part, as they called her. The day continued, and Junwon got called for the only other scene he had, which was with another student who looked more like a teacher with a thick beard. This time there weren't any fights, and surprisingly Rojai was able to control herself when he ignored her. Junwon didn't find a reason to stay any longer, and so he packed the bag, texted Yoonghwa, who was preparing for a part, and walked out of the class. Checking the time, he noticed it was only 5 in the evening and took his time to reach home. After taking a bath as he had the time, he fell on the couch and took out Eum Kyung's book once again to read. After an hour, he closed it and kept it aside. His phone was ringing and noticed it was his dad, Kim Min-seok. After hesitating once again, he picked up the phone. He decided to embrace Kim Junwon's life, and his family was a big part of it. "Ah, Junwon, you picked up. I was hesitating to call you or not. Are your classes done for the day?" Kim Min-seok's voice came from the other side. Junwon smiled hearing his voice. Something inside him felt good hearing someone care for him, and he felt very familiar with this man, even the last time he was talking to him. "I am fine, you don't need to hesitate to call me. I can answer it at all times. There are no classes this week. Didn't I tell you already my final exam is this weekend? It's a drama from the entire class and they will mark us on how we act in it." Briefly explaining it to him. His voice was completely slow and normal. Yoonghwa would be shocked if she hears him now compared to his usual detached voice. "Oh, you already told me. It seems like my old age is catching up to me. Well, do your best to pass your year. You wouldn't want to stay with juniors, believe me. Anyway, are you low on money right now? I can send you some." Min-seok changed the topic. Junwon could only shake his head at how low his dad had expectations of him. He didn't bother to explain to him and replied, "No, Don, send any money. Isn't Yoonhee in her last year of high school right now. If she decides to continue her studies, we would need money. I am okay here, so Don send money." Kim Yoonhee was the third member of their small family and his younger sister. She was much more talented than the old Junwon from what he could see in his memories. She is more intelligent and has top prospects. A person like that should not be held back. "Ah, Don talk about Yoonhee. I don't even know what that girl is doing these days. She's always outside and comes home late. I don't even know if she's studying well these days. I am very concerned about her," expressing his worries to his son. Hearing his worry, Junwon went silent for a second and replied, "Don't worry too much about it. I am sure she has a reason. She is more intelligent and sensible than me. I'll try to talk to her." Don't be worried, she is destined for something good, trying to calm him down. The worst thing for a parent is when their child takes the wrong path in life and to see later how they regret it. It's heartbreaking, and he felt the same even when he was a king. He was so scared that he created a special force to follow his children around so he can know what they were doing. But luckily, all his children turned out to be gems, making him sigh in relief. "I hope what you said is true, Junwon. I only have both of you, and the last thing I want to see is any one of you wasting your lives," as his voice quivered. Don feel too much pressure about it. "Now are you out of work?" He tried to change the topic. "Yes, I left early today and am at home." Kim Min-seok worked in a mid-tier company and has enough salary to keep their family of 3 afloat by meeting ends every month. Even though his job was small and their family was the lower middle class, he had high hopes for both his children as they were smarter than him. "How is your body keeping up? Is everything fine?" "Don't look down on your father, kid. I still feel like I am in my youth, so just continue doing what you are doing and try to achieve your dream of becoming an actor." He scoffed. Junwon knew he was only saying to calm him down. Min-seok was already in his late 40s and his body can't handle any work, but their family was not in a position where he can advise him to stop working. Junwon knew he had to quickly land a few roles so that he could help the family financially and take some burden off the old man. Both continued to talk for a while until Min-seok had to go out for groceries. Keeping the phone to the side, Junwon leaned back and closed his eyes thinking about the conversation. He never had such a lighthearted talk with anyone. He now understood why children would talk and depend on their parents during their toughest times, even though he doesn't know him in person. From the memories he had, he got a sense of comfort. He noticed the sun was setting from the orange sky and got up. He went inside the room, took out a hoodie, grabbed the phone, and walked out of the house. He wanted to go for a run after that conversation. The conversation and the feelings he got after it was a bit heavy for an orphan like him, and exercise was the best way to let some steam out. He slowly got out of the apartment and looked left and right. He decided to go to the left as there was a park just up ahead. He started jogging to the park at a slow rate. The body was too weak for sudden fast jogs. His goal was to build up this body and add at least a few pounds of muscle. Slowly going through the street, he finally stopped before the park as his breathing was heavy. Keeping his hands on his waist, he slowly walked into the clean park and sat down on a bench in front of the water fountain inside. This body huff is so weak. That jog wasn't even 2 km long, and I am out of breath. Here I thought I was weak back then. Looks like Zenquin's decision to make me strong by physical exercise was the right thing, or else I would have been in the same situation even back then, thinking about all the work he had to put into when he became the princess's fiancé. The first thing his wife, Zenquin, made him do was to build his body. She was the strongest magician in the kingdom, but he didn't even have a magical root that was necessary to perform magic, so she had him build his body so that he wouldn't fall sick easily. He slowly did a small breathing exercise he learnt from her, and it got him to calm down. Standing up once again, he did a few stretches and walked out of the park. He reached home jogging back once again and took off the hoodie to see his sweat-drenched shirt. He went straight into the bathroom and got another bath. Walking out with fresh clothes on, he took out his phone and opened the chatting app before clicking on Kim Yinhee's number. He looked at the blank chat and opened the keyboard but stopped. He didn't know what to say. He can't go straight to the topic. It would make her more closed out from him. After a few more minutes of contemplating, he typed in, "Yunhee, how are you?" and kept the phone back into his pockets. He walked into the kitchen and started to cook some healthy dinner for himself. As he cooked, he felt his phone vibrate and took it out to see it was a reply from Yunhee. "I am okay. How are you doing there? Is the big city life good?" "I am good too. Yes, it's been okay. Home is still better. How are your studies going on? Did you decide on which university you want to go to? Because depending on that you need to prepare for the national exam." "Don't nag me now. My studies are okay. I am still deciding where to go and what to study." "Well, take your time. You still have a few weeks before you have your exam. Think about it slowly, and both me and Dad will support your decision. So think about it, trying to be as smooth as possible. Don't worry too much about it. Trust me, I'll make the right decision. Was it Dad who asked you to text me?" Taking him back, she figured it out. "Does it matter? The old man is worried about you. We are his everything, right, and the hard work he is putting in even when he is at an age where he should sit back and rest a little, to keep our family afloat. That's why he is worried about you. The last thing we can do is make it seem like we don't see his hard work and affection." And as soon as he clicked on send, he regretted it. The complete message looked like he was lecturing her, and that isn't something you should do on a teenager. There wasn't a reply even after a few seconds, so he kept the phone aside and continued to cook. As he finished, his phone vibrated once again. He didn't check it immediately and walked over to the couch with the plate. Taking a seat and keeping the plate on the tabletop, he took out the phone. Junwon Don's act hypocritically. "After going to the big city, you never came back in it's almost a year now. You don't call Dad or me unless we do it. So don't come now and say all these words. It sickens me a little. I know what I am doing, so don't try to school me." The message was very straightforward. It looked like the little sister was the complete opposite of the big brother. She wasn't wrong and he couldn't say anything. He simply replied, "Yunhee, just remember what I said. I am not telling you to listen and do what I say. I am just asking you to be a bit considerate. I'll come back home if I have time this summer," and kept the phone away. He slowly had his dinner, washed the dishes, and jumped onto the bed. A reply from Yunhee never came, and he wasn't waiting for it. The next day started the same way as the past 2-3 days. Getting ready, Junwon made his way to the store for his shift. It was the last day of the week, and tomorrow he could have a day off. He couldn't just relax completely, though, because there was still the exam on Sunday. Reaching the store, he changed his clothes and took over Kyung, and he rested for the half an hour left in his shift. Junwon didn't forget to tell his thoughts on the book, at least until he read and Kyung took it seriously. By the time they finished discussing, they noticed Ga-do taking care of customers. Both thanked her as they didn't notice any customers when they were discussing, and Ga-su luckily came quicker than usual. Kyung told Junwon his thanks and walked away to change his clothes. Two continued to tend to customers and took rest when there were none. Sitting on the chairs, they talked about random things until Gim-do walked in. Both stood up and greeted their boss as he greeted them back. After a while, as the clock struck 10, they noticed Gim-do walking out into the store. As he did, they noticed two students walk into the store. Gim-do immediately went to them and spoke in a flattering tone. This caught Junwon by surprise, as he didn't think Gim-do was that type of person. But he got interested in the two students, who walked in to make a man like Gim-do treat with respect. "Boss, we didn't think you be in the store." One of the two students spoke as they walked inside. It was a man, and beside him was a woman. The guy was giving shrewd vibes, which didn't work with Junwon. "Young master, of course I'll be here every day. I need to take care of this store after all. I see that both you and the young miss are well," with the same smile. Hearing him, the man held his chest out as and peeked at the woman beside him. but she didn't seem to care as she looked around the store and walked away to get a few things. As she did, the man immediately followed her, leaving Gimda. Junwon could hear the boss exhaling in relief and slowly walked behind them. He looked at Gasu as he was confused about the whole ordeal. She only shook her head and whispered, "I don't know who they are too. They come once a week and the boss is respectful to them every day. My guess is they have a big background as I saw the cars they drive in it. S different each time, and even if I work this entire life, I won't be able to buy the cheapest one." Junwon nodded, understanding the general situation. It is natural that the boss would be respectful to the two students even though they were younger. After all, he is only an owner of a small supermarket in a big city. Junwon didn't think much about the two and simply sat back in the chair. He didn't want to deal with those both as they gave off the vibe of bringing him trouble. Gasu noticed his action and stood in front of the counter. The woman caught his small actions as she stared right towards him. She raised an eyebrow before letting out a small smile. She turned towards the boss and asked, "Boss Gim, who is that new employee? I didn't see him the last time we came here," pointing at the seated Junwon. "Oh, young miss, he is a new employee I hired at the beginning of the week. He also studies at the same university as a young miss and young master," giving a brief introduction about the young kid. He didn't mention the name on purpose, as he didn't know why she asked about him. "Oh, he studies in the same university as us. What a coincidence." She nodded while still looking at Junwon. Junwon noticed an unmoving stare and moved his head towards the source to see the woman staring right at him. He had his usual deadpan face as he stared back. The woman chuckled, seeing him stare right back, and continued to shop. This of course caught the young master's attention as he looked at the boss and asked in a pissed-off tone, "What's his name and which year is he in? Which course is he studying?" demanding an answer. His tone didn't look friendly at all, and the boss felt sad for the youngster who caught the attention of the two. The young miss stopped as she paid attention to the boss' answer. "His name is Kim Junwon, and I remember he was telling me he was still in his first year and is also studying to become an actor," he immediately replied, while praying they both didn't have any bad intentions towards the nice boy. "The first year, he should be in the normal batch if he works here. Dirt poor idiots in those batches," he scoffed in disdain, but the young miss didn't have any reaction and she continued to walk with a smile after hearing the answer. The young man didn't like that the woman in front of him stopped and asked for his information, but seeing the young woman walk away, he followed after her after sending a glare towards Junwon. Junwon was now completely confused. He couldn't understand what just happened, but by the looks on all three of their faces, he could guess what is happening. He wanted to avoid this very same scenario. The woman didn't give him good vibes either, and now there might be trouble coming his way. He hated young, dumb boys who are head over heels for women. "I do not want to face a few horny, arrogant, and narcissistic teenagers who only think about their lower parts like in my old world here. I should not get involved with that pair at any cost." Junwon made a few decisions after that short exchange. He was tired of such people. In his past life as Zensu, he faced sons from almost all aristocratic families. Of course, it was not a fight as he was only as strong as a normal civilian. It was rather a test of intelligence which the king at that time made it fair. If anyone wanted to only fight, then his fiancée, the princess, would gladly accept their challenge, and if they win against her, they could take his place. One was able to win against a monster like his fiancée, and hence each family sent their scholar to face me in a test of wisdom and intelligence. But this was easy for someone like Zensu who had access to the royal library before the test and faced many problems throughout his life, making him wise. After a few battles, people even started to call him a monster. No one was able to defeat the monster duo, making their rule the strongest the kingdom ever experienced. Thinking of the struggles he went through for a post and status he had no interest in made him smile because, in the end, he liked it. He was rudely woken from his inner thoughts, and he heard the young master's voice. Opening his eyes, he looked at the idiotic face of the man as he demanded Gasu that he wanted Junwon to take his orders. He noticed the boss giving him signals and stood up. "Gasu, sit down. Since the customer is adamant about me taking his order, let us do that," he said, making her nod. She was also getting sick of the childish man in front of her. Junwon stood in front of both the students and looked at the young master straight in his eyes with the usual deadpan face and asked, "What can I do for you, sir?" With a sneer, the man threw the things he and the young miss brought onto the counter and ordered Junwon, "Get it done quick." Junwon didn't respond to his provocation and simply got to work. He went through all their items and told him the amount. "Only that much, huh? Here, take this and keep the change, poor idiots," handing him a bill big enough to buy twice the items he had now. Junwon simply took the bill, got the change, and pushed it back towards him with the items. "You can keep your dirt money with yourself. with his usual detached voice, sounding like he was looking down on him. The young master's face instantly went red, as he was insulted by nobody in front of someone he liked. Just as he was about to blow off, he heard the young Miss voice from behind. "Don't tell me you will go after someone beneath you just because you got offended a bit. Don't fall too low," reminding him. She looked Junwon straight into his eyes with an amused smile. "This boy is very interesting." Keeping the cold face, he doesn't give even this idiot a bit of face. "The boss said he is from the same major and in the normal class. I want to play with this guy a bit." She slowly squinted her eyes. Junwon completely ignored the crazy girl's stare. He didn't like her even more than the guy in front of him. This guy was an idiot with a short fuse who could be seen right through, but the girl behind is more intelligent and scheming. Even though he could guess what she might be thinking, he simply ignored it. Let's go. I wouldn't even come to this small rundown store if it wasn't tea for you." He grabbed the change and his items from the counter before glaring at Junwon and walking away. The woman, on the other hand, didn't immediately follow the guy as she looked at Junwon and said, "Young brother, you are very interesting. This big sister would like to talk to you again some other time. I'll meet you if I ever get bored." Junwon didn't give her a reply, and she walked away when she noticed she wasn't getting one. As both of them walked out of the store, the boss looked out and relaxed only when the car rolled away. He wiped off some sweat and walked to the beverages area to get himself a cool drink. That was tense, he commented on getting closer to Junwon and Ga-soo. "Boss, who are they?" Ga-soo couldn't hold her confusion in and asked him. "Even I don't know, but all I know is that young miss is a big shot. She just came into the store one day and said she liked it. After that, we started getting discounts on our orders and sellers started acting nice. We were able to keep the shop running even in a place like this because of those discounts, and now we are in a better position. So I asked around, and they said it was precisely this young miss who was behind it. But when I asked her background or her name, no one told me, so she must be a big shot in the city." Junwon and Ga-soo finally understood why the boss was respectful to the pair. "Then who is the big monkey behind her boss? He was so rude." Ga-soo sneered and asked. I don't know him. He suddenly started coming with the young miss a week, and it seems like he is drooling over her. It's none of our business what the rich people do. That's why only when they come I try to flatter them." The boss shrugged. He didn't want to piss anyone influential off, so it was okay to act like that for some time. "That woman doesn't give a shit about that guy. He looks like a dog going after her all the time." Ga-soo laughed. "Do you know their names, boss?" Junwon finally asked a question. He wanted to know more about the people who might bring trouble for him and stay away as far as possible from them. The boss shook his head. "No, Junwon. They never told me their name and only said they were students of Ario's Drama University and also in the same major as yours, acting. They should be in their second year now, so you're direct senior." "Be careful, Junwon. I don't know why that girl suddenly asked me about you, but it doesn't look like that guy will take the disrespect. You should quietly." He was still worried about his worker. Junwon nodded and got back to work as customers got into the store. The boss excused himself and everything returned to normal. After his shift was completed, he reached his class and got inside. He already noticed that the drama was much faster than the last 2 days, as they were already near his scene. He walked up and sat in his seat with Youngwoo beside him, reading a script. "You don't have work tomorrow, do you?" Youngwoo lifted her head and asked. Junwon shook his head as he went through his script. Youngwoo went back to reading her own script. After a while, he was called up and completed both his scenes quicker than yesterday, as the actors are not as awkward as before. He noticed Youngwoo was able to adapt to the changes and be in flow with the other actors in the scene. Before he went back home, Junwon looked at her and asked, "Are you going to go back home this summer?" What? Youngwoo looked up, surprised by the strange question, and nodded. "I plan to go for the first 3 weeks of our 2 months holiday. My dad demanded and I need to go back." "Why? Did you change your plans and also coming back?" Firing off questions once again. He shook his head and said, No. I might need some help after you go there. That's why I am asking you." He couldn't go back because of the plans he made, and the summer was an important time. So if things became more difficult with Yoonhee, he couldn't ask her to check what she has been doing lately. "Oh, what kind of help are we talking about? I'll be free for most of the time, so it'll be okay." "Not now, I'll ask if needed." He had no intentions to reveal what things were happening in his house to others. After the small talk, he decided to not go home and went straight to the library. His body was sore from yesterday's sudden workout session, and he pushed it through work in the morning and practice in the afternoon. Now it was aching a little, so he went to the library to increase a bit of his knowledge of the world once again while resting a little. Reaching the library, he noticed the same middle-aged woman behind the counter and walked up to her. He handed in his ID and signed his name on the register. Walking up to the same world history, he took out another book which looked better than the previous one and started reading it slowly. Time flew as the sun was going down. He closed the book and stood up once again. The current book was more detailed than the previous one, which gave him more information about the world. Walking out of the library, he went out of the university and saw the young miss he saw in the store as she stood beside a good-looking car. He didn't want anything to do with her and slowly walked away. The young miss obviously caught Junwon's figure as he walked away and remembered him from the store as a smile formed on her face. She got inside the car and slowly drove towards him. Getting closer to him, she rolled down the window, took off the sunglasses she had on and said, "Get in. I'll give you a ride home." With a charming smile on her face, Junwon couldn't help but curse his luck. He never thought in a million years that his luck would be so bad for the woman to identify him, even when his back was facing her. He looked at her and said, "No need. I am fine by walking home. Please carry on with your work and not get involved with someone like me," and walked faster. He finally noticed her looks when he turned towards her. She was definitely the most beautiful woman he saw after getting to that world. She had long blonde hair with alluring blue eyes and a face that can catch anyone's attention. But all of that didn't matter to him, as he just wanted to not have any contact with her. "Ha, what a cocky boy. Do you know that you were the first man I invited into my car?" She raised her eyebrows, looking at him. She found this man more amusing. He gave off a different feeling back in the store, which caught her attention, but she forgot about him after that. But now he seemed very different, and she wanted to know more about him. "Why would I know if any man got into your car? That's none of my business, and today's the first time I saw you. Also, don't think every man is the same, because if you did, some things can be shocking. Getting confident only because you look good. Now don't follow me or I'll call the police." He sneered and tried to threaten her. He knew the police wouldn't be of any help, but it wouldn't be bad for him to try. Hearing his harsh words at her, the young miss smile immediately disappeared as she stared at him while slowly going ahead. But suddenly she started laughing, unrestricted. "Oh, it's been a long time since I laughed like this while talking with a boy. You know what, little Junwon, you are right. I shouldn't tell others to not get cocky when I am cocky myself. I hope we can talk a lot more in the future because I am very interested in you," and stepped on the gas as she drove off into the distance. Junwon frowned when he heard her words. Even though he didn't know the girl much, he did not like how she barges into a person's personal space. He didn't like it when she called him little Junwon. He didn't know her enough for her to call him that. He shrugged it off in the end and only hoped that she does nothing crazy. He reached home, changed clothes, and sat on the couch. He massaged his muscles to ease the pain before standing and walking out for another run. He couldn't stop just because the muscles pained. If he continued, they wouldn't pain. He went through the same route again, went to the park once again, and ran back after doing a few exercises there. Eating some dinner, he turned the television on to watch some movies once again. But before that, he cooked himself a nice bowl of healthy salad and sat to watch. After watching another movie, he went right to bed. He had no job the next day and could sleep all he wanted. He didn't keep any alarm and went into a nice sleep. The next day, he woke up and it was already 9. Brushed his teeth, washed his face, and went out for another jog. As he had the time, why wait till the evening? This time he went a long distance as his body was slowly getting used to it, and by the time he got back, he was sweating completely. As he was about to enter the bathroom for a bath, he noticed the pile of worn clothes in a bin and took them all before dumping them into the washing machine. He couldn't wear dirty clothes, and so he had to clean them and throw them to dry before leaving the house. After getting all of them into the washing machine and turning it on, he finally went into his bath. As he got out after quite a while, steam poured out because of the hot water, and he looked to the side and saw there were still a few minutes for the clothes to get done. Wearing some fresh clothes, he cooked up some quick breakfast with bread, eggs, and fruit. After having the meal, he picked up all the clothes and spread them on a stand he had for them to dry out on the balcony in the sun. He checked the time and noticed it was already 12. He texted Yoonghwa and immediately got a reply. He asked where was the practice because he heard that the last rehearsal would be in the auditorium where they came to perform the next day. Yoonghwa confirmed his thoughts and said it was in the auditorium. Junwon, who had no idea where the auditorium was, could only ask her to pick him up at the gate, to which she agreed. Walking out of the house, he reached the university gates quickly and saw Yoonghwa waiting for him. "You really are late, Aaron's you," Yoonghwa commented as she led him through the campus. "I stayed up and watched a movie last night, and I also didn't have work today, so it all went together. Anyway, how is practice at the auditorium, and at which part is the drama at now?" "It is more comfortable in the auditorium compared to our class, as it has more space and a big stage to move around and act. The drama is still a few scenes away from your scene today, so don't worry." "What, it still hasn't reached my scene? How late did you guys start? It confused him because they generally start the practice at 9, and if they do it without interruptions, it should have been his scene by then. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, I completely forgot. Why didn't you turn on the sound on your phone? I tried calling you a few times. She stared at him. Junwon remembered that it was the case. He saw those missed calls after taking a bath and ignored them, thinking it probably wasn't important because they were from Yoonghwa. But now, hearing her, it seemed like it was pretty important. All right, tell me, how are you calling and the practice delaying interlinked? It's not Rojai waits for even a small role like mine to come before starting the practice. Ah, we reached. Let us go inside. You'll know the reason once we enter anyway. I was quite surprised by today's events though, as they entered the huge auditorium. Junwon followed her as they made their way to backstage. People noticed him come in and started whispering among themselves while covering their mouths with their hands. He wanted to ask Yoonghwa once again, but saw her pointing at something at the seats in the auditorium in front of the stage. As he peeked towards the seats, he finally saw the reason, and as he did, it almost made him curse out loud. It was the same young miss and master who came to the store yesterday. They were sitting in the seats watching the practice while Rojai was beside them with a flattering expression. They came this morning as we were about to start the practice, and that senior asked for you. I tried calling because the young master there didn't allow us to start practice, but the young miss agreed for us to start as they sat there watching the practice, waiting for you. What did you do, Junwon? Those are star batch seniors from second year. As she pointed at the young miss who asked for him, and Yoonghwa now had a completely worrying expression. Junwon's face was ugly as he saw the young miss. He never liked persistent people. Seeing her sitting there even after he insulted her like that yesterday, he hated her. He could also notice the hate in the young master's eyes as he looked at the practice. It was like he was looking at a few lowborn. Leave it, nothing to be concerned about. Those two are two persistent idiots. Let us just continue to practice and go home after we are done. Did you have lunch? He asked Yoonghwa. He decided to ignore the two and simply go back home after completing the practice. It shocked Yoonghwa at how easily he brushed off the two seniors. She saw how courteous Hyung Mayung was when they both entered and asked for Junwon. The same Hyung Mayung who acts like he is the king of their class, just because she knows a few people in the star batch of the first year. Are you going to ignore them just like that? We both came to this city from a small town and with no background. We shouldn't cross paths with them, Junwon. She cried out, more worried. She was concerned at how nonchalant he was about the situation. Looking at her concerned face, he shook his head with a wry smile. He then heard people calling him for his part and said to her, all right, they are calling me for my scene. Don't worry too much about it. I got it covers and think about where we should eat lunch at, and walked away without giving her another chance to reply. He went to the edge of the stage and watched as his scene was about to start. He already noticed two intense gazes on him. One was fierce with hate and jealousy in them, and the other was an irritating gaze. It was easy to find out which one was whose, as he saw Rojai point at him from the corner of the eye. He ignored the two as his scene started. Walking on the stage once again, he forgot about everything and felt he was back at his home. He felt like the first time he was on a stage all those years back. Taking a deep breath, he started acting, and his face changed to that of hate and jealousy as he spewed out the dialogues in hate, watching the two leads in the distance. Finishing his part, he walked back and noticed the seats were now empty, and he didn't need to guess where the two went, as he saw them when he exited the stage. The young miss had the same teasing smile, even after what happened the evening on the day before, while the young master was looking at them with hate. I didn't think you can act so well, little boy. Very interesting. Come, let us go and have some lunch. This young miss is feeling a little hungry, she said as he got inside. Now everyone's eyes were on him, and he noticed the surprise in Hyung Mayung and Rojai's eyes. He glanced at her and replied, I need to decline your offer, young miss. I already have arrangements to eat with someone, and my part in the drama is not done yet, as he sat beside Yoonghwa. He could feel Yoonghwa's body stiffen as he sat beside her. The young miss stared right down at both of them and said, oh, is this girl your girlfriend? She can join us too, little boy. She glanced at Yoonghwa a little before turning back to him. Why is she so goddamn persistent? I wish I can kick this woman to the ground, he cursed. Young miss, please leave us alone. What she is to me doesn't matter, especially to you. I am sure the man beside you would love to take you out for an extraordinary lunch, and I would not like to get in between both of you. Please stop these antics and continue on with your day. He didn't hold back as he glanced at the young master behind her. He noticed the idiot's gaze became less fierce after he said that. Yes, come, let us go and have lunch at Ninepolis. I heard the head chief would cook your favorite dish today. Why waste our time with these poor idiots here? The young master didn't miss the chance and immediately asked her. She didn't respond to his words as she continued to stare down at Junwon with the same smile. She glanced towards Yoonghwa, making her body stiffen a little once again, and said, "Very good, little brother. I know this girl right here is not your girlfriend. Look how scared she is. Well, it looks like you are really fun to be around. I'll leave for now after seeing you acting in the other part, but expect me to come to your exam tomorrow. I want to see you act more," and walked out. The young master followed behind her like a dog, and both of them left backstage. Just as she said, she didn't leave entirely and sat in the same seats, waiting for the drama to continue. The backstage was still completely silent as all looked at Junwon in shock. "Hey, bastards, how long should we wait for your shitty drama? Continue quickly." They heard the young masters roar from outside, waking them all up and scrambled to continue acting. Junwon noticed Yoonghwa was still stiff and shook her a little. "Ah, Junwon, I finally know who those both are. They are really famous on the campus, and both their families are very influential in the city." Waking up from her stupor, Junwon raised an eyebrow at hearing her and asked, "Who are they?" He knew nothing about those two, yet they know quite a lot about him. "That girl who spoke to you is known as the most beautiful woman in the second year. Her name should be Seo Hee-young. She's almost like a queen in the whole university. I heard her family is very powerful in this city and that they control a famous business which deals with supermarkets. But not only that, her mother is the famous singer Un Suk, so she knows people in the industry too." She explained about the young Miss Seo Hee-young. He finally understood why this woman was very arrogant everywhere she went, and why the shop boss was very respectful to her. She probably helped his shop during difficult times easily because their family owns the supermarket business in town. "That boy who follows her everywhere like a dog," and as he said that, Jung Hwa covered his mouth as she looked around if anyone heard him. She spoke in a lower tone and replied, "Don't talk like that. What dog? I told you we shouldn't speak bad about these people, and if they get to know, our future can be in jeopardy. So don't comment like that here," staring right into his eyes. He nodded, and she let her hands go as she answered her question. "That senior should be Hae Young-sun. I heard his father is a pretty good and respected director with a few hits under his belt. He directed a few films with A-listed actors, so people in the university all try to make friends with him. He is also going after senior Seo Hee-young. That is why he is always around her. The dog has a famous father, and he thinks he is the king of the university just for that." Junwon was amused at Hee Young-sun's idiotic actions and arrogant persona. "Now tell me, why is senior Seo Hee-young against you?" She insisted on learning the matter even after Junwon shrugged it off earlier. He sighed this time and gave a brief rundown of what happened, leaving out yesterday's conversation with Seo Hee-young. "What? How can she be so unreasonable? Even after you told her to go away, she is still coming to meet you," she huffed after hearing the story. This time Junwon had to look around if anyone heard her outburst and pat her hands. "Youngwa Don T shout, what if anyone hears you talking about her like this? And why are you framing it like that? You are saying as if we both had something between us." Waking up to his warning, she looked around to see if anyone really heard her. She saw the indifferent gaze of Seo Hee-young when it fell on her before, and knew she doesn't have the same privilege of speaking. "Anyway, you should go ahead. Your part is coming soon." He reminded her and pointed at the stage where one member was waving to call her. She nodded and walked away in a hurry to act. Junwon sat in the same seat and looked out to see the two seniors watching the rehearsal. One had an indifferent gaze while the other had an irritated expression. Even after confronting the irritating woman yesterday, he never got a look at her. Why? 'Cause he didn't care about how she looked and always had eyes on her face. Now seeing her completely, he could really tell she was an absolute beauty, even apart from her face. Her body was in exact proportions, enough to make men salivate a little, as her two hills seemed to almost burst out from the top she was wearing. The most charming feature was obviously her eyes. The blue eyes were very charming with her blonde hair. He then turned to her side and saw the fiery senior, who was visibly irritated at the practice. Hae Young-sun really looked like a dog, as he took deep breaths to hide his irritation a little, which seemed to fail miserably. Hae Young-sun looked like a punk trying to put on a gentlemanly front. He had red hair which was clearly forced down after using much water and gel. He obviously couldn't hide the tattoos he had on his arms while wearing a half-sleeve shirt. His eyes looked fierce all the time. It was painful to agree that his body was much fitter than his own. He shook his head and remained silent as the rehearsal continued. After a while, he was called up once again and had to go out to perform his last part, the scene with the teacher. Walking out, he noticed Seo Hee-young's indifferent face immediately restore its signature sly smile as she paid closer attention, and Hae Young-sun looked more irritated. He didn't waste time and performed well once again, and as he was about to head back inside, he noticed Seo Hee-young whispering something to Hae Young-sun and him walking away. She stood up and walked to backstage once again. As he sat and Youngwa went up to perform her part, he noticed her coming his way once again and exhaled. He felt tired only after a few hours of waking up because of her. He looked up and noticed she didn't stop until she took the seat next to him. She turned around with her elbow on her knee while supporting her face and looking at him with the same smile. He distanced himself a little from her and looked at her blue eyes. "It pains me to see you move further when I sit next to you, little brother." He didn't respond and continued to look at her with the same expression. "Well, little brother, I never would have thought that there would be a gem like you in acting in this normal class. Even though some idiot who had no eyes gave you a minor role with only 2 scenes, you still managed to perform better than anyone else in this set." Looking at how she indirectly called Ro-Jai an idiot, Junwon couldn't help but shake his head. This girl's words are really going to make problems for me, even though what she said is true. Luckily that idiot isn't here and is overlooking the practice. I should first send this girl away, she only brings problems. It's just bad luck and I am fine with this role. Young Miss Dawn, you have to go and rat lunch with that friend of yours. I am sure he is waiting for you, not hiding his desire to send her away. She smiled and replied, "It's okay, that idiot can wait. I am more willing to spend my time chatting with you than eating an irritating lunch with him." So anyway, I have to say once again, if it wasn't for this nonsense, if a story your class writer wrote in the small role, you could get better marks and get into the star batch. He turned around, closed his eyes, and said, "I am fine the way it is. I don't see any need of getting into the star batch. It's only a bunch of wannabes with a handful of people who can get the job done. I am willing to take the harder route if I can avoid stupid people there," dissing her in the process. After a moment of silence, she started laughing and stood up. While patting his shoulder, she bended down next to his ear and whispered, "I feel like you and I can become best of friends. Our thoughts are too similar and you are very interesting. Well, I'll be going for now or the bull outside will go on a rampage. I'll come back tomorrow to watch your acting and bring a gift for you like the older sister." With the same smile, she leaned back and walked out of the room. Everyone simply watched her walk out and then turned towards him. He couldn't care less about what they think and simply closed his eyes. After a while, the practice finally finished, and everyone was in the backstage with Ro-Jai at the front, making an announcement. "All right, guys, let us break for lunch and come back for one more practice. We still have to tweak a few things here and there." Clapping her hands like a boss, Junwon and Youngwoo walked to a nearby stall and had a quick yet tasty lunch. Both continued to talk about their plans for the summer and the exam tomorrow. "Don't worry too much. If the judges are impartial and have even a bit of knowledge of acting, I am sure you'll win the prize money for our drama. You are after all better than both the lead idiots," he said simply. He had confidence in her and his teaching. Youngwoo could only wryly smile at how confident he was. She was nowhere near that confident in her own acting skills and was always worrying about it. She decided to change over the course of summer and be a better person by the staff of the new semester. She nodded, and both of them walked back to the auditorium for another final rehearsal. This time without any disturbance, the rehearsal went smoothly with him, wasting most of his time sitting idly, not doing anything except scrolling through his phone for anything interesting. The rehearsal completed, and everyone once again met backstage for one last time. Junwon noticed Ro-Jai standing with Hyung Mayung, and the drama's female lead with a few boxes beside them at the front of the group. "All right, guys, now this is the end of our last and final practice for our finals. Let us clap for all the hard work we put in and hope we do our best tomorrow in front of the examiners and judges." She started clapping, followed by everyone. Junwon almost coughed up blood when she shamelessly talked about hard work. "Okay, now before we go back home and get some rest, I need to give out these costumes for the students in the drama." The order we placed finally arrived, and the people with student roles, please don't forget to take 1 pair. You can change your dress after coming here. Our drama Junwon would be after the star batch one, so let us do our best. All right, everyone except the people who play as students can leave, and the majority of the people left except 10-15 people including. Everyone took out their uniforms, acting like monkeys. He stood there waiting for them to finish with Youngwoo. There were names on the covers and there wasn't any reason for them to rush. After everyone took their costume, Junwon grabbed the last 2 on the table and handed Youngwoo hers. "I heard you are badmouthing me in front of senior today, Junwon." He heard a noisy sound behind him as he was about to leave. He didn't want to deal with the nonsense and continued to head out. "Hey, I am talking to you, idiot. Are you not only poor but also deaf?" She kept shouting and insulting him. Junwon looked over his shoulder to see her face twisted with jealousy and anger. He sighed and said, "And why should I do that? Even if I have a gun on my forehead, I wouldn't waste my breath at people like you. You are just not worth it, and I don't even know the seniors," and walked out. He went to the store and saw Siano at the counter. He waved his hand and walked inside to get a few things for dinner. He wanted to cook some meat and grabbed a few. As he walked to the counter, the the boss came out of the back door. "Oh, Junwon, how are you? Isn't your exam tomorrow?" Junwon turned around and noticed the boss, Gimda, walking out. He nodded and answered the question. "Yes, boss, the exam is tomorrow." "Do your best. Are you going back home for holidays after it?" Junwon shook his head and Gimda sighed in relief. He didn't want to have any more vacancies in shifts, especially when he hired him only a week ago. He looked at Siano and asked, "Siano, how is your preparation for the national exam going on, and which university are you going to apply to?" Siona's exams were also over, and he was out of high school. Every high schooler had to give a national-wide exam for entrance into a good university at the end of their third year. Sianu was one of the better studying kids he saw and wanted to know what his future plan was. The exam was also only a few weeks away, and they had to submit preferred universities. "I kept the Aereo City of Science as my first preference. I want to continue studying science, while also being here at home and hopefully becoming a scientist." His answer shocked Gimdo a little. Aereo Science University isn't the best university for the subject, and there were a handful of better universities out there in the country. He just nodded and went back after wishing Junwon good luck in his exams. Junwon talked with Siano for a while and continued towards his house. Entering the house, he kept the costume they gave on his bed and started to cook some food for himself. He was very hungry and ate nothing after lunch. Cooking himself a nice cut of meat, he enjoyed the tasty dinner before sitting on the couch. His phone rang, and it was Kim Min Seok. Picking up the phone, he heard his father on the other side asking if he should come over for the final exam. Kim Junwon quickly denied it. He was not ready to meet his father and didn't want to make him travel for a small thing. He said that he will send a video clip of his parts for them to see. He asked about Yoonhee, and the answer was the same. She was still coming back late from her school, and the national exam was only a few weeks away. If she didn't start studying seriously, then her results would be terrible. Reassuring Min Seok, Junwon cut the call and threw it on the couch. He didn't know what to do. Ji couldn't talk to a teenager who didn't want to hear from him because of things done by the original Junwon. After thinking for a while, he decided to ask Yoonghwa to have a look at his sister and what she was up to. He didn't want to ask, but as things were not becoming normal, he had to take an outsider's help. This summer was important, and he didn't want to go back early. He decided to ask her after she goes to the town next week. Deciding on the course of action, he went to his room and jumped on the bed. Keeping an alarm for 6 in the morning for his daily jog, he went to sleep. As the sunrise and sunlight fell on his face from the window, he stopped the noisy alarm and woke up. Going to the bathroom for a quick freshen up and changing clothes, he wore headphones he found in a drawer. Connecting the wireless headphones to the phone, he searched for his favorite type of music. Thus was the first time after coming to the world he is listening to music. As he walked down the stairs, he finally decided on some pop music and started to jog through the streets. He liked the music and bobbed his head in rhythm, unconsciously. This type of music was not there back in the kingdom, and listening to something new and energetic was awesome, making him instantly fall in love. He jogged longer with the music accompanying him as he enjoyed the slightly cold weather as his body generated heat from the exercise. He could feel his body slowly taking a better shape, and the daily workout was working out. After a nice 45-minute jog, he came back home and did a quick 30 minutes exercise to build a few muscles. Completing his daily dose of jog and workout, he jumped into a hot bath and relaxed a little. His body was not in pain as it did at the beginning because of the workout. After wearing some nice clothes, he went right into the kitchen and cooked himself a nice breakfast with the leftover meat he had from last night. After washing the dishes, he noticed it was only 8 and sat on the couch with the phone. Their exam would start at 10:30, and it was enough if he would be there by 9:30 or 10. He didn't forget to remove the clothes he hanged up the day before and fold them into the closets. Time flew by, and as it was about time for him to start moving. He didn't want to change into a costume and walk to the university in a high school uniform like an idiot as there were changing rooms backstage. Packing the costume into a bag, he walked out of the house and towards the university. He still had the headphones on him as he walked with the music in his ears. He was addicted to music and felt detached from the outside world. After reaching the university entrance, he texted Yoonghwa and got an immediate reply that she was already inside watching the Star Batch drama. He didn't want to go in and watch the drama, so he simply asked to text him when everyone would meet backstage. After getting her approval, he sat on a nearby bench, enjoying the sun and music in peace, until he felt a tap on his shoulder. Junwon shrugged it off and continued to listen to his music, waiting for the message from Yoonghwa. But his shoulder was tapped once again, and this time harder. He turned around and noticed the devil of his life for the past 3 days. Why the hell am I coming across this woman so many times only in 3 days? He cursed as he looked at Seo Hee-young, who had the same sly grin on her face and also Hae Yongsun behind her, with veins poking out of his forehead. He stood up and said with a smile which couldn't be faker, "Oh, seniors, please have the seat. I want to disturb you both and go somewhere else," and tried to walk away, but his hand got caught immediately. He turned around and saw Hee Young walking to the front of the seat and patting the free space with her free hand. "Oh, Junior, this must be destiny. I came early and noticed it was the Star Batch drama, but it was so boring and no one was acting as well as you, so I came out, to only see my lonely junior sitting alone. So how could I not grade you as a good senior? Now come and sit, your drama one be starting anytime soon." Looking at his hand, which got caught, and then at the fuming Hei Yongsun, he sighed. He didn't understand why this girl was so determined. He knew she was only doing it for fun, but her fun wasn't fun for him. "Senior, let me go. It's almost like you are following me around. Have some quality time with your friend here who is always around you. I am sure he would be very happy to accompany you." He took her hand off his and pointed at the fuming man behind her. As soon as he was done, Hei Yongsun cut him before Hee Young could reply. "Yes, Hee Young. Let us go out and enjoy today. It's a waste of time to even see these dramas which look worse than cartoon series played on the TV. This guy doesn't even appreciate the amount of attention you give him. Leave the poor beggar and come with me." She reached out and touched her hand. Hearing his words, she turned towards the hand he touched and said in the most detached and cold voice Junwon heard, "Leave it." And Hei Yongsun's face went red from shame and left her hand. She turned towards Junwon as her expression went 180 degrees from before and said, "You don't need to worry, little brother. There are only a handful of people who can even advise me to do something. When I do something, it means I have thought through it. So come and sit, let me hear that music you were listening to earlier." Junwon sighed at how persistent this woman was. First, he felt a bit of hate at how annoying she was, but that slowly changed. He was more curious about her. Why is she like that? He could clearly see she holds herself in his regards and wouldn't let anyone shame her. But when he did it, she would always laugh it off. Just because he was curious didn't mean she did not irritate him. He sighed and sat next to her as her sly smile became brighter. She directly took out an earbud from him and used it without his permission. As they both sat on the same bench sharing the same headphones, Hei Yongsun was completely fuming when he saw the scene. He didn't understand why she insisted on talking to a nobody in the university instead of hanging out with him. He simply stood still and watched with hate towards Junwon. Junwon, who felt his gaze, sighed and turned towards the reason beside him. He whispered in a low voice, "You are bringing me too many problems. I don't like it, so stay away from me." Making things clear, Hee Young, who heard him, stretched her body and turned around to see Hei Yongsun's distorted face. Her face turned normal and she said, "Yongsun, why don't you go and do something else instead of standing there like a statue staring at both of us? It's making me uncomfortable. So go away, I'll call you when their drama is done." Waving her hand, Hei Yongsun's face turned red from shame seeing how disrespectful she was in front of a junior, not giving him even a bit of a face. He grits his teeth and said, "But madam told me." "I know what she said. She only told you to bring me back home safely, so you can go back. It's not like my little brother can do anything to me, see how skinny he is. So go away before my mood worsens." She grabbed Junwon's hand and showed his skinny arms. He grits his teeth and turned around only after throwing a hateful glare at Junwon. Junwon sighed and said with irritation, "Why did you just poke the bear? He was already angry and you just made him angrier. Do you not even think before you say?" She glanced at him sideways and said, "Why are you scared of that idiot? He is the dumbest person I ever saw in my 21 years of living." He glanced at her and said, "He might be nothing to you, but not to me. Just because he can do anything to you doesn't mean he can do anything to me. Not everyone is as rich and privileged as you, so think before you do anything." Hearing his annoyance, she said, "Oh, don't be angry. If he does anything to my little brother, I tear off his skin, so don't worry. So something should happen to me. I don't like to take my luck too far," and she ignored it completely as she closed her eyes. After another half an hour, he finally received the text he was waiting for. He finally got a message from Yoonghwa. The Star Batch's drama was finally complete and their classmates were meeting at backstage. He took off the earbud he had and kept his hand out, asking Hee Young for the other. "What, the time is already up?" she asked with a smile. He just nodded and took the earbud from her. Picking up the bag he brought with his costume inside, he started walking towards the auditorium, with Hee Young following closely behind. As they reached the auditorium entrance, they noticed a batch of students coming out. All of them looked stylish and were all laughing like they already passed the exam. Junwon instantly knew this was the Star Batch students who completed the exam. They were not even staying back for their results. The institute was giving the results after their batch exam was completed, and if they wanted to know about their score, then the Star Batch had to sit through their drama too. But it looked like they didn't care about them. Ignoring them, he continued towards the auditorium until he heard someone shout, "Senior Hee Young, is that you?" A male voice called out to them. Junwon smiled a little as he heard the footsteps behind him stop. He continued towards the auditorium, not looking back. "Oh, little doggy, it's you. Yes, I am going to watch the next drama," she responded. "Oh, senior, our drama is already over. You missed it. Next is the poor bastard's drama. Where is senior Hae Young-sun? Is he not with you?" As the star batch students got closer to her and a female asked. "Oh, I know your drama is over. I saw a bit of it and left immediately. It was a nasty drama. No one acted even a bit good and it wasn't worth my time. I came here to watch the drama which is happening now. So you guys continue and enjoy. I'll be on my way." Junwon couldn't help but chuckle a little as he heard her indifferent remarks. It completely shocked the group when they heard her remarks about their drama. They thought the senior was there for their group and wanted to tell her it was already done, but it seemed like she knew and didn't come for their drama at all. The man in the middle who originally called her out gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, what in that low-grade drama coming next made you think it was worth more time than ours?" Hee-young at this point was getting very irritated as she noticed Junwon was already making his way inside the auditorium. Her face became cold and she said, "Hey little doggy, know your place. I responded just now because you know the big doggy Hae Young-sun. I don't need to explain myself when I say it, shit. If it wasn't for your family, you wouldn't even pass the exam. Do you think I don't know that script was written by none of you and you hired someone else to do it for you? Even if the next drama is shit, they have at least one person who acts better than all of you combined. That's enough for me to attend the drama. So now go away before I make your group regret your life." She turned around and shouted towards Junwon, who reached the auditorium entrance. "Little brother, wait for me. Your senior got stopped by a few dogs on the road. I still need to tell you something before you go in," and ran towards him, leaving a pale group of students. One of them watched as the senior they greeted completely disregarded them and humiliated them before teaching them their place. They never thought she would suddenly react in such a way, especially the youth she called little doggy. He was someone who knew Hae Young-sun and hence got to know her, but when she responded like that and humiliated him, he could only look down and grit his teeth. Junwon sighed when he heard her shout just as he thought he escaped from her. He heard all she said and he only shook his head at how blunt she was. She didn't seem to care about the aftereffects of her words. He went inside and waited for her, not turning back. He wanted to hear what she had to say. After a few seconds, she rushed in panting and looked around to find him. She saw him standing to the side and said, "Little brother, you are the only one who made me run like this after a very long time. How could you do this?" He glanced at her panting face and said, "Then you should have just stayed with that group instead of running here. It looked like they respect you a lot." "Stay with those dogs, I would rather go back home. All of them know nothing but lick my feet," she hissed at them. Junwon didn't respond to her comment and continued to look at her. "Well, anyway, I asked you to stop for a reason. Didn't I tell you I'll get you a gift yesterday? The gift came, but it depends on you whether you would get the gift or not. So act your best and not like yesterday. If you do, then you will get a satisfactory gift, I promise." She held her already bountiful chest out and said proudly. He looked at her and said, "All right, I'll try to do my best then. But it better be a good gift, or else you will not follow and disturb me like these past few days." Hee-young didn't respond, but only grinned, showing her confidence, making him raise an eyebrow without saying anything else. Both went the opposite directions in the auditorium. Junwon didn't go straight to backstage, rather went to the washroom on the way and got changed into his costume. Keeping his normal clothes back inside the bag, he continued towards backstage. He finally reached the backstage and noticed the scrambling students and also a very demanding Ro Jai. He noticed Youngwoo in her school uniform, sitting in the corner, going through her lines in a panic and sighed. This was very common for people who go onto the stage for the first time. They panic and go through their lines, thinking they might have forgotten any of them. He walked straight towards her and sat beside her. She was panicking so much that she didn't even notice him sitting. He tapped her arm, but she completely shrugged it off. Taking a deep breath, he shook her, and Youngwoo snapped her head with an irritated expression, but it changed immediately when she saw his face. "Junwon, you are finally here. What should I do? There are so many people out there, and I also heard there was a sudden judge who will criticize our drama and that he is a producer." She hurried her words and sounded more panicked. He looked at her and said, "Don't think too much. Do you really think it makes a difference if there is a producer or director in the judging panel? It's not like he's going to hire any of us for a movie. He probably is some relative of the star batch kids. So just don't think about it and expect too much from him. Just do what you did the past week, don't waste the time I kept teaching you how to act." Hearing his words, she nodded and closed her eyes. What he said was true. There was almost no way that a producer would pop up suddenly to see the first-year exam where most students were still new to acting. She nodded and went over her script once again before closing it and taking a deep breath. Yeah, you are right. I guess I was just overthinking everything. I'll just do my best and get a good score, she said while opening her eyes. Junwon noticed a few changes in her from the first day they met. She was not hung up on getting into the star batch that much now compared to before. The time was finally here as Rojai called up all the actors for the first scene in which Youngwoo was there to the front and asked them to go ahead. The drama started off and Junwon looked at Youngwoo on stage and could see she was nervous but slowly was getting the hang of it. Her acting also got more comfortable as she continued to stay on stage, becoming more normal. She came back after another scene and he could see the sweat on her forehead. He handed out a handkerchief he had on him and said, "That was not bad for your first time on stage. Even though you were shaking in the beginning, you got slowly used to it, so not bad." She nodded and said, "Yeah, it was too overwhelming with so many parents out there." The judges were also at the front with a large desk in front of them, like those talent shows you see on TV. It was so scary. Taking a few deep breaths, she slowed down the adrenaline. Junwon nodded and the drama continued as Youngwoo kept going on and off stage with several scenes, and the more she went, the more she seemed normal and in tune. Looking at her acting, Junwon felt like a proud teacher watching his pupil spread out her wings on a bug stage. Not before long was his turn and walked to the edge of the stage to go in. One of the classmates was fixing his mic on his collar and meanwhile took a deep breath as he got a glance at the audience. Even though it was not full, there were still people sitting, most of them were parents. He also quickly caught the devil, Hee-young, sitting in the first row looking with anticipation. He also noticed the strict-looking man on the judging table in the middle. It was finally his turn, and he walked on stage, taking a deep breath. Going behind a prop wall, he looked at the two lead actors and brought out the best acting skills he nurtured through decades out, changing his face to anger and jealousy. Wait, what are they doing together? Happily talking, holding hands, it's like they are on a date. Why him, he is nothing. Why is she going out with him? Just because he is famous, he growled out in anger, changing the dialogue a bit. This came out naturally, and he didn't intend to change it. Should I go and strip those two apart? Should I beat that guy up? No, not here and not like this. This is a betrayal. She showed hope and snatched it away. Ah, I can do that instead. He continued as his face gained a crazy smile on his face with his eyes depicting his mental state. The scene slowly ended with the narrator continuing with his character's past, and he slowly walked backstage. As he did, he noticed Hee-young's surprised and excited expression towards him, while sending a thumbs up towards him. He also noticed the special judge raising his eyebrow towards him, and then turning back towards Hee-young while giving her a nod, making her more excited. He just shook his head and sat beside Youngwoo, who kept looking at him like she saw a ghost. Or a madman. This should be your first time on stage too, and yours was completely natural. How did you do that? And you weren't even acting your best in our private teaching sessions and the combined practice. How much are you hiding? She snapped out and fired questions at him. He looked at her with a small smile and said while pointing at the edge of the stage, "You should get going. Your scene is coming up again. Don't waste time here thinking unnecessary stuff." Her eyes widened as she stood up. She turned around and said, "Don't think you will get away from me before answering that question. I'll be back," and then made her way towards the edge. The drama continued as he walked back on stage one more time for his next part with the teacher's character. Acting the same way again, he noticed Hee-young's and the special judge's gaze fixed on him as if he was their favorite toy. He couldn't stand their gazes and walked back after his part was done. The drama continued and finally ended. All the actors walked onto the stage with the director and screenwriter, Rojai, in the middle and the main actors beside her. He stood at the end, where it was almost impossible to see. All of them were waiting for remarks from the judges. Most of the audience had already exited, except a few parents who were eager to hear the remarks and crazy people who had too much time in their hands like Hee-jung. Needless to say, all of them had an expectant look on their faces while waiting for praise from the producers in the middle as they looked at the judging table. There were 3 judges. Apart from the producer, the vice-dean and the teacher who taught them the basics of acting when he first arrived in the world. The vice-dean was the same man who identified and gave Young 0 HWA her role. While all 3 of them were looking at the stage, he noticed the general dissatisfaction on all of their faces. The vice-dean gave a nod of approval to Youngwoo before his face went blank. "Now I'll start first then, and then your teacher followed by our special guest Mr. Hwan." The vice-dean was the first to break the silence as he looked at the other judges, and both of them agreed to his suggestion. "Let me be blunt, the drama is bad. The story writing is bad, and seeing here it seems like the writer is actually Rojai. Don't ever try to write a story for a movie ever again. It's bad." He was as blunt as he could be. Junwon was surprised a little when he remembered something Youngwoo told him during their private sessions. "Junwon, the vice-dean is really a nice guy. I asked about him and heard he is hated by many professors and the other Weistian too. I heard he's very sincere when it comes to acting, and isn't he like the teachers and other Weistian here? She murmured, even though they were in a closed room. He looked at the Weistian and thought what she said was true. It was no secret around the university that the students could bribe their way through their life there. The teachers and even the other Weistian were corrupt. No one saw the dean, and so most of the powers were in the hands of the two deans. He noticed Roja's pale face and her trembling body. She was one of the people who boasted the most about getting into the star batch, and she looked down on many people because of that. Now that the Weistian was straightforward with the story writing and how bad it was, she hated him. She bribed all the teachers and got top scores. She would have gotten top scores even in this exam if it was the other Weistian instead of the old man before them. The Weistian completely disregarded her feelings and continued, now the actors, making everyone a little stiff, including famous Hyung Mayung. Most of your acting skills need improvement, but it's on the right track. I wouldn't say it's up to the standard of where it should originally be at your age, so I am disappointed in that. Now the main leads, both were good, but I don't understand why did you both get the part of the lead even when there are better actors in this group. Overall, the drama is barely qualified to pass, ending his comments. Now most of the actors' faces were pale along with Rojai's, especially the two main actors. It looked like the proud Hyung Mayung. He looked like he was about to spit out blood from the comment he just got. He bloated and acted as the king of the class, thinking how good-looking he was and was above the rest cause his family was richer than the rest, so he naturally believed he had the best acting skills. Luckily there weren't many people left to gear those harsh comments coming out the Vice-Dean's mouth. Junwon could clearly see that the one who was having the most fun was Heejung with a popcorn bucket in her hand holding in her laughter. He got puzzled seeing the bucket of popcorn and wondered where the crazy girl got it from. Next was their teacher. The middle-aged man looked at all of them with a smile and said, "All of you did better than I expected. Of course you all are still experienced and could improve further. Rojai, your story writing was okay, but it could do better. The actors, you guys outdid yourself, and I am impressed. That's all from me." His comments were clearly partial, and everyone in the class knew people bribed him, so his comments were rather far from the actual truth. The special guest who didn't know this raised an eyebrow but kept silent. Meanwhile, Weistian still had his neutral face going, ignoring him. Now everyone's eyes were on the man in the middle of the table, wearing a suit. He had a clean cut and a shaved face. Pushing up his glasses, he opened his mouth for his remark. The whole drama was so bad I wanted to puke. The whole drama was so bad I wanted to puke. The single sentence from his mouth made the temperature in the auditorium drop by tens of degrees. Everyone was silent at how blunt the ban was as his eyes swept through each person on the stage. His eyes briefly stopped at only two places. One was on Yoonghwa and the other was on Junwon. You call this acting? It's garbage. You call this a drama? It's an insult to all the dramas out there. Do you call that a story? You better die than write another story. He kept hammering one nail after another as some of the students' bodies went weak and had to take the support of their friends. The Weistian turned his head and looked at the young man beside him with a tinge of appreciation. He was telling words he couldn't tell because of his position as the Weistian. He couldn't demoralize the students directly and hoped these words would be a wake-up call for them. When I came here, I didn't have high expectations because of your age and this being many of your first time on stage, performing. But after seeing this horror, it seems like even the normal standard I was expecting was too much to ask from you guys. As he talked, they all heard a giggle in the silent auditorium. The people on the stage didn't need to turn their heads to know who was laughing at their misery. Junwon looked at Heejung, holding her stomach with one hand and mouth with the other, trying to stop herself. This idiot must find this part of the whole thing funnier and more entertaining than the actual drama she was supposed to enjoy. She really doesn't care about what others think, he thought and let out a sigh. He noticed the Weistian sigh as she laughed and the producer's mouth twitched, but he still maintained a straight face and continued. Now the story was very bad. It had the worst ending ever. You completely forgot about the villain, which suddenly popped up when you needed a convenient way to bring the hero and heroine together, but he never came back after 2 scenes. You gave the villain 2 scenes. The villain was better than the hero himself. His acting was better than this idiot. It looks like you never really cared about the whole exam and the drama while writing the story. You only cared about that guy and how good you wanted to make him look good as the hero. He spits out every thought he had, and everything was the truth. Rojai made the drama to maximize Hyung Mayung's role even though he was the hero, making the whole drama a complete mess. Rojai was slowly wobbling as almost every single drop of blood vanished from her face. The drama, she was confident, it was completely disregarded as trash. I will tell you this at the end. Do not write another story in your entire life. If possible, do not step into the industry itself. If you ever write a story, I can guarantee you that any human who values his or her money wouldn't ever produce it, even if you somehow find an idiot or self-produce a movie. No actor who wants to keep his career would agree to act in it. No audience with their right mind would buy a ticket with their hard-earned cash for the film. So end your dreams here and go do work for your parents who probably are already rich. With that, she took the support of her friend, who was standing back of her, to continue standing. Now the hero of the drama, that was your acting skills. With how you are now, people wouldn't look at your face one more time. Did you think you could cover your bad acting with your looks? No matter how much you try to cover it, it will always be visible, and the smell would be obvious for people who have at least a bit of experience in the industry. Hyung Mayung was now gritting his teeth at the humiliation he was receiving. He never felt so shameful to show his face in his entire life. He couldn't look into the guy's eyes anymore and just look down like most of the students. There was obviously a better actor than you in this group who could take that role, but it seems like the director was that bad and conceited. This made people raise an eyebrow, especially Hyung Mayung, who was shocked and wanted to know who acted better than him in this shitty class full of idiots. Now, even though the so-called star batch of this place was also bad, at least their drama was okay. Now this one was worse, and the only reason I didn't stand up from this seat and walk out if it wasn't because of two people in this group. Even in a place where there was no good acting from both groups, two people stood out. He glanced at the Vistian and said, "Vistian, I heard you are giving a monetary prize for the student who acts the best in this group. Can I pick who will receive it?" Now everyone's eyes were on the Vistian. Most of the people did not care about the money, but receiving it meant that the person was the best actor among all of them. The Vistian looked at all the students and said, "I think both you and I have the same person in mind. So go ahead, Mr. Hwan," permitting him. Du Hwan nodded and pointed out at Yoonghwa and said, "Hey you, come forward. Only you deserve this monetary prize. You were one of the two reasons this drama is even getting evaluated. Even though you're still rough around the edges, if you continue like this and improve in your second year, I can tell that you will be able to land a few roles by the end of second year. So do a good job." Yoonghwa was stunned hearing the man who trashed their entire drama in a matter of minutes. Everyone, including the class leaders Ro Jai and Hyung Mayung, were cruelly ripped apart, and she was sweating from the pressure he gave out for the last few minutes. So the last thing she expected from him was to call her out for acting the best and receiving praise from a guy like him. She couldn't react fast enough, and seeing her frozen, the Vistian smiled and said, "Don, stand there like a statue, come forward. What Mr. Hwan said is not wrong. Your acting was the best one today and you deserve the praise along with the prize money. Introduce yourself to Mr. Hwan," making her finally come back and slowly step forward. As she did, she glanced at Junwon and saw his smile. She felt he should get the prize money, as his acting was on a completely different level and hers wouldn't have been that good if it weren't for his help. Junwon already guessed it would be her. No matter how good he acted, it was only for 2 scenes. He didn't even get 10 minutes to be on stage, so it would be irresponsible on their part to give it to him. But after him, the next best actor was Yoonghwa, and she was there from start to finish having a big role. So she was worthy of getting compliments from them. He noticed her glancing towards him with slight hesitation and knew what she was thinking about. He shook his head and gestured for her to look forward. She turned her head around and looked at the judges. The Vistian had the same smile their teacher's face didn't look the best, but he had a fake smile, and Mr. Hwan had the same deadpan face since the beginning. "My name is Chio Yoonghwa." She told her name and didn't know what to say next. Du Hwan looked at the nervous girl in front of them and said, "That's a good name you got there, Miss Chio. As I said before, you are one of the 2 reasons I didn't walk out of the hideous drama today. Your acting was on point from the start to the end, even though you stammered a little at the beginning. It's given for any new actors. As a producer, I can see myself hiring you for a role in a movie if you can continue to improve. Even though you do not have the best looks, your acting was good enough to cover for it. So do not think about anything else and just continue to improve." Yoonghwa once again became a statue from his comments on her acting. She nodded and thanked him while bowing a little. "Thank you for your advice. I will remember and continue to get better. Now, even though you are one of the reasons I didn't get up and your acting was better than most of the people, there is one more person in this drama who acted even better. But he can get this prize because his role was just too small," he said, making everyone taken back. Everyone heard his words and were stunned. After all, they heard him praise Yoonghwa in front of them as the best actor on stage, but then he changed his words and said there was someone better who had a smaller role. "The only reason you are getting this prize instead of him is that your acting was consistent for a long period, while he only had a small role, and his amazing acting did not shine brightly because of that. You acting for a long time was the reason I decided to stay while his acting gave me satisfaction. Youngwon nodded, hearing him. She knew about whom the man was talking about. It was only Junwon who was on another level compared to everyone in the drama. While she heard him, she also decided to give the prize money she relieved to him because it should be his in the beginning. Junwon noticed Du Hwang glancing at him and then Hee Young, also having a sly grin. He didn't want to get called out in front of everyone, so he looked at Hee Young in the eye while raising an eyebrow and he shook his head. He knew she could tell the producer to not call him out. It would only bring problems, and he didn't want to be well known. Hee Young noticed him shaking his head and decided to comply to his request this time. She could see him getting irritated if she didn't agree, so she quickly got up and walked towards the judging table before whispering something to Du Hwan's ear. Du Hwan raised an eyebrow but nodded. Well, that's the end of my review for the drama. If you want everything I just said in one sentence, never make a drama or act like this again if you do not want your viewers to start throwing stuff at your faces, because I can see that happening. Abruptly ending his review. As Hee Young asked him to not call Junwon out for a good performance, he didn't have anything to say. The Vistian didn't take his abrupt ending to heart and said, well, that is the end of the review part of your exam. You will get your results in the next 23 hours so you can view the notice board outside your classroom for that. Chio Youngwa, you can come and get your prize money right now, ending their exam and dismissing them completely. Youngwa nodded and went towards the Vistian to receive a check of 50,000 crows, which is a lot for a university student. She thanked the dean for the opportunity he gave her. If it wasn't for him giving her a better role, she wouldn't have gotten this money. After getting the check, she went backstage and saw the gloomy atmosphere. She walked up to Junwon, and both of them slowly walked out from there. Both of them walked down the corridor as they made their way into the washrooms to change out of the school uniform they were still in. Quickly changing out of the costume and wearing their usual clothes, they walked out of the auditorium. Junwon looked at Youngwa and said, you did well. When are you going back? It's all thanks to you that I was able to perform well. If it wasn't for your pointers and help the first few days, I would have been like the others, getting chewed out in front of everyone. Even this prize money should be yours. Here you go. Take the check. Your acting was better than mine too. She took out the check and tried to shove it into his hands. Junwon stepped back, pushed her hand back, and said, it's like you said. I only gave you some pointers to fix your already stable acting skills. It was your own hard work and talent that made it possible to bring out today's performance. So you don't owe me anything, especially that prize money you got as a prize. You deserve it. Youngwa seemed to expect his actions as she pushed back harder and shook her head. Looking straight into his eyes, she said, no, you have to take the money. It doesn't matter what you think. Think of this as my appreciation. Seeing her be stubborn, he sighed and said, all right, but I don't need the complete money. You can transfer half the money later on. Only half, got it? And Youngwa finally nodded. Now tell me, when are you leaving? He repeated his initial question once again. Tomorrow morning. Now let us go and get something to eat. I didn't even have anything in the morning cause of my nervousness. I am hungry. She clutched her stomach in hunger. He nodded and continued to walk, but stopped when they heard a shout from behind. Little brother, wait, don't leave yet. Did you forget I said I'll give you a surprise? You are leaving without even receiving it. I searched the whole auditorium for you, only to see you flirting here. Junwon knew who it was without even turning back. He didn't forget about the surprise she promised him, but didn't care about it. So he decided to just ignore it at the end, and now she caught up again. He turned around to see Hee Young panting once again, a few feet away from him. She looked at him and complained, little brother, why are you doing this to me? I am not that fit and you made me run 2 times today. Couldn't you just wait for a few minutes so that I could call you? He shook his head hearing her and asked, all right, now that you see me, where is the surprise? Looking around. It's not here. Let us go back to the auditorium. It's waiting for you there. Come. She walked towards them and pulled his hand. He looked back at Youngwoo and said, it seems like we can have a meal together. Let us meet after you come back. Just as he said that, Hee Young cut in and said, you know what, you should also come with us. Come, follow me. Waving her hand, she walked ahead of both of them. Youngwoo was hesitant after hearing her and looked at Junwon. He simply nodded and both followed her back into the auditorium. As they walked, Hee Young turned around while continuing to walk backward. She said, you both were really good today. I didn't expect you to be hiding so much from this poor sister. How could you, little brother? As she kept an expression of a wronged housewife, Junwon looked at her with a deadpan expression and didn't reply. If he did, she would only add on to that with more nonsense, and he didn't want to hear it. He was waiting to get this done quickly so he could go home and get some good rest. Hee Young seemed to expect the silent treatment from him as she shifted her target to Youngwa, who was already nervous in her presence. She looked her up and down before saying, you know, last time I watched you guys perform, it looked like I didn't pay much attention. You were pretty good, so was it your little brother who taught you? Don T be surprised, you peeked at him every time you got praised back there. So how well does he teach? She explained after seeing Yoonghwa's surprised expression and Junwon's raised eyebrow. Yoonghwa got nervous and replied, he teaches well. It's because of him I was able to act that well today. Whoa, looks like he really does teach well. Little brother, you need to take some time in these upcoming holidays to teach me too. You can't just ignore me and teach others. She turned towards Junwon and had a pleading expression. All right, look ahead now. It's dangerous to walk like that, and you Don T need me to teach you anything. I am sure many experienced actors are willing to teach you, he reminded her. Young turned around and said as they entered the auditorium, yeah, it's boring to hear from those old geezers. The way they teach does not apply to the present, so you should teach me. This time Junwon didn't even bother to reply to that statement. They followed her through the corridors. The rest of the class noticed the three as they were walking in the corridor. All of them hung their heads low and walked past Young as she completely ignored them. The three finally stopped before an office in the auditorium. Young turned back and said, all right, my gift is inside this room. Now do not get surprised and Don T forget to thank me for this. She puffed her chest high and turned around. She opened the door and Junwon could immediately see the Weisstein song with the special Judge Do Hwan sitting on a couch waiting. He guessed what the surprise was after the interaction between Do Hwan and Young during the drama, and it looks like he was on point. Junwon stepped into the room with a calm expression, but the same could not be said to Yoonghwa. She was fidgeting when she saw two big shots in the room and did not know what was happening. Do Hwan's harsh remarks were still in her mind, and seeing him again made her nervous. Junwon noticed her nervousness and patted the back of her hand for some assurance. Young giggled seeing the nervous Yoonghwa and joined Do Hwan on the couch. The vice dean was behind a huge desk, sitting on the chair while the remaining two were on the couch. Junwon and Yoonghwa stood before the vice dean, waiting for what he had to say. See, uncle, you made the girl more nervous than she was with me. The cold-faced Do Hwan vanished as he showed a wry smile hearing her. Young, if it wasn't for your request yesterday, I wouldn't even be here, and it was even your request to be hard on the second batch of students. Who knew the potential you wanted to show me was in the second batch? And he turned towards Junwon. Junwon didn't even bother looking at him as he stared at Weisstein, waiting for an explanation. The Weisstein coughed and looked at the two students in front of him with a hint of pride as he explained, I am sure it confused you both why student Seo Young called for you and why today special judge Do Hwan is here. To tell both of you the truth, there was no special judge planned for today's exam. After all, you guys are only in your first year. He turned towards Young, who held her head high and said, but your senior, Seo Young, invited Mr. Hwan here yesterday and informed the university this morning. So it was a surprise. Now Mr. Hwan here is a producer. I am sure both of you figured it out, but he worked with many A-listed actors in the present industry and has some notable achievements under his belt. Introducing Do Hwan. Weisstein, come on, I would have come if even you invited me. I learned quite a lot from the present dean back when I was still new to this business, and he told me a lot about you. Do Hwan immediately interrupted. His voice was normal and wasn't cold as earlier today. He seemed to be a different person than earlier that day and was easy to talk to. Well, anyway, I called both of you here because Mr. Hwan wanted to talk to you after the exam. He looked at Junwon, sizing him up. The first time he saw this student was today when he caught his attention with an amazing performance. So he was curious about this kid who didn't stand out in any way until the end of the year. Junwon turned around and saw Do Hwan clearly. He couldn't see properly before on the stage as he was too far, and now he didn't glance at the dude when he walked in. Do Hwan looked like a typical mid-aged man if you take out the fancy suit he was in and the judging eyes when he stares at you. Uncle Hwan, this is my beloved junior brother. Even though we met only 2 days back, this little brother is really special and always fun to hang around with. His name is Junwon, so what do you think? What I said yesterday isn't wrong, right? You told me you will pay for my next purchase if this was worth your money, so get ready at 1 be long before you pay up. Jund excitedly introduced Junwon, while having a sly smile on her face at the end. Junwon raised his eyebrow a little when he heard there was a bet. Do Hwan coughed when he heard her and said, all right, let's not talk about yesterday, bet now. Well, you are not wrong, this kid is really special. Seems like you finally met some talented people instead of having people like Hae Youngsun always around. The last sentence seemed to light a fuse under her as she blew off. Uncle, how could you say that? It's not me having him around, it's him being around me. That dog is shameless and doesn't learn even after I scold and humiliate him. As soon as she said that, the vice dean coughed. All right, let's not talk about other people like that now. Let's continue with the business in hand. He didn't want her to talk about Hae Youngsun like that as a teacher. even though he knew that was the truth from what he saw and heard. With him interfering, the strange conversion between the two people on the couch did not continue as Hee-young just turned around and Do Hwan looked at Junwon. Well, I will get to you in a minute. Let us talk about you. I didn't expect you to be near him when Hee-young went out to call, but it's good that you came in. I wanted to talk to you if there was a chance to. He turned towards Yoonghwa after asking Junwon to wait a little longer. Yoonghwa's body was like a pole, as she was never that nervous in her whole life. She unconsciously strengthened her mental fortitude to prepare for any comments to come. Honestly, I didn't expect a good performance from you. I mean, when you first entered the stage, instead of being in your role from the get-go, your eyes were darting around the crowd while looking down a lot. Signs of an amateur, and it was easy to figure it out. Of course, this changed as the drama continued, but there were signs of it until the middle of the drama where you were more natural. He analyzed her skills and performance she put up earlier. Yoonghwa nodded, hearing him as what he said was true. Junwon's evaluation of the guy went up a little when he heard that. He was pointing out the common mistakes calmly instead of barking as he did earlier. He was direct with it so that Yoonghwa could work out the problems easily. Most of her problems came with the lack of experience, and with more experience her acting becomes more refined. Now I have a good impression of your acting. Like I said before, you need more practice in honing your skills. Earlier I thought of leaving it at that, but now that fate has allowed us to meet once again, I'll give you a better suggestion which might make you a better actor without waiting for a whole year. That is drama houses. Giving her a suggestion. Junwon expected this answer. This was the same suggestion he gave her earlier this week. She could gain valuable experience and learn more skills from drama houses. Ario City does not lack drama houses, and they are found practically everywhere. With your present skills, you might not get accepted into any of the well-established places in the city, so I will recommend your name to one of the moderate or lesser-known houses so that you can start from there. Now it depends on how you will use this chance and get better. He stretched out an olive branch to Yoonghwa, who was in need of one. Yoonghwa was stunned hearing all he had to say, especially his last offer to help. She was still contemplating on whether she should try to act in places like those after hearing what Junwon had to say, and now she was getting an opportunity to learn in those places. Everything felt surreal for her, and she needed a moment to digest everything. She clenched her hands and asked with a tone full of excitement and nervousness, "Is what you're saying true? Can you really recommend me to a drama house to learn this summer? What do you get out of this?" She was making sure everything is real. Junwon was slightly surprised by how she asked the last question after all. It was Yoonghwa who is an airhead and didn't think about things or overly thought about things. This time instead of Do Hwan, it was Hee-young who did. "What? You think he's going to scam you both?" in an assertive tone. Her burst made Yoonghwa step back and stutter her reply. No, nothing like that. Don T misunderstands senior. As soon as she said that, Hee-young started laughing while clutching her stomach. She said as she tried to stop her laugh, "Don T be so nervous. Look at you. You look so pale only for a joke. Here, drink some water." Don T be nervous. Seeing her do this made both Do Hwan and the Vistian sigh in resignation. They couldn't do anything about this girl who did whatever she wanted. Junwon, on the other hand, shook his head and patted Yoonghwa's back, which had a bit of sweat. Yoonghwa took the water glass Hee-young offered and took a quick sip before placing it back on the table. The girl was too timid and scared of the high-class society, and rightfully so. There are many stories about how the people with authority exploit new actors, especially women, and so she had to be careful. Well, everything is an investment for us producers, especially young actors like you. If we are right and can nurture you guys into good actors in the future, then we get a lot of credit and other actors would be willing to work with us. Do Hwan was very honest as he shrugged and explained it to us. Everything was business, and what he was doing was investing in the future. You see, most of us producers have agency companies where we groom talented actors. Even I have one myself, it's called Blast Agency. So if I think you are worth it after this summer and maybe a year at most, I will be willing to give you a contract and become an actor under our agency. This way you will get more roles easily. My agency right now has a handful of A-listed actors and some good potential," he explained. "I gave it the name Blast Agency," Hee-young proudly said, which was ignored by everyone in the room. Junwon knew about agencies. Each of the Heavenly Kings also had their own agencies. He learned about them the past few days. Many actors try to get into an agency because they could build their career faster, and it is also easier to get more roles from an agency. This offer from Do Hwan was not bad for Yoonghwa. She could prove herself and get a contract, which would give her a smooth start for her career. Yoonghwa was once more shocked to hear the reason and the chance that she might get a chance to sign in with an agency at this early stage in her life. She never thought she will get an opportunity to sign with an agency before this week. Now she got an opportunity to sign with one if she improved and showed her worth. She bowed a little and said, "Thank you for giving me this offer." I will prove my worth this next year and get you to sign me into your agency. With confidence in her voice, Du Hwan nodded before turning towards Junwon. Leaving Yoonghwa, who was in her own world after getting a boost of confidence from the deal offered to her, Du Hwan looked at Junwon, who, in contrast to that, had the same emotionless face. It would fill normal students with anticipation and hope that they would get a similar deal, but he didn't have any of that. Hee-young looked a little dispirited when she saw him remain the same and complained, "Little brother, how could you remain the same even after hearing your friend got a deal like that? I thought this surprise would get some emotions out of the emotionless face of yours. Now I am starting to think if I made a cyborg as my brother," sulking on the couch. Junwon looked at her and shook his head at how childish she acts. He was expecting something like this after seeing the people in the room, and he also believed if not then Yoonghwa would get an opportunity worthy of her talents in some or other way. People who were hardworking and talented couldn't be contained in a university like this, especially after how she acted in the drama earlier. Du Hwan, on the other hand, acted as he didn't hear her comment and said, "You know, at first I was very apprehensive about even coming to this exam today. I mean, as I said earlier, you guys are first year, and on top of that, in the regular batch. So how talented might one person be for Hee-young to call me in the middle of the day and pester me for the remaining of the day that she wanted me to attend this exam?" This was the first time I saw her pester anyone for someone else in her whole 21 years of life. So color me surprised. I originally planned to enjoy my rare day off, but due to this monster, I came. If there wasn't any good actor like she promised, I would have tied her in ropes and delivered her to her mother. "Wait, what? How could you do this to me, uncle? You were scheming so many cruel things in your mind." Hee-young shouted and interrupted him. Of course, once again her rant was ignored as he continued, but color me surprised. My dumb niece was really true this time. Such a talent you have. That small role with only 2 parts really showcased what you have. Junwon looked at Du Hwan in the eye, before nodding and replying, "Thanks for the compliment. Well, after looking at how you act and carry yourself on stage, it almost feels like you are a veteran. Have you acted before?" "Yes, my acting experience is more than your whole life." But he couldn't say that. After all, he looked like a 20-year-old boy. So he shook his head and said, "No, this is the first time I acted on stage. I started acting only after coming to the university. Prior to that I had no experience or knowledge," making it clear. "Whoa, little brother, you didn't act before you joined the university. That means the acting skills you show are your learning in 1 year. Wow, now I can tell everybody I have a super talented brother." Hee-young gasped after hearing that while showing a proud expression as if she was his mother. He felt his neck might break at how many times he shook his head at her actions. "Yes, it really is surprising to see such a talent these days. Now I am more sure that you will have a bright future. Now, what do you think about the offer I gave to your friend earlier? Of course, there are some changes in terms. I want you to practice in drama houses this entire summer, and I will recommend you to the more famous ones in the city. By the end of this month, you will get a chance to join my agency." This was a very enticing offer. The man was only asking him to get more experience and then he could directly enter an agency. No first-year university student would get such a good offer if they did not have a nice background. So for people like them who don't have a background, it was like striking gold. But Junwon had other plans. He didn't want to join a drama house. He has abundant experience in drama. What he wanted now was a chance to act in a movie as soon as possible. This showed the confidence he had in his decades of experience and skills. He shook his head and said, "Although your offer is enticing, especially for a person with no background like me, what I want now is a chance to act in a movie. So I plan to give auditions this coming summer and try my luck. Drama houses are great, but it's not a stop I need right now." His response shocked everyone in the room. He actually rejected a good offer, and just as Hee-young was about to convince him, Du Hwan cut in and said, "Boy, you have too much confidence in yourself. The entertainment industry is a jungle, and if you can't back up that confidence you showed, you will drown and never get back up. But I like your confidence. Your skills are good, but that small role you just showed isn't enough to land you a role in a movie. How about this? I am producing a new film this summer. The casting is almost over, but there is still 1 role left, and we are still thinking about it. Do you want to try?" As soon as he said that, it seemed like the surrounding atmosphere froze. Everyone, including Junwon, was shocked to the core at how easily Du Hwan mentioned giving him a chance in an audition for a new movie that quickly. Junwon himself was taken back at how quickly he got an opportunity. "Well, wait, what? Uncle, what do you mean? I just asked you to look at the talent and give him a small opportunity so he can start. What do you mean by giving an opportunity to audition for that upcoming movie, which has been casting for over 2 months? Aaron T. The staff being very picky about the actors. Don T. Push yourself for this opportunity." Hee-young asked him only to help out Junwon a little, But this was a big deal, as she knew the movie he was talking about. It was the new 20 million budget movie he was a producer of. As a producer, he has some power, and now he is using that power to give Junwon an audition. She heard there were multiple A-list actors in the movie, and the company was going big with it. Junwon was also shocked. He didn't expect the man in front of him to take another step for him and give out such an offer to him. He wanted to act in movies, and as a man who had decades of experience on stage, he was confident. As he heard from Hee-young's sudden exclamation, it was not a small movie too. Even though he was in the world only for a week, he knew the value of 20 million meant in the movie industry. It was rather a big film, and getting to act in it would be a great opportunity for himself. He turned towards the man responsible for all these shocks to see him with a smile on his face, still looking at him. What shocked? I am one of the main producers of that movie, so I can suggest an actor or two. Now, if I met you 2 months ago, I could have gotten you a role, but now all the roles are taken, including the small ones, except one. Don T think you will get that role because your competition is an A-listed actor. We are holding the role because he is too demanding, so do you want to try? Junwon was excited about this sudden chance and took a deep breath before nodding. Du Hwan laughed and said, Don T be too nervous. I Don T expect you to beat the A-listed actor, only giving you a chance to see for yourself that you are not yet completely ready for the big screen. So well, this is the end of this discussion. Took a lot of changes from what I originally expected. Let us go for some lunch. I Don T think you guys had lunch yet, right? He stood up and straightened his dress before asking everyone in the room. Vistian, do you want to go and have lunch with us? He turned towards the old Vistian. No, but thank you for asking, Mr. Hwan. I have to still go back and grade the student's performances as we promised to reveal the scores in only a few hours. You four can continue. Standing up, he shook his hands with Du Hwan. Junwon wanted to refuse and was about to speak up, but Hee-young was faster as she grabbed his arm and whispered, Do not be hasty to reject, little brother. This is your opportunity to know more about the industry from my uncle, so be quiet. And Junwon looked at Youngwa beside him, making sure she was okay with this before nodding. Well, shall we get going? Du Hwan asked, and all of them made their way out of the room. Just as Junwon stepped out of the room, he heard a sound in his head that stopped him in his tracks. Ding. System finally activated. Preconditions for activation achieved. The guidance system is ready to guide the host to his stardom. What? Junwon spoke out loud as he looked around. Youngwa and Hee-young, who were ahead of him, turned around, feeling confused. I suggest the host to not look around like a fool. No one can hear me, and we can converse more when you are free. So go ahead and enjoy this lunch. Junwon was completely confused as he followed her suggestion and just continued walking with a confused face. What happened, little brother? Are you feeling sick? Hee-young asked as she followed him through the auditorium towards the exit. He shook his head and replied, No, I am all right. Nothing to worry about. Let us go and have this lunch. I have some important stuff to do after this lunch. Hey, who are you? Why can only I hear you? Is this some black magic? I thought there was no black magic. Hey, can you hear me? Respond. Damn it. He thought to himself, hoping the so-called guidance system could hear him, but no one responded, and he just continued with the 3 people out of the auditorium. Well then, both of you can come in Hee-young's car while I come on my own. Hee-young, let us go to the Royal Blue. I am sure your father has a few seats open for us to eat there, Du Hwan said before turning around and walking towards another exit. Wait, did he just say Royal Blue? But isn't that an exclusive-only restaurant, and if normal people wanted to dine there, there is a reservation line for months away. Why does your father get to have a few seats there? Youngwa's shock and curiosity overcame her inferior personality, and she asked Hee-young. Wow, you really are opening up now. That's nice. But yeah, it's mostly an exclusive-only restaurant, but not for the owner's daughter. My dad owns that one, feeling proud. But I thought your family owns only a supermarket chain, Junwon intervened. Oh yes, it does. That's the main business of our family that my father runs. Royal Blue was more of a side project he started because my mom was bored after her retirement from the entertainment industry. So to keep her busy and not laze around, he started the Royal Blue. That is also why there is only one branch of that hotel, even after so many years. She shrugged and said casually, making both their mouths drop a little. Especially Junwon, because he knew the importance of money in the world after he started working for it again. Your parents casually started a world-class restaurant cause one of them was lazing around. I don't think I will understand the rich mentality in this lifetime. Youngwa shook her head. Hee-young laughed but didn't respond to that statement. Her family was very rich, and she knew the things people of their status do aren't particularly normal in the eyes of others. They reached the car and both of them sat in the back seat. Hee-young noticed this and jokingly said, "Why did you both jump into the backseat so quickly? Am I your driver?" To which Youngwa's timid personality showed itself as she moved to the front. Junwon didn't move as he simply continued to look outside while feeling the car. It was his first time sitting in one, and he thought it was very comfortable compared to the horse-pulled carriages he was used to. It was the same good-looking red car he saw her driving a few days ago. Hee-young started the car and drove out of the campus. She took out her sunglasses and wore them before looking at Junwon through the mirror and asking, "Little brother, why are you so silent? What do you think about these glasses I bought recently? Do they suit me?" Junwon was about to think about the system once again, but got interrupted before he could. He looked at the mirror reflection and said plainly, "Look at the road, not the mirror." She laughed and continued without minding his reply, "You should treat this big sister of yours to a meal. You got a big chance today. Don't be so petty." "I only got an opportunity to audition, not the role itself to give a party. Let us talk about that after I get a role in a movie, and why do you need a party from me? I am working in a supermarket to earn some small amounts of money. I can throw a party you desire." "Don't be like that, little brother. You should enjoy and celebrate all the little steps like this first audition you are taking towards your ultimate goal. And when did I ever say I want a big party? It's not like I don't know where you work. Just treat me to a small meal and that will be okay. Big sister isn't much of a picky eater, so you are lucky." "All right, I'll give you one before the end of the summer vacation." He finally relented. He started to feel like Hee-young was a spoiled child who wouldn't leave until she got what she wanted. "Now give me your number, little brother. I'll save it." She whipped out her phone while still driving. "Don't drive with one hand. See how tense Youngwa is with your driving. Just give me the phone, I'll save it for you. Keep both your hands on the steering wheel." He held his hand through the front seats and noticed the quiet Youngwa. Hee-young laughed and gave him the phone. Junwon quickly saved his phone number and gave it back. She took it and dialed his number before saying, "Save mine too." It didn't take them long before they reached the high-class area of the city. As he looked out, he noticed the high-rises which went into the sky and all the fancy-looking cars driving around. He couldn't even guess the price tags of each car. He noticed Youngwa had her mouth wide open as she also looked out the car. As both of them continued to look outside, Hee-young shook her head. She was expecting this kind of response from both of them, so she could only shake her head and leave both of them be. This scenery was a drastic difference compared to see the area he lived, where cars were not as exotic and were very plain. Most of the people drove two-wheelers which cost less. He sighed, seeing how the differences in society remain, even in different worlds. The poor and rich live worlds apart and there isn't much anyone can do about it. As a king, he did his utmost best to merge these two contrast worlds as he experienced the pain of being poor and the joy of being rich. But he couldn't accomplish it in his lifetime as he gave up. Some problems were never meant to be dissolved, and that was just how the world was. The car came to a stop and both of them snapped out. They were already in front of a fancy building. Junwon could see a few women wearing the hotel uniform outside. Hee-young looked at both of them and said, "All right, let us get going. Uncle is already inside waiting for us," and got down. Both of them followed and saw her throw the keys at one of the men to park the car. Junwon caught a glimpse of the interior and saw the huge chandelier in the middle of the reception with everyone inside dressed properly. Compared to them, they looked plain and out of place. One of the women walked towards Hee-young and respectfully said, "Young Mr. Hwan is waiting for your group in the private dining area your father reserved." "All right, let us get going." "Little brother," Youngwa stopped staring like that. "Let us go." She beckoned them over and walked inside with the female employee, showing them the way. Junwon and Youngwa followed her as the employee showed them the way towards the elevator. The building was enormous for a restaurant. From what he noticed, it was over 5 floors. The lobby was grand and Youngwa stuck close to him after seeing all the rich people there. The scene overwhelmed her, but he wasn't. He saw grander things, so this was a baby ride for him. As they got into the elevator, he finally knew the building was 8 floors and it seemed like they were going to the 7th floor. Junwon looked at Hee-young and asked, "Is Mr. Hwan your mother's brother?" Hee-young seemed surprised as she answered, "No, he isn't. He worked under my mother back when she was still working in the industry. So he learned a lot from her and she treats him like a younger brother. That is why I call him uncle. His company's initial finance also came from my mother because he didn't have enough at that time." Junwon nodded, hearing her, and remained silent. The elevator stopped and they walked into a hallway. It seemed like there were private rooms on both sides for people to eat. They walked till the end and the employee stopped in front of their room. "Mom, Mr. Hwan is waiting for you inside," opening the door for them. Hee-young dismissed her and the three went inside. It was a simple room with an open view of the outside. Mr. Hwan was already in his seat and asked them to the same. everyone took a seat. Du Hwan was sitting at the head of the small dining table meant for 6. Junwon and Yoonghwa sat on the same side, while Hee-young sat opposite Junwon. Well, I ordered the food for you guys while I was waiting. If you guys want to order something, just go ahead. And a butler from behind handed one menu book for each. Junwon and Yoonghwa didn't bother touching it, as they didn't know what was good and what was not. On the other hand, Hee-young didn't hold back as she ordered her favorite dishes. Junwon was excited to try new food. It was one of his hobbies, after all. Eating new food was always pleasurable for him. Yoonghwa kept looking down the whole time. Her inner timid personality was out. Well, as we wait for the food to come, tell me a bit more about yourselves. Like, where do you guys come from and such? Du Hwan was the first to break the silence as he looked at the two young talents on the side. There isn't much to know. We both come from the same town to study, acting like many people. I am more interested in how your agency works. Do you produce every movie for the actors under your company? Junwon answered briefly before asking his own question. He wanted to know more about how the agency system works. No, of course not. I want to be able to produce every film of all the actors in the company. That's absurd. Both the companies are different. My production company is called Glorious Productions, and the agency company is called Star Agency. The agency is rather simple. We have scouts who keep an eye out for any new actors and give them an offer to train and potentially get a role in a movie through the agency. The new actors who get a chance to train give auditions through the company's network and get roles if they are good enough. Now, I would have asked you to become a trainee too, but both of you are going to one of the best drama schools, and your acting is good. That is why my suggestion was different for both of you. Many producers look for agencies to contact the actors and fill roles in movies. It's easier that way. So the agency is a good pathway for producers to meet actors. This is also why many newcomers try to get into an agency. They can get roles easier this way. Du Hwan finished explaining as the food finally arrived. Finally, the food is here. Both of you stop talking about acting and start eating. Hee-young exclaimed as people came in with trays of food in their hands. Junwon could smell the fragrance from each plate and felt his stomach rumble a bit. All three of them started eating, and Junwon loved the various dishes. He started to love the world's cuisine more after having a good meal. He made his goal to get richer and eat that kind of food often. As they finished eating the food and people took away the plates, he was completely satisfied, and the same could be said to Yoonghwa, who had an infatuated expression. Du Hwan took out a card from his pocket and gave it to Junwon. Here, this is my production company card, and it also has my phone number on it. I already discussed with the director, and he agreed to take one audition for me on Thursday evening at 3. So you can go to the company tomorrow and ask for my secretary at the reception desk. He will give you a sample script for you to practice. Junwon nodded and took the card from him before placing it in his pocket. Du Hwan turned towards Yoonghwa and continued, I called up a drama house as I promised you and gave your information. They accepted to give you a chance this summer to train with them. This is their name and address. You can go there after 10 days to start working on your skills. Don't waste the opportunity. He took out another piece of paper and slid it towards Yoonghwa, who caught it and held it tightly. She hurriedly bowed and thanked him once again for the opportunity. All right, that's the end of lunch. I still have some work to do. Are you guys planning something to do after this? He turned towards Hee-young. She shook her head and replied, No, I'll drop these both back at the university before going back home. As the three walked out of the restaurant, Hee-young received her keys and stepped into the car along with the other two. They made their way through the city, and the car stopped before the university gates. Junwon and Yoonghwa quickly got off, and Hee-young drove off. Junwon looked at the time and said to Yoonghwa, Let us go, the results might be out. Let us leave after checking those. To which she agreed, and both made their way towards their class. The results would be posted on the class notice board. As both of them walked, Junwon noticed Yoonghwa being completely silent, which was very weird. He turned and noticed her thoughtful expression. He waved his hands in front of her, but got no response. Shaking her a bit, he asked, What are you thinking so hard about? You know what, hit me, listen to me and hit, before she stopped and gripped her head from the pain. You don't need to tell me twice. Now, why did you want to be hit? As he rubbed his hand, he chopped her head before she could complete her sentence as she asked for it. You have no feelings. How could you hit a girl like that? You didn't even ask me what was wrong. You should be a robot. She groaned and rubbed her head a little more. She thought the guy would at least be a bit thoughtful and ask why she asked him to hit her, but he didn't care and didn't even allow herself to complete her sentence. She was regretting asking him. Junwon looked at her like an idiot. It was she who asked him to hit her, and now she was complaining that he did. He couldn't help but think that he would never understand girls properly, even after experiencing one whole life. All right, I didn't even hit that hard. The pain will go away. Now tell me, what were you thinking so hard about that you wanted to be hit? He quickly changed the subject, and Yoonghwa fell for it as she forgot the pain and said, I thought this was all a dream. This past week was so magical and things turned out to be so different. My original aim was to get into the star batch, and that was what I was aiming at the whole year, but now I have an offer to join an agency in my hands. It's so surreal. I would never have thought that this chance would come to me, as she rubbed her pocket, in which was the paper Du Hwan gave her. Well, you are not hallucinating at all. It's all real, and you got this chance with your own hard work, so just try to keep improving so that you will prove your worth and get into that agency. Making her nod, they finally reached the classroom and opened the door to see everyone standing in front of the notice board. All of them seemed shocked and murmuring to each other until one of them noticed them come in. Chio Yoonghwa is here, pointing at her. Junwon silently went to the side when he saw her friends rushing towards her. He didn't know what was going on and didn't want to get too involved in it. Yoonghwa, you got the first rank in the test. Give us a party tonight. How did you do it, Yoonghwa? As her friends bombarded her with questions, she got more confused. She asked them what was going on, and it seemed like she got the first rank in the final exam, even above Hyung Mayung. Her eyes went wide as she wasn't expecting that result. Junwon slowly went to the notice board and checked for his own ranking. He found it right in the middle. He was 20th, and after taking a look, he turned around, not caring about it much. The rank didn't matter to him. The drama was important because it was his first after being reborn into the new body, and it was after a very long time. He quickly noticed both Hyung Mayung and Ro Jai didn't have nice expressions, and that Ro Jai was almost about to blow off. He didn't want to deal with it, so he quietly walked out before texting Yoonghwa that it would be better if she did the same. As he walked out of the building, he heard footsteps behind and noticed it was Yoonghwa running. She stopped next to him and said while gasping for more air, "You should have told me there instead of texting me. That Ro Jai was almost about to start her rant before I came out here. If I didn't see your text, I would have been caught in her anger again." He nodded and continued to walk again before asking, "So, are you going back tomorrow?" She nodded and replied, "Yes, I will be going back tomorrow, and you still didn't tell me what you want me to do." "I'll tell you when I need your help. So when are you going to come back now that you have the chance to work in the drama house?" "Well, originally my plan was to stay at home for 2 weeks and come back here before trying out some auditions like you are going to. But now Mr. Duang gave me this chance, and he also told me that I might need to report there next Monday, so I'll come back by Sunday. The university gave everyone 2 months holidays and had them report back by the 1st of June for their next year. So everyone had many plans on how to spend the summer, unlike them." "Oh, are you still going to the star batch? You did get the first rank. After all, they will give you a chance for sure." She shook her head and said, "No, I'll remain in the normal batch and improve through the drama house and the various drama assignments they will give next year." The star batch docent seemed that appealing anymore. He nodded and both of them went their separate ways. He reached home quickly and sat on the sofa before calling out for the system once again. "Why are you in a hurry? I am not going anywhere. I mean, after all, I am in you." As soon as he called out the system, a slightly irritated voice resonated in his mind. Junwon wondered where this system got its attitude from after hearing it. "What, do you have a problem if I have an attitude? I am not like those cheap prototype systems which are mechanical slaves to their owners and only have basic functions to make their owners stupidly strong. I got none of the stupid features. And Don, think you can hide anything from me? I can even read your thoughts." Hearing a sneer from the system and its dissing other systems was weird for Junwon. He didn't even know what this so-called system was, and now it was talking about other systems. "Well then tell me about yourself. What are you, and why are you inside my head? Is this black magic?" He thought it was black and forbidden magic from his old world and was concerned but also puzzled because he thought magic couldn't exist in this world. "Well, my name is Guidance System. My primary task, or you could say my feature, is to guide my user, which is you. I give out suggestions and show you the path you can take when you are puzzled. I am mainly here for you to reach your goal, which is obviously becoming a famous actor by your memories." Junwon finally understood what it was after its basic introduction. This system was there inside him to guide him towards his goal by giving suggestions. This was something valuable once he thought about it. He was in a new world and knew nothing about it. Something like the guidance system was good and helpful in his journey, which was bound to be shaky for him. "Well, now for the rest of my questions. How did you get inside my brain, and what do you mean by other systems? Does that mean there are other people out there with systems too? How did I get inside your brain? It might have been a god who granted that soul's wish to give you a good life after you died. Yeah, it was that woman, S soul. When God asked her if she wanted to reincarnate, she chose to give you a system and a chance to live the life you always wanted instead of herself living another life. Woman, what woman's? Your wife, what was her name again? Zen. Zen Quinn, she did that, but why? Junwon sat in a daze as he heard the system tell him how he got the system. It was his wife. She chose to give him this power and life instead of using it to live another life. Hey, what are you getting so emotional about? Knowing God, he might have reincarnated anyway, so who knows, she might be in this world. What, where, how can I find her? He instantly woke up with hope in his eyes. He wanted to meet his wife, the wife he understood and loved too late. If had a chance, he would give everything he had to her. Whoa, don't get too hyped. I only said there was a chance, it's not certain. Who knows if your wife even knows all her past memories to remember you. So leave it up to fate, and who knows, if you are lucky you might meet her. This instantly popped all the energy he had as he laid on the couch. Well, now that this all is out of the way, let us continue with your questions. There are other systems, but are mostly prototypes that were made for God's amusement. All of them were a failure, not giving God any entertainment because their users would become too powerful and dumb. So I am a complete product. Those were simple brainless systems. While I am different, I learn from your surroundings and improve myself. That's also why I have these emotions. I was waiting for you to complete the hidden mission and got bored, so I observed and learned more about humans. It responded with some pride. Now about other system users, there shouldn't be any other users in this world. It's a pretty basic world with no power in it, so it wouldn't handle another system user. There are limits to worlds after all. If it was your old world, there would have been many because its limit is more. Junwon felt a bit relieved when he heard that and digested all the information he just received from the system. The system seemed like a human living inside of him. It has characteristics of human feelings like irritation and pride too. Now the main question, do you really read my thoughts and stuff? Because if you can, I might like to turn off that feature. He felt really uncomfortable that this system could read his thoughts too. He didn't like someone else, even if it was the system, to know what he is even thinking about. Hahaha, of course not. I cannot believe you actually thought I could. Of course I cannot. I only predicted what your reaction and thoughts might be and answered them. I mean, I did see a lot of reactions when the prototypes were used, so it's easy to guess. God didn't make me be a stalker and creep you out. Junwon instantly felt relieved when he heard its answer. He felt as if he was free again. He leaned back and didn't talk for a while. He was thinking about how the past week was, from being reborn to getting to act again to gaining a system. It was a roller coaster ride. He grinned slightly and asked, "So now, system, what next? Do you have any suggestions for me?" Well, let us first start with the audition you have coming up then. Based on the movies you saw and the acting of that heavenly king Dongbangji, you are far from being the best at acting even after your past life. Especially now, because you even regained your former touch in acting, and you were only able to shine in that drama today because of the small role and the rest of the actors being horrible. Hearing its suggestion, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow because most of it was true. He was only able to shine because of the small role and the rest of the students being terrible at acting. But he felt like his acting was normal again, but this system is telling it isn't. Well, so you are saying that this audition is going to be tough for me. Yes, I do think there is more of a chance of them rejecting you. I mean, think about it. You have only ever acted in dramas or lived plays and never ever heard of movies till recently. So even if you were able to bring out your best in that audition, they might not choose you over an A-listed actor in a $20 million movie. It will be tough. But I don't think you need to be let down because of my speculation. My predictions aren't yet that accurate. I mean, humans are very weird, so who knows, you might get selected. But this is also a nice measurement scale for you at the present moment. You will get a grasp of the industry standards and can improve from there. Junwon kept nodding as he heard its explanation. Even though he was extremely confident in his own acting, it didn't mean others would find his acting good enough, especially when he is up against an already established movie star. Well, for now, let us do our best and see how things roll out. Coming to a conclusion after a long talk with the system, he felt hungry. As he stood up, his phone rang, and it was the supermarket's owner. Taking the call, he heard Gimdo on the other side. Junwon, your acting was fantastic today. You are really good at it. Did you pass the test? Yes, manager, I did pass the exam. And how do you know about my acting? Did you guys come to the exam? Yes, we did come to the exam. Me, Sianu, Gasu, and even Iam Kyung came cause he wanted to see how good you are. We all are surprised by your acting. Anyway, now that you passed, let us have a party. Don't worry, I am going to give it. so come to the store in 10 minutes, and the call got cut. Junwon looked at the phone before going to his room and changing his clothes. After 2 minutes, he came out of the house wearing a hoodie and pair of shorts. He quickly made his way towards the supermarket and saw a few people already waiting for him before the shop. It was Gim-da and the rest. Sianu was the first to notice him and started waving his hand. The high school kid couldn't wait to go out and eat. "Ah, you are finally here. We were getting bored waiting for you. Your acting was fun. I enjoyed it. Senior, your university is so big. Too bad I am not into arts." The first to speak was Gasu, followed by Eam Kyung and Sianu Hwan. He nodded and gave a short reply to all three of them before turning towards Gimda, who was going to give the party. "Well then, now that you are here, let us go and have dinner. There's a good barbecue place nearby. We can have some beer and meat." "No beer for you, Sianu." He turned around and started walking after shutting down the high schooler's sudden enthusiasm. As the rest followed him on the street, Junwon received a text and took out his phone. It was about his bank account getting credited with 25,000 crores. Seeing the message, he knew it was from Yoonghwa. He expected to receive it after she goes back to town tomorrow, but the girl just had to complete it. He sent her a quick text thanking her before keeping the phone back inside the pocket and turned to Gim-da. "Boss, why don't I give the party tonight? I have money on me tonight." He didn't want to be a burden, and now that he got the money from Yoonghwa, he could pay for it. Gimda didn't even bother to turn his head around when he heard him and waved his hand before replying, "Don talk about it. I already decided to give a party to celebrate your acting. Save yourself some money. You are still young. You can give us a party when you land a role." Junwon could only give up after getting completely ignored a couple more tries. They finally reached a small restaurant, and Gimda turned around. "This is the place I have been talking about. Don't judge it by how it looks now. I ate here even in middle school and high school. It's a family-run business, and it's been going on for 3 generations. Right now, the owner is my friend who I used to go to school with," and went in. The rest looked at each other before shrugging and following the man in. The boss was paying, and he said this place was good, so they had trust him at least a little bit. The shop was relatively small, with a few tables and chairs. The boss was already at the counter ordering some beef while chatting with another middle-aged man who was wearing an apron. "The guy I was talking to earlier is my friend who runs this place along with his wife now," Gimda explained as they sat at a table. Junwon looked around and saw the small place was quickly filled with people eating meat over some drinks. Most of them looked like office workers who just got out. It didn't take long for the food to come. The owner set the grill, which was in the middle of their table, and then provided them with cuts of meat to eat. Gimda, who was the most experienced among them, all took the initiative to grill the meat while they waited. As Gimda was cooking the meat, Junwon asked Sianu, who sat beside him, "Who is taking care of the store if you and the boss are here?" It was generally Sianu who worked at this timing, and the boss would be there most of the day. "Oh, I didn't go to work today. I generally don't go on weekends too like you, because I go to prep school to prepare for exams which are this summer. I came here right after my prep class was completed, so the store has another employee and the boss's wife is looking over the place in his place now." Junwon nodded and thought about his sister when he heard Sianu say about exams. Both were of the same age and need to attend a national exam for university spots. One of them was going to prep school, while the other doesn't go home and brings worry to her parents. He decided to ask Yoonghwa tomorrow if she can check on her after she reaches the town. Even though he really doesn't know them, he feels responsible for her. This was Junwon's memories and feelings slowly mixing with the ones of Zensu. He didn't even notice that his decisions and thinking is slowly changing as both memories are stabilizing. The dinner went smoothly as he talked with Eam Kyung about his book as he finished it and gave him some feedback as a reader. They all separated after a full meal as he walked back home, but stopped in front of the building. He didn't go in and just started to walk towards the park. He wanted to digest some of that meat. He took a slow walk towards the park while looking around. There were quite some people on the streets as it was a Sunday. A few high schoolers were with their skateboards and in gangs. Few couples here and there. The street was not as deserted as it normally was. The area he lived in wasn't the best place, as he could see a few hooligans selling drugs here and there. He finally reached the park and sat down after searching for a bench a long time because of all of the sudden couples. His phone started ringing and he checked to see it was Kim Min-seok, probably about his exam's result. He picked it up and heard an anxious voice on the other side. "How did the exam go, Junwon?" "It's okay if you fail. I won," be angry, and assured him before he could even respond. "Dad, calm down a bit, take a few breaths. Why do you think I will fail? I did well and passed. I was in the middle ranks of the class. Everything went well," he assured him. Min-seok was instantly energized when he heard he passed and said, "Ha ha ha, that is wonderful, Junwon. It's great that you passed. Dad is proud of you. Now where are you?" You should go out and have a party with your friends to celebrate the moment. Should I transfer some money to you? Junwon sighed at how the man was always worried about how much money he had. This could only be because the speed at which the old Junwon spent was that quick, making the old man worried. No, it's all right. I already had a little party. I am in a park right now resting. What are you doing? Is Yoonhee home? Don T remind me about that child. She came back very late last night. Didn't T even bother telling me where she was all that time. Today she woke up at 11 and went out rushing and didn't T come until now. I'm very concerned about her after all the exams are only 3 weeks away. I Don T know what to do about her. His voice instantly fell after mentioning Yoonhee. His voice was full of helplessness. Junwon felt bad for him as he heard his worries. He was a father after all and could feel his helplessness. He encountered something similar to his second son, who lived life leisurely because his brother was the crown prince. That made him worried about how he would turn out. But it was solved when his wife gave him a harsh beating in front of everyone one day because his activities were going too far. After that day, he slowly changed and studied martial arts better to become a warrior like his mother. It was also he who cried and grieved the most when she died. Don't worry about it, Dad. She is in her teenage years. Teenagers are generally more secretive and rebellious about things. I am sure she will fix herself in these upcoming days, he comforted Minseok. If she doesn't tea, even after asking Yoonghwa's help, I'll have to go there and fix her. Hahaha, it's reassuring hearing it from you even though you are also still 19 and in your teenage years. It looks like you matured a bit after going there. Let's hope what you said was true and she will get her life together. Junwon was only a year older than his sister and was still 19, but was very old inside. They continued to talk for a bit before Junwon made his way back and jumped on the bed after a busy day as he still had work the next day. He doesn't even notice how his personality is changing because of the old owner's memories. He isn't someone who thinks much about others, but today he is concerned about his sister and father. Well, everything is for the better. The system murmured to itself and no one heard it. The next day went smoothly as Junwon woke up and went for his jog before taking a quick bath. He slowly ate some cereal with milk while thinking about the things he had to do. After the shift, he needed to go to Do Hwan's production company and get his audition script. Do Hwan mentioned he needed to learn a 2-page script from which they could ask any part for him to perform. The script they would give him wasn't part of the original movie script, but a random practice script they made for auditions. After getting the script, he would come back and start preparing for it. It was Monday and Do Hwan told him that he needed to give an audition on Wednesday itself because they were only free at that time, so he had only 2 days at max to prepare for the audition. Thinking of all that, he noticed it was almost time and quickly washed the bowl before making his way out of the house. As he made his way towards the store while listening to some music, he heard his phone notification sound. He checked and saw it was a text from Hee Young. When are you going to the company for the script? He looked at the message for a few seconds before deciding to ignore it. He didn't have the energy to deal with her. He could guess why she asked that question. She might want to come along with him for amusement, and he didn't want that to happen. As he ignored it, a few messages kept coming, but he didn't even bother to check them and turn the notification sound completely. He reached the store and saw Eum Kyung sitting on the counter, scrolling through his phone. Greeting him, he made his way back and changed into the uniform. As he sat beside him, he could see the tiredness in his eyes and knew he was tired from the party the previous night and the drinks he had with the owner. His shift was very early, so he probably didn't have enough time to get over it. He didn't have many drinks. He never liked the taste of alcohol and would only drink wine at most if he was in the mood for it. But there was only beer yesterday, and he only drank a few sips because Gim-da forced him to. Both of them continued to work in silence as Junwon didn't want to disturb the poor man, who probably wanted some sleep. The 30 minutes went quickly as Ga-soo walked in, and Eum Kyung quickly took his leave. Time quickly passed by as both of them continued to work while having some small chat. Ga-soo still had her classes, as the financial management course was longer than acting. Her classes would still go on for another 2 weeks before they had to go for an internship the last year to earn experience. In the quiet store, both were having some small talk to pass the time when the door opened and Hee Young marched in like a demoness. She noticed Junwon behind the counter and said, "Why didn't you reply after the first message? You do know that I can see if you saw my message or not, right? You didn't even bother to look at the other messages." The way she told her thoughts could be easily misunderstood, and Ga-soo misunderstood. She wanted to quietly walk away and give both of them some space as she thought it was something personal. Junwon noticed this and said to Hee Young, "Who doesn't have any awareness? Quiet down and once think before you talk. The way you told now could cause many misunderstandings." Hee-young paused for a second when he heard him and thought back to what she said before replying, Don T have the brain of a monkey. Do boys always have such an idiotic brain? Junwon raised an eyebrow after hearing her but didn't T bother to correct her that it wasn't T he who misunderstood. He sighed and asked, anyway, why are you here? About the message this morning. Hee-young didn't T bother replying as she just nodded while folding her arms and looked down on him. Junwon didn't T bother standing up from the chair and said, I know what you would ask if I told you when I will be going there. So I didn't T bother replying. I want to go alone, and if you come with me it's too much attention towards us. Well, you clearly forgot I know where you work. Now that I am here I'll wait till you go there, and took a seat behind the counter. Why do you even want to come? It won't be any fun for you anyway. Don T, you have any other work to do? If you don't then go give some auditions or improve your acting. After all, you are still majoring in acting. She looked at him with her head held high and said, what audition? I don't need to audition. I am in a film and the shooting will also start soon, revealing a secret without noticing. This took Junwon back. He never saw her acting, and even though people shouldn't be judged by looks, it was still surprising for him. He never thought that she already had a film to act in. Wait, you are in a film? As he asked her, it dawned on her what she just spoke and loomed around to see if anyone else was there. Gasu was far away from them, fixing a few shelves, and she whispered to Junwon, little brother, do not tell anyone about this. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone that I am in a movie. This took him back once again, and he looked her up and down. He wondered which maniac took a chance with her in a film. All right, I won't tell anyone. Now tell me which movie you are going to act in. Oh, it's a small movie, and I managed to snatch one of the major roles in it. The leads are both only listed actors. My schedule will start in about 2 weeks, and I might become busy for the next 34 months. Her tone was full of pride. She was really proud of this opportunity. Junwon's eyes went wide upon hearing her. He only knew her for a few days, and from what he saw her so far, she wasn't the type to lie. So this must be true. She was really acting in a movie. How did you get the role? Oh, that I participated in an open audition. I didn't tell anyone that I was doing it and just did it cause I was bored. But the director liked what he saw when I did the part and immediately hired me. I even signed the contract last week. This would be my debut in the industry. Be sure to watch the movie. He nodded and went silent. It seemed like this girl really had talent even though she is completely aloof the entire time and has a very stubborn and irritating personality. So until my shooting starts in 2 weeks, I am mostly free. That is why I am hanging out with you. I am not just some busybody, you know. She huffed and explained to him. She was really bored in the morning and had no plans that got her excited. Then she remembered he will be going to the company and decided to tag along. Don T, you have some other friends in your circle. I am sure all of them will be doing something good, especially now that it's mostly holidays. And do you not have to practice for the role you got? You shouldn't waste time on your debut film. As he immediately went into a lecturing tone as his old age showed itself. Hearing him, Hee-young couldn't take it and closed her ears before humming. After a few seconds, she looked at him and said, why are you nagging me like my dad? Sometimes you really act out of your age mentality. And what friends? Let me tell you, every single second-generation child is an idiot. They only care about how they look in front of others. Too fake for my taste. He shook his head and ignored her as he continued to do his work. Time quickly went by and it was already almost time for his shift to end. Hee-young really stayed there the whole time. Gimdo was shocked and almost passed out to see her sitting behind the counter when he came. After the time was up, he quickly changed back into his regular clothes and walked out with Hee-young. He noticed the red car outside and Hee-young waved her hand, asking him to hop in. He agreed as he didn't even know where this company was. If she wasn't there, he would have to go around asking where it was, and that was a big task. Do you want to go and eat first or after we get that script? As she turned on the car. Let us get the script first, and we will talk about the food later. He wanted to get that script in his hands as quickly as possible. All right then, hold on tight. She wore her sunglasses with a grin and stepped on the accelerator. A red car zoomed through the city and didn't stop until it reached its destination. Junwon looked at her with a weird look. Throughout the journey, they didn't encounter even one red traffic light. Both got down before the company's entrance, and a person quickly came out after noticing the car. Hee-young passed the keys to him to park and went inside with Junwon. They went straight to the reception desk. Junwon noticed the huge sign, Glorious Production, behind the reception desk. The lobby room itself looked very fancy. Many people were sitting at the side, some with anxious expressions, while others looked like they had all the confidence in the world. I came to meet Uncle Hwan. My name is Seo Hee-young. Is he in? As she leaned over the desk, Hee-young asked the receptionist. The receptionist took the landline on her desk and dialed a number before asking about Hee-young. Her expression changed a little during the call before she ended the call and looked at Hee-young a bit nervously. Miss Seo, the president isn't available today, but his secretary is available and is coming down to receive you right now. Hee-young nodded before leaning back and waiting for the secretary to come down. Junwon looked at her and asked in a low voice, "Did you never come here?" After seeing how she introduced herself and how the receptionist didn't know who she was, Hee-young shook her and replied, "Not really. I didn't have any work in this production company of Uncle Hwan. I go to the agency company more to play with a few actresses I know there." She shrugged. She didn't have any business here because she was still not an actor, and if she was, she would probably come to talk business. They only had to wait a few minutes before they saw a figure rushing out of the elevator towards them. The man was thin, looked young, but his hairline receded quite a lot, and there were already a few gray hairs too. He looked exhausted, but had a smile when he came up to Hee-young. "Miss Seo, you should have called, and I would have told the president you were coming today. Is there anything I could do for you?" "Yes, I forgot to call Uncle Hwan before coming. Well, it's alright even if he wasn't here. This is Junwon. Yesterday my uncle told him to come and take a script for an audition. Do you have it by any chance?" The secretary finally noticed the man standing beside Hee-young and exclaimed, "Oh, so it's this young man who the president told me about this morning before he went out. Right, he did tell me to provide you with a script for the audition. Let me make a call and ask for it." He turned around and made a call for the script. "See, it's this easy. If I wasn't here, you would probably have to wait for a long time." She turned around and threw a cheeky smile towards Junwon. He simply nodded and didn't respond to her gloating. The guy turned around as the call ended and said, "The script will be here soon. Miss Seo, you should have given me a call instead of coming here. I would have sent someone to bring you guys the script." He tried to flatter her. Hee-young came from a big family with a lot of connections, so Junwon found it understandable that he would try to flatter her. Hee-young, on the other hand, didn't even bother to respond to the guy's flattery. She had an expressionless face and simply stayed silent. The guy didn't seem to mind as he continued to flatter her. It didn't take long for another young man to come out running from the elevator with some papers in his hands. He went to the secretary and handed him the papers. The secretary took it and passed it to Junwon with a smile. "Here is your script, young man. Looks like the president caught a new talent. I can see you will go very far in this industry. You can contact me if you have any problems." Junwon grimaced as he felt the man changed his target to him. The guy didn't even give him a business card, but he told him to contact him. He couldn't be more fake about his intentions than that. "Now that the script is here, let us get going. I am hungry." Hee-young turned and said before walking towards the exit. Junwon gave a nod to the secretary before following behind her. As the two walked away, the young man beside the secretary asked, "Boss, who were those people that you came all the way down in a hurry?" The receptionist also leaned towards them a little, as she was also curious. When she called him earlier to inform him that people were asking for the president, she heard a loud, surprised voice from the other side before him speaking very anxiously. He never heard him like that, as he was a very proud man. "She's someone even the president shows a level of respect to. The president was able to establish this company only because of her parent's help. Don't go around talking about this stuff with anyone and forget about what happened today." He warned the young man at the end before walking back towards the elevator. Meanwhile, Junwon was ready in the car about to open the script. The first page only had 2 words, "for audition," in bold letters. As he was about to turn over the page, it was snatched away from his hand. He turned to the side and saw Hee-young driving with one hand while putting the script away with the other. Don T read the script in the car. "How can you have your eyes on that paper when there is such a beautiful girl next to you? You can read it after going home. Now tell me, where shall we have lunch?" Junwon was flabbergasted when he heard her narcissistic remarks. He didn't even ask her for the script back because that would only make her more stubborn. He just looked out of the window and said, "I don't care where, but not in a fancy restaurant. Let us go somewhere less sophisticated." Even though he loved the food in the fancy restaurant the day before, he hated how sophisticated it was, with many people around him and people coming and going out with dishes in their hands. He liked a simple restaurant better than that. There were too many options there, and he was the kind of person who preferred fewer options, which makes it simpler to order food, especially when he doesn't know most of the food on the menu. "All right then, I know just the place. I go there now and then. It's small, but the old grandmother cooks some of the best food I ate. The place is also quiet and not sophisticated," and continued driving after determining the destination. The car stopped after a few minutes at the end of a street. Hee-young stopped it to the side and got down. Junwon looked around and noticed there weren't any restaurants around. "Come, let us go. The place is in this alleyway." He saw her waving her hand and going inside an alleyway. Seeing her asking him to go inside an alleyway made the situation very weird, and he was alert. He slowly followed her, and she stopped at the end of the alleyway before a small restaurant. There wasn't even a proper signboard for the shop, and this made him doubt how she found this place. Hee-young opened the door and went inside while shouting, "Hey Grandma, I am here again. I brought a friend with me this time. Get us both 2 fried rice with a few sides." Junwon noticed most of the shop was empty. Only a few people were present, having their food in silence. The whole shop only had 3 tables with 4 chairs for each table. "Oh, young lady, you are here this week too. You brought a friend too. Nice, come in. I'll quickly get you your food. Go ahead and sit." An old voice came from the other side of the cooking station, and Junwon finally noticed the old woman. Hee-young nodded and sat at a table while waving her hand towards Junwon. Junwon sat and asked, "How did you even find this place?" "Well, it all started when my car almost ran over the poor grandma. Then she started explaining, but was quickly cut off by Junwon, who had a shocked expression after hearing her first sentence. "Wait a minute, don't just continue after saying you almost ran over the old lady there. What do you mean by almost running your car over? It's a miracle that you aren't in jail right now, and why are you making it sound as if it's something simple?" He was shocked at how casual she was when she told him that. That wasn't something to be casual about. "Well, it's really nothing. Nothing happened except me hitting my brakes when that lady jumped in front of my car to die. If I didn't slam my brakes in time, I would have been in jail. That old woman wanted to die, and she found my car for it out of all the ones at that time. I was so angry at that moment." Junwon was taken back at the sudden revelation of things. He thought of another scenario that made Hee-young look like a villain. He looked at the old woman who had a small smile on her face as she was holding a wok and cooking their food, and would have never thought that the same woman wanted to jump in front of a vehicle to die. "What's with that look on your face? Did you think of something else in that head of yours when I said I almost ran over a woman? HMPH, you look at me like an idiot, but who is one now?" As if she could read his thoughts, he caught him by a rope. Before he could respond to her sarcastic comments and try to redeem himself, she continued, "Anyway, I almost lashed out at the woman for her actions, but when I got down, the poor lady fainted. I panicked thinking she was dead and brought her to a nearby hospital. After a few tests, the doctor just told her she was tired and she didn't eat for quite a while. So after she woke up from the hospital, I asked her why she did something like that, and she told me her story. At that time, she lost her son and daughter-in-law in a car crash. The insurance company at that time didn't give her the money by stating nonsense reasons and fooling her. Life didn't stop posing more problems to her after that. The loan their family took for opening their restaurant came knocking at the door. She was about to lose the restaurant her husband, who passed away already, and her son set up. She couldn't see it being taken and decided to take her life. Junwon couldn't help but shake his head a little as he heard what the old woman had to go through. People at their age deserved rest and happiness, after all they go through, but to face problems at times like that was not fair. He couldn't help but look at Hee-young in a new light. The girl was a narcissistic, irritating idiot, but she had something many people these days didn't have. That was the willingness to help others. He can't deny the fact that she helped him by introducing her uncle. Now he heard she helped the old lady. If only she could be less cheeky and more mature for her age, she would be a nice person to be around. Then what happened after that? Nothing happened after that. I wanted to help out the old lady, so I paid off her loan and asked my dad to provide supplies for this restaurant at lower rates. After that, the old lady started running the shop by herself. I tried her cooking once, and her fried rice is very good, so I come here once a week or so to eat it. Today it happened to be with you. That's the end of my fabulous story. Now praise me," holding her head up high, waiting for some praises from her little junior. Junwon couldn't care less about her thoughts as he waited for the food, and he didn't have to wait long as it arrived quickly. The old woman placed the food on the table and said, "Well, have some food, young lady. You were talking all this while. Hope you like the food, child." She turned to him at the end with a smile and walked back to attend to the other customers. He couldn't help but smile when he heard her call him a child. He was anything but a child inside. He accepted the plate and slowly ate some chicken fried rice along with the few sides they got. The food was really good, and he could understand why someone like Hee-young would come to eat here. Both of them slowly had the fried rice before Junwon walked up to the old woman and took out his purse to pay. He didn't want Hee-young to pay. "Little brother, let me pay. I brought you here." As she took out her own purse to pay, Junwon just pushed her purse back and asked the old woman how much was it. "Oh, both of you don't need to pay," she hurriedly denied him. "No, we both ate, so tell how much," he insisted. "Grandma, I already told you, this is a business. You need to make money when you provide food, no matter who it is." Hee-young stepped up and reminded her. The old lady nodded before telling Junwon the cost. He paid her and both of them walked out. They got in the car and Hee-young dropped Junwon near the supermarket. Before she drove off, she pushed her sunglasses and asked him, "Do you want a practice partner for that script? I can help you. After all, I did go through an audition too, so I can give you pointers." Junwon shook his head and replied, "I am okay. You should practice your own lines for that movie. You don't want to be bad in your first movie," and walked away. Hee-young shrugged and drove away. You should have accepted her advice. The system that didn't speak the entire day came alive. Junwon paused a few seconds before shaking his head and ignored the suggestion. He still didn't fully trust the system's so-called suggestions. He decided to go with what he felt, and he didn't see the need to get help from her. He already regarded that role as his and looked at the script in his hands. After reaching home, he sat down and sent a text to Yoonghwa if she reached her house. Her bus was early in the morning, and she would have reached home by then. He didn't have to wait long as he received a reply that she was at home and was going to have an afternoon nap. He kept the phone aside after that and finally opened the script. It was only 2 papers long, and he saw how detailed it was. For each part in the script, there was an explanation of the scenario the character was in for the actor to understand the character's mentality a little to help in the acting. This script was more detailed and better than the amateur script their class wrote for their play. That script was all over the place, and the actors had to do much more work to understand a character's mental state. It was hard especially for scenes that Junwon had because of the number of emotions he had to show, like rage and jealousy at once. Junwon slowly read through the entire script and kept it aside for a second. His character was actually very simple in it. He was a college student and mental support for the main character who goes through many problems, so most of his scenes were there to shine the main character in a better way. There were parts of the script where he had to show different emotions. There was one where he was angry at the second female lead because she cheated and broke the main character. He had to show a tinge of jealousy when the female lead asked about the lead instead of him. Overall, according to him, this audition script was taken out of some romantic drama. His confidence was the same even after he saw the script. He felt he could perform well and get the attention of the people judging him. He picked up the script and started to slowly go through each line, memorizing them while at the same time vocally trying which tone was better for each part. He was slowly organizing his skills and output. Time passed by and he checked his phone to see it was already 6 in the evening. He closed the script and kept it aside. Taking out his phone, he saw a message from Mo Yang, asking him to come out for a party. This guy was always out partying, trying to mix into the more popular and rich people in class and university. He dragged the old Junwon into it too. Thinking for a second, he accepted the invite and texted back that he will be there. He still knew little about the culture, and the best way to find out was a social gathering like this one. He took a bath, changed into better clothes before walking out of the building. Mo Yang lived in the dorms, and so they decided to meet up at the university gates. He didn't forget to bring his headphones as he listened to more music. He quickly reached the gates and waited for Mo Yang. He sent a message and started to wait for the man to come out. It didn't take him long to come out as Mo Yang came out, and both of them made their way towards a pub. "Man, it's good to go to a party with you again. You didn't come to any of the parties last week, but it looks like your hard work paid off and finally got a better ranking." Mo Yang joked as he slings his arm around Junwon. Junwon stared at the hand for a sec but didn't shake it off as he replied, "Yeah, I needed to get better marks to show back home." "Right, how did you do? Got any better marks?" "Nah man, still the same old. But it's alright, I mean you live only once and university should be the time of your life. You should come out and make memories every opportunity you have. If you go out of this student life into the real world, it's the dog fight, so just lean back a little and relax, acting as a philosopher." "Yeah, you should relax and enjoy a little, but not like you. If you continue to be like that, they will eat you in the dog fight out there," Junwon said to himself. "So where is the party tonight?" Changing the topic as he couldn't hear any more philosophies from the guy's mouth. "Oh, it's a nice place. You probably do not know any of the people there as most of them are from other departments. So try to blend in like me, make some friends and you will be good." Junwon nodded, but he had no intention to make friends. He just wanted to sit back and see how things are. They also had pubs back in the kingdom, but most of it was only warriors and magicians sitting with a drink in their hands and chatting off about their long journeys and achievements. It didn't take them long to reach the pub. Junwon looked at the flashing signboard which said Rosemary and noticed the long line. Pubs near universities had long lines irrespective of the date, and if they had classes, the next day as many had the same mentality as Mo Yang. As he was about to walk towards the end of the line, Mo Yang stopped him and said with a cheeky smile, "We don't need to be in the line this time, just watch," as he walked up to the huge security at the door. He whispered a few words, shoved some money, and called Junwon over. "You paid money for that guy to get us in quicker." As they walked into a dark hallway and lights at the end of it, Junwon could hear cheers and screams from the other end. It seemed rowdier than his past life. What, of course not. He won tea allow for simple money. If that's the case, many people would just throw a few cash in his face to get in quicker and the whole thing will become a bidding war. The people we are partying with tonight have a special person. His dad runs this pub as its manager, so I told him I came for his party and he agreed. These things are important, Junwon. You have so many things to learn, but don't worry, I'll teach them all. He patted Junwon's shoulder. Junwon shrugged it off and looked ahead as they almost reached the end of the hallway, as the lights became brighter and the sound became louder. As he stepped onto the floor, he saw so many people in the tiny, confined space, with lights everywhere and loud music blasting from the speakers by the DJ at the front. He looked to the side and saw the bar with people drinking crazily before joining the dance floor in the center. Are all these people from our university? He asked Mo Yang, but got no reply. He turned around and saw Mo Yang already joining a group at the bar, drinking and laughing. He stood there, not knowing what to do. This atmosphere was very weird for a silent-loving guy like him. He finally noticed a few couches at the side of the dance floor and slowly made his way there. Most of the couches were empty because of the swarm of people on the dance floor, jumping around like crazy monkeys. He had to go through several drunk people to make it to his destination. He looked at the other couches and saw a few people taking in drugs and jumping back onto the floor to dance. He shook his head at how wild the definition of enjoyment was. He was such a boomer. As he continued to look around, he saw a server. "Can I get a glass of water and another glass of juice?" He yelled towards the server. The server reacted and looked at him like he was an alien. Coming towards him, he asked, "Sir, you asked for a glass of water and a glass of juice," trying to confirm the weird order he just received. Junwon nodded and asked, "Is there a problem?" "I don't know if we have some juice, sir. I'll ask, and if there is some, I'll bring it to you," and excused himself. Junwon didn't expect that response. No juice, so these guys have only alcohol here. How much is the juice? Ignored and not ordered for them to not have it. He didn't want alcohol as he had it the earlier day. He just came out to check things out, not to get drunk. He leaned back and continued to look around the whole pub. He noticed Mo Yang was already drunk and on the floor dancing with some women. It didn't take long for the server to come back and give him his glass of water and another glass of orange juice. He slowly enjoyed his drink in peace until a woman stumbled out of the floor onto the couch he was sitting on. Luckily, the couch was in a U-shape and big enough to fit 5 people. He looked at the drunken lady as she slowly pushed herself up and sat properly. She looked around and picked up the glass of water he didn't touch and leaned back. "Damn it, I shouldn't have come." She stretched her body and looked at the dance floor while mumbling. The girl didn't even notice him sitting and drinking on the couch. She looked pretty beautiful and was probably a university student. Along with her long brown hair, her blue eyes made her attractive. He placed the glass down, making some sound and catching the girl's attention. The sound seemed to spook her as she looked around and finally spotted him sitting in the middle of the couch. "Wah, where did you come from? I thought I was sitting here alone and what's that? Juice. You are drinking juice. Go back home and drink milk." It surprised her at first but started dissing him, a complete stranger in her mental state. He decided to ignore her and just took out his phone. He went through some news headlines, minding his own business until he smelled strong alcohol near him. He looked up and saw the lady was now beside him. "What are you looking at? News. You are looking at the news in a bar. Man, that's why nerds shouldn't come out of their rooms and go to pubs like this." He raised an eyebrow at her statement and moved aside. He wanted nothing to do with a drunken lady. That was just asking for trouble that he didn't want any. As he moved, that woman also slightly moved towards him. He looked at her and said, "Don't come and stick your body towards me. I want nothing to do with you. You should probably go home already. Look how drunk you are." "I am not drunk. I am perfectly fine. It's you who is drunk. You are pushing away a beautiful lady like me. Wait, are you into men? Now I understand. It's okay, buddy. The society is changing and people will accept you." She drew her own conclusions, making him flabbergasted. He shook his head and stood up to move away. The girl reminded him a bit of Hee-young, but Hee-young wasn't drunk by the time they met, even though she was equally irritable. As he stood up, he felt his hand was grabbed and looked behind to see she caught his hand while almost falling asleep. He looked at the sleeping girl for a second and removed her hand before sitting on the opposite side. He couldn't leave a sleeping girl in a pub. That was dangerous. He continued to sit on the seat until a group of women came to the couch and started to wake up the women who fell asleep opposite to him. They shook her until she was awake and talked to her for a few seconds before helping her out of the pub. Through the entire process, just like the lady before, they didn't notice Junwon sitting there. Seeing the group make their way out of the pub, he leaned back on the couch and continued to drink the juice. The pub atmosphere was the same, people still jumping around, and he was getting bored with it. He drank the whole thing and stood up. He looked around for Mo Yang but couldn't find the man in the swarm of people on the dance floor. He didn't want to get flooded in that crowd and simply sent the man a text before walking out. As soon as he came out, he took a deep breath. The air inside was mixed with all kinds of smells like sweat, drinks, cigarettes, and drugs. It was suffocating. He looked to the side and saw the same group of girls again, patting the lady's back as she vomited everything she had in her stomach. He turned around as he was about to walk off. He heard someone calling for him from behind, "Excuse me," making him turn around. It was one of the girls in the group. She was pretty short and had long black hair. She pushed her glasses up and thanked him. "Thank you for looking out for my friend back inside. We couldn't thank you inside because of all the noise in her state. I guess luck is on our side as you came out quickly." She spoke completely normally, and it didn't look like she drank any alcohol. Junwon nodded and replied, "It's all right. Your friend was pretty drunk and spoke a lot of nonsense. Take her back home," and turned around to go back. "Ah, can I know your name and where I can find you? My friend wouldn't let me live if she didn't know the person who took care of her when she was drunk. She is the type of person who likes to pay people back, so please try to understand." He looked over his shoulder, raised his eyebrow, and replied, "It's all right. She doesn't need to pay anything back to me. I am perfectly okay with it. I didn't take care of her or anything. She and I sat on the same couch. That's all." He wore his headphones and walked away, ignoring any more calls from behind. As he reached home, he took off the earphones and got inside the kitchen to cook himself some quick dinner before going to sleep. He was exhausted and so took out an instant noodle packet to cook and eat. After having dinner, he sat on the couch and took out the script for a while. Having some more reads before sleep, he jumped on the bed. The next day back in the supermarket, Junwon sat down on his chair for some rest as Ga-soo attended the customers in his place. He took out his phone and sent a text to Yoonghwa. It was time to know what was going on with his sister to worry Min Seok so much. He received a reply as soon as he sent a text, and he slowly started to explain the situation to her. He wanted her to know where she was going every night and coming back home so late. Her exams were only a few weeks away, and it was time for her to concentrate on them. She was smart and could get into a good university if needed. Yoonghwa immediately agreed to his request, and he asked her to go to Yoonhee's high school at 5, which was the time the classes end for the final year students. She sent her a picture of Yoonhee so she could recognize her. She agreed to find out what Yoonhee would be up to as a payback for his help the past week. He thanked her once again before closing the phone and continuing his work. After completing his work, he went back home, cooked some lunch, and started his practice. The exam was the next day, and he got most of the emotions in lines down, and the next was practice. He shut himself in the house and continued to practice his lines over and over again until he felt it was good enough. He used his phone to record each section to review and do it again if there were notable mistakes. As he was practicing, he received a message from Do Hwan and told him his appointment was at 2 the next day and also told him to be on time. After sending him a thank you, he continued to practice once again. As time passed by, he finally received a call, and he checked to see it was from Yoonghwa. His heart started to beat quicker than his thoughts turned dark about the situation. He picked up the phone and heard Yoonghwa from the other side. "Junwon, your sister is working in an underground bar." "What kind of work?" "She is acting as a waitress for the bar, but this place isn't too good to act as a waitress at all. All types of gangsters and drug addicts are lying around. I asked another waitress, and she told me that your sister came here for work a month ago." "A month ago? That was way back before he entered this body. It looked like his sister was working in a bad place, filled with misfits everywhere. That was dangerous for a teenage girl, and he hoped nothing happened to her. Can you hand over the phone to her for me? I'll talk." And Yoonghwa agreed, and he heard her footsteps along with the music in the background. "Yoonhee, this phone call is for you." He heard Yoonghwa on the other side shouting through the blasting music. "Ah, what? Hello, who is this?" He finally heard his sister's voice for the first time, few hours back in Lawson town. Yoonghwa was helping out her mom back at home, shopping at the local grocery store. As she was going through the shelf filled with ice creams and contemplating over which ice cream she should go for, her phone received a notification. She moved her eyes away from the shelf after a long time and took out her phone. She noticed it was from Junwon and opened the chat to see what it was about. Junwon rarely sent her texts, and so she knew this might be about the help he asked before coming. Just like he expected, Junwon's message was straight to the point, asking her if she had a free evening. After replying he explained what he needed from her, and hearing what he had to say, she immediately understood what he was worried about and agreed to check out what his sister Yoonhee was doing. She received the girl's school address along with a picture and decided to go at 4:45 just to be on the safe side. She also felt slightly worried about things. It was human nature to think about bad outcomes, and she was thinking the same as Junwon. The day went by and she went by the school he informed and waited from a distance, checking the gate for Yoonhee. After waiting for 20 more minutes, he finally saw a girl coming out of the school with a few of her friends. After talking for a few more minutes at the gate, she waved her hand at her friends and walked the opposite way. Yoonghwa quickly followed her from a distance, not trying to lose sight of her. She felt like a detective from the movies, following the criminal to find their den. She shook her head and removed all the unnecessary thoughts and continued to follow her. After walking a few streets, she finally saw her walking into a shady alleyway. She quickly followed her and saw her going into a store while looking around to check if anyone was there. Yoonghwa hid for a second and went into the alleyway before entering the store. The store was a pub, an illegal pub. She looked around and saw only a few people, as it was still early for people to come in. Taking a seat, she looked around and couldn't find Yoonhee anymore. She panicked a little. A waitress came by after seeing her taking a seat and asked what she wanted. Yoonghwa went for a beer and got it within a few seconds as she was thinking about Yoonhee. She was contemplating whether to ask one of the people working for the girl, but knew the only thing she would get from places like that was denial. It was illegal to hire high schoolers in the country, and on top of hiring one, it was an illegal business. They will deny it completely, and it was risky for her as the people weren't exactly friendly to people they didn't like. Luckily she didn't need to take any risks as she saw Yoonhee come out into the bar once again, but this time she wasn't in her school uniform, but rather in a waitress dress. The dress was very revealing with the short skirt. The girl went around the bar, talking with people with the best smile she could muster, taking orders. Yoonghwa could easily see through the facade the young girl was keeping up with. The girl was extremely uncomfortable and did not like what she did one bit, but something was forcing her to do it. She wanted to go there, grab the girl by her shoulders and scream what is making her do this, find out her problems and try to help her the best she could do. But she couldn't do any of that, especially looking at how scary the people in the bar were. She saw a few guns in the men's pockets and on the table like they were showcasing trophies. It was illegal to own guns without a license, and getting one is easy if they don't have any criminal history and take some courses issued by the government. She pondered over whether or not to call Junwon, but decided to do it after knowing a little more about the situation. She didn't want to jump the gun and make any misunderstandings. She looked around and found another waitress. She waved her hand and called her over before taking out a few notes from her bag. She placed the notes folded on the table as the waitress came over and asked, "This money is yours if you answer a few questions. Don't worry, I ain't with the police," assuring the girl in front of her. The girl looked at the money on the table for a few seconds before looking at Yoonghwa, then back to the table, and nodded. "You don't look smart enough to be a police anyway, so shoot," she commented before snatching the money and counted on how much it was. Yoonghwa's face twitched when she heard the girl's diss but didn't flip and asked, "I want to know about the girl over there. Tell me what you know about her." She held the beer glass and pointed at Yoonhee, who was tending to a customer before taking a sip and making a regretful face later. "Oh, that high school girl. Yeah, she came over here a month ago, I think. She got recommended by another high school girl who works in the restricted section. She begged for a job, and the boss took a bit of pity on her and gave it to her." Yoonghwa frowned when she heard restricted section. She understood what the waitress meant by the restricted section. Her face was covered by disgust and asked slowly, "Does that girl work in the restricted section?" The waitress smiled as if she anticipated that question and replied, "The money you gave isn't worth that answer. Even if you give more, I won't tell. I don't want my head separated from my body because of a stranger. So see ya," and walked away before Yoonghwa could stop her. Yoonhee looked at the woman in front of her with a slightly stunned expression before handing her the phone over and walking back. She just had a talk with her brother, and the talk froze her thinking process. It was like she talked to a new person completely, and now she is forced to stop working. She went into the boss room and tried to not show disgust on her face due to all kinds of foul smells in that place. She bowed and thanked him for giving her the job the last month before asking permission to leave for good. The boss looked at her lightly and asked, "You come here suddenly, want a job, and want to leave when you want. You know that isn't how things normally go in the underworld, right?" Taking a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand, his arms were full of tattoos and the bald head made him intimidating. Yoonhee shuddered a little as she heard his intimidating tone and panicked a little as she stuttered to reply, "Boss, please try to understand. My circumstances are different and I need to leave. My university exams are only a few weeks away. Give me some leeway this one time," practically begging him. Silence filled the room as Yoonhee started regretting her life choices more and more. She knew how dangerous the underworld could be but joined, despite knowing that. Now she was in a difficult position to even leave. She felt like crying, but if she broke down, her chances to leave would also decrease. The boss took a deep breath and said, "I allowed you to get a job in the first place because of your friend. You can leave. Never show your face in these parts of town. If you do, you'll never leave again." His words shocked Yoonhee a little, but she quickly bowed once again and walked out. She exhaled in relief as she got out and clenched her fists. She was betting on Junwon's words and left this job. She hopes he holds up his end of the bargain. She quickly changed out of her clothes and walked out into the pub in her school uniform once again. She didn't notice Yoonghwa and continued on out. As she walked into the alleyway, she noticed a few people trying to make their way into the pub, so she slowly went to the side and shrunk herself as she continued out. She didn't want to get noticed by any of the people, and luckily they were too busy to do so. She breathed out in relief as she finally made out into the streets and noticed Yoonghwa waving her hand a few feet away from her. She looked at the lively sister and wondered what her relationship was with her brother to make her come into a dangerous pub for her. She walked towards her and Yoonghwa asked, "Did you leave the job permanently? Are they giving you any kinds of problems? Tell me if they are. I'll try to think of a solution." She returned to her usual self as she spits out questions once again. Yoonhee was taken back at the barrage of questions and instantly wondered how her brother managed to control this gun. She shook her head and held her thoughts in as she replied, "Everything is fine. The boss told me to leave. He warned me to never show my face on this side of the city once again. That's all." "That's good. At least that guy has some morality to leave a girl when she wants to leave." Yoonghwa nodded to herself. Yoonhee stared at the woman for a while and blurted out, "Are you my brother's girlfriend?" and released immediately after she asked for it. Yoonghwa was shocked for a second after hearing her and laughed out loud. She shook her head and replied, "No way. It's not easy to even talk to your brother normally, much less date him. I am just a friend who is returning a huge favor. I owe him, that's all. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chio Yoonghwa. You can call me Sister Yoonghwa." Nice to meet you. My name is Kim Yoonhee. What do you mean by favor? You owe my brother a favor." She questioned her once again. Yoonghwa looked at her for a second before laughing once again. "You remind me of your brother a bit. Well, I don't think you will get angry if I tell you why I owe him a favor. Well, it started last week. Your brother helped me improve my acting skills and made me better than I ever was, so I am grateful." Yoonhee paused for a second when she heard her. She looked at Yoonghwa in complete confusion and asked, "My brother is good enough to teach others about acting, much less help them get better. When did this happen?" She was so confused because she knew how bad her brother was. She observed him when he was back in high school at home, trying to act as he saw in movies, secretly inside his room. But she saw how bad he was and thought he was making a big mistake. She knew he was doing a big mistake, especially after he went to university in another town. He never attended classes and always partied out there. She thought he would become wasted like many in society. "Oh, you don't know. Your brother is very good at acting. The best in class and even got high praises from the judges. He would have won first prize and also the prize money if he got a better role, but he never cared. That's why I got both of them and am indebted for his help. If he didn't help, I would also be a mediocre actor in that class," she explained. Yoonhee nodded before both of them went their separate ways. Yoonhee walked back home, thinking about the phone call she had with her brother. Her brother sure sounded very different and mature. A few minutes earlier, Yoonhee stared at the strange woman in front of her and then the phone she shoved into her hand. She wanted to shout back what she was doing but stopped at her stare. She kept the phone at her ear and tried to sound intimidating. "Ah, what? Hello, who is this?" She was a little scared seeing the woman in front of her stare down at her. "Yoonhee, it's me. Now start explaining yourself. Why the hell are you in a place like that working? You better come up with a good explanation." She heard his brother speaking in a low but very intimidating voice on the phone. She felt her body tremble to hear him. She was never scared of him, but now she felt like she had to submit. "What do you mean by explanation? And who is this lady in front of me? Are you making people follow me? You know that is a crime, right? And what right do you think you have to talk to me like that?" She took a deep breath, suppressed her fear, and tried to show a strong front. "Don't you dare talk to me like that, Yoonhee. Just because I made a few mistakes this past year does not mean you can start raising your voice in situations like this. So you better move away from that place and start explaining why you are in that place working. Dad is very worried about your future. You are the smartest person in our family, and if your explanation is idiotic, I will come down there and deal with this myself." His voice turned completely cold, and she felt the urge to cry. She never thought her brother, who was aloof and easygoing, had a side like that. She looked around before moving to a silent corner and started to slowly cry while explaining. I am so sorry to talk like that. I shouldn't have started working without telling you and Dad. Please do not be angry." She started bawling at the end. The sudden change caught the little girl off guard, and she couldn't keep the strong front anymore. She was a very smart yet soft girl, and in front of Junwon she couldn't hold on. She could hear Junwon take a deep breath on the other side as his voice returned to normal, and his reply came, "Do not cry, Yoonhee. You are a strong girl. Brother was just angry. Why are you working there? What made you do that? Are you in any problems? Tell me. I'll understand. As she wiped her tears away, she started to explain. For money, I started working for money. Dad started to stress out more after you went to university. The financial situation became tighter and tighter because of more expenses on your side, and he couldn't say no when you asked for money. I knew my university might be online if this continued. So I tried to find jobs. No one would hire me because of the laws and be scared to get caught hiring a high schooler. So I asked around in school and a girl reached out. She told me about this place and that they would hire high school girls. I came here and then understood that the boss would be willing to hire because it was an illegal pub maintained by the underground. I got scared, but I couldn't back away. The boss looked at me and gave me a waitress position after contemplating for a while. It's been about a month since I started. She finished explaining the whole situation. She was calmer than before but still held the phone tightly as the other side went silent. She couldn't help but call out, "Brother." She heard him sigh and reply, "Yes, I am still here. I never thought my actions would drive the situation back at home like this. The city changed me immediately when I came here. Everything is so much better, and it took me a while to snap out of it. If the situation is this bad, why did you not call or text me about it? We both know Dad would not talk about things like this with both of us. You should have just called me and tried explaining that my actions were having an inverse situation back at home. I would have snapped out of this city's colorful life sooner. What can I talk to you about? You are always on your own. Stopped lifting Dad's calls or my messages the past year. Do you still think I'll find you reliable after that? It was like you detached yourself from us and didn't want people to even know you have a family. There was no way I could talk to you about stuff like this. You weren't there to understand. Junwon sighed again and replied, "Well, let us leave this here. Leave that job and don't go there ever again. Dad has more hopes for your intelligence and smarts than my passion for acting. Just start studying harder for the exams. There is only a month away. Do well and try to get into a good university." What about the money? Our family doesn't have enough money to send both of us to university at the same time. Do not worry about the money. That should not be your concern when you are still at high school. Just study harder and leave the money issues to me. It's mostly because of me that we are in this situation. I'll get enough money to make you get into a university of your liking, as long as you have the marks to get in. Now don't tell Dad about any of this. He will blame himself for this. Just go home from school and study. Try to spend more time with him and get good marks. That will make him happy. And cut the call. She looked at the phone before going back and giving it to Youngwoo with a stunned expression. Maybe he really changed, she thought as she woke up from her stupor while looking up before running towards home to start studying for exams. Junwon looked at the phone in his hand before sighing to himself. He feared what happened to the little girl in his memories he received to make her work in a place like that. He felt angry towards the girl after he heard she has been working for nearly a month. Those kinds of places were dangerous, especially for women, who get trapped and cannot escape later on. He sighed a couple of times throughout the conversation, knowing how dumb the original Junwon was. He couldn't appreciate the good family God gave him, which many out there didn't have the privilege to have, including him. He learned about the problems the house was facing, and it was pretty serious if even a high schooler who has the most important exams coming up could not help but panic and take things into her own hand. He can't talk about this with Min Seok, as the man will try to deny it and bear the complete burden on his two shoulders, like how he's been doing it for as long as he remembers. Min Seok worked his ass off as a single father to keep the family afloat and provide education for both of them. Now the family didn't have enough money for both of them. Yoonhee was far more talented and smart, and it would be the most horrible mistake they can do if they don't send that girl to university. He can't mention this to Min Seok and has to provide money for her studies. 1 year of university tuition was generally about 100K and can be paid in portions throughout the year. Now his bank account had only around 25K, and that is nowhere enough. Along with tuition, they also need to take care of her living conditions, which are dorm rooms. Those take some more out of their pockets. Junwon felt a huge headache coming, thinking about all this financial stuff. He never faced this problem. Before becoming a king, he only had to take care of himself, and he would do odd jobs to live, and after becoming the king he forgot about the existence of money. He looked at the script on the table and knew this audition might be the solution for all his problems. Even a minor role would get him 50K, and that's enough for lessening the burden for them. He clutched the script and started to take it more seriously. The audition was tomorrow, and he needed to be completely prepared to take it on. He went through the entire script a few times, and as he did, he received a message from Youngwoo. He saw it was about how she parted ways with her sister, and that the boss of the store left her after giving a small warning, making him sigh in relief. He thanked her and told her he will give her a party after she returns as thanks. After chatting with her for a few seconds, he returned to the script. He was almost done with it and practiced harder to nail the role. The day went by and he slept early after eating some dinner which he cooked up. The next day started normally as he went out for his normal jog in the morning. He could feel his body was getting more energetic and fit as he could push himself further. He wondered if he should join a gym to build a few muscles. Even though he was fit, his body was still lean, and that needed to change. He checked his weight and noticed he only went up by a few grams. He shook his head and decided he could do all that after getting some money and solving the current problems at hand. Returning home, he took a quick bath before eating breakfast and walking out of the apartment, listening to music. He reached the shop, changed his clothes, and got to work. He asked Kayong about a few books to read. Kayong was quick to respond when it came to books and told a few of his favorite books. Junwon wanted books to relieve some of the stress he is slowly accumulating. Books were the perfect way for him as they provide some peace. Both of them talked for a few seconds about books and movies before Kayong got off his shift and Junwon became busy with the customers. After Ga-soo got behind the counter, he took a rest and simply listened to some music while looking out if any customer needed help. After the rush hour was done and Ga-soo sat beside him, he handed her a bottle of water. Drinking a few mouthfuls of water, she turned towards him and asked, "So today is the big day, huh? Do your best and get that role. Oh, if you get it, tell me which actor you beat for it." He knew she was talking about the audition and replied while giving a nod, "Thanks, but it's not like it. S fixed that I'll get a role. I might not get it too," shrugging his shoulders while decreasing her expectations. "Well, don't be so negative about it. Who knows, you might get it. So go and give the audition with full confidence," patting his shoulder. He just nodded and changed the topic to something more neutral. He learned a lot about the finance side of the world from her and was glad that he did. According to her, there were many opportunities for him to earn money, but he needed money to earn money. Investing needed money, and he didn't have that at the present. The more he talked with her, the more he realizes she was very good at what she learned and knew many things about the market. She also did her own investing in small amounts and earned some money from it. They continued to talk till his shift ended, and he quickly changed his clothes before walking out of the building and stopped at the door outside when he saw a red sports car with a woman in the driving seat. Hee-young took off her glasses and said while waving her hands, "Little brother, it's been a day since the last time I saw you. Did you practice your script perfectly? I hope you did, because if you didn't, you didn't even want me to help you with it. Anyway, come in, I don't want to hold the traffic because of you." Hold the traffic, he thought, stunned by her last sentence. He looked to the left and then to the left and saw a deserted road. This side of the city had almost no cars, and this young lady is telling about holding the traffic because of him. He shook his head and replied, "Yes, yes. Anyway, are you planning to come with me to the audition?" He didn't plan to ask how she got to know the timings because he knew it was easy for her to find out from her uncle. But she was going to come with him to audition, too. Why? "Yeah, I'm going to come. That's why I am here to pick you up. Let us quickly go eat and go there. The clock is ticking. Your audition is at 2, waving her hand to get in. He nodded and got in the car as she drove away from the supermarket. As they drove away, they didn't notice Ga-soo listening to them from the inside, with her eyes and mouth wide open. She looked at them driving away and thought, the two are really close. The rich miss also came to pick him up even after how he is. Is Junwon a rich scion who works in normal jobs like in the movies? Her thoughts started to go wild as she thought, should I ask him if he really is a wealthy man who is working a normal job to know about things, so he could take over a massive business empire in the future? Is it dangerous of me to know all this? If Junwon heard her thoughts, he would have rolled his eyes until his eyes would fall off. Ga-soo loved online dramas and the concept of secret and cool CEO ones especially. She thought Junwon was also one of them who is living a normal life as a trial period. Wait, no, my obsession with dramas is clouding my judgment. How can he be one of those scions in the movies? He already told her she was the one who got him the audition opportunity in a way, so it's natural for the young miss to take care of him. I am just thinking too much. Well, let us get back to work, as she realized and snapped out of her endless thoughts. She slapped her cheeks and continued working. As Ga-soo finally concentrated on work again, the red sports car stopped in front of a restaurant for a quick eat before it makes its way towards glorious production. Junwon and Hee-young were now in the car on their way to the company after having some small lunch. Junwon kept his eyes closed as he tried to calm down his nerves a little. Even after the huge amount of experience and confidence he has, it feels like his first audition when he begged a group to allow him to join back when he was poor. Today gave him the same feeling, and so he closed his eyes and thought about all the different moments in his life that he overcame and how important this one audition was for the future. This would be his first step, but also the biggest and longest step into the movie industry. The car stopped in front of the company and Junwon checked the time. There were still 20 minutes to 2 and walked in with Hee-young. Both of them reached the front desk and saw the same receptionist. The receptionist noticed them, and this time it seemed like she knew what they were there for. "Miss Seo, the president informed us that both of you can go to the 4th floor and wait in front of audition room 3. Hee-young nodded and led Junwon to the elevator and went up to the 4th floor. They went towards audition room 3 and sat on the chairs placed in front of the room. "So on the scale of 1 to 10, how nervous are you right now?" Hee-young asked him seriously. Junwon thought for a second before answering honestly. "I would say around 6 or 7. Hee-young was a bit surprised by the answer. She only asked it casually and didn't expect a confident person like himself to be nervous. She giggled a little and replied, "And here I thought you were a robot with no emotions. Well, it's okay to be nervous. Just don't think about it much even if you fail it and leave it all on the floor before you come out. I still remember failing many auditions before landing this one," patting his shoulders. Junwon nodded and went over his script once again for the last time until he heard a few footsteps coming their way. He looked up and saw Do Hwan coming with 2 other people. He couldn't see their eyes as both of them wearing sunglasses. The one right beside Do Hwan and in the middle of the 3 looked like he was in his mid-40s, and the other seemed he was comparatively very young, only in his late 20s. He couldn't identify both of them, but Hee-young seemed to identify them as she stood up, and he followed her. "Director Sun and Senior Cho, it's good to see both of you." She greeted both of them with a smile. All 3 of them smiled in return and stopped in front of her. First, it was the guy in the middle who replied, "Miss Seo, just call me Uncle Sun. Your father really helped me out to start my career. How are you doing?" He was the director, Sun Shik, a relatively known director in the industry with a few movies that became popular under his belt. He was also the director of the movie he was auditioning for right now. "Sister Hee-young, you can just call me brother. I see you are still very cheerful. That's good to see." The handsome man replied with a slight smile on his face while taking off his sunglasses, but as he spoke, Junwon could hear some reluctance in his voice. "I am doing really well, Director Sun. And brother Cho, you seem to be very busy lately, and whenever I contacted you when I was bored and wanted to play, you didn't respond to the calls and messages." She replied to both of them while being sarcastic with the man surnamed Cho. Junwon noticed the handsome man and identified him. He was an A-listed actor and a pretty famous one at that, especially with females. His name was Cho Disham. He was more famous for his looks than his acting ability. After hearing her sarcastic remarks, he knew this guy was her play toy whenever she got bored. He felt a bit of pity for the guy. Cho Disham was caught off by her sarcastic remarks and slightly sweated. He was trying to find the right words to reply, but before he could, Do Hwan stepped in and took control over the situation. "All right, Hee-young, do not bully Cho Disham. He is still your senior, especially now that you are entering the industry, so show some respect to him." Hee-young pouted and turned her head, completely ignoring him. Do Hwan shook his head seeing her ignore his advice and turned towards Junwon who stood there watching their antics. "Ah, Junwon, you here early. That's good, we won't have any delays in the schedule then. Anyway, these both are Director Sun and actor Cho Disham, as you might already know their importance in the film. Both of them are here to see your acting skills." Introducing the 2 men. "So you must be Junwon, picked by Miss Seo and impressed Do Hwan. Let's hope you are up to par and pass our standards." The director observed him and commented. Junwon nodded and replied, "I'll do my best and show what I got." "Oh, you are my junior. Sister Hee-young picked you up, so you must be good. Let's hope you pass and we both can work together in the film." Cho Disham commented, and Junwon replied the same as earlier. He felt strange when he heard Hee-young picked him up like a small dog, but didn't mind it much. "All right, Junwon, wait here for 5 minutes and come in when we call for you." Do Hwan nodded at their introductions and asked Junwon. Junwon nodded, and all 3 of them made their way inside, leaving Hee-young and him alone once again. Both of them sat in their seats, and Hee-young said, "That Director Sun is very good at bootlicking, you know. I don't even know that guy, and he wants me to call him uncle." She was a little annoyed by the pest. "But Cho Disham is pretty good, even though the only reason he is as famous is because of looks. Well, looks are also a part of being a famous actor, so it worked out, I guess." She shrugged at the end. Junwon shook his head and continued to look down on his script. She turned towards him and said, "You know it will be pretty good for you if you pass this audition," making Junwon look at her as if she was an idiot. "What do you mean by pretty good? Of course, it will be good to pass an audition and get a role to act. Isn't that everyone's goal when they come to an audition?" Has she lost her thinking skills because she got too bored and now it's finally affecting her? He thought while shaking his head. Hee-young caught him shaking his head and said, "It's not like what you think. I said it's good for you because of the movie. If you pass this audition and get to act in this movie, you will have a good start. There are some other movies you could audition and get into, but you will have a harder start because of how bad that movie is. This movie is a guaranteed blockbuster. I mean, look at the cast, and even the story is pretty good from what I heard. So if you act in a blockbuster movie, your value is unique compared to you acting in a terrible movie. Get what I mean? Hearing her, he understood what she meant by telling him it would be good if he got into this movie. It's because of the probable success this movie still gets, making him shine in a different light compared to dirty movies. He nodded and continued to review his script until they heard the door open. Looking up, they noticed it was a female, and she asked both of them to come in. Taking a deep breath, Junwon stood up and walked towards the door, along with Hee-young. Hee-young went before him, and as he went in, the door behind him closed and saw that it was a mini stage and judge's booth, along with lights and speakers. Come to Junwon. Go ahead and get onto the stage over there. Once you feel ready, we can start. We will ask you to perform scenes from the script we gave you and judge based on that. Does everything sound good? Do Hwan explained from the judge's table where all three of them sat, and now Hee-young dragged a chair and joined them. Junwon nodded, and he went towards the stage and got to the center. He could feel the flashing lights and saw all four people in front of him looking straight at him. He felt a bit of pressure, unlike the university exam drama. That was a joke compared to now. Closing his eyes, taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, "I am ready." Well, all right then, let us start with something slow. Perform Act 3. The director flipped the script in his hand with a smile and told him which act he could start with. Junwon nodded, closed his eyes for a second, and recollected everything he had on the act the director just asked. The act was really slow. It had no conversations, as the MC was only sitting alone in a park thinking aloud about the things in his life. On the surface, this was the easiest, but there were deeper feelings the MC kept inside which he didn't show, and Junwon needed to do the same. Junwon found a chair a few feet away from him, grabbed it, and placed it in the center before sitting on it. He looked towards the judges. No, he looked past the judges with a reminiscent look in his eyes, as if he was remembering things from the past he buried deep inside. How did it come to this point? Everything was going well. A nice job, a beautiful and caring girlfriend, and good friends. I thought I had it all. How did I lose everything one by one? Was God bored and decided to play with me? His voice turned hoarse and spoke out his lines. The people in the room could hear and feel the sadness and self-pity Junwon carried out when he delivered his lines. Director Sun and Cho Disham raised their eyebrows seeing him. Both of them glanced at each other, finding the same expression, while Do Hwan remained silent and had the same expression. Things were supposed to be all right. We were supposed to go on a week-long vacation to enjoy and relax. I was supposed to get a promotion and shares in the company. Why? Why did this happen? Junwon slowly muttered and started shouting at the end while gripping his hair and looking down. After a moment of silence, he started laughing and said, "This must be karma. All the things I did in the past caught up and took everything away in one big swoop. Ha 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 ha, I deserve it." And continued to laugh for a few seconds with a maniacal expression before returning to normal. He stood up and looked at the judges, waiting for their response. Do Hwan had a small smile on his face, while the others too were dazed with their mouths slightly open. "That was pretty good, Junwon. As I expected, you are good at acting." Do Hwan was the first to compliment and woke the other two with it. Director Sun and Cho Disham looked at each other awkwardly and a bit ashamed, especially Director Sun, who was called in by the producer wanting him to check out an audition for the still empty role. He didn't think about it much and came in because he should do Hwan some face. But right now, he awkwardly stared at the student in front of him with surprise. Coughing a little, Do Hwan nodded and said, "Yeah, that was good. So let us do another one. Let us go with Act 7, and had an expressionless face. This time he didn't want to embarrass himself like earlier and became serious about the audition. Junwon nodded once again and remembered the act. This one had high emotions, but it was more clear and not inner feelings. This was due to the anger and frustration of the character. "Fuck, why did you do this to me? I thought we were partners in this. You sold me out for 200K. We could have gotten way more if we went through this and succeeded." His eyes became slightly red, and they could see veins as he clenched his hands tightly. No, I shouldn't get caught, and my life shouldn't end like this because of a guy like you. My life was supposed to be peaceful and new after today, but now there is nothing in it. Why should I have nothing while you have everything? Come to hell with me." And acted out as if he whipped out a knife and plunged it into a gut. His eyes were crazy, and he laughed like a crazy man. He suddenly went silent after the laugh and looked down before snickering at something and murmuring, "Hey, you wanted a happy life after selling me out. Let us meet in hell," and swiped his hand across his neck as if he was slashing it. The scene ended, and he stood there once again looking at the silent judges. Unlike before, Director Sun had an expressionless face and his hands before his face while thinking about something. Cho Dishem had an eyebrow raised and also was contemplating something while closing his eyes. Du Hwan had a smile while Hee Young looked very excited. She was the first to speak up. "Little brother, you were so good just now. Even better than the first one." While clapping her hands, Junwon nodded at her enthusiasm and looked at the people who would decide if he gets a role or not. As usual, the first to criticize was Du Hwan, while the other two seemed to be thinking. With the same smile, he nodded and commented, "That was good. Better than the previous one." Junwon nodded back at him and looked over to the other two. The other two remained silent, one looking at him with his hands in front of him while the other closes his eyes thinking. The silence persisted for a whole 5 minutes until Director Sun placed his hands down and Cho Dishem opened his eyes. Both looked at each other as if communicating their thoughts mentally with magic, and Cho Dishem said, "I think we both have the same thoughts about this director. So you can go ahead and address it." Director Sun nodded and looked at Junwon. "You did really well. That I was a bit taken back on your first act and didn't TC properly. You are better than many of the newbies in the industry, and probably even better than the created actors out there." Junwon nodded and got ready for the upcoming parts. "On Sunday I was actually surprised when a producer called me, and it turned out to be Du Hwan. He said he might have a solution for that one role that is keeping us from starting our production for so long already. I was highly skeptical, but I had to agree. After all, it was the movie's biggest producer, and the request wasn't that big. So I agreed and dragged Cho Dishem with me, as he is after all our main lead in the film, and the role you are auditioning for is pretty important. So I had to take his input, and he showed up with much reluctance. But I am glad that I came today to see a talent like you. It looks like Du Hwan was finally able to catch the right fish after many errors in the last few years." He continued to praise Junwon while building up more and more tension in the room. Even Hee Young, who hated things being delayed, did not snap at him, and instead just waited for his prologue to get done and to give the final result. This was like he was building up for something big, and he hoped that something big was an approval for the role. "But you aren't ready yet." He shook his head and the room went silent. The tension vanished, and everyone except Cho Dishem looked at the director in silence for a reason. Hee Young and Du Hwan were slightly shocked, but both looked like they expected the result. "Even though your skills and the way you present the role and yourself is fantastic, you are still not ready for the movie stage. As of now, you are still only fit for dramas and not movies. As I watched you act the character the second time, I confirmed my speculation. As you are now, you would thrive and make it big on a drama stage, but not in a movie, especially not in the role which is available. Most of your skills looked like they were honed solely to act in some drama houses and not movies." As his explanation went through, everyone in the room, even Hee Young, slightly nodded. Junwon was shocked for a second after hearing his rejection and reason. He failed because he had so much pride and confidence in his experience on a drama stage. The same experience and method of acting led to his rejection and not being eligible for a movie yet. The director is right. Many people struggle when it comes to acting in movies. Most of them are due to not being able to transfer their skills on the stage to a movie, and that is you right now. Cho Dishem voiced out after the director was done. He felt the same thing. Many of Junwon's actions felt perfect for a theater than a movie. Junwon stood there in complete silence as he took in the criticism and rejection from the two. He didn't expect this result due to the confidence he had in his skills, but he was flat out rejected and told his skills wouldn't fit that of a film and only theater. As he heard director Sun mention about him practicing to act in dramas, he found it completely true. After all, there were no movies back in his world, and he didn't watch many movies to find the difference between the two. The director signed as he looked at Junwon's blank face and knew this might be a little surprising for the young man who carried himself with so much confidence, rightfully, given his good acting skills. But he couldn't accept him as a director, knowing how important the role was for the movie. There wasn't much time for the young man to learn and change his acting to get ready for the role. "Look, it might be hard to gear this, but I don't think that you are ready to act in movies, and we do not have the time to teach you the way. If it was 2 months prior and you came into an audition, I would have taken you in for another smaller role which could be your starting point to change your ways." Director Sun sighed. It wasn't easy to just randomly change actors after they signed a contract. There were too many obligations and would delay the shooting further. Junwon nodded and replied, "It's all right. As you said, I hoped to get this role, but looks like I couldn't in the end. I'll just treat this as a learning experience and move on," in a low voice. "You know what? Give me your phone number. If I ever need an actor and find a role that is perfect for you, I'll give you a call." The director offered his service. He really liked Junwon's acting and knew the guy can make it big if can adapt to the problem he had now. The industry was full of people with connections, and he wanted to make one with Junwon who he had a high evaluation of. Junwon nodded and passed him the phone number. The director nodded, and all of them stood up. The decision was made that they couldn't hire him for the role. Cho Dishem came up to Junwon and patted his shoulder while trying to encourage him. It's all right. I can see this is your first audition ever and it was pretty good. Just make some minor changes and you will be ready to blast off. Junwon nodded and the two judges walked out, with Du Hwan behind them. Du Hwan turned towards him while exiting and said, "If you don't have any work now, go up to my office. Let us have a talk about what's next," before going out to send the two away. Now it was only Hee-young with him in the room. He sighed and sat on the chair he used before closing his eyes. The first try was a failure, and he didn't know what to do next. He researched the past week, before getting this chance for auditions like normal people. But he didn't find many, and the ones he found were low-budget movies and had only small roles open, like a passerby who would speak 1 or 2 lines. Roles like that wouldn't get him enough exposure, and he was unwilling to try them out. Hee-young looked at the silent Junwon and didn't know what to say. She knew the young man before her was an exceptional talent and wanted to help him out. She also noticed the same points the director and Cho Dishem pointed out, but on a smaller scale when he was acting in the exam drama. She offered her help the day before to try and fix these problems, but Junwon denied it. Now he didn't get the role and had to look for other opportunities. Junwon's mind was now empty. He wasn't thinking about acting, his family, or even the role he wanted. He was just not thinking. This was a setback, not the biggest setback he had, but the first one after coming here. It was a necessary setback for him to improve based on the comments he received a few minutes back. He knew he might not get a good role in a good movie until he fixes this problem. Now he was thinking if he needs to go after the smaller roles which he denied earlier or do something else. Don't go after the smaller roles. They are just a waste of time. The system's expressionless voice ringed in his ears once again after it went silent a few days back. He ignored its earlier suggestion, and it didn't make one from then on. Why? He slowly murmured, and even Hee-young heard it due to the silent room. She was a little worried about Junwon when she heard that and thought he was feeling very depressed about the setback. She opened her mouth and said, "Little brother, it's okay. It's normal for people to get rejected at auditions. Even I got rejected many times before I landed the present one. It's a long process and you are only starting. So don't feel down." She stood up and gently tried to make her way towards him. Junwon heard her and opened his eyes while turning towards her. He saw her concerned expression as she made his way towards him and he shook his head and replied, "I am all right. It came as a little shock to me. That's all. Nothing to worry about. I'll try to land a role before the summer ends. That's the deal. If not this, then another one." Hee-young nodded and remained silent. She knew he was contemplating things and needed some time before he would spring back up. "I told you earlier that day when this woman asked if you needed help in practice to accept. If you did accept, then you would have gotten this insight from her earlier. You underestimate this woman too much. How can a king like you underestimate based on what you saw only for a few days? This woman would have provided you the same conclusion as the people earlier, and the end result of this interview could have been different." Junwon looked at Hee-young for a second and asked, "Did you come to the same conclusion as the judges before this? Don't hesitate and tell me." Hee-young hesitated when she heard the first question but nodded and replied, "Yes, a little. I noticed it. I wasn't completely sure of it, and if that's the problem. That's why I wanted to help you out a little earlier." Her voice turned extremely small at the end. She felt she was blaming him for not accepting her help. Junwon nodded and finally understood how stupid he really was. He hated people underestimating him in his past life when he had nothing, but now he was the one underestimating people because of how they carried themselves out. The girl was a bit aloof and stupid, but that didn't mean she had no talent. It looked like his confidence and pride came to his head and messed up his thinking. That girl experienced many audition failures, so she knows what is needed to pass one. Junwon stood up and said to Hee-young, "Well, shall we make our way towards Mr. Hwan's office?" Hee-young nodded and made her way towards the exit with Junwon following her behind. "So what next then?" he asked the system in a low voice. He didn't want people to think he was crazy, talking out loud to no one. "We need to maximize this summer. There are 2 months left, and we need to get this huge obstacle in your acting out if we want to get a few roles in notable movies." Junwon nodded. He also thought the 2 months they had in their hand were crucial. It was only the 3rd of May, and the next semester would not start until July, so May and June would be the 2 biggest and crucial months of his life. "Let's talk about this later and not now. Have a discussion with Du Hwan now about what's next. That guy is pretty wise, and he might have noticed your problem earlier itself, so listen to what he says until you will get back to whatever he offers by night. Junwon nodded once again and decided to take the discussion seriously, unlike the previous one they had back at university. Both Junwon and Hee-young were in the elevator, and it was completely silent as Hee-young, who generally was very talkative, didn't know what to say, and Junwon was having his own discussion with the system. The elevator door opened, and they reached the top floor. Both of them walked out, and Junwon looked around to see there was only one room on the entire floor. Both of them walked up to the assistant, who was sitting on her desk outside the door to the side. She seemed to be busy as she was going through files on her desk and checking records on her computer, and so didn't notice the two people in front of her. Hee-young noticed on her desk and finally caught her attention as she stood up. She hurriedly apologized. "I am sorry, Ms. Seo. I was busy going through the records and didn't notice you," with a worried expression as if she had done a huge crime. Hee-young waved her hand, trying to stop the girl from apologizing, and sighed when she was done before replying, "You don't need to apologize about something like this. It's good to see you focused on your work, but keep an ear out for the elevator sound. Anyway, Uncle told me to bring this guy to his office and wait for him," while pointing at Junwon behind her. The lady finally noticed him and nodded before coming out of her desk. She opened the door to Do Hwan's office and said, "Yes, the president sent me a text a few minutes ago that you both might arrive and asked me to help you sit in the room. Come inside." Hee-young nodded before beckoning Junwon to follow her as she walked inside. They entered the enormous room with a sight of the city on the other side through the glass walls. Do Hwan's desk was directly ahead while there were sofas to the right for people to sit. Both of them sat while Junwon looked around for a bit before looking at the assistant. "Do both of you need something? Coffee? Tea?" Junwon shook his head and asked for a glass of water, while Hee-young asked for a complicated coffee, which he couldn't catch on to. The assistant nodded before going to another side of the room, where there was almost a mini kitchen with a fridge and a coffee machine. She started preparing a coffee for Hee-young while getting water for Junwon. After a while, she took both two glasses and handed them over to them. He took a sip of water before keeping it on the coffee table before them. He noticed a few magazines on the table when he sat down, and each of the magazine's covers was an influential person. One of the magazines also had a cover of the Heavenly King Dongbangji, the first movie he saw after coming into the world. He really liked the person's acting in the movie. He reached out and took the magazine in his hands. As he did, Hee-young noticed the cover and exclaimed, "Wow, finally there is a movie worth watching." It looks like the rumors are true that the Heavenly King Dongbangji was shooting a new movie. The country will go crazy when the movie releases. The assistant, who was still standing to the side, nodded and said, "Yes, Ms. Seo. There were too many rumors, and it was too late to stop, so I heard that their production company just had to release the news way earlier than expected. Many people asked what the movie was about, but the production crew was tight and didn't let any news about it out. So many people are eagerly waiting for at least a movie name." Hee-young nodded while drinking her coffee and replied, "Well, of course many people will wait. This guy could probably run for the president and win with a landslide. That's the number of people who would die for him. Whatever film he is doing, other production companies and crews will be on the lookout, as they wouldn't want to clash with a behemoth like that and rather delay their movie releases." The assistant nodded and remained silent. Junwon turned the magazine over to the page with the interview and slowly read it. Most of the interview was about the movie and who was involved in it, but Dongbangji answered the questions cleverly and escaped. He talked more about his daily life and other stuff non-related to the movie. Dongbangji was a very charismatic middle-aged guy, and he could see why there would be many people willing to die for him and place him so high in their hearts. He seemed like a very interesting guy, but Junwon didn't have any other thoughts about it and placed the magazine back on the table. The three continued to wait for a few more minutes before the door opened and Do Hwan walked in. Hee-young and the assistant who were talking stopped while Junwon stood up. Do Hwan waved his hand and signaled him to sit down before asking the assistant to leave them alone. After the assistant left, Do Hwan made himself a coffee before taking a seat on the couch with them. He took a sip of coffee before groaning a little. He seemed very tired from the busy day. "Today was hell, so much work," he complained. Hee-young laughed and said, "It be like this until the actual production of the film starts," making him nod. The room was silent for a few more minutes until Do Hwan pulled himself together and looked at Junwon. "So what next?" he asked Junwon. Junwon himself was confused, so he replied, "I was hoping to find an answer for that from you. You Ray the expert at this stuff. I don't know anything about the industry." Do Hwan shrugged and said, "I can't tell you anything. Today you understood your problem clearly after failing that audition. If you do not pass this hurdle, it will be difficult for you to make it into the big screen." Junwon nodded and asked, "So what do you suggest I do to cross this big hurdle?" Get more experience. That is something you lack a little in movies. You are very good at the theater but not for the movie, so you need to practice how to change the style. Junwon nodded, but it confused him. How he can change his own style he had been honing for decades. It will take him a long time to destroy and rebuild everything he had for this new world and its standards. Do you know anyone who can help me change my style and point out the differences between the two? Right now I have no clue. I practiced my whole life just to act on a stage, and now I want to act in a movie. He looked at Du Hwan for answers. This was the only man who had enough connections to help him out. Du Hwan downed the entire coffee he had and said, "My first suggestion. Follow that. That drama club is special, and it fits people like you. You can learn from the people there by observing and skiing around on how to improve. It will be a wonderful learning experience. If you are lucky enough, you might get a role before your summer ends." Junwon nodded and thought for a second. Everything he just heard made completely sensible, and there was no reason to reject the suggestion now, especially now when he was a bit desperate to learn and change so he could act in some good movies. Seeing him nod, Du Hwan also nodded before getting up and walking towards his desk. He leaned over and took out a business card from a drawer and gave it to Junwon as he sat down. "This is that drama club's business card. Call the number on it and ask when you can come in, as I already informed them about you. So you can call this evening. Do not forget to learn when you are there, Junwon. It's a wonderful experience, and it's sad to see a person like your talent not getting roles," he repeatedly said to call them. Junwon nodded and kept the card inside his pocket. It was important for him as he could tweak the problems on his acting over there. "If your acting gets better before the end of this summer, then let us try to send you to another audition. There will be many movies and dramas in this town that are constantly in need of actors. So try hard, kid," he tried to encourage Junwon. Junwon nodded, and they continued to talk for a few minutes before Junwon stood up to go back home. Hee-young also stood up to drop him, but he rejected her kindness and said he will take the bus. He wanted some more time to clear his head. She agrees, and Junwon tells goodbye to both of them and exits the room. He enters the elevator and goes down before exiting the building. Looking at the bright sun, he looked down and saw the time on his phone. It was already 4. His audition and talk were over in 2 hours. He sighed before walking along the busy sidewalk towards the nearest bus stop. Reaching the bus stop, he looked at the huge map of the city and understood which bus number he had to take to go back to his university. After knowing which bus to take, he stood there among all the busy people of the city as they waited for their bus. Junwon looked around and saw most of the people were in suits and professional attire. All of them were on their phones, either talking or scrolling through the news feed. He just stood there, thinking about the next step. He decided to call the number after going back home and knowing when he had to be in the drama house so he could start learning. It didn't take long for a bus to arrive, and he got in, along with a few passengers, and took a seat by a window. He looked out at the busy city, his head filled with thoughts about the present situation. Junwon felt confident he would get the role and enough money for Yoonhee's education. Now he didn't get the role needs money. He would now have to arrange money before the summer ends, and that was in 2 months. Junwon couldn't turn his back after giving a promise to the young girl and hoped that the drama house would give him enough money to act there. He asked about Du Hwan earlier about this, and Du Hwan said the drama house would give around 15,000 crores for a new actor for every drama they perform in. Drama houses performed once a week as the competition was tough, unlike the old days where it was once a month. He calculated the amount of money he could make if he performs in dramas starting next week, as 4 days already passed on the current one. That would mean he could make up to 105,000 before the summer ends. 105,000 was a lot, and coupled with the 25K he had in his bank, it would be 130K. That would barely enough to cover her Turion fees and, if lucky, her dorm costs. He sighed in relief after knowing could barely make the cut and leaned back on the seat as he looked out with a more relaxed mind. After half an hour of riding the bus, it finally stopped before the university and he got off. He looked around and saw a few students who still had classes walking out and walked away towards his house. Reaching his house, he took a shower and wore some cleaner clothes before sitting on the couch and taking out the card he got from Du Hwan. On the card, he saw the name of the drama house, Rose's Drama. He flipped the card and saw the phone number of the person who runs the drama house on its back and dialed the number. After a few rings, the phone finally connected, and he heard a voice from the other side. "Hello, this is Rose's Drama House. Anything I could help you with?" It was a woman's voice and sounded very pleasant. This is Junwon. Mr. Hwan asked me to contact you about working in the drama house." "Ah, yes, you Ray, that kid he mentioned a few days ago. Yes, he did tell me about it, and I watched a video of the exam and saw your drama. You are very good, almost like you were born to act on a stage." Junwon felt a little flattered when he heard her comments and replied, "Thank you for the compliments, but can I know when to come to the drama house to learn?" Ah, yes, your problem. Du Hwan texted me about it an hour or two ago. Yes, I understand your problem. Tell me when you are free and can come to the house. I hear you also have another job you picked up. Junwon sighed at how she knew his complete information, including him working in the supermarket. He knew it must have been Hee Young who told Du Hwan, who told her. A long chain of people who couldn't be quiet. Yes, I am working in a supermarket. My shift is in the morning and will end by 1, so I can give my complete time to learn and practice after that. The other side went silent as he heard a tapping sound. He remained silent until the other side responded. All right then, it's okay. Most of the actors in our drama house also come in late, and we don't start practice until 10 or 11, so it should be okay if you come a few hours later than them. After all, you are here to act and learn and also not under a contract. Junwon nodded as she continued. All right, we can talk the rest when you are here. Swing by the drama house tomorrow after your part-time shift is done. I'll message you the location and you can call me when you reach here. All right, nice talking to you. He responded and cut the call. As soon as he cut the call, he received a text and noticed it was from the drama house owner. He saved her number and checked the location. It was quite far into the city from where he lived. The Areo's Drama University was on the outskirts of the city to give the students a more relaxed atmosphere compared to the bustling of the city. Even Du Hwan's company was not completely inside the city and was only halfway through. He knew there were a few A-listed actors in his company, and so wondered what the company's in the inner part were like. The inner part of the city was where the juggernauts of the industry were. All famous production companies and talent companies were there, and you could see actors on the streets. The Rose Drama House was very famous as it was situated in the inner circle of the city and was widely known as one of the top 3 drama houses, and also had a few A-listed actors who worked there before they got famous. Junwon wondered how someone like Du Hwan, whose company wasn't that big and famous, knew the owner of Rose Drama House. It was only a passing thought as he shook it out of his head and decided to take a cab there instead of a bus. The buses to the inner part of the city were generally packed and suffocating. After that, he walked into the kitchen and took out a few chips to eat as he was hungry. Sitting on the couch, not having anything to do, he turned on the television to watch a few movies. After sifting through a few channels, he found one interesting and kept the remote aside. As he watched the movie, he received a text and saw it was from Youngwoo about his audition. He simply texted back that he failed and asked if she booked her tickets to come back. As soon as he sent the reply, Youngwoo sent a row of texts asking what happened and if he was okay and much other stuff. He shook his head and texted back that everything was okay and he will also be going to a drama house to fix his acting problems and try an audition by the end of summer if possible. After calming the overly worried Youngwoo, she told him she will be back as originally planned and that she was excited to go to the drama house to learn more about acting. She didn't stop rambling until dinner time when her mother called her to eat. As soon as he received the text, he sighed in relief. Sometimes Youngwoo was too much to handle. He stood up and walked to the kitchen to make his own dinner. He took out some chicken he had and cooked some nice juicy chicken to go with rice before sitting in front of the television once again to watch a movie. The rest of the time was spent leisurely, as he completed his dinner and continued to watch more movies. After a while, his phone rang and he picked it up. It was his father who called. Ah, Junwon, you picked up. What are you doing? Didn't your holidays start a few days ago? How are you spending your holidays? Come home if you're not doing anything important. I am fine, Dad. The holidays are good. I am not wasting my holidays, so don't worry. I joined a drama house in the city and will go there tomorrow to learn more and act a little for the rest of the holidays. So don't worry. That's great. Acting in a drama house in Areo's city is very good. I am proud that you aren't wasting off valuable days. Yes, Dad, I am fine. How are you and Yoonhee? Everything is great here. Yoonhee went back to her usual self yesterday and is coming straight back home from school and studying very hard for the upcoming exams. The schedule came out and the exams start from the 20th, so there are only 16 days left. She is planning to use them to the fullest. Junwon felt relieved when he heard him and both talked for a while until they had to go to bed. Junwon turned off the television before going to bed. Junwon scrolled down on his phone, reading and watching reviews and performance videos of the Rose's Drama House, the next while Gasu was taking care of the customers. The morning went by normally with his workout and job. As he took some rest, he used it to check out the drama house he had to go to and how their works were for their reputation to be so high. As he scrolled down and read the reviews, he thought the reviewers were exaggerating about their experience and even thought all these reviews were fake. But he quickly scratched that off when he heard Gasu behind him exclaim, "Oh, that's the Rose's Drama House." Are you going there to watch a performance? Let me tell you it's worth the high price. He turned around and saw her excited face. Confused about her reaction, he asked, Do you know about this drama house? He immediately noticed Gasu looking at him strangely, as if he was an alien as she slowly asked, Are you even studying acting in your university? How can you not know about the Roses Drama House even after acting and learning how to act? It's widely known as one of the top 3 drama houses in the city and one of the best in the entire world. Many people from different countries come to this city and go back until they get to see at least one performance. After hearing her, he immediately knew all the reviews were true and wanted to know what made this particular drama house so unique and famous. What's so good about this drama house to make it famous? Is it the acting, the story, or anything else? It's definitely the story. Even though the acting is really good, it's overshadowed by the story. Their stories are so real and relatable that other drama houses can't mimic them. Junwon was intrigued when he heard her confidence. Most of the drama houses were famous for their actors, but it seemed like this particular one was famous for its stories. So you watched one of their dramas. What kind of stories do they perform? Yeah, I watched one of their performances 1 year ago. The trail to get those tickets were so hard that I had to use a few friends to get me those. Anyway, the performance I saw was so good that I can remember even now. It was a story about a girl who had dreams and would do anything to achieve them. They showed how cruel human nature can be when they want to achieve something. The girl who was supposed to be the heroine was more like a villain because of it, but that was what made her very relatable. Intrigued by her description, he asked, Can I find a recording of this drama you saw online? Gasu nodded and took out her phone. She opened an app and gave the phone to him while explaining, Here, this is the Drama House app. You can book tickets from it, but also watch their performances if you have a premium account, which is lucky for you, I do. Junwon nodded and looked through all the videos they uploaded. He noticed each video was about 23 hours long, which constitutes an AVG play. He scrolled down until he finally found the video of the performance Gasu saw and clicked on it. He took out his headphones and slowly watched the performance in the shop as Gasu took over the counter for the remaining time left to give him time to watch it. Junwon was at first very leisurely about the performance, but as he watched, he clutched the phone with both his hands and watched very intently as if he could not see anything around him. The performance was luckily only 150 minutes or 2.5 hours long, and so he gave the mobile back to Gasu while sitting in silence, thinking about the performance. He now understood why the drama house was famous from that one video. It was as Gasu said. The actors were good but not great to make the drama house stand out, and it was the stories that made it stand out. He calmed the various emotions he felt while watching the performance. As he watched the main lead, he saw himself in that position and remembered many things from the past. The story was relatively very simple and common. It was as Gasu said, it was about a woman with a dream and her journey on how she achieved her dream. But the journey was so real, raw, and close to being realistic that made his feelings erupt a little. The story started with an abandoned girl who grew up in the streets and was later picked up by a family to work in their house. She wanted to become rich and wanted to do anything for it, so she started studying while the people in the house were away and picked up many things quickly. The family found out that the girl was being out of control and studying, which made them angry. They wanted to punish her, but before they did, she lit the house on fire and escaped while killing the family for her own survival and goal. She later uses that knowledge she gathered to create websites that allowed her to scam people, easily making them believe it's for God. After making enough money, she started her own company and slowly rose. Her business expanded and attracted the attention of many competitors, which wanted her not to flourish. But before they took action, she attacked them and their company, destroying her competition completely before it even started. She used every possible method to become rich, even if she knew it was cruel for the other end. But she didn't care and reached her goal to be super rich. After becoming very rich and having enough money to live a few lives freely, she died of cancer. Even in her last breath, she didn't care or feel guilty about all the things she did to reach where she was. Even though the main lead was an obvious villain who took out anyone in her way, it was more relatable to the people who were desperate for their goals. The story was very good and made people realize how humans were better. Overall, the drama house did not hold back at all. Typically, these types of raw and realistic dramas were a double-edged sword. If their execution and story were not perfect, then they could receive backlash from the people and also potentially lose business. Even he never performed or even tried to perform these kinds of dramas in his past life because it was very hard to find one which wasn't offensive and also understand what was offensive in the first place. So it was a thin line which he didn't dare to walk on. He looked at Gasu and handed her phone back as it was almost time for his shift to end. As he gave the phone back, Gasu asked, "So, how was it?" He nodded and replied, "It was really good. The drama house deserves its fame if all the dramas are like this." "Yeah, it does, but why were you so curious about this drama house suddenly? Do you want tickets? If you do, then you are probably will have to try for shows next month. The shows this month are probably all full." "No, I am going to this drama house today to start working and learn there." "What? You are going to work there? You mean you are going to be one of the actors there? But what about the audition yesterday? How did that go?" "I don't know if I will act in any dramas. My main aim is to learn, and the boss there said to come after my shift ends here. And I failed the audition yesterday, so this is my next route until the end of summer." "You failed even with how good you act. Don't feel bad, man. I am sure you will get another chance very quickly. I can just feel it," she started to assure him. Junwon didn't bother to correct her and just changed the topic until his shift was done. He changed his clothes and got out. He looked around for cabs and couldn't find any, so he walked towards the university. And as he expected, there were many cabs for the students, and so he walked up to one of them by the driver's window. The window rolled down as he was about to knock, and a middle-aged driver smiled at him. "Where did you want to go?" "The Rose's Drama House." "Sure, get in. I'll take you there as quickly as I can." Junwon nodded and got in the backseat as the driver drove towards their destination. It didn't take him long to reach his destination. He looked out and saw a huge dome outside. The driver turned back and said, "This is the Rose's Drama House." Junwon nodded and paid the guy before getting out. He looked at the huge dome and looked around. It was his first time in the inner part of the city, and he could see every single car was a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. Every person wore extremely fancy clothing, and he looked down at his own simple shirt and jeans. He shrugged it off and looked at the Rose's Drama House once again. The ticket counter was closed, and the entrance was pretty deserted. He took out his phone and called the boss of the place once again. "Yes, did you arrive?" "I am right outside of the dome. How do I get in?" "Wait for a minute, I'll send someone to bring you in," and cut the call. Junwon waited for a few minutes before one of the doors opened, and a young man around his age walked out. He came towards him and asked, "Are you Junwon?" Junwon nodded, and the man turned around before walking back in while asking him to follow. Junwon followed the guy as both entered the building. He looked around as they both walked into the long corridors, which were obviously in a circle shape. They went through various doors leading to the seats, and so he asked, "How many seats does this place hold?" The guy in front of him looked back and replied, "Around 3,000 people." Junwon nodded and was amazed at how big this place was. He would easily be lost if left alone. They finally reached the end of the circular corridor, and the guy opened two big doors into another corridor, but this one was straight. There were many people in this corridor, roaming around different rooms while holding papers, costumes, props, and many other stuff. He knew seeing this that they were preparing for the performance coming Sunday. It was Thursday, and the drama house needed to get things done quickly if they wanted a full rehearsal with all props and costumes on. He tried to peek into a few rooms and saw people either practicing or making stuff. Everything was organized and quick. This formed a good impression of the place. After walking for another few minutes, they went through another pair of doors, and this time everything was silent. There were only a handful of rooms this time with no people in the corridor. The guy stopped before the door which had "manager" on it and knocked. Junwon heard the same voice he heard through the phone from the other side. "Who is it?" "Boss, it's me. I brought the guy you asked me to pick up." "All right, then you can leave and continue with your work. Junwon, come in." The guy gave a last nod towards Junwon and walked away. Junwon twisted the doorknob and walked in. He walked into a comfy-looking room as he noticed a big couch on the side, a few stands filled with various awards and pictures of people. He then looked at the woman behind a desk filled with papers. The woman looked like she was in her early 30s and was diligently looking through the papers. She looked up and noticed him. Taking out her reading glasses, she beckoned him to sit in front of her. Junwon followed and sat across from her. He looked at the pretty woman who carried herself extremely well. "You look very plain than I thought," she blurted out a comment. Junwon raised his eyebrow at her choice of first words. Normal people would say hi and introduce themselves, but she told him he looked plain. His face went deadpan as he responded, "I am sorry that I committed such a heinous crime by looking plain." The woman noticed his sarcastic comments but ignored them and introduced herself. "Well, my name is San Min. I am the owner of Rose's Drama House." Kim Junwon, a normal university student. San Min nodded and said, "Nice, I like straightforward people." "Well, Du Hwan told me everything about you which you probably figured out yesterday and told me to help you. He actually showed me a video they recorded of your audition, and I can see why you didn't get selected. Junwon raised an eyebrow after hearing her. He didn't know there was a recorded version of his audition. He wanted that recording. He decided to ask Hee Young for it after this talk was done. The problems you are facing are relatively common among theater actors. After all, not everyone can instantly shift from one medium to another, even though the work is the same in both fields. How can you help me solve my problems? Junwon asked before she could continue. Sanmin laughed a little when she heard him and replied, Don't be in a hurry. It's not a one-day process. It might take the entire 2 months you have in your hands to get through this hurdle. So don't be in a hurry. I helped a few stars with this and I know my stuff, making Junwon nod. The person in front of him was an expert and known for running one of the biggest drama houses. Why would she try to trick a university kid who has nothing? All right, I'll run you down on how this drama house works. We perform almost every Sunday unless something comes up. We have around 30 actors working for us and also students like you who come to gain some knowledge. Every Tuesday or Wednesday we will perform an audition for the roles in the Sunday performance. No role is fixed for one person and anyone can try out. If they pass the director's, which is my requirement, they get the role. That's how it works here. You missed this week's audition and can perform, so just observe our practice sessions and get to know the people here. Ask them doubts if you have any, and they will do their best to answer them. Now this isn't a school where we will spill out the answer for your problem. It's your job to find out the answer on your own. If you don't then there is no meaning to it. You progress and mature better if you can do even this. Junwon nodded as he took in the information she gave in. He thought things would be simple. He comes here, she tells the answer to his problem. He practices in the dramas for a while and goes to do Hwan for an audition. Clearly, the other party didn't have the same thoughts in mind, but this wasn't that bad for him either, as what she said was right. It was better for him to learn on his own and make the changes himself. He could ask the other people in the place to correct his mistakes if he did any. But the first thing he needed to do was figure out what his problems were by either getting his audition recording or asking other people what the common problems actors make when they change from theater to movie. So he nodded and replied, Got it. Sanmin smiled when she heard him and said, That's wonderful. Now let us continue. The next thing is about your remuneration. We generally give the new actors or part-timers who want to learn and act the same amount. That is 18K if they are acting in a drama, but if they don't act in the drama that weekend then it's only 8K. Your joining date is today and there are only 3 days left. So I'll transfer you 4K if on Sunday if you work and learn these 3 days. Does that sound good? Junwon nodded and felt good about the pay. In his calculations, he only imagined 15K a week, but here they gave 18K, which was more than he originally planned out. But he wasn't going to complain about more money. He needed more to remain less stressed. Fantastic. Now, even though this is very late and I know a lot about your activities, tell me about yourself and your acting. She placed both her hands on the table and asked. He relaxed a little when she heard her question and replied, Nothing much out of the ordinary except my acting. I come from a non-acting or any kinds of entertainment background, and so acting is my passion, and I am going to pursue it as long as I can. I think highly of myself and my acting skills, so you shouldn't be surprised if you see me as arrogant. He explained briefly about his mentality. Sanmin smiled when she heard his confidence and how he carried himself. She laughed a little and said, That is great. Every actor needs to have pride, and by the looks of it, you have way more than enough. Let us hope you have another setback than this one, and stretched her hand out for a handshake. Junwon was now outside the room waiting for someone to come pick him up and show him around the place. The meeting with Sanmin was done and everything was set for the next 2 months. He took out his phone and sent a text to Hee Young asking about the recording. As soon as he sent the message, he got a reply from her. As always, she completely ignored his text and asked about how the drama house was and if he needed her to be there. He immediately denied her help and asked for the recording again. She agreed and sent the recording. He clicked on the video and saw him standing on the stage. It was only a 30 mins video, and he decided to watch it later when he went back home. The timings of the drama house was only until 6 in the evening, but Sanmin told him that the drama house would be open till 10 because people were practicing and doing other stuff. Hearing the door open, he pocketed the phone and noticed it was the same guy who picked him up earlier. The guy waved his hand, and Junwon walked up to him. Boss asked me to show you the place. Shall we get going? And Junwon nodded. The guy turned around and they were back into the busy corridor. The guy immediately started pointing at rooms and mentioning what their purpose was. There were a total of 5 rooms on both sides of the corridor. The first 3 rooms on the left were there for people to practice. All 3 of the doors were closed, and Junwon could hear people practicing lines from the other side. The other 2 rooms on the left were for changing and rest. One room for each gender. Both the rooms looked spacious when he peeked in with people either sleeping or using their phones. Then were the rooms on the right. The 2 rooms near the huge door they came out of were used for making props and costumes. The rooms were filled with various equipment like sewing machines and wood. He saw some people working on props for the performance and making clothes. He felt nostalgic seeing this and thought about the days he had to do these kinds of tasks for their performance. They filled the room next to those with computers and machines used during the performance. This was like the control center, where they could see the stage from different angles and turn on the spotlight with music at the correct times. The last room had 2 doors and was actually backstage. It was big and had a huge mirror to check on the dress and makeup before they got up on stage. After checking that, the guy told that most of the crops were kept behind the building in a huge warehouse they managed. He then took him to the front where it was the main entrance for the audience and entered. Junwon was surprised to see the stage and how the theater looked. The theater was massive and had a huge stage at the front. He looked back and saw stages above and looked like they had to climb stairs outside to get in those seats. After coming out of the theater, he turned towards Junwon and said, "Well, that's the tour of the entire drama house. So what did the boss ask you to do after this?" "She asked me to help out any way I can. So you got any work which needs an extra pair of hands?" he asked back. He didn't know anyone in this place. Even the guy in front of him did not introduce himself yet. The guy thought for a second and replied, "Well, I heard the people in the costume room were short in hands. Do you know how to use a sewing machine and make costumes?" Junwon didn't know how to use the sewing machine, but he knew how to sew. So he replied, "I don't know how to use a sewing machine, but I do know how to sew using a regular thread and needle. I have some experience in making costumes." "Well, I guess that would be good enough. I am sure they have needles and thread. Let us go. I'll introduce you to the person in charge there." He waved his hands and asked him to flow once again. They reached the costume room and got in. Junwon immediately noticed 4 people rigorously working on costumes. No one turned to check who it was that walked in, and the guy said, "Pak Shin, I heard you could use a few hands. Here is the new guy." The boss told him to help around till next week's auditions, and he said he knows how to make costumes using needle and thread. As soon as he called out, everyone turned towards the door and looked at him. There were 2 men and 2 women in the room. The one who responded was a man who sat in front of a sewing machine to the far left of the room with various pieces of cloth next to him. "You know how to sew?" he directly asked Junwon. Junwon nodded, and the guy pointed at one of the drawers to his left side and said, "There should be needles and thread in the first drawer. Take them and come here." As soon as he gave orders, he turned back and continued to work. The others followed him, and the guy who showed him around patted his shoulders before turning around and walking out of the room. Junwon looked at the room once again and noticed a huge table spanning across the entire right wall with various dresses on it. The left side of the room had the tables the people worked on, and right across from him were enormous wardrobes which contained various supplies needed to make costumes. Junwon shrugged at how messy the room looked with various pieces of clothes on the ground and knew whoever cleaned the place up were legends. Junwon looked to the left and saw a smaller version of the table on the right side. He walked in front of the table and opened the first drawer to see various stuff like glue, threads, scissors, needles, etc. He picked up a needle and white thread before going towards Pak Shin to the left corner. As soon as he walked near, Pak Shin turned around and said, "How much experience do you have with needle and thread? Have you ever made clothes before?" Junwon nodded and replied, "I am quite good and quick with a needle and thread. I have made quite a few clothes back at home during high school and middle school." Pak Shin nodded before pointing at the large table at the right side of the room and said, "See the clothes there? Many of the shirts do not have pockets still stitched onto them. The pockets are cut and placed neatly on the places they need to be stitched, so just take a thread from the same drawer you got these from and get to work. After stitching one pocket, bring it to me so I can check it once." He turned around after giving orders and continued to work. Junwon nodded and made his way to the massive table. As he stood in front of it, he checked all the various clothes and saw most of them had an ancient Rome theme. He picked a shirt that was white and saw that the pocket was on the left side of the chest. Junwon looked around and saw an empty desk beside one of the workers in the other corner from where Pak Shin sat. He took a seat and got to work. He quickly stitched the pocket up neatly within a minute. This was a very simple task for a person who used to make clothes from scratch because their drama group was too poor to buy a complete set of clothes or have them made by experts. After completing it, he went to Pak Shin and showed him the shirt. Pak Shin was a bit surprised by how quickly Junwon completed and grabbed the shirt to see if there were any errors. It was almost like he was hoping to find an error. After looking at the pocket carefully, he nodded and handed the shirt back to Junwon before pointing at the huge wardrobe. "Place the shirt over there and continue to pick more clothes to stitch up pockets and stuff. After you are done, place them all in the wardrobe." Junwon nodded and placed the dress in the wardrobe before picking a couple of dresses that had pockets or collars that needed to be stitched on. He placed them on his workbench and walked to the smaller table and took out a few threads which matched the clothes he took before getting to work. The room went silent with only the machine sound. As all of them were working in the room, Pak Shin stood up and said to everyone, "All right, let us take a break. We can continue after a while stretching his body a little." As soon as he said that, the rest exhaled in relief and also started stretching their bodies. All of them sat in front of the sewing machines for hours. Their bodies were a bit sore. Junwon also stopped working and heard the guy beside him, "Yo, what's your name? We were too busy and forgot to even ask your name." He grinned a little and the others, including Pak Shin, looked at him. "My name is Kim Junwon. I am a university student at Arios Drama University. I came here to learn about acting and solve a few problems I am facing. Are you all also actors here?" He introduced himself and asked all four of them again. All of them shook their heads hearing his question, and the same guy replied, "No, we aren't actors. We all majored in art and are quite good at movie settings and costumes. So we all work here for the drama house and sometimes get called for movie sets too. Oh, by the way, my name is Kim T. I am also a university student, but in my last year," stretching out his hand, and Junwon responded. The guy in front of him was 3 years older than him. He looked rather plain and outgoing, seeing how he was the first to strike a conversation with him. He wore glasses and had a normal haircut. Everything about him screamed normal. As soon as he introduced himself, the rest also followed. "Hello, my name is Du Ryung. I graduated from university last year and am now working here." The one beside Kim T introduced himself. This one had more personality compared to Kim T. He had ear piercings and also had more fashion sense. His hair was also a bit stylish, but not too much to stand out among the crowd. "My name is Seok Yun. I am also a last-year university student." The only girl in the room briefly introduced herself. She had short hair and a more gloomy feeling. She seemed like the quiet one in the group. "Now, last but not least, I am Pak Shin. I am kind of the leader of this group, so if you have any problems with anything here, you can come to me." Pak Shin was a middle-aged man who looked around in his late 20s or early 30s. He clearly had more authority and experience than the others. He also had a blank expression when introducing himself. Junwon nodded with a small smile on his face and nodded towards everyone. After the introductions were done, Kim T looked at him and said, "Do you want to go out and have something? I am really hungry." Junwon thought for a second before nodding. He wanted to know more about this drama house and it's best to ask over having some food. Kim T turned around and asked everyone else, "Does anyone want to come with both of us? We are going to have some snacks across the street." Du Ryung nodded and replied, "Sure, I'll come. It's nice to move around a little. I'll go to the props room next door now so I can come. If possible, get me a few dumplings, that's enough. I'll pay after you guys come back." Seok Yun responded by shaking her head. "You guys go, I am too tired to come." Pak Shin waved his hand and sat in his seat before taking out a phone. "All right then, let us go." Kim T stood up along with Junwon and Du Ryung. All three of them made their way outside the room and saw the busy corridor once again. Many people were moving around different rooms, and so they slowly made their way through and exited that area. After going through another pair of doors, the corridor was empty and silent. The three slowly walked out of the theater and saw the sun started to set. Kim T looked back and asked, "So what do you guys want to eat?" "There is a market nearby, which sells many fast food items." Junwon shrugged and replied, "I have no preferences, so you guys can decide." As soon as he said that, Du Ryung said, "All right then, let us have a few dumplings. I am kinda craving for those." Kim T nodded and they made their way down the street. Junwon looked around and saw many shops and tall offices. He saw people walking out of buildings, tired and looking into their phones. There were many cabs on the road too for the office men to go home. After walking down a few blocks, Kim T stopped and looked to the side. It was a market, and a crowded one at that. Junwon saw many office men who came out like them to take some rest or were off work and just wanted to chill for a while. "All right, let us go. It's more crowded than usual," making the other two nod. They followed Kim T's light and reached a dumpling store. The store was very busy as many people were sitting and chatting. There wasn't any place for them, so Kim T decided to get a takeout and eat back at the theater. After getting a few extra dumplings for the other two, they exited and came out. Junwon sighed as he knew he wouldn't be able to talk about the theater like they originally planned. He decided to suggest getting a few drinks after the work was complete. That was another good way to talk. They quickly made their way out of the street, and the three exhaled in relief. Kim T wiped some sweat off and exclaimed, "That was tough. So many people just keep coming in and it's really suffocating." Du Ryung shrugged and replied, "It's the only market to get cheap snacks and drinks in an area like this, so of course it will be crowded." Gimti nodded, and the three started to make their way back. They quickly reached the theater and went into their room. As they were walking through the corridor, a few people who saw the bag in their hands also went out to get something to eat as if they remembered they were hungry. They entered their room and saw Seok Yun and Pak Shin on their phones. They looked up and nodded at the three of them. Gimti shook the bag in his hands and said, "All right, let us all eat some quickly and get back to work." We couldn't eat their cause, it was just too crowded and busy today. The other two nodded, and all three of them sat down in the middle of the room. Gimti took out the disposable chopsticks they got from the store and gave everyone one. Du Ryung took out the box of food and opened it up. The food was still warm and the aroma filled the room. Everyone quickly completed the dumplings in the box before throwing the box and chopsticks into the trash. Du Rung exclaimed as he sat in his seat, "Those were some good dumplings. We should get them more often. Those really hit the spot." Gimti and Seok Yun nodded, and Pak Shin said, "All right, the break is over, and let us stop talking about food. We need to get these clothes ready by tomorrow. The costume trail is tomorrow evening, so come on, let us get going." He clapped his hands and made Gimti groan. Everyone started working again as Junwon's work also changed from stitching pockets to checking the costumes for any default in them. There were bound to be a few defaults because of the speed they were churning out the costumes. He just needed to check them and correct them if possible or hand them over to one of the four who were on the machines. Junwon worked quickly and the room went silent again like earlier. By the time they finished for the day, it was already 9, way past the actual closing time. Pak Shin stood up and said while clapping, "All right, that's it for today. We finished most of the costumes and let us get the rest of the smaller ones tomorrow morning. Everything should be ready by tomorrow evening for the tryouts." As soon as he said that, the rest groaned and exhaled in relief. It was a long day for them and was exhausting because of the deadline. "All right, let us get some drinks before going back," Gimti exclaimed as he pumped his fist up. "I need to go back to my dorm. It's almost closing time, so not today," Seok Yun rejected as she finished packing her stuff. "I need to get home. My wife has been texting for the past 30 minutes. "So you three continue," Pak Shin said as he was checking if everything was there as the leader of the group. Gimti looked at Du Ryung and Junwon with a hopeful expression and became elated when both agreed. Junwon was happy that he didn't need to suggest as the outgoing Gimti did. Junwon looked around the small bar they got into. There weren't too many people, and unlike his previous experience, most of the people were middle-aged men who were drinking away as if it's the last day of their life while complaining about everything they could. There were only a few people on the dance floor with the DJ playing songs above on a small stage. He looked at the two youths in front of him, who were already done with one bottle of beer. Junwon took things at a small pace and only had a few sips. Gimti looked at him, then his bottle, and said, "Bro, you need to drink more. Your bottle isn't tea even halfway done." Junwon shook his head and replied, "I don't drink much." Du Ryung looked at him and asked, "But why? You should enjoy your life more at this time. You are out of university, you won't get chances like this anymore." He spread his hands and exclaimed. Junwon heard similar words from another friend and he shook his head. "It's okay, I don't like to drink alcohol that much. Oh, by the way, when did you both start working in the drama house?" He asked his first question of the night. Gimti and Du Ryung looked at each other and shrugged before Du Ryung replied, "I have been working for 2 years now and Gimti here has been working there for a year," making Junwon nod. "Does the work always be this hectic? You guys had no time to even chill except for that break." This time it was Gimda who replied, "No, it's not always like this. Most of the time we are quite free and only have small tasks. But those are times when the drama has a more modern vibe to it, because the theater would rather buy the costume online than let us make it from scratch. It's only because this week's drama is related to the Roman Emperor times that we need to make costumes from scratch, making the workload more. So it's just your bad luck that you came in today." Making Du Ryung nod, Junwon nodded and heard Gimti ask, "Junwon, why did you start in our department and not the others? You could have helped around in the crops and setting department instead." Junwon shrugged and replied, "No particular reason. The guy who brought me to your room said you guys were short-handed and asked me if I was good at sewing, so I just said okay. That's all, nothing there to it. A simple coincidence." "Well, you're pretty good at using needles and thread. The way you stitch is so fast and clean too. You should learn how to use a machine too. It would be easier with the help of technology." Gimti, who sat beside him the whole day, nodded and suggested. Junwon shrugged and replied, "Well, it's not like I'll be using the machine every day like you guys, so the needle and thread are enough for now," making the other two nod. "Earlier today you told me that you guys get called into movie sets. How does that happen? What is it like in sets?" Junwon asked another normal question. "Let me answer, I have been to more movie sets between both of us." Generally, movie production teams come to our drama house for actors to fill the note-important roles. When they do, they ask for costume or set makers if they need any, and because our drama house is famous, we get many offers. Du Ryung jumped in and replied. He continued, movie sets are pretty tense and organized. Every group has a leader, and we need to follow the leader's orders and get things done before the director or the main actors arrive on the set. If we aren't done with that task, then the director will shout at his assistant, and that assistant will take out that frustration on our leader who takes it out on us. He shrugged helplessly. Junwon nodded and understood how that feels. Right, how is the drama house acting scene? Do all the actors in our drama house have experience in a movie set? Kim Tae was the one to reply this time. Well, yeah, but only for very small roles. Our drama house isn't particularly known for its actors, so we don't get many offers. Did you come to get exposure and offers? If you did, you should have tried the other two drama houses in the inner part of the city. They are more famous than ours for their actors. Junwon shook his head and said, No, I really didn't come here for those kinds of reasons. I have a few problems with my acting and need to solve them, so they sent me here to learn under the boss's wing in the theater. Only if I solve this problem of mine, will I get good roles in movies. Oh, what is that problem of yours? Kim Tae asked immediately, and Du Ryung also leaned in to hear the answer. Junwon shook his head and said, It's nothing very important. I am a bit uncomfortable to say so. He trailed off and the other two understood. It's all right, man. You don't need to share anything with us. We only met today and of course you will be uncomfortable sharing anything with us. Come, let us continue drinking. Du Ryung said before raising the second beer bottle and taking a sip. Junwon nodded and asked, Thanks for understanding. Right, how is the weekly audition for roles in our drama house? The boss told them that they are fair and all, but are they really fair? Kim Tae nodded and said, Yeah, they really are fair and also very strict. The boss will personally select for each role so she doesn't allow any mishaps. There was this one time an actor bribed one of the boss's assistants for a role, but that poor guy instantly got caught by the boss during practice sessions, and she fired the assistant on the spot and made sure that guy won't get any opportunities in films in the city. The boss is pretty influential, so be careful in your auditions next week. Junwon was surprised when he heard the story. He acted with a bit of doubt and mockery, but the reply he got was pretty serious. He didn't doubt Kim Tae when he saw even Du Ryung nodding alongside him. He was also surprised by how decisive and influential San Min was. She actually fired her assistant without batting an eyelid in front of everyone, and was also influential enough to stop the future of the guy who crossed the line. So the boss is influential in the city. Du Ryung nodded and said, Yes, I heard there were many drama houses who wanted to take her down when Rose's drama houses was getting famous, but she fought and stepped on all those drama houses, making them vanish. Many people say she is from an influential background, but no one really knows her background. Junwon nodded and said, All right then, let us continue drinking. He took a sip and changed the topic. He asked for the information he needed. He was curious about San Min. After another 1HR, they stopped drinking and the two were pretty drunk, but enough to tell the cab driver what their address was. Junwon only drank another bottle in that 1 hour and was completely sober. He checked the time, and it was almost 10:30. He waved his hand for a cab and told the driver to get to the university. As he was in the cab, his phone rang and noticed it was from Hee Young. He sighed and contemplated a little before he picked up the call. If he didn't, then the girl would call him the whole night until he picked it up. How was your first day at the drama house? Did you face any problems? She was a little too excited to know about his problems. He shook his head and replied, No, I am pretty well. The drama house is pretty good. Everything is very professional. Of course, everything will be good and professional. What else did you think? That place is a cherry on top of all the drama houses out there. Many people would get on their knees to beg to get into that place. She scoffed on the other side. Junwon nodded and asked, All right, you are right. Anyway, why did you call so late at night? Well, I called to inform you that I might not be in touch this frequently for the next 2 months or even more. My shooting is starting in 2 days, and I'll have to go to another city for the shoot, so I might not respond to your calls or messages, and so I did you a favor by calling you and informing you of this. Now Don, cry that I'll not be here to talk. You can send a text and I'll reply when I see it. She completely unleashed her narcissistic side. So your shooting starts from Sunday. He checked the date and noticed it was already Thursday. Yeah, I'll be going on Sunday morning to the shooting site and get to know everything there. My first scene will probably not be on the first day, but it would be good to show my presence there and leave a good first impression on everybody. Junwon nodded and felt what she said was true. It's mainly true for her quirky personality, so leaving a good first impression was good. her relationship with the other actors would also have a solid start, making her shoot more peaceful. That's good. Do not do anything which would tick off other people the wrong way. You have tendencies to get carried away during times. Just do your best and enjoy your first experience on a set. Also, take in the criticism you might get in a good way and improve. Don T retaliate against the director when he tells something. He told her like the old man he was inside. Stop, stop, stop right there. You sound like an old man once again. What's with you and the sudden switch of personality? It is so irritating to hear someone younger than you speak like that. So stop. I called to inform you of something good and I got lectured for it. She groaned and shouted at him. Junwon couldn't help but sigh at himself. He still didn't remove that mentality of reminding people. He knew what she said was probably true, hearing the words you generally hear from an old man in the 70s or 80s from a young man in his early 20s. Right, that was my mistake. Just do stupid things there and take care of yourself. This is, after all, just your starting point in the industry. Go and outshine everyone on set. He tried to encourage her and was terrible at it. And as he expected, Hee-young laughed on the other side and said, "Oh God, do not try to encourage me. It sounds so fake. You reminding me was so much more natural. Well anyway, don't worry. I'll do my best. Believe your senior sister a little. I am much more mature than you think, my little brother. All right, anyway, I gotta call a few others before they sleep. Bye for now." And she cut the call. Junwon shook his head at seeing his phone and placed it back in his pocket. He knew he was already treating her as a friend and cared for her. She was always helpful and even irritating in some scenarios, but she always had a kind heart and knew it. So he didn't want to be as mean as he was in the first few days of meeting her, and at least treat her more human. That is probably the best decision you took since coming to this world. You should at least make better evaluations of people around you. This girl, Hee-young, is very helpful to you and also has a kind heart. Take my suggestion and be a better friend to her. Also, take my suggestions seriously. You ignored my suggestion about her before and suffered from the audition loss. The system's irritated voice sounded in his ears. Junwon nodded and thought the same as the system. He should stop treating everyone around him as inferior and dumb people. It was a type of mechanism he automatically developed after crossing over to a new world. He developed a loner personality because he thought he didn't fit in with society well. So he decided to stop these thoughts and just live normally like how he did in his past life before becoming a king. Was that girlfriend, young man? It looks like she is an actress. Take care of her properly. People tend to get blinded by the fame and money which comes with that job. The old driver in front of him advised as he looked at him through the mirror. Most of the cab drivers were old men who loved to talk. Junwon shook his head and replied, "No, it's just a friend. She got her first role, that's all." The driver nodded and didn't continue with that discussion. The car remained silent as it drove through the streets of Aereo City, eventually making it to the university. Junwon transferred the money and started walking home. Reaching home, he took a quick shower to remove the alcohol stench he had on him and jumped to bed. He was very tired and knew the rest of his holidays will also be tiring with the morning shift and learning in the afternoon. He exhaled in exhaustion and closed his eyes. The next day was pretty normal with him doing his usual stuff, early morning jog and workout, and the shift in the supermarket. He walked out of the supermarket, waved to Gasu, who was on the chair resting, and walked towards the university for a cab like a day before. It didn't take him long to reach the drama house, and after paying the driver, he walked into the theater and made his way towards the costume room. As he entered, he heard Pak Shin's voice. "Ah, Junwon, you are fine. We are short-handed. Kar Young, go to that young man there. He can adjust your costume. His skills are pretty good," pointing at him. Junwon looked at the packed room and took a deep breath. Many people were wearing their costumes waiting for it to get fixed while there were only 4 people to fix them. He looked towards Pak Shin and saw who he was talking to. It was a middle-aged man who was probably in his late 30s or early 49s. He looked calm and had a smile on his face as he nodded at Pak Shin and walked towards him. The guy looked like a regular middle-aged man who minded his own business and was kind to everyone around him. As he got closer, he heard him speak. "Shall we go to another room? It's packed here for you to check my costume." Junwon nodded and quickly grabbed his needle and thread set before nodding towards him. Both walked out and went to another room. There weren't many people in the room. The people in the room were busy on their phones or their scripts. Kar Young looked at him and said, "Well, it's better here than in there. Shall we get started?" Junwon nodded and Kar Young asked him to check his pants once. His costume was a bit fancier and looked like his role was either royalty or nobility in the drama. Junwon bent down as Kar Young sat on a chair and looked around while Junwon was making a few adjustments to the dress. "You a new kid? I didn't see you around before." Kar Young smiled and looked down as Junwon continued to work. Junwon nodded and replied, "Yes, I joined the theater yesterday." "Oh, yesterday? I didn't come in yesterday, so that That's why I didn't catch you around. You permanent in the costume area or temporary worker. I joined to act and learn more about acting. I came late for the audition, so the boss asked me to help around. I know how to make costumes, so I am helping around. That's it. Anywhere else that needs fixing. He stood up after fixing the pants and making them fit perfectly. Kar Jung stood up and checked his pants before giving him a thumbs up. He took off a piece of his upper clothing, something like the vest, and handed it to Junwon. My shoulders feel a bit tight. Can you lose them up by an inch or two? You are really good. If you didn't tell me that you came here to act, I would have thought you were a genius in this field. Do you have experience making costumes before this, before sitting back on a chair? Junwon took the vest, sat on another chair, and replied while getting to work, you can say so. Kar Jung hummed and continued to look at Junwon with an interesting gaze. Junwon noticed it and asked, what do you want? Don't stare like that, it's rude. Kar Jung laughed and said, you are a very weird young man. I saw many youths come into this drama club with many motives, and I could see through those young ones pretty easily. But you, when I see you, it's almost like I don't see a young man in his early 20s who came to a drama club to learn. I see an old man who came here for fun. He laughed and continued, I know it might sound crazy, but that's what I felt. Now don't get angry with me for that. It's just a joke. He patted Junwon's back while joking around. Junwon just nodded and gave the vest back and said, I know I get that a lot. Now check if it fits or not. Kar Jung took the vest from Junwon and tried it on. He flexed his body a little and noticed it was good enough before sending another thumbs up towards him. He patted Junwon and asked, all right then, that's it from me. Tell me what's your name, what are you studying? Junwon replied while packing the needle and thread set, my name is Junwon. I am studying at Arios Drama University. I am in my first year, and looked up at the man. He felt this man was also somehow special. He seemed very easygoing, making even him respond. This guy seemed awfully close to him in his previous life for some reason. Well, my name is Kar Jung. I am a lifetime theater actor at this point, so if you got any doubts then come to me. I'll see if I can help. He cheerfully introduced himself while pointing at himself. Junwon looked at him, confused, and asked, lifetime theater actor, you don't want to act in movies? He felt that was the ultimate goal for everyone who wanted to act. The theater in this world seemed like a simple stepping stone, and this guy claimed to be a lifetime actor. Kar Jung laughed and replied, you heard me right. I'm a lifetime theater actor, not a movie actor. Do not get me wrong, not to boast, I have some offers to act in a few present movies, but that suffocated movie set is not for me. I like it here in a theater where it is more easygoing and I know most of the people. I have worked in this drama house since its first drama, so it's like a second home for me, so I am more comfortable here instead of those movie sets. It's okay if I don't get more money or become more famous. At least I can continue to act without problems here. Junwon understood this man when he said that. The old man was very used to the theater style and pace that the movie set style and pace was disturbing for him. He couldn't adapt and decided to only act here. He actually thought of himself facing this problem. After all, he was also similar and never entered a movie set and did not know what to expect. But he wanted to be on a better stage, and for that, he had to move forward despite the problems. He knew the solution to all the problems he might face: become famous and let people know his value. Then most of the problems will be washed away automatically. Junwon nodded and looked at the man before asking, are you free tonight? I have something to ask you. He knew immediately after listening to this guy that he was the one who could solve most of his problems. He didn't get to watch the video yesterday and decided to ask this guy if he could watch it with him and ask what mistakes he was doing. Kar Jung looked at the young man before him and was taken back. He felt this guy was special and talked to him. Now he was getting asked if he had free time. He thought for a second and answered, now that is a difficult question, but it looks like you have a lot in your mind and want answers. Sure, I will ask my wife if it's okay and tell you by 6. Junwon nodded and stood up to go back. He looked at Kar Jung and said, have a good day then. I'll be waiting for your reply. Kar Jung nodded and Junwon walked out of the room. Kar Jung continued to look at the door and thought, this young man is more complicated than what San Min and Du Hwan told me. I thought to do this for old times' sake, but now I want to do it for myself. Kar Jung, Du Hwan, and San Min knew each other for almost 2 decades and were very close. It was also Du Hwan and San Min who told him about a young, talented actor he might need to help. He agreed to both their requests and was curious, but now after interacting with Junwon, he was curious about what was that made his 2 friends curious. Junwon, without knowing what the 3 friends were doing behind his back, was already in the costume room with the room as full as ever. He walked up to Pak Shin, who was checking an actor's costumes, and said, I am done with Kar Jung's costume check. There were a few adjustments and made corrections. Who should I take next? Pak Shin looked at him before turning towards the crowd and shouting, guys, we have another guy who can help you adjust your costumes. He is pretty good, so you guys don't need to worry," making many look at him before crowding him with their costumes. The rest members of the costume group sighed in relief as their lines got shorter. Junwon wiggled his way into his seat and kept all his stuff on the table before turning towards the person in his line. Time fasted quicker than yesterday as they went over one actor after another and took 3 hours before every actor was satisfied. Kim Tae was on the floor, looking dead. Do Ryung was lying face first on his desk, while Seok Yun was taking her arm to support herself. Junwon leaned against the wall, exhaling in exhaustion. Those were rough 3 hours. People seemed endless at one point. Finally we are done. So many people this time. Kim Tae groaned out his complaints. "Alright, you guys can go back home early today as our work is done. We need to come back tomorrow just in case, but only for a little while, so it's okay." Pak Shin clapped his hands and announced. Everyone thanked him in a low voice, but no one got up. Pak Shin nodded at all of them before walking out of the room. Junwon looked around and asked Do Ryung, who was beside him, "Do Ryung, do you know who this Kar Young is? He seems to be the oldest among all the actors." "Are you asking about Kar Young? That guy is the best. He is like the father of this drama house. He is a kind guy." Kim Tae sprang up from exhaustion and answered. As soon as he said that, both Seok Yun and Do Ryung nodded. "Yeah, he is super kind. He helps everyone in the drama house and is like a father. Almost everyone respects him a lot. He even helped us 3 last year when the workload was heavy and he didn't audition for any role because he didn't feel like it. He stayed in this room and helped us a lot. We all like him." "Why did you suddenly ask?" Do Ryung answered. Junwon was surprised at both of their bursts. It seemed like those two really did respect Kar Young. "Oh, it's nothing. I was helping him fix his costume today, and we both talked a little. He seemed too kind and I just wanted to ask who he was." Kim Tae nodded and said, "Yeah, Kar Young is too kind for his own good. I mean, he helped even a guy who was the biggest douchebag in the theater history, even when that idiot not only didn't appreciate the help, but also mocked him a lot. Well, he got kicked out by the boss later on, so everything went well. Yeah, his acting is also very refined and experienced. Many of the new actors learn from him a lot, so he is also like a mentor. I heard he had many opportunities in some pretty big movies but rejected them because he didn't feel like going deep into the movies. He just wanted to test out the waters." Seol Yun, who was always quiet, joined the conversation. Junwon nodded and took out his phone. Kim Tae got up from the ground and asked, "Are you guys free tonight too?" Junwon shook his head and replied, "No, I got some work to do tonight." He hoped Kar Young would agree even more after hearing what the people had to say about him, but even if he gets denied, he decided to go home early and watch his audition clip to analyze it. "Yeah, I also have some work to do, so you are on your own today." Do Ryung patted his shoulder before walking out of the room with his bag. Time passed by and Kim Tae and Seok Yun also left the room. Now Junwon was alone in the room, waiting for Kar Young. He said he would inform at 6 and it was almost 6. The door opened and he heard Kar Young's voice. "What? The room is empty. Did the guy leave?" Junwon stood up and said, "I am still here, Kar Young." Kar Young took a peek inside and looked at him before replying, "Oh, you are here. Let us go to my house. My wife told me to bring you home for dinner instead of us eating food outside. So come on." He waved his hand. Junwon stood up and made his way out of the room. Walking up to Kar Young, he asked, "We are going to your house?" Kar Young looked at him by the corner of his eye and replied, "Yes, we are. My wife didn't want me to eat outside and told me to bring you home for dinner. So just follow me and come." Junwon just nodded and followed him down the hallway. After reaching the main entrance, Kar Young asked him to wait at the front while he brought his car out and walked away. Junwon shrugged and walked to the front and waited for a few meters away from the road. After waiting for a few more minutes, he heard a car horn and looked up. It was Kar Young in a car wearing sunglasses coming towards him. The car wasn't a super luxury model or basic model. It was in the middle. He got in the car and asked, "Why are you wearing sunglasses? I mean, it's already getting dark." As soon as he heard that, Kar Young rebutted immediately. "Hey, don't say that. It's for the style. Let this old man feel a bit more youthful," and continued to drive. Junwon didn't bother even thinking about that statement as he leaned back on the seat and looked out the window. The more he saw the inner city, the more he felt amazed by how different the two worlds were. So many tall buildings, and even at night the area was bright. The car eventually entered into a housing society. Every house had one extra floor. The car came to a stop before one of the houses with a small garden in the front. There were a few well-kept flowers, making the environment peaceful. "All right, get out." He heard Kar Young and got out. Both of them walked up to the front of the house, and before Kar Young even knocked, the door opened and a middle-aged lady smiled at both of them. She took the bag Kar Young had on him and said, "Welcome home. You guys came earlier than I expected. Welcome, I am Karmani, Kar Young's wife. Please feel free." Junwon smiled back and nodded while Kar Young said, "You don't need to be so nice to this young man. I just met him today and he is already in my house. As he walked in, Cat Manny slapped his back and scolded her husband. Don T talk like that. He wanted to ask for your help and you should be polite. You are making such a poor impression. Be nice. All right, ILL be nice. You go and continue with your cooking. We both will be in the living room. He waved his hands and walked inside. Manny shook her head helplessly at how free-spirited he was and said to Junwon, please Don T mind him. He must be tired. Junwon shook his hands and replied, oh no, it's okay. Manny nodded and said, all right, please go to the living room. It's down the hallway. You both can talk about something while I continue to cook dinner. And walked into the kitchen. Junwon looked around and removed his footwear before walking. The stairs to the first floor were to the right adjacent to the wall, and the hallway leads straight to the living room. He walked to the living room and saw Kar-young with a bottle of wine in his hands. Ah, how long were you going to take to just walk a few feet? Come in and take a seat quickly so we can talk. He waved his hand and patted the seat next to him on the sofa. The living room was very simple, with pictures on the wall, a huge TV, an enormous sofa to sit on. It looked luxurious, yet simple. Junwon made his way and sat beside Kar-young. Now tell me, what is your problem? It better be something good. Junwon nodded and said, I need help with my acting, looking at the man as he took a sip. All right, since I already promised you that I'll try my best to give you advice, Don T hold back. Quick, shoot your problem. He waved the bottle and urged Junwon. Junwon took a deep breath and began to tell the story. It started with an audition I gave for a movie the day before yesterday. After my audition, every person who was judging my acting told me I acted really well and even better than a few actors in the industry. But they denied me the role and said I was not ready to act in movies yet. This is where I need your help. What are the common mistakes people who are used to acting in dramas make when it comes to movies? To be honest, I do not even have a clue why I am rejected to work on the problem, and waited for an answer. Kar-young took another sip of his wine and said, there are many things that drama actors make when they try to make that transfer to movies. Even I had a few problems. But I don't know which problem you are facing to give you a hint on how to solve it. Junwon went into deep thought and asked after a few seconds, do you want to see my audition clip? Kar-young looked at Junwon and said, what? I asked if you want to see my audition clip. I have it on my phone. You can watch it and see what my problem is. He took out his phone and tapped on his folder before opening it. This was what I was waiting for, young man. Those two idiots didn't give me this recording when I asked. Even though I am their friend, I am also their senior, but they said to ask you myself. Kar-young thought back to his conversation with Do Hwan and San Min. He asked for the audition clip, but Do Hwan said he should talk with Junwon and solve it together. He planned to just go straight to Junwon after watching the clip and telling him what his problem was, but because of Do Hwan, he had to change his plan. Dun T opened the video on the phone. It has such a small screen that I can't even see properly, much less judge your acting. Just screen share it on the TV. Kar-young pushed the phone aside and took out the remote before turning the TV on. Junwon followed his orders and screen shared the video onto the TV. He looked at Kar-young and started the video after getting a nod. The video started out normally with him standing before the judges and Hee-young on the ministage. Not before long, he started acting out the first scene. It was a very deep and depressing scene where he had to sit on the chair and act out all the feelings of a person who lost everything in his life. Both of them continued to watch the entire video until the end. None of them talked and just watched the audition tape. After both acts ended and it was time for the judging part, Kar-young said, all right, let us stop it here. I don't need to see what they said about the audition. Junwon nodded and paused the video before looking at Kar-young. The man seemed to be thinking about something, and it looked like he figured out the problem and the reason for rejection. After a few more minutes of silence, Kar-young said, no wonder you got rejected for that acting. It is obvious for any director or actor with some experience to notice the flaws your acting has. As they probably said, your acting was made for the theater. You would be the biggest hit ever, even in the history of this world, to act in a theater with how you're doing right now. But if you want to go a bit ahead and change your style, it's almost like you need to destroy everything you had previously before and start again, but this time intending to get into movies. Junwon was stunned to hear what he had to say. He waited patiently for this man to watch his whole audition and to hear what he had to say and give an outlook on how to solve it quickly so he could get going. But this man just simply told him he had to start all over again. Did this guy think he did not think of this solution? This was the last thing he even wanted to consider. There was no way, even in hell, that he would just simply abandon all the hard work he kept into perfecting his acting skills. This acting he had was not the result of 1 or 2 years. It was decades worth of hard grind. He would rather not go into movies and just start going for theater rather than throw all he had away to start again. Of course, that is the most generic way to answer this question, but that is hard, and no one would be willing to put in years of effort again. That's why we should try different ways. Kar Jung interrupted his thoughts. What do you have in mind? Junwon whipped his head towards the man and asked. He really wanted to know. This was his second chance at life, and he wanted to do something different, which was acting in movies. All right, I cannot tell you the solutions. The judges sitting there might have also said something similar. If I tell you the solutions here and now, you might solve your problems quickly and get an audition or even maybe a role quicker. But you won't be able to evaluate and fix yourself properly from here on out. There will be many changes you might have to make on the fly if you get into the industry, and for that, self-assessment is important. Junwon nodded after a second and asked, all right then, tell me my problems. Where do I need to make changes? Knowing the problems was enough for now. He had 2 months' time to fix these problems, which he was confident in. All right then, let's start with the two most obvious one, your facial expressions and body language. These are the most famous problems theater actors come across. When students and new actors are taught, we say them to exaggerate a lot. And that is true, but only for stage actors. This applies to stage actors because of the audience they perform for. It's a live audience, and not each member in the audience is at equal distance from you. So you are taught to exaggerate your expressions and body language a lot so that every member in the audience can comfortably catch you. But this isn't the same case for movies. In movies, there is no live audience to exaggerate your expressions or body language for. The camera catches your acting at a very close range that it can catch even the very subtle ones people generally can, etc. So now imagine an actor who was taught to exaggerate every action and emotion, to act in front of a camera which catches each and every movement, including the sweat that drips from your face. It would look like a complete joke. You would look like a comedian, awkward and silly at close-up. No director would want an actor who looks awkward and silly even in serious scenes. Don't believe me, watch the second act. This is a scene that needs you to show hate and frustration at their fullest. Now don't watch it normally. Watch it with the perspective that it's a movie. That means the camera is closer and clearer. There will only be you in the complete screen. Kar Jung explained the very first flaw which was noticeable in Junwon's acting. It was something very common among theater actors. He took the remote and played it back to the start of the second act. Junwon looked at the TV as if he was a hunter searching for any movements from his prey. The video played, and it was Junwon's angry and frustrated face that appeared on the screen. It looked normal, and the old Junwon before the conversation would have thought everything was all right and that he did it perfectly. But after getting reminded by Kar Jung, his way of observing changed completely. He kept the normal way movies are taken in his mind and watched the tape. He imagines the camera to be right near his face, recording every movement he made. As soon as he thought and viewed the tape like that, he found the problem. His expressions looked so exaggerated and borderline fake. There were too many unnecessary movements from him, which made it look worse and not compelling. He finally understood the reason for rejection. It was as they said, he wasn't ready for the movies yet. His acting was so cemented on the stage that he has not yet peeled himself out of it. He should start controlling himself better and act accordingly. If he lets himself free and runs wild, he won't make it. He needed to practice self-control. So do you also notice it? That's how it looks if it's shot in a movie with a camera, probably worse. Kar Jung's words woke him up from his own internal realization. He nodded and replied, yes, I see it now. It would look so bad if it's recorded in a movie set, making me look completely idiotic. Too much exaggeration to the point, but looks completely fake. Now I understand why they denied me. He kept nodding while agreeing to the judge's conclusion. That's great, because this is one of the main reasons you got rejected. Now there is probably another reason too. Kar Jung nodded, seeing Junwon come to a realization and a conclusion. That was important for an actor. Now with him opening Junwon's eyes, Junwon would be able to observe better to look for more mistakes. Another reason. Kar Jung nodded and replied, yes, there is another reason for rejection. It's your subtle hesitation and caution. It is at first glance not noticeable. Everything looks normal and your acting is great, but there is a subtle hesitation that is visible to experienced people and once on camera to everyone. With this statement, Junwon was confused. He understood the exaggeration part before, but now Kar Jung told he is hesitant. He didn't see any hesitation when he was acting in the clip, but he didn't want to rebuke Ki Young. After all, he didn't notice the exaggeration part either. Now you probably don't see it as it's all normal in this clip, but once again remember you are acting in a movie and the shot is up close. Let's look at the same act again. Now from what I see in this tape, it looks like you are trying to imagine the other roles of the story when you act. This is very good and important, but also very detrimental to you as a theater artist. As a theater artist who acts before a live audience, your body adapts to the situation. Your body and brain is on high alert because of the audience and the need for the drama to be as seamless as possible. So the actors are generally looking out for any sudden mistakes or errors. You are looking out for these mistakes or errors because they are always sudden, and you want to have another chance with the same audience once it's messed up. So you try to adapt to any possible mistakes even if the possibility is really low, like a missing prop needed in the scene or your fellow actor standing on stage missing a line. These things are very common on a theater stage. These things happen very often. But that's not the same for movie acting. After all, this is no one-chance scenario with the audience. In movies there are takes, and if time is sufficient, a movie crew can take as many retakes as possible until it's perfect. So no one is hesitant or cautious at acting. They perform naturally, and then even if there are problems, there is something called post-production, which involves editing or dubbing the few lines you got wrong in an actual take. You get second chances a lot. Now with this laid down, let's see your acting. Look at your eyes in the act. They are always on alert, as if waiting for something to happen and that you are ready to react if it does. I mean, you should never be like that. Do you know what it shows in movie auditions? It shows that you aren't focusing completely on the act. You should tone that down completely if you want to go further. Junwon looked at the video, especially his eyes, and noticed the same thing. His eyes were most of the time not focused and looking around. It was as Kar Jung said. He imagined the other actors for better acting, but this completely backfired on him because of his past experiences. This extreme sense of alertness in acting came when he was acting back at the kingdom in his earlier days. At that time, he did not have a solid group to act with and was always recruiting people on the fly if they at least knew a few basics to fill in the roles that were open to perform. But this had a huge disadvantage. The people they recruited never had any solid experience. They were always scared on stage and often forgot their lines in the middle, making the whole drama come crashing down. This made him be on complete alert to jump in whenever he noticed the person was losing it and adopt on spot, to improvise and ultimately keep the play running. It seemed like even though he was not surrounded by amateur actors or an actor like in the audition, he still retained that alertness, making it seem idiotic. He needed to start relaxing more when he acts to not be on alert and learn to just go with the flow. His thoughts got interrupted when Kar Manny walked in and called out to both of them, "All right, both of you can come and have dinner. The food will get cold." Junwon was now standing outside the house talking with Kar Jung and Kar Min at their doorstep. He was done with dinner and was ready to go back. "Thank you for the dinner, Ms. Kar. It was really tasty." He didn't forget to thank the lady for the delicious meal she provided for him. The lady was kind, unlike her husband who had a grumpy look on his face. He always had that face whenever his wife was friendly to him. "Oh, it's all right. You should have stayed for the night, Junwon. We have an extra room if you want to. It's already late at night and you need to go back to your university at this time." Kar Jung smiled and asked to stay at their house for the night as she had been during the whole dinner. Junwon shook his head and replied, "No, I am all right, Ms. Kar. I'd rather go back to my apartment. I have work to do early in the morning. Thanks for the food once again." He already sent a text to the store manager Gim Da that he was free Saturday and if they needed an extra hand. Gim Da immediately agreed and told him to come in. "Yeah, let him go. Don T hold him back." Kar Jung butted in and supported the idea of sending him away. He already completed his part of the job and gave the guy some insight on his acting. Now he wanted some alone time with his wife like they usually have. "Don T speak like that. Why are you so rude today? You Aaron T even going to drive the young man to a nearby bus stop." Kar Min scolded her husband again. She asked Kar Jung to drop the young man off, but he denied and told her he was too tired and didn't want to even step out of the house anymore. "It's all right, Ms. Kar. Elle can go back alone. Both of you should take care of yourself. Bye." He walked out of the front lawn and was now on the road. Ms. Kar waved her hand and reminded him, "All right, then take care of yourself. Send a text to Kar Jung after you go back home." Junwon nodded and started walking down the street. He already got Kar Jung's phone number during dinner from his wife and as promised will send a text. Not before long, he was out of the community and was back on the main roads. The time was already 10 and there were still many vehicles on the road. The street still looked bright and the night looked young with many people roaming around. He looked around and noticed a bus stop not far away from him. He walked up to the stop and saw a few sleeping office workers on the bench. Junwon checked the board and noticed he had just missed the bus and another one would take 30 minutes to arrive. Lamenting his bad luck, he just shrugged it off and took a seat before taking out his phone. He learned a lot that evening. He finally found what his problems are and knew the biggest thing he had to change about him was the way he sees his own acting. If he continued as he was, he would have to depend on others to show his problems for him every time. That wasn't the prettiest idea. The only way he could think of to change the way he observed was to consume more movies. He had to watch more movies and see how the actors were before comparing himself to it. He would then have a rough estimate of his level and problem. Time went by, and before he knew it, another bus to the university arrived. He quickly got onto the empty bus and took a seat by a window. He looked out to see the bright city and remained silent. The bus ride was peaceful, and he quickly got home. He took a shower and jumped to bed. The next day he was standing in the theater watching the practice. By the time he came from his shift at the supermarket, they already started practicing, and so he quietly stood at the end and observed it. This was a full and final practice with all the costumes and props. Even San-min was there to observe and correct any mistakes noticeable. He noticed Kar Jung in his costume, and as he suspected, his role was that of a minister, a very important one too. He had many lines in the story and his acting was very versed. The whole drama was smooth from start to finish with very few mistakes. San-min sat in one of the seats, and after everything was done, she stood up and went on stage. As she got on stage, every actor was on alert and ready to get some good lashing from her. San-min was a very strict director, and if she found even a small mistake, the actor should be ready to get a good earful. Junwon actually liked that about San-min. It was this intensity that she brought into this club that made the club so successful. Alright, that was a good run. Most of you are good as always. There were a few mistakes I noticed. Some of you fumbled on lines, making some parts more awkward. Do not forget your lines. That is the first thing they teach you. How can you forget your damn lines? You had 3 days to remember and practice. The script does not change to excuse you like in the movies where there would be constant script changes. And she started educating the actors. This continued for another 10 minutes before she gave them a 10 minutes break before the next start. Junwon was now sitting in a seat at the back to watch the practice. At the break, he took out and called Min Seok to ask how things were back at home. It didn't take long for Min Seok to respond, and both talked for a few minutes. According to Min Seok, it looked like his plan really worked. Yoonhee continued to go home and use all the time to study so that she could cover up the time she lost when working. Her exams were now less than 2 weeks away. They were from the 20th and spanned the entire week with one exam after another without preparation time in the middle, so all the preparations should be done before they start. The results would come by the end of June, and they had to choose a university by the middle of July. July was the most hectic time for the students. As he talked, he noticed someone sit beside him and looked to see it was San-min. San-min looked at him and gestured to him to continue the call, but he quickly said goodbye to his dad and looked at her, puzzled. She didn't understand why she was there. You should have talked to your father some more. By the looks of it, you and your family are close. San-min commented while she looked at the empty stage. Junwon, who didn't even see his father and sister in this world after changing bodies, shrugged and replied, I guess you could say that. I think the least a child can do to a parent is to call them once in a while and just ask them how they are doing. Those words of concern are enough for most parents out there. It was his genuine thoughts. As a retired king, most of his time was free. He didn't have his wife to spend time with and couldn't disturb his children who had to look after the kingdom. But he always did feel a bit happy when all his children would come to meet him at least once every 2 weeks. It's difficult for them to make time for an old man like him, but the fact that they do was a warm feeling. He knew that was how Min Seok also felt and would regularly call him to check on him. Parents, well, it almost looks like you have experience being a father with grown-up kids by the way you speak. San-min sighed at first before looking at him with a chuckle. I was not only a father, but my eldest child was even older than you. Junwon ridiculed her back in his mind. Junwon shrugged and asked, so what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be up in the front for another practice? After all, the break you gave is almost done. Oh, nothing really. I just saw you sitting in the back all alone and observing our practice very keenly. What do you think? She asked him back. She was very proud when it comes to the drama house, and the kid next to her was a genius in theater from what she saw in the clip Du Hwan gave her, so she wanted to know his opinion. I mean, what is there to say? This much is expected when the drama house is one of the best in the world. He shrugged and replied to San-min. It was what he genuinely thought. When a drama house has a reputation like theirs, the practice was supposed to be better than the ones below them. It reached his expectations, and that was it. Nothing else. San-min looked at him for a second before nodding. She liked that answer. Even she agreed that with the reputation they had, a performance like that was expected out of them, and if they didn't deliver, it was a black mark on their reputation. Are you confident in getting a role next week? She asked another question. Junwon didn't even bother to think a second about the question and replied immediately, if it's a drama and not a movie audition, I am sure there is no one capable of taking a role from me. Unlike his previous confidence, this one was more believable. If he loses even in a theater audition, then he would rather quit acting. It only meant that the decades of hard work he kept in was for nothing, and anything was better than that. That's good, you should have confidence. I saw that audition clip and I should say, you, be pretty good on a theater stage. Junwon nodded and replied, thanks for the compliment, but I don't want the theater to be my last stop in this journey. Well, if that's how you feel about it, alright then I'll go back to the front. The practice is going to start again. She stood up and walked to the front before clapping her hands and calling for everyone to start again. Junwon also stood up and walked out. He didn't want to see the practice anymore. He got to know his problem yesterday and wanted to start looking for answers. But before he started looking for answers, he decided to watch a movie to get an overview of the differences from a completely changed view. He walked into the costume room and saw there were only two people in the room, Pak Shin and Seon Yun. Both were on their phone and looked up when he walked in. Oh Junwon, I thought you'll take the day off like the other two, Pak Shin asked. Junwon shook his head and replied, no, I came to check on how the practice goes in this place and after that I came here. What are you guys doing, and where are the other two? The other two asked for a leave and I agreed because we did all the costume adjustments yesterday and we both are here in case of any unforeseen problems with the costumes. Have a seat and do whatever you want for today. He waved his hands and got back to his phone. Seok Yun gave a nod to him before going back to her phone. Junwon shrugged and sat in his place. This was exactly what he wanted, and so he wasn't going to complain. He took out his earphones before connecting them and going through the internet for any good movies. It didn't take him long before finding an interesting synopsis and started watching it. The movie's name was Last of Me. The movie was about the Second World War. It was a historic event that decided how the world was now seen. It was between the two sides of the world, East and West. But mainly between two countries, which carried immense power on both sides and dragged the rest countries from their side into it because of their power. Even Ulyss was involved in the war according to what he read in the university library, but wasn't affected as much as some other countries. The hero was from the West and forced into the war. It was mainly focused on the events leading up to the war and how he had to unwillingly sacrifice himself for the sake of war. It had a lot of emotions in it and could make people cry by the end of it. Junwon had to give some serious credit to the main lead. The role was not simple and he did it perfectly. He looked up the movie and saw the name of the main lead was Guk Seong and he was actually an Alisted actor. He became very famous after this movie, which was released 3 years ago, and since then his fame has been rising pretty quickly. After checking on the actor, he thought about his acting. Now he was able to find the difference between a movie actor and a theater actor. Guk Seong did not make mistakes as he did and was more natural. His expressions were much more natural and in tune with the environment. His eyes were also very clear and free from any natural restrictions or hesitation. Junwon understood that there was a significant gap between him and a bona fide Alisted actor. The gap wasn't that easy to fill yet, but he knew, given some time, he would be there after getting some experience. He was now on par with a Blisted actor if he could make the changes, and that was a good start. He noticed 3 hours passed by and looked around the room to see only Pak Shin in the room. The time was already 6 in the evening. Pak Shin was on his desk sleeping, and Junwon decided to just go out. He walked out of the room and made his way towards the theater. The group was still practicing, and he could hear noise from the inside. He slowly got in and took a seat at the back as another practice was about to start. He could see Dan Min clapping her hands and saying, "All right guys, this would be the last one, so let's get it right and go home. If I find even one mistake, then we will do it from the top once again. So be careful." The group started their practice, and this time it went almost flawlessly. There were small mistakes he could find, but those weren't worth mentioning at all. The theater has 2 shows every Sunday, one in the morning and one afternoon. The first show was at 10 and the second show was at 3. Each show was 2 hours long. The practice went seamlessly and San Min clapped her hands before saying, "All right guys, that will be it for the practice. Let us perform this way tomorrow too and please our audience," and dismissed everyone. Junwon stood up and was ready to go back home before he heard San Min call for him. He turned back and saw her walking towards him. "Let us go to my office. You spent 3 days here already and I want to know how your progress is. Also, I'll transfer you the money when we are there." Junwon nodded and followed her to her office. Everyone was making their way out and would stop to greet the boss San Min before throwing a confusing stare at him. After a few minutes they were in her office and she said, "I heard from Pak Shin. It looks like you were a huge help with that group the last 2 days. They say you should join the costume group instead of acting." Junwon had a deadpan face when he heard her. "Why does everyone here want me to become a seamster? I am only good at it because I had no choice but to make my own clothes back in the day. It's okay, I am alright. I would rather become an actor." San Min laughed at his expression and continued, "Well, alright then. Let us talk about something more important, your progress. How is it? Did you find anything useful about yourself? Junwon nodded and replied, yeah, I found the reasons why I got rejected. Now all I need to do is start fixing my problems. You make it sound so simple. Knowing your problems is the most basic part of it, but you have to start figuring out how you make those changes in your acting. It's harder than you think. I know that SYILL start from next week S drama. ILL get roles and practice making changes. It should be easier. Sanmin raised an eyebrow after hearing him and said, you want to use my dramas to change your acting. If your half-assed acting gets my drama a bad rating, you LL not even get a chance to audition, much less a role. It's alright, ILL be serious when it comes to the practice. I want to do half-assed ones on stage. Well, that's good then. Alright, let me transfer you the money and you can go. Right, give me your account number, right here. She took out a book and opened a page before giving him a pen. After giving her his account, she quickly transferred the money and he got out of the drama house. This time he made it in time for the bus and reached home before 9. The next day Junwon was at work alone. It was the first time he was working alone, and that was also on a Sunday. Gasu took a break as he was willing to come in. She had assignments to complete and exams to prepare for. As he was taking some rest after a horrible rush hour, he noticed the door open and internally groaned a little. He looked over the counter and noticed it was the boss, Gimda, who came in. He stood up and wished Gimda, boss, good morning. Gimda nodded and replied, Junwon, come into my office before you take your leave today. ILL transfer your weekend bonus, and I also have something to talk about. Junwon nodded and Gimda continued into the store. Junwon didn't what the boss wanted to talk about, and honestly, he didn't think it was something bad. He always came to work on time, do his shift, and also never received any kurens, as they called them, to complain about him. If the boss wanted to fire him, he would feel a little confused, but not sad. After all, it's all business, and now he had some money compared to before. The shift continued on, and the next worker, who he had never met, got on. He excused himself and went to change his clothes. It was already 1:30, and he had to go to the drama house quickly to catch at least the second time they perform. After changing his clothes, he didn't forget to meet Gimda. Junwon knocked on his door and entered after hearing Gimda's permission from the other side. He got in and closed the door behind before walking up to the table and standing quietly after seeing Gimda was going through a few files. Oh, take a sit, Junwon. ILL just finished checking these files quickly and get to you. Junwon nodded and took a seat. After a few minutes, Gimda placed the file down and took out his phone. He checked his phone, and as he placed it down, Junwon heard his phone vibrate in his pocket. It was a notification. I just sent you the bonus. Thanks for coming in today, Junwon. Gasu has some semester exams coming up, and she took the Sunday off after knowing you were going to be here. That's a great help. Junwon nodded and waited for Gimda to continue. I wanted to talk about how long you think you're going to work here. When you joined, you said you were short on money and would work till you get an acting role. Now you're going to a drama house, and I can see that will take a lot of time for you. So I wanted to ask if you had any plans of quitting the job. If you do, then I might need a heads up in advance. Now do not take this in a bad way. I am asking only you because you have a short-term goal. Now, look at Kyung. He writes novels and would probably work here until he sells enough copies of his book to keep his life afloat, which isn't anywhere near as of now. Or even Gasu, she is still in her second year of university and would probably work here until she graduates. Junwon nodded when he heard Gimda. The shop was in short of workers, and if Junwon would suddenly quit, the shop owner might not suddenly find another worker instantly. And what he said was also true. Both Kyung and Gasu would work here for a long time because of their circumstances, while he would only work until he landed a role. Boss, what you said is true. Right now I am learning from the drama house after working here every day so that I can land a role quicker. But if Bayu need an approximate time of when I might land a role, then it would probably be the end of the summer vacation, which is at the end of June. Junwon had confidence in himself that he may fix all the problems he has by the end of summer. If summer goes by then, it would take more time because of his next semester's classes and the job. So the end of June was his present target. Gimda nodded and said, by the end of June you say. All right then, ILL be sure to have a lookout for any new employees. You should tell any of your friends if they want a part-time job that the store is open for applications. Also, tell me at least 23 days before you might end the job. Don, be abrupt about it. Junwon nodded and assured the man before Gimda excused him. After the talk, he went right to university and took a cab to the drama house. The drama house this time was very different. There were banners and stalls. They crowded the whole entryway as the next show was about to begin. Junwon didn't enter the line and simply walked up to the front. Many people saw him and started making complaints. Look at that kid. He is walking to the front as if he owns the place. The security guard at the front will kick his ass to the back of the line. Yeah, he is probably new here, and Dosen T know that the Roses Drama House Dosen T gives special privileges to anyone. Poor guy. Junwon ignored all of them and walked to the security guard. Before the guard could shout at him, he took out a card San-min gave him before leaving her office yesterday and showed it to him. It was a pass for the actors who work in the drama house. The guard verified it and let him in. What? He sent him in. Hey, is the famous Roses Drama House going back on its words to be fair to everyone? The crowd started making a scene after seeing Junwon go in. The security guard looked at all the people with a calm expression and said, "He is an actor working for the drama house. Is any one of you also working for the drama house? Step right here and show me your pass." The crowd instantly went silent after hearing him and remained calm. Junwon heard the complaints from the inside and could only shrug his shoulders. Many people would doubt him if he said he was a person working here, because most of the workers would come early in the morning at 8 to set everything up for the first show at 10. He looked around and saw a few workers cleaning up the place after the last show. He walked towards the costume room and saw everyone was there, unlike yesterday. They were all eating their lunch and saw Junwon walked in. Kim Tae greeted him while still having food in his mouth. "Oh, you finally came. I thought you LL come early in the morning like us. You missed one show already." "Yeah, I had work today too, so I had to miss it. Also, finish your food before you speak." Pak Shin pointed at Junwon's table and said, "If you didn't eat yet, then that's your portion. We were given 5 and that's yours. If you don't want it, I'll take it." Kim Tae, who swallowed his good, exclaimed while eyeing the container on his table. Junwon just grabbed the container and opened it before he started to eat. He did not have anything after breakfast and was hungry. He didn't have time like the other days to have lunch before coming, so was lucky there was some here. Junwon quickly went through the food and asked while throwing the plastic container in the dustbin, "How was the first show?" "Oh, it went well. There weren't any problems at all, and it looked like everyone liked the performance once again. It was a full house," Du Ryung replied. Junwon nodded and said, "That's great. By the look of people outside, it might be another full house." And everyone nodded but was not surprised. It was expected that for a drama house like theirs, anything but a full house was disastrous. Time passed by and it was almost time for the next performance. Everyone made their way to the backstage to be ready in case of any costume emergencies. The backstage was full of people running around, and San-min was giving out orders from the side. All the actors were silent and waiting for the performance to start. Junwon and the group were sitting to the side watching all this, and he noticed Kar Jung sitting alone with his eyes closed. When it was time, San-min clapped her hands, gaining everyone's attention and said, "All right guys, let's end this performance like the one before and have a wrap-up party." Everyone made sounds in agreement and the actors walked out. Junwon and the rest were watching the performance from backstage. The story was simple. It was about a prince who was betrayed by his own father as a sacrifice for the greater good. But he survived because of a minister played by Kar Jung and was sent away to live by him. Kar Jung was one of the few who opposed the ritual, and as a minister, he couldn't let anyone know he went against the king's desire by saving the prince. After that accident, it's a typical story of revenge through gaining strength in the dark. The prince who grows hatred for the kingdom gets trained by one of Kar Jung's men and becomes an assassin. He builds his own assassin clan under a different name and looks. After the organization became famous and caught the eyes of many people and even the king, he took action against the people who supported the king first. As the number of ministers and other noble families who got assassinated increased, the panic among the people in the royal court also increased. Kar Jung, who knew about everything, was the insider the prince trusted and got most of the information from. King hatched a plan as he doubted there was a traitor among the people near him and found out it was Kar Jung. He kept Kar Jung on death row to lure out the one behind him. The prince who learned of this hatched his own plan to kill everyone and also save Kar Jung. He killed every royal family member, including his own mom, who supported him from the front to have him killed. He didn't bother to leave his siblings or anyone else, and this was unknown to the king who was overseeing the execution. By the time he felt something was wrong, he noticed the prince walking up to the execution platform and was shocked. The prince killed everyone in his path before saving Kar Jung and even killing his own father. After that, he didn't bother to take over the throne and continued to expand his organization, which he built with his own efforts. That was the entire story. The story seemed pretty generic and normal, but it was also interesting at the same time. Junwon, who saw this drama, remembered something similar from his old world. Before their kingdom ruled over the others, due to his wife's power, there was another kingdom nearby that was facing a huge revolt from a bastard child of the king. That kingdom was the first to go down in his wife's conquest, and she eventually went on to take out every person who dared to go against them. She left the people who surrendered and killed the fake people. As she was doing that, he was still her fiancé and was learning under the king about administration. The husband and wife split the duties of the kingdom. He was in charge of the kingdom, ruling from within while she took care of everything related to outside the kingdom. That was how the kingdom was peaceful. He looked out towards the audience and saw how excited most of them were while watching the drama. Most of the audience were either middle-aged men or senior citizens. He could barely find any young people who looked around his age. It was understandable why it was like that. Most of the modern generation were more interested in movies than watch a drama. Movies were much more convenient to watch compared to a drama where they had to be present on a particular day to catch it. He looked at the backstage and saw most of the people were moving around with props in their hands or the actors running to get to their places so that they could enter the stage when needed. He thought about the days of him being a drama artist and how short-handed they were. Each person in their group had to at least take up 2 tasks so that the drama could go smoothly. The drama ended by 5, and the audience slowly left the theater. Now it was only the workers left, and they closed the theater for any outsiders before starting to clean up the whole place. Junwon helped them by carrying a few props to the huge container they had behind the building. The container was huge, and they neatly placed many of the props on shelves inside. After another 1 hour, everyone was in the theater with San-min on stage. She looked at all the people working under her sitting in their seats and nodded before saying, "All right, guys, today was a hectic day like every Sunday, but we managed to pull it off once again. Both of our shows sold out completely and we made a huge profit once again. I'll transfer some bonus to you guys by the end of today." As soon as she finished her words, the crowd went berserk and everyone clapped with happiness. Who wouldn't be happy with more money? All right. The audience seemed to be quite satisfied with our performance, and the rating for this drama was an 8 out of 10. The crowd cheered once again after knowing the result. Every drama house would get assessed by evaluators like how movies getting ratings and are published online. A rating of 8 was pretty good and was stable for a big theater like theirs. Now with that out of the way, I booked a whole restaurant at our usual place to celebrate, so those who have the rest of the day free can join. The cheering continued as San-min got off stage. Junwon looked at Kim-tae beside him as he didn't know what the party was about. Most of the people got up from their seats and were already exiting the place. Kim-tae noticed his confusion and said, "Oh, right, you don't know the theater routine. If your drama house performs well and the feedback is good enough, the boss will host a wrap-up party for the week in a nearby restaurant. It's a 3-star restaurant and is pretty famous, so the food is amazing. You shouldn't miss it." Junwon nodded and asked, "How do we get there?" "Well, some people take the cab, while some just walk there. We all mostly walk there." Junwon nodded and their group also exited the place. The entire front area of the theater was filled with the workers making their way towards the restaurant. Most of them were using their own vehicles while some were walking towards the restaurant. Junwon and their group were about to start walking towards the restaurant before a car stopped beside them. It was Kar-young's car. Inside it was San-min and Kar-young. Kar-young waved his hand through the hand and said, "Get in, Junwon. Let us talk while we get there." San-min also nodded and invited him into the car. Junwon looked around him before Kim-tae pushed him towards the car and said, "You come with the boss and we will meet there. We all are going towards the same destination anyway." Junwon nodded and got in the car before Kar-young drives away. Junwon looked at Kar-young and San-min, who were sitting at the front, and asked, "Was it really needed for both of you to come up and invite me? We could have talked about whatever you wanted to say in the restaurant." Kar-young started to laugh and San-min said, "It was his idea, not mine," putting all the blame on Kar-young. Junwon turned towards the old man driving the car and asked, "Why did you call me old man?" raising his voice a little in the last 2 words. Kar-young immediately snapped back at him when he heard that. "Boy, are you trying to provoke me? I am still very much in my youth and you are calling me an old man. You'll get a beating from me." Raising one hand from the wheel to show his clenched fist, San-min immediately snapped at him when she saw him doing that. Kar-young, hands on the wheel. "And what are you shouting for? I can even see those gray hairs you desperately trying to hide, so shut up." Junwon looked at San-min and was surprised a little at how close the two were. It almost seemed like both were friends. Kar-young was only a few years older than her. He didn't tell anything about his thoughts and simply looked at both of them again. Kar-young noticed his stare and said, "So, what did you think of today? We were good, right? My acting was probably the best." Junwon shrugged and said, "It was like how I expected it to be. Your drama house is one of the top in the entire world, and if you guys couldn't even draw that much audience and perform like that, I would think it's a scam." San-min nodded and said, "What he said is true. Why are you trying to act so smug in front of the junior? You tried to do the same thing to even me and Do Hwan when we first met you and almost fell for it, exposing his lies completely wide open. Kar Jung looked at her with a shocked expression and stuttered out, "How can you do this to your senior? You are completely shaming me in front of him. Now where will I get the respect I deserve from him?" Acting all heartbroken. Sanmin ignored him and looked back at Junwon, who had an expressionless face, and said, "Right, if you hadn't figured it out, me, Do Hwan and this old man are friends from a long time. I and Do Hwan were classmates and close, and we both met this scammer when I was still setting up my drama house. Ignore Kar Jung's kind smile and all that he puts up in front of everyone. He is a scammer and will take advantage of you." Kar Jung looked like he lost his soul as San Min continued to rat him out and could only slowly mutter, "How can you do this to me, San Min? You just told him we were friends and now you are completely ratting me out. How can I be a scammer? Making friends with me and believing me is the single best investment to your drama house since you started it. Now you're calling the same investment a scammer. I am the best actor you got. I got an actor who didn't want to pursue a career in movies and ended up coming back to the place. He made a name for himself. Now Don bring that up. You know, I hated those movie sets, and the only reason I even acted after my first movie experience in other movies was because of you and Do Hwan. Both of you used our friendship to threaten me into acting in those movies. How could you threaten a friend?" Kar Jung continued to mumble. Junwon, who was in the backseat, wished he had a tub of popcorn in his hand to watch the live drama happening before his eyes. Both of them were like little kids in his eyes, bickering over small things. It almost made him laugh, but he didn't want to be too disrespectful. He had no choice but to threaten you as friends. That route was the best for your career. With your acting skills, you could have made it big, at least as big as an Alisted actor. If we weren't your friends, we would have not even tried to get you into movies. She sneered back at him. It really upset her at that time. Both she and Do Hwan knew Kar Jung could have made it big after seeing him. Kar Jung received a ton of offers in big roles in big movies, but he didn't want to act in them. All right, that's all in the past now. Aaron, I still here to help you out in the drama and even accepted helping this poor kid out. So Don hold everything against me. He pointed at Junwon in the backseat and tried to compromise. Yeah, you better help out after all the trouble me and Do Hwan went through. She huffed and turned back to apologize. I am sorry to make you see both of us like this, Junwon. Junwon waved his hands and said, No, it's all right. It was fun to watch, almost like a live drama, not holding back at the two of them. Hearing his words made her face go a little pink and Kar Jung coughed. He looked at Junwon through the reflection of the mirror and said, You really don't hold back your punches, kid, making Junwon shrug. San Min turned back and coughed before starting a new conversation. Well, as you just heard him, the three of us, including Do Hwan, me, and Kar Jung, decided to make a huge investment in your future after seeing your potential. Of course, this investment is only for these 2 months where it's your chance to prove to us that you are still capable of overcoming those problems Kar Jung helped you discover and become a complete actor. Junwon nodded, hearing her. He felt a little relieved hearing that the three of them decided to invest in him a little. Even with all his skills, he still needs some support from well-known people to get a good start to his career in the new world, especially given the problems he was facing. He was confident, but not foolish, to think he could do everything in the new world where he had no power. He grinned a little and answered both of them. Don worry. Just wait 2 months and you will know that this is the best decision you made in all 3 of your entire life. I'll make it big. Kar Jung nodded and said, Well, let us hope you do so, kid. I want to see you like many other theater actors out there, stuck in one place and not able to move ahead even after trying their very best for many years. That's the most depressing thing that could happen to an actor, not able to make the next big leap. Mine was out of choice and something I regret. Sanmin smacked the back of Kar Jung and replied, Yeah, you are the last person to talk about leaps and choices. Do not get me started with your stupid choice. Remember, Junwon never stopped trying to progress. Such a choice shouldn't exist in your dictionary. As an actor, you should be greedy and go after everything in your sight. If you this loser is the best example, pointing at Kar Jung. Hey, do not diss me like that again. Kar Jung could only retort, but that was ignored by both of them. Well, anyway, just use these 2 months to overcome those small problems so you can make a huge debut, San Min said to him. Junwon nodded and kept her words in mind. He knew those words are real because he was a very greedy person. In the past, to achieve the small goal of acting in front of the royal family and all the nobles, he went after every chance for his drama group and was finally able to reach his goal. Actors should be greedy to succeed. That was true. The car came to stop in front of a luxurious restaurant. Junwon could see a few people from the drama house stop when they saw the car and San Min. Kar Jung asked both of them to get out and handed the car keys to a worker for parking. Junwon looked around and noticed there were only 3 blocks away from the drama house, but the amount of traffic during a Sunday night made it almost impossible for them to arrive quicker. The car took so much time that he even noticed his group was only a block away from him, and so he decided to wait. Both San Min and Kar Jung made their way inside the restaurant, and then the rest of the people continued inside. It didn't take long for Gim T and the other three to notice him. Gim T came close to him and asked, "So, what was the car ride like? Is it true that both of them are a thing?" As soon as he completed the second sentence, he grimaced in pain and looked at Pak Shin, who was glaring at him. "Gim T, you should shut your mouth. Do not talk nonsense like that about our boss and the senior Kar Jung." Junwon nodded and said, "Yeah, both of them are just friends. Kar Jung has been acting at the drama house almost since its beginning and is an important piece in how it managed to become successful. Both of them will probably rip your skin off if they heard you." Gim T shuddered when he heard those words and said before looking around, "All right, I was it wrong here. Just do not tell anyone that I asked you about this. I like my current job in life very much." The rest laughed at Du Ryung slung his arm around Junwon and asked, "So, what did you talk about with those two big shots?" Junwon shook his head and said, "Nothing much, really. They asked about how time in the drama house was and if I liked today's performance. They just wanted to tell me they believe I will solve my acting problems soon. Nothing else." Seok-yeon gasped and said, "Your acting skills must be really good for both of them to get involved." Junwon just smiled a little in response. Pak Shin clapped his hands and said, "All right, guys, let us get going inside. If we continue like this, we will have no seats." Everyone nodded and hurried to the end of the line. Junwon tumbled into his apartment and slowly closed the door. He was very tired and noticed the time was already past midnight and almost 1. He slowly took out his phone and sent a text to Gimda that he might not come to work the next morning and also told him to call if they needed someone. He drank a lot of alcohol earlier that night, and mostly due to others forcing it down his throat. "Gimti, you bastard, I told you to stop with the alcohol. The next time I get a chance when we drink, you ain't even leaving the bar that night." He cursed Gimti, who shoved bottles of alcohol into his mouth and made his drink. He wasn't an avid drinker and was not good at it. He made his way into the kitchen and drank a lot of water to cool before splashing some on his face. He took out his phone and noticed there were messages from Yoonghwa. He remembered something very important. Yoonghwa told him she was coming back on Sunday because of her own drama house training. He opened the chat box and saw it was what he expected. She wanted to meet because she was bored in her dorm room with all her roommates out for holidays and wanted to have dinner together. He sent her a quick apology and told him he was at a drama house party. He suggested they have dinner when they are free in the coming week. Junwon threw the phone on his bed after that and changed out of his stinky clothes and wore fresh ones before jumping onto the bed. The next morning, Junwon didn't wake up until 10 in the morning. He woke up with a splitting headache and also a hungry stomach before he dragged himself into the kitchen before pouring himself a bowl full of milk and cereal. He felt a bit better after eating something and decided to take a cold bath to get over his hangover. As he came out of the washroom in fresh clothes, he noticed there was a pile of clothes that needed to be washed and threw them all inside the washing machine. He flopped onto the couch and took out his phone. He saw he got replies from both Gimda and Yoonghwa. Gimda was fine with him not coming in as Ga-soo agreed to cover for him, as he did the same for her the day before. He sent a quick thanks to Ga-soo and received a reply immediately. She told him it was okay and was just repaying the favor he did for her. He then opened Yoonghwa's chat box and saw she was already at the drama house as she sent him a picture of it from the outside. The drama house was called Violet Fantasies. He found the name odd but sent her a good luck message and plopped on the bed. He noticed the date was 8. It was 2 weeks since he died. A lot happened to him in 2 weeks, and he knew many more things will continue to happen. His train of thoughts was cut when he heard his stomach rumble and decided to order food from the widely known fast food chain McDonald's. It didn't take long for the delivery guy to arrive in front of his apartment, as the fast food chain literally had a store on each street. He tipped the delivery guy, who looked around the same age as him, and kept the bag on the coffee table. Taking a seat, he took out his 2 big burgers and drink before feasting on them like a beast. He was very hungry, and now his stomach was finally calming down. He couldn't help but swear Gimti more as he ate. Gimti, on the other hand, was suffering an even worse hangover while continuously sneezing and wondering if there were ghosts in his flat because of it. After finishing his food, he took the trash downstairs and dropped it in the dumpster before flopping on his bed for another small sleep. He was still tired and wanted to sleep a little more. He kept an alarm on his phone for 3 as he had to go to the drama house to get the script for the week's drama performance. Monday was a holiday for them, and only the actors in each team's leader like Pak Shin had to come in and learn about the next drama's plot and what kinds of props, costumes, and other stuff were needed. Even though he probably wouldn't sleep till 3, it was not bad to be more cautious. Junwon woke up again at 1 and this time with a much more clear mind and turned the television on. He wasn't hungry and didn't plan to eat any lunch. He went through the news before stopping at a channel that was reporting about the entertainment industry. It was trying to expose a scandal between a singer and her company's owner. According to the reporter, the singer gave sexual favors to everyone before blackmailing them with a video recording of their act to get all the roles and songs she wanted. This was big news and many fans didn't want to believe it as a field reporter went around asking about the incident. Instead, they were blaming the company's president for lying. Junwon couldn't help but shake his head at mindless fans. It was the company president himself who came out and told everything while also naming out a few other producers and directors in the industry who were involved in this scandal orchestrated by the singer. He showed them proofs he kept of the chats between him and the singer that contained her threatening him. But people would just not choose to believe the raw truth right in front of their eyes, but instead follow the mere words of the singer. Every word spoken should be backed by evidence, and nothing should be believed because of a few words spoken because they can be lies. Junwon signed at how the society perceived that it was always the man's fault at scandals like these. But he couldn't blame society for it too because there were many instances in the past and present proving their belief to be true. After that, he simply hung up his washed clothes and went out. The time was still 2, and as he had time, he decided to take the bus instead of a cab. He reached the nearest bus station and sat among different homeless people around it who were treating the bus stop as their home. He checked his pockets and found a few coins he could give out and distributed among the people there. By the time he gave out, the bus arrived, and he made his way to the drama house. He saw the deserted drama house front, and only a few people packing up the various stalls set up the other day or removing the posters. He walked into the drama house and went towards the resting area instead of the costumes room. There were already a few actors in the resting area, and as he entered, a few people sent a glance towards him. He ignored the curious glances and took a seat. He looked around and noticed most of the people were not the same actors who played in the drama yesterday. Sanmin told him during the party to come in early, and she will distribute at 3 sharp. She also told that most of the actors would be different because the drama house had a rotation when it came to actors. Of course, the rotation mainly depended on the actors themselves. Most of the people who do not get a chance in the drama in a week can try again next week, and the people who do generally take a break the following week as they do their best the whole week. The door opened, another guy walked in. When he did, everyone either looked away or looked at him with vigilance. He had an arrogant expression on his face as he swept over everyone in the room like they were beneath him. His eyes stopped when he saw Junwon looking at him normally, unlike others. "Hey kid, you new here. Don T, you know you should greet your seniors when they come in." Junwon was startled a bit as he didn't know who this guy was and why he was acting all arrogant and rude to people. He didn't know. He looked around to see if it was someone else but understood it was him when everyone's eyes were on him. "Do I know you?" He raised an eyebrow and asked back. "Oh, am I hearing a question instead of a reply? We got a feisty one here, eh? Looks like I need to teach you some manners." And he started walking towards him. Junwon was even more confused at the kid who was walking towards him. The guy seemed to only be a few years older than him, probably 24 or 25, and wanted people to respect him. He wondered if this guy would be another Hye Yong-sun, and honestly, he didn't want to deal with another arrogant young master. Junwon looked at him and said, "Why should respect you? I mean, I do not even know you, and when I came into this drama house a few days ago, the boss Sanmin did not tell me to be respectful towards anyone specific. She even told me there was no need for me to be respectful to one if I didn't want to. So what's your deal?" He decided to use Sanmin's name to make the guy back off a little. But instead of backing off, that guy almost blew off and said, "Why, you little piece of," and before he could finish that sentence, the doors opened and another voice interrupted him. "What are you going to do, Doc Gokai? Are you going around throwing your shitty attitude around everywhere once again? I already told you that if you do it once again, you'll get thrown out of this place last time. And why are you trying to pick on him? I told him that he doesn't need to be respectful towards anyone, including me. You got a problem with how I run things now." It was San Min who came in along with Kar Young and her assistant behind her. She looked serious as she looked at the guy, Doc Gokai, in the eye. Before the guy could even try to explain himself, she cut him off and continued, "Remember, if it wasn't for your father asking me to get you in, you wouldn't even be here. So do not go around throwing your empty weight here. If I see this shit again, I will throw you out and make sure you won't go to any other drama house in this country." The guy hung his head low and replied, "I am sorry, boss. I stepped over the line. I won't do it again. Just go take a seat, we need to get over this quickly." She waved her hand and excused him. Doc Gokai nodded and glanced at Junwon as if he was blaming everything that transpired was his fault before going to the opposite side of the room. Junwon ignored him and looked at San Min, waiting for the script. San-min looked at everyone and nodded before looking at her watch. She clapped her hands and said, "All right at S3, close the doors and don T allow anyone else to get in. People should be on time if they want roles in the drama. We don't need actors without time sense," she ordered her assistant. The assistant nodded and went outside, closing the door behind her. Kar Young walked towards Junwon and took a seat beside him. "How are you, kiddo? I saw you drinking bottles and bottles of alcohol yesterday. It's fantastic that you even made it here on time." Junwon shook his head and said, "Do not mention anything about the party. Even thinking of last night makes my head hurt. I never wanted to drink that much in the first place," making Kar Young laugh. "It's all right, kiddo. Once in a while drinking like that isn't that bad, so take it easy." Before Junwon could respond to that comment, heard San-min clap again and turned towards her. San-min looked at everyone and said, "All right, this is the number of people who will be participating in Wednesday's audition. This time the drama house decided to go modern setting for the story, as you will see in the scripts in a while, unlike the previous historic ones, so we will also evaluate the audition stricter than usual, so be ready and do your best. Now come to the front one by one and write your name on the blank sheet of paper before taking a script from here." She pointed at a blank paper on the table and the stack of papers on the chair next to the table. Everyone nodded and one by one people went up to the desk to write their name and take the script. Junwon also walked up to the desk, and as he was writing his name, he could feel a stare on his back, which didn't move. He knew it was the dumb guy from before and ignored it. He took the script and flipped through it. He could instantly tell this was a good story from the few lines he read. The story was a love tragedy, this time with the villain successfully killing both the hero and heroine in the drama. It was a very interesting and different turn from all the normal dramas out there, which make the hero invincible, like even their last drama with the prince almost invincible. Kar Young, who got back in his seat after him, also nodded and said, "She did a good job writing this script. It will be interesting to act in it. I already know which role I am going for." "You kiddo," turning towards Junwon, was still going through the script. "Even me, I know which role I am going for. And who is she?" he asked back. "Oh, I was talking about the drama house's secret writer. That girl Dosen. Enjoy being around people much and only meets San-min when San-min goes to her house to talk and get the script. Even I met her only a handful of times. That girl is really talented. She also watches the group practices and advises San-min from her point of view. San-min also told me she comes in person to watch the dramas Sunday, but I never caught her outside her house." Junwon nodded, hearing him. He turned towards Kar Young and asked, "Are all the scripts written by this one woman?" Kar Young shook his head and said, "Of course not. We have 3 or 4 writers, and this girl gives the least amount of scripts than everyone else. But every time she gives a script, it would be the best one among the group." Junwon nodded and understood how the place works better. It was obvious for the drama house, which performances every week, to have a team of writers working for them. He was more curious about the writer of the scribe head in hand, and wondered if it was the same writer who wrote the drama he saw in Ga Su's phone, the one about the poor girl pursuing her dreams. After everyone took their scripts, San-min nodded and said, "All right guys, that's all for today. You guys can use the facility here or go home to practice on your own," before giving an eye towards Dako Kai and moving out of the room. As soon as she exited, most of the people exhaled in relief. It was like they were under microscope observation whenever she was in the room, and everyone would tense up. Dako Kai stood up, and as he went towards the door, he looked at Junwon. He said, "Boy, let's see how you get the role you want," and went out. Junwon was confused as to why he said that, but didn't put much thought into an idiot whose mouth was loose and brain had lost a few screws. Kar Young looked at Junwon and said, "You should completely ignore that brainless idiot. He acts like that because he has a few acting skills and got a few roles in movies. That's why he thinks he is above the people here who are still trying to get roles in movies." Junwon shook his head and said, "Do you think I am a brainless teenager who would blow his top off because of a child's provocation? I'll just crush that guy's confidence in his skills completely so that he won't even talk like that with anyone again. It will be fun to see his expression at that time." Kar Young looked at him and said, "Whoa kid, looks like you're a scheming one. I should be more careful around you. Who knows when you will eat me up too." Making Junwon roll his eyes at the exaggerating old man, Junwon changed the entire conversation and asked, "So, what role are going for?" "Well, I am mainly going for the villain's butler. That role looks interesting and suits my age too. If not him, I'll go for the hero's father role, but that role is too minor for my liking." Junwon nodded and said, "Well, if you're going for that role, then get ready to be my butler, old man." He grinned. "Oh, we are confident, Aaron Tiwi. Let us see if you get that role. Many people will aim for it. Also, choose another role as backup you can audition for too." Kar Young laughed. "Yeah, I'll audition for the hero role too, but I feel the role isn't matching how I am and am not interested in it. But as I told you guys before, no one will get the role I land my eyes on in an audition. So are you going to go back home now? Junwon replied. He was confident. All right, I know your skills are very good in theater, but do not forget the main reason you came here in the first place. You came to take those skills to the next level. So practice with that in mind. Solve your problems so you can go out there and audition for roles in movies, not in a theater. And yes, I am going home now. I want to take some rest. Junwon nodded and decided to also go back home. He did not want to practice in a crowded place like this. He liked peace when he goes through the script and understands the role for the first time. Junwon took the bus back home again and decided to get some workout done before he started going through a script. He changed clothes and went out for a jog. His body felt better after he started getting reps done. Compared to 2 weeks back, his body was obviously fitter, and he started to wonder if he should go to a gym. He got back home from the jog, did a few more exercises, and went into the bath. He scrolled through his phone to see any gyms nearby he could afford. He found one in no time near the park he jogs up to. He decided to go there the next day when he goes for his early morning jog. He got out of the bath and wore some fresh clothes before sitting on the couch with the script and pencil in his hand. As he was about to start going through the script, he received the text message from Yoonghwa. She was asking if he was free and wanted to hang out because her day at the drama house finished. After thinking for a few seconds, he agreed. He wanted to know what she was up to and if the drama house was good. She immediately replied and asked if they could meet in front of the university after 30 minutes. He sent a quick all right and kept the script down with a sigh. He could check the script after coming back for a few hours before going to sleep. He checked the time and noticed it 5:30. He had to go to the university gate at 6. He was feeling a little hungry and decided to take out a bag of chips from the closet, a little snack to get him going at least till dinner. After 15 minutes passed by, he got up, wore his shoes, and got out. He reached the gate on time and looked around before noticing she didn't arrive yet. He waited another 2 minutes before hearing his name from behind and turned around. Sure enough, it was the girl he helped out when he first arrived. Junwon, you look better only after a week. You don't look so skinny and malnourished anymore. Good to see you are eating well. She patted his back with a smile. Yes, Yoonghwa, it's good to see you are still cheerful like always. How were your holidays? As he moved away a bit from all her excessive patting, Yoonghwa shrugged and replied, they were fun, I guess. It was relaxing after a whole week of grinding for the final exam. How was your week? We can talk about that later. A lot happened. So where do you want to? He found it awkward standing in front of the university gate where there are people constantly going in and out. Let us go to the university park then. There aren't many people around at this time there, so it should be fine. Junwon nodded and both of them made their way towards the park. As Junwon said, it was mostly empty with only a few couples and students playing games. Both of them sat on a bench to the side and Yoonghwa said, your sister is really a nice person, unlike you. Both of us talked a lot over the weekend after that incident and we both even exchanged phone numbers. Junwon ignored her first sentence and asked, you both exchanged phone numbers. When did both of you become that close to talk a lot? Of course we became close. We also met once after that incident on Saturday because I was coming back here. She is a nice and hardworking girl. She is studying a lot and is very smart. I was shocked to see how different both of you are. Junwon nodded and said, yes, she is very smart. It's good to hear that she is not wasting more time than she already had. Well, anyway, how was your day at the drama house? Was everything fine? Yoonghwa nodded and replied, of course everything was fine. The owner of that drama was an old lady and according to her, Mr. Hwan seemed to help them out big time when they were in need. That's why she agreed to take me in. There were also many awards on her shelf, and it looked like she was pretty well known in the theater industry. That's good, it looks like she has quite some experience then. Don't waste the opportunity. Who knows, if you improve, you can try out a few auditions with confidence. What did she tell you to do? Like, did she assign any tasks? Yeah, she is an awesome woman. She also told me her husband was an actor in a few movies, and both of them started the drama house together. He passed away a few years ago, and now she is running it. Both her kids are also actors and play side character roles in movies. Junwon nodded and she continued, she did tell me to try out auditioning for a performance next week. The drama house has performances every 2 weeks and yesterday was the latest one, so she told me to get the script tomorrow and audition on Friday with the other people there. That's good. With your current skills, you can give an audition for a drama performance. She also is giving a lot of time to the actors there. Use these 4 days and get to know the character you are aiming for completely. Just remember the advice I gave you and you should be fine. Also, something important, learn how to act in movies more because there is a lot of difference between what they teach here and what the outside world really needs. He understood that not every drama house has the manpower and capacity to put up performances every week like Rose's. This was also better for Yoonghwa, who took her time in understanding the characters to have performances every other week. Yeah, I didn't ask us to meet so that you could lecture me like this. The boss of my drama house and you are so similar. Anyway, now tell me about your week. By the message you sent me yesterday past midnight, it looks like you are having a blast. Junwon understood she was talking about the party last night. The week was a rocky ride for me. First with the audition rejection, due to a few problems, I didn't know about my acting, and then I joined the drama house after all the roles for the performance on Sunday were given out. So I had to help out by making costumes for the actors. The party yesterday was because it was some kind of tradition in the drama house that they party after every successful Sunday. So as a newbie, I didn't want to reject it. That's why I missed your calls and messages. He sighed at the end to make it more dramatic and sad. Just like he thought, Yoonghwa fell for it and patted his back before consoling him. It's okay, Junwon. As your friend, I won't hold it against you anymore. Just start focusing on the problems they told you have in the audition. I am sure you will fix them in no time and get a movie role. How was your day today? Junwon felt bad a little seeing how she really fell for it. He was an old man tricking a little girl. If anyone knew that the king was doing such a thing in his old world, he wouldn't even dare to show his face out in public. But oh well, he was only a university student here and nothing more. Today was fine. I woke up hungover after the party and then went to the drama house to get the script for this week's performance. I got the script, and as I was about to start going through it, you called. Oh, did you get the script for your performance? How is the script? How often does your drama house perform if you guys did one yesterday itself? What's the name of the drama house? Yoonghwa instantly became excited about the script. The drama house is called Rose's Drama House. It's pretty popular in the city and worldwide. Yes, I got the script today so that I can audition on Wednesday for the role, and we perform every Sunday 2 times, one in the morning and one in the evening. It's pretty cool. He shrugged and replied to all her questions. Wait a minute, did you just say you joined Rose's Drama House? The Rose's Drama House, the one which is said to be the toughest for any aspiring actor to get into because the boss is really demanding. I heard she is a beast-like person who treats her people as slaves. Are you okay there? We can talk to Mr. Hwan and get you to another place. I am sure. She used her own imagination once again to make baseless deductions. He quickly closed her mouth and made her sit once again. He looked around and noticed no one noticed her outburst before sighing. He wondered how he made a loudmouth like her as a friend. Keeping her mouth closed, he whispered, "Do not shout like that, Yoonghwa. People will think you are either crazy or some victim of my harassment and will call the police. Now can you be quiet, or do you need me to continue holding like this?" He released his hands when she nodded and continued. Yes, I did join the Rose's Drama House. I think there's only one of its kind in the inner city. And where did you hear all these rumors about the owner of that place? I keep telling you to never believe those rumors blindly, but you do not listen at all. Do not go around talking shit like that. If anyone hears you, you will have a terrible impression on people. The boss is pretty kind, too. She values talent a lot and is helping me out. So now be quiet and do not believe baseless rumors again. He clenched his forehead and tried to explain. She nodded and said, "Well, it's good to see you are all right there. Now tell me about the script you got. How is the story? All the performances in that theater are awesome." He shrugged and said, "I don't know much about it either. It seems like a modern setting and a tragic love story of sorts. Before I could even read it, you sent me a message wanting to meet. So I had to keep the script aside and come here." Yoonghwa slouched a bit when she heard even he didn't read it. She was very curious about how the scripts and stories were in the top drama houses, and this was a good opportunity. She wanted to be able to sleep if she doesn't know now. After a few seconds of silence, and just as Junwon thought to console her, she sprang and suggested, "All right then, let us go to your apartment. Aaron, you living alone anyway. Let us go there now and go through your script together. I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if I don't know how the scripts are in top drama houses." Her suggestion stunned him. He was living alone, but it was not a good suggestion to invite a girl over at all, especially when both of them were only friends. As he was about to reject it, she continued begging, "Come on, Don, be so fast to reject it. We both are responsible adults who know how to take care of ourselves. So it's okay, and I don't think you will do anything to me anyway." Hearing her reasons, he didn't know if he had to be offended. What did she mean by him not being able to do anything? He was also a man, but a man who chose not to do anything. He knew what she said was true and hence no reason to reject. He shrugged and said, "All right then, let us go. Let me tell you now, you do not tell anyone where I live, all right?" Sure, now let us get going. We have a whole script to read, and grabbed his arm before dragging him towards the university gate. Junwon reacted quickly and broke free before anyone could see him getting dragged away. He didn't want to lose dignity because of the airhead before him. Junwon led her towards his apartment but stopped before a supermarket first. He turned towards Yoonghwa and said, "All right, I need to get a few groceries, so wait a few minutes." Yoonghwa quickly agreed and asked him to bring her some ice cream while he was at it, making him roll his eyes. He went in and brought a few vegetables and other groceries like flour, meat, and condiments. He didn't forget to grab some ice cream for both of them and also a bottle of juice. He paid the money and walked out with the bag in his hand. Yoonghwa took a small peek into the bag and exclaimed, "Do you know how to cook?" Junwon nodded and replied, "Yes, I do know how to cook." Now Don T acted too surprised. "Well, how can you blame me for being surprised? I never knew some boys could cook, especially a person like you who is a freak. Is the food you make edible? I don't want to take leave from the drama house for the first week because of food poisoning." Junwon's face became black as she dissed him and retorted, "If you want to eat, then no one is asking you to eat anyway. Later I give you any food even if you beg me for it." And carried the bag, on the other hand, away from her. All right, don't get too angry about it. I am sure it's good enough." Junwon ignored her and continued to lead her towards his apartment. After a while, they were in front of the building, and Yoonghwa looked around before saying, "You really do live in a bad neighborhood. I mean, see those people over there. They are giving out drugs in broad daylight. You should move away from here, even when it was actually night." Junwon ignored her comments and walked inside the building. Both of them walked up the stairs and eventually reached his floor. The whole way, Yoonghwa was constantly looking around like she was in a zoo. He took out the key and opened his apartment door. "Stop looking around like that. It's rude if someone sees you." Yoonghwa shrugged her shoulders and walked inside before saying, "You can blame me for this. I mean, even if I am not rich, I never lived in a shady place like this. So I just wanted to see how it's like, and it's exactly like I thought." Junwon didn't even bother asking what she thought and pointed at the couch before telling her to take a seat as he had some small things to do before he could join her. He went into the kitchen and opened his bag of groceries and set them all in their respective places. He didn't forget to take the dried clothes away from the hanger after that. He threw the clothes onto his bed and finally turned towards his guest to only see her taking pictures of his house. He raised an eyebrow seeing her and said, "What do you think you are doing? I will throw you out of the building if you do something idiotic like this," pointing at his balcony. Yoonghwa immediately put her phone down and tried to defend herself. "Hey, it was your sister who asked me to take a few photos and send her. She wanted to know how you live. Don T blame me. I don't care, just Don T tell photos. It's just weird. Yoonhee Dosen T need to know how the place looks. Now give me that phone so that I can delete those pictures," extending his hand towards her. Yoonghwa didn't try to argue and just handed him the phone. He quickly deleted all the pictures she took and didn't forget to delete them even from recently deleted so that she doesn't restore them. Yoonghwa took her phone and checked her recently deleted before clicking her tongue and muttering, "He isn't as dumb as I thought he would be." Junwon ignored that comment. She looked around the house once more and said, "This house is really small and neat. I didn't expect a boy's house to be this organized and neat. You are giving me more and more surprises as I get to know you better. I want to dig everything out and expose you." Junwon sat on the couch beside her and said, "Now you are being more and more of a sexist than I thought. So shall we start reading the script?" Taking the script from the coffee table. As soon as he mentioned the script, everything was out the window for Yoonghwa as she looked at him, ready to read the script. Yoonghwa moved closer to him and both looked at the script. "Read inside your head. I don't want noises while reading," Junwon instructed her, and she immediately agreed to his conditions. The next hour, the house was completely quiet, with only the sound of pages turning, resonating in the entire house. As both of them turned the last page, the house became completely silent. The first to break the silence was Yoonghwa, who exclaimed, "Damn, that script is on another level. No wonder Rose's Drama House is one of the most famous theaters in the entire world. It deserves that praise." Junwon nodded and agreed with her evaluation. The story was fantastic, and he could feel the writer's intention as he read it. It was kinda sad when he understood what the writer was trying to say. The writer wanted to tell everyone that not every person would have a good ending despite all the hard work they put in. The story started with the hero meeting the heroine during their job. The heroine was already engaged with the company's CEO, Aka the villain, at that time. After both the leads met and started working together and getting closer, both slowly developed feelings for each other. Despite slowly developing feelings for each other, the heroine did not tell the hero that she was already engaged, or even the CEO and her family that she didn't want to marry. The CEO stumbled upon both of them having a great time on a day off in a park. That was the same day when he invited his fiancée to go out shopping for their upcoming wedding. The CEO who saw this was obviously devastated and started making life tough for the heroine and her family. He would have taken a no, but she didn't tell him that and had a relationship with another man, which made him very angry. He first made it tough for the heroine's father, who worked under him too, in a high position in the company. He demoted the dad, ignored his pleas for a reason, and eventually fired him. With the head of the family down, made that family heavily dependent on the heroine. After leaving them alone for some time, he pressured the heroine next and eventually made her also quit the job. After that, there is a scene between the hero, the heroine, and her family with the CEO where he revealed everything about what she has been up to with the hero. The hero was the typical character who stood by the side of his love and accused the villain of ruining a family. The hero too leaves the company and marries the heroine. He tries to find a new job, but the villain blocks every way for the family, making them eventually commit suicide themselves. The last scene is with the villain talking to himself about how everything transpired and how things could have ended a different way. The story was well structured, and it also showed that being on the good side doesn't always mean that everything they do is good. Here, even if finding the loved one was good and lovely, the way they tried to get away with it was bad. The villain would have just accepted that he wasn't the one for her and moved on. The villain was also a human who had his own emotions. Thinking about the whole story once again, Junwon knew he had to get that role. The villain was the main character, and also the perfect role for him in the drama. This made his desire for the role grow more, and decided to go all out on Wednesday during the audition. Junwon turned towards Yoonghwa, who was still staring at the script on the table, and said, "All right, don't stare at it for too long, it might burn from the intensity. Now here, watch some TV while I cook up dinner for you. Sounds good." He shook her awake while standing up. Yoonghwa took the remote he was handing out and nodded before turning on the TV. Junwon took out the groceries he got and started cooking up some curry with rice. He took out the meat and went hard on the meal. As he cooked, his thoughts were still on the villain character and how he could embarrass that role better. He knew he had to further analyze it later at night and get a good grip on the character's thought process if he wanted to perform well. After finishing up everything, he looked towards Yoonghwa and saw she was watching some news and took 2 plates of food towards the couch. Keeping the plate in front of her, he shook her, and she turned her head towards him before the plate. She looked at the plate from all sides before slowly taking it into her hand and sniffing it. Junwon rolled his eyes when he saw her antics and started eating the food. "Seems legit, the smell is good, the color is good, looks like the texture is also good, seems like I won die if I eat it," she mumbled. Junwon sighed and reached out to grab her plate. "All right, give it to me now. If you do not want to eat it, then stop acting so weird, it's getting irritating now. So come on, give it to me, I'll throw it in the trash and you can eat somewhere else outside on your way back to the dorms." He reached out and almost grabbed it. Yoonghwa backed up and saw his annoyed expression and said, "All right, I know you won kill me so discreetly if you wanted to. You are the type of guy to kill a person head-on without any tricks. This is the second time you made the same joke. It has got old and irritating. Also, why do you presume I will even kill, much less my methods? Just shut up and eat. It's getting late and your dorms will close. If they do, I am not allowing you to crash here," and continued to eat. He was getting slightly irritated at her. He didn't like people making noise while eating food. The silence was a must for someone like him who slowly eats and enjoys every bite of it. Yoonghwa nodded and took a spoonful of rice and curry before closing her eyes and shoving it into her mouth. After a while, she exclaimed, "Oh my God, you really do know how to cook. It's better than some of the restaurants I ate at. You know what, quit acting and do this. Set up your own restaurant. I am sure you will make it big. Just close your mouth and eat. Don't speak while you have food in your mouth. It's gross. Add, I am fine with acting. I have no plans to do anything else." Yoonghwa nodded and continued to eat. Both looked at the TV, and Junwon recognized it was the same news he saw earlier that day. It was about the scandal relating to the singer who blackmailed her agency president. "Junwon, do you think it's true, or all of it is a huge plan to bury the poor singer because he did not get what he wanted from her?" Yoonghwa pointed at the singer's picture on the news and asked. Junwon shook his head and said, "Who knows whether it is true or not? Humans are very fickle creatures. It could be true that the singer is really doing it too. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she really did it, but what you said can also be true. Or there is a more dangerous third way to all this. Maybe it's an enormous story by both parties and all this was just for more promotion and fame. In the end, only the 2 parties who are involved know what is real and what is bogus." He simply shrugged it off. Yoonghwa, who continued to look at the news, slowly nodded and continued to eat. After both of them completed the dinner, Yoonghwa insisted to clean the dishes to help out, to which Junwon agreed without hesitation, only to hear a few curses from her about how ungentlemanly he was to make her do the work. Well, all right then, I am going to go now. I'll tell you tomorrow how my script is, so keep a lookout for my messages, Yoonghwa said as she stood outside the apartment. Junwon nodded and said, all right then, make sure to get back safely. Yoonghwa rolled her eyes and said, you know, this is the part where you say, you will walk me back cause you are concerned about my safety. First, you think too highly of yourself, and second, I would say that to the girl who I like so that I can spend more time with her. Not you. Get a cab if you feel unsafe till the university and send me a text when you reach your room. Anyway, bye, and he closed the door. Junwon didn't care what the girl thought. He could hear a few stomps from outside and knew Yoonghwa was the cause. But he wanted to have some peace in his house and quickly start reading through the script once again while analyzing the character he liked. He noticed the time was already 9, and he had only 1 more hour left before he goes to sleep. He still needed to go to the supermarket for his shift. He couldn't, he missed 2 days in a row. So he got on the couch with the script and pencil in his hand as he slowly went through the CEO's character deeper than before. He rounded dialogues everywhere he felt there were hidden or emotions that should be expressed in a specific manner and wrote his thoughts beside it. This was his first role and first drama on a big stage and wanted to do it right. He didn't even consider the minor role he got in the worst story he saw in a long time for the exam. As he read through the script one more time in a detailed manner, he really got to know more about the character. Things like his background were visible in between his lines with the butler. The CEO was an orphan born with a golden spoon. Brought up very luxurious, he didn't face many problems until the death of his parents. The company his parents started fell into his hands, and he had to fend off the greedy hands of everyone else. The only person he treated as someone close to was his butler, who was taken in by his parents and raised him after their death. So apart from being a cruel and meticulous person, Junwon thought the CEO was before, he was also someone who cared about relations a lot. This also became the primary reason he started to hate the heroine after finding out what she did. The CEO really cared about this marriage and was treating the heroine perfectly. He never pressured her into marrying him and wanted her to love him for who he was and not for the money. He really liked the girl and would have been okay with the fact she didn't have the same feelings for him if she told him that without cheating on him. So after getting ruthlessly backstabbed by the person he thought would be with him for the rest of his life, did he turn evil and wanted to destroy their lives? Now his job as an actor was to portray all this he learned through reading the script to the audience. It is easier to understand through the script because he could reread it, but with a live audience, he doesn't have the time to react every scene until the audience understood the deeper meaning in it. By the time he closed the script, it was 10:10. He kept both of them on the table and made his way towards his room. He still had to go to the drama house after his work at the supermarket to give his name on which role he will be auditioning for. His obvious choice was still the villain, but now he was hesitating to try even the narcissist and idiotic hero. But apart from the hero, the rest of the characters were too small or irrelevant. The next morning, he went for his morning jog, but this time looked around for the gym he found while he was taking a bath. After asking around for a few minutes, he came across the gym. It was a few meters away from the park he normally jogs up to and was a medium-sized establishment with 2 floors. The gym was open and Junwon could hear a few grunts from the inside with the sound of machines running. He stepped in and saw the front desk was empty. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing no one, he knocked on the front desk and shouted, "Is anyone there? I am here to check the gym out." As soon as he said that, a bulky, tan man came out from the door next to the front desk with a smile on his face. With a smile on his face, he apologized. "I am really sorry. I am the owner of this place and the girl who is supposed to be here took the day off. Now that I am here, tell me what can I do for you?" Junwon felt a bit better after seeing him apologize. Junwon nodded and said, "It's all right. I am here to see the gym once and see what plans you guys have. I want to see if I can join." The guy became enthusiastic and reached out his hand before replying, "Yes, for sure. By the way, my name is Cho Kwan. As I said, I am the owner of this place. Shall I show you the place first before we talk about the plans and prices we offer?" Showing the door on the other side of the desk. Junwon agreed, and Cho Kwan started walking ahead of him to the door. "This is the door to the gym. The door I just came out of is my office, so if you have any problems, you can come and meet me." Both of them entered the gym, and Junwon could smell the sweat in the air, along with a lot of noise. But he didn't think much of the smell as it is common in places like that, and looked around to see a lot of machines he never saw before. Even the original Junwon didn't know many according to the memories. "Hey Dongkun, go and man the front desk until I show this man the place." Cho Kwan shouted out towards one of the trainers who was looking over a customer. The man Dongkun nodded and told his customer a few words before walking past them with a smile. "All right, this is the men's area of our facility. The floor above is for women and they have women trainers. All the trainers we have here are knowledgeable when it comes to the body and how to properly build it, so you do not have to be skeptical about their suggestions on how to do things. Chio Kwan started it out by telling about the trainers. Now if you follow me, you can see that most of our workout machines are top-notch and the latest in the market. We have monthly checkups, and so they are in top shape. Many people are also skeptical about them, but here I promise you do not have to be. Junwon kept nodding and continued to observe the entire place as they toured it. The place was huge and filled with various machines. There was also an enormous mirror spanning across the whole wall for people to see themselves. He observed the people, both trainers and the customers. He could see that the trainers are really enthusiastic and fit. Some of them are screaming at their customers, trying to encourage them to push harder, while others were explaining about the workout calmly. Junwon also noticed that a few customers were doing nothing. They didn't have sweat on them and were simply taking pictures of themselves in the mirror. As you can see, it's not air-conditioned, and instead we open the windows for more ventilation. The locker rooms are air-conditioned to give the customers some relaxation when they change their clothes. He pointed at the door at the front of the room, near the door they entered. The tour continued, and Chor Kwan continued to explain about the area. The tour ended in 10 minutes, and both of them came back to the front desk. He sent the other trainer back and looked at Junwon. "So, what do you think about the place?" Junwon nodded and replied, "It is very good. I want to know more about the cost and the plans you guys provide." Jo Kwan nodded enthusiastically and said, "Yes, for sure. We first provide a week trial period for any newcomers who are looking to join, so that they could see the service for themselves and figure out if it's worth paying the money." Junwon nodded and Cho Kwan continued, "After that, there are two plans the people who want to continue can go for. One is with a trainer and another is without a trainer. A few people know how to handle themselves and come only for the machines and not any guidance. So they do not have to pay more, but if you want a trainer to help you out, then you are going to need to pay extra." Junwon didn't hesitate and said, "I am going to need a trainer." He did not want to be ignorant and break a few bones by doing things wrong, so it's better to have someone knowledgeable guide him instead. Cho Kwan nodded and said while patting Junwon, "That's good. From what I see, your body is fit but still very weak. If you continue whatever you are doing, you'll end up being a skeleton. With a trainer, he can give you advice on what to eat so that you can gain some weight and what exercises to follow to turn that weight into muscle. I promise you regret that decision." "I also hope I regret it," Junwon nodded. "All right, we can talk about the rest of the money after a complete week when you are satisfied with the facility and are willing to pay the money. Right, before I forget, we also have a student discount here. Are you a student?" To which Junwon immediately nodded. He was happy if he could save money. "Right then, that is great. When you are going to pay the money, then bring your student ID along with you. We provide a 15% discount to students. So do you want to start your week trail from today or tomorrow?" Junwon thought for a second before looking at his phone for the time. Noticing that there wasn't much time left, he shook his head and said, "No, I'll join from tomorrow. I need to go right now." "All right then, when you come tomorrow, come directly into my office. I'll introduce you to a trainer for this 1 week and then you can get started." "Sounds good." Cho Kwan nodded and asked Junwon. Junwon nodded and got out of the gym. He kept his headphones back on and started jogging back to his apartment. He was honestly satisfied with the gym. Even though he didn't know most of the machines there, he still felt it was enough for his current budget. He eventually did a few exercises in his living room before getting ready for work. Junwon got to work and stood behind the counter after changing into his uniform. He looked at Eum Kyung in front of him, who asked him, "What were you up to yesterday? You didn't miss a single day for 2 weeks and suddenly broke your streak." Junwon shrugged and replied, "I was at a party on Sunday and got hungover pretty badly. So before I went to sleep, I sent a message to the boss to give me a leave if possible, and if not, to call me. Lucky for me, Ga-soo was there to cover me." Eum Kyung nodded and said while patting his shoulder, "Well, it's good to party at your age, but party on a Sunday. Party on a Friday, you won't come in on Saturdays anyway." Junwon nodded and Eum Kyung left. He continued to serve the customers and took a rest when Ga-soo came in. After the morning rush was done, both of them sat on their chairs and Junwon said, "Thanks for covering me yesterday. I was pretty hungover and couldn't come." Ga-soo shook her hand and replied, "Nah, it's okay. I already told you yesterday through text. You covered for me and then I covered for you. So it's even. No need for thanks and everything. How is your drama house thing going on? Will you act this weekend?" Junwon shook his head and replied, "I don't know yet. I will audition for the main role in for this Sunday's drama this Wednesday, and if the boss picks me, I'll act in the drama." "Tell me if you will act. If you do, then I'll try to book a few tickets so that I can come and watch the show. It'll be exciting. Junwon nodded and said, sure, I'll tell you on Wednesday if I get the role or not. So Dawn, worry. Right, how are your studies going on? I heard from the boss that you had assignments and exams coming up. As soon as he asked that question, he could see her become tired, and she replied, yeah man, exams are so tiring. There are still a couple of days to go and I should be fine, but it's huge pressure for us. I feel jealous of you art students in general. I mean, I understand even your exams might be tough for you, but for us from the outside, they seem easier. I mean, see your exam. Most of you will pass because the drama is a collective effort from everyone. I just wish everything ends quickly. Last year would be more fun because of the practical elements in it. Junwon shook his head and said, well, exams are meant to be tough and challenging for the students. So if they aren't hard, then it means they serve their purpose. Even our exams are pretty tough because the judges observe pretty much everyone on the stage and can spot the mistakes people make. Just grind through them, and before you see it, they will be done. Yes, I also hope they will be done quickly. But unlike you guys, we also have shorter holidays. It's only a month for us. Our exams end by the end of this month, and the holidays are for 1 month before they open for a new semester in July. She slumped her shoulders again. Junwon couldn't say anything to that and simply patted the girl's shoulder before wishing her good luck and continuing on with work. He got out of the store by 1 and had to go to the auditorium by 3 to report which roles they are going to audition for. Junwon wanted to eat something more fulfilling instead of the supermarket food he eats every day, and decided to go to the ramen shop Yoonghwa took him before. He walked towards the university and quickly found the ramen shop. He went in and ordered a large bowl of beef noodles. He sat there on the table alone and enjoyed his food in silence. It has been a long time since he was able to enjoy food outside, in a restaurant, in silence. Every time he eats outside, there is either Yoonghwa or Hee-young, who were the two biggest chatterboxes he knew in the world. Remembering Hee-young, he sent her a text asking how she was doing in the movie set. He remembered her telling him that the film shooting will start back on Saturday or Sunday and thought whether she would be able to reply. But as soon as he sent it, he received a reply. Little brother, I am hugely disappointed in you. You didn't even send me a text on the day of my shooting to know if I am doing well or not. I thought you will send me a text yesterday itself. I am deeply disappointed in you, and sent a few angry emojis along with it. Junwon then understood her shooting started yesterday itself. He thought for a second on how to reply, and simply told her that he was busy with the drama house as there was a performance. Do not try to lie to me. I am more knowledgeable than you when it comes to how the Rose's drama house functions. You were only in charge of the costumes last week, so you do not have much work at all during the actual event. Now, apart from forgetting to wish me, you are even lying, and sent a few crying emojis this time. Junwon sighed and kinda regretted sending her a message. He quickly apologized and promised her lunch when she comes back. Before she could reply to that message, he sent another asking how her shooting went on Sunday. All right then, I will hold on to this lunch you are promising me. My first day is not bad, but it was very boring. I only had one small shot, but I had to stay almost the whole day, waiting for that stupid director to call me up for the scene. I mean, he could have sent me back and called me half an hour before he was going to shoot it, but that idiot made me stay the whole day. I was so pissed. Right, there was also another irritating guy on set. He also plays some minor role in the movie, and he was trying so hard to flirt with me. I wanted to slap his face. Before he could reply to the first message, she sent another message, which made him almost spill the noodles he had in his mouth. He couldn't believe that someone wanted to flirt with the devil. He immediately sent a text back, hoping she didn't really go for it. Of course I didn't go for it. I am not that dumb. That guy is more experienced than me. I asked around and people told me he acted in 2 other movies. So compared to him, I am still a little less accomplished. Just let him wait till I have a few successful movies under my belt. I'll squash him like a bug he is. Junwon sighed at how tough Hee-young was. The girl was already planning to make trouble for some poor guy way in the future after she became famous, and she was the type to hold her grudges. He quickly changed the subject and asked when her shooting will be finished. I don't know yet, but the current speed of things and the length of the script, I can tell that it would be at least 3 months long, so by the end of July, or it might even go to August if the director remains dumb like his. Anyway, enough about me. Tell me what you are up to. Before Junwon could reply to the text, he noticed the time and quickly finished the remaining noodles and walked out after paying the bill. He took a cab and replied on his way there about things were going. He first told her he found out what the problem was, and also about his audition tomorrow for a role. Oh, you found out about the problem already. That's great. I knew it wouldn't take you too long to figure it out. You need to solve those problems before the end of summer. Let me give you some insider information. There are a lot of movies that are going to give out auditions for roles. You might snatch one if you get things right. He didn't even know where she found this information from but sent a simple okay before receiving another message. Also do your best in the audition in those dramas there. Don T. Act as you did in the exam. San Min will chew you out if she finds out you are holding back at her drama house. She is a beast. Just call me if you have any problems. I know how to tackle that beast. Junwon couldn't help but shake his head at how disrespectful Hee Young could be sometimes. What did she mean by a beast? He felt Hee Young herself was like a wild animal, out of control sometimes. He simply texted he was okay, and she should focus on her own movie instead. Right, I'll be off then. It seems like the director wants me there. Let S hope it S for a shoot and not a dumb reason. Right then, just do your best and make sure to fix those problems before anything. A stroke of good luck from your big sister, along with a few goodbye stickers. He sent a simple goodbye to the women and finally kept the phone down. He hadn't been on his one for this long, and it was tiring, especially when the person on the other side was someone like Hee Young or Young HWA, who could simply take out a lot from a person by just talking. After a few seconds, he reached the drama house and noticed there were only 15 minutes left until 3. He remembered how San Min closed doors the day before and didn't allow people who were only a few seconds late inside and started running inside. Luckily, as soon as entered the hallway with all the rooms, he noticed her assistant standing near the door. She pointed at the same room as he went before and asked him to get in. He quickly got in and saw most of the people were already ready. He even noticed the arrogant man from the day before, Dak Kai, staring at him. But this time he was completely silent. Junwon cared little about the guy and found Kar Young before walking towards him. He took a seat next to him and heard Kar Young immediately. So, how was the script? Junwon nodded and said, yes, it was great. There are a lot of things hidden in the script that can be found with 1 or 2 reads. The story itself is a lot more complex than how it looks, but is such a story enjoyable to the audience? Kar Young shrugged and said, I don't know. It is always a double-edged sword when it comes to her scripts. Most of the time, the audience does not understand, but there will be experienced journalists and media personnel who will get it and write an article or 2 about it. That way people understand what it is about and sees the drama again in the Drama House app. This way we get income from both sides. A genius plan isn't it? He grinned. Junwon shook his head and thought it was indeed a genius plan. People who do not understand could simply read the articles which come out on the same day, and if they want to see the drama once again, they can by paying a subscription to the app. But this was more of a series of coincidences than a genius plan. What did you think about the script? Are you still going for the butler? Kar Young nodded and replied, of course I am. The butler character is pretty good and is closely related to the story. After all, he is the one who does most of the dirt work assigned by the villain. It will be interesting to play that role, and I presume you are still going for the CEO role. Junwon nodded and replied, yes, I am going to aim for the CEO role. His role is so deep and complex than it seems. That character seems like it was tailor-made specifically for me. Get ready to be my butler. Kar Young shook his head and said, don't be too cocky. I already told you yesterday, do your best and remember the main reason you are here. It's not to act in dramas like the rest of the people here. It is to improve your skill so that you can get out of here. And who knows, there might be someone who can snatch that role away from you while you are ignorant about it. Junwon shook his head and remained silent. When time changed to 3, the assistant who was at the door came in and closed it. She looked at everyone before nodding and said, all right, now that everyone is here, you guys can start giving your names for which roles you want to audition for. Now let us do it like we always do. I will call out the role and raise your hands if you want tuition. Understood, making everyone nod. All right then, let us go from the top, the hero role. Everyone who wants to try out the hero role, raise your hand. Junwon looked around and saw most of the people raise their hands. Even the arrogant idiot Dak Kai raised his hand. That guy was actually looking at Junwon with a provocative gaze as if he was challenging him. Junwon didn't want to raise his hand but felt Kar Young nudging him a little and raised it reluctantly. He didn't want that role, but Kar Young told him to use it as a backup. As soon as he raised his hand, Dak Kai noticed, and a trace of ridicule went across his face. It was obvious he was looking down on him. The assistant nodded and wrote everyone's names on a piece of paper before setting it aside. She took another paper and asked all the people auditioning for the villain role to raise their hands. This time the number of hands wasn't as many as before. Junwon quickly raised his hands and saw Dak Kai, who didn't raise his hand, raise it immediately after seeing him with an idiotic smirk on his face. The meeting continued as the assistant read out different roles, and people raised their hands. The least number of hands was for the butler role because there was an age or rather a look requirement for it, and only a few people who were old like Kar Young could pull it off. Kar Jung also raised for the heroine's father role, the man who got kicked out during the revenge plan. The day ended and the assistant once again told them they could use the space in the theater for practice, and also told them they had to be at the theater by 2 as the boss will start taking the auditions from then. If anyone misses the timing, then they could only drown in their own tears. Junwon wanted to go back quickly and start his own practice. Kar Jung looked at him as both of them exited the room and asked, "Do you want to practice together? I can help you with your problems and stuff." Junwon shook his head and said, "No, let us practice together on Thursday after we both get our roles tomorrow. Today I need to understand the role better and get his mentality right to secure the role tomorrow." Kar Jung nodded and replied, "That sounds perfect. You should understand the role better so that you can prepare better and get it. I'll help you out on Thursday then. Do your best," and walked away towards his car. Junwon just took the bus back home. Junwon was now in the middle of his living room with the script in his hand and his phone leaning against the TV, recording him. He came back home and read through the script once again, went through the points he made earlier about the character, and was ready to try acting the character out. The most troublesome part of the character was how unstable he becomes after finding out the truth about the person he loved. His emotions go from kind and understanding to dark and revenge. Junwon was never betrayed by anyone. During the initial years, he had nothing for people to betray him for, and in later years it was his wife who killed many people trying to cheat him. But he had the power of imagination, and could imagine the pain a person would go through after an incident like that. The entire drama started with a conversation between him and the heroine. Junwon sat on his couch with one leg on top of the other, with a small smile on his face. He imagined the heroine standing in front of him and said, "You do not need to work. I have enough wealth for us to live happily after our marriage. You should instead take this time to go around shopping for the wedding." He paused a second because it was a dialogue from the heroine and said, "All right, I will not stop you if you really want to work. I'll place you in a relatively easy team and you can work there. Is that okay?" He then turned to the side and said, "Old Man Jian, assign her a suitable position." Old Man Jian was the butler in the story and his #1 aide. After that, Junwon stood up and walked towards his phone. The scene was complete and his character didn't have many scenes until the second half of the story, which started with him finding out the truth. He took the phone and stopped it from recording. He sat back on the couch and played his video again. The scene played again and Junwon closely watched the film to see if he finds any errors. He could notice a few places where he was exaggerating, like at the beginning. His smile and love were too much for a movie. He needed to dial it down a little to make it look more normal. He nodded to himself and then went to the next scene. He could make the changes once he gets the role. For now, he needed to prepare for the next day. This was a scene with him once again in his office talking to the heroine. This time, he was asking her out for a date. "How are doing these past few days? I am sorry I couldn't spend much time with you. There are various things I need to settle before our marriage." After a moment of silence, he said his next dialogue, No, it shouldn't be like this. You know what, let us go on a date. This Sunday I am free and we can go on a date." He then frowned and said, "Oh, you are not free. Well, it's all right then. You must have a lot of things on hand. We can plan a date later on then." That was the end of another scene. He once again checked the recording on his phone, and this time a little more satisfied with his own performance. The expression wasn't that exaggerating as before, and it was a bit more calm compared to before. The next scene was him finding out about the dark truth the heroine was hiding from him. He stood up, had both his hands in his pockets, and started to walk a bit. Junwon looked up and said, "Taking a day off is nice. The weather is a bit cool and fresh. Being stuffed into that office the whole time is taking its toll on me. I should exercise more." As he finished that dialogue, he looked to the side and stopped. He took a step back and stared at the imaginary bench with his eyes wide open. He imagined 2 figures on the bench, cuddling each other. "Wait, that's not who I think it is. No. She told me she was going out with a few friends before our marriage to have a girl's day alone. There's no way she is in the park cuddling with another man like that." And just as he mumbled those lines, his body shook and took a step back as he saw the girl's face. It was his fiancée giving a quick kiss to a guy. Junwon's expression was filled with disbelief. It's like he was shocked and didn't want to believe what he saw. "This is a lie. We both are about to get married. I am sure this is just my imagination." "That's right, I should just take some rest. Let us get back home," and walks away. This time he didn't stop and check the footage. Instead, he went into the very next scene, which was at his house. He stepped into an imaginary house and looked to the side before saying, "Old Man Jian, you won't believe what I saw just now. I saw her with another man in a park, kissing and cuddling. I must be really tired these days that I am hallucinating too much. That's right, I am just tired." And walks away. The scene stops there as he walks out of the stage, and Old Man Jian has an entire scene to himself, where he plans to find out what his young master saw and what was really going on. He orders a few people to find out what was really happening and finds out the truth. The next morning during their breakfast, he reveals it to the CEO. Junwon was now sitting on the couch acting as if he was eating and his spoon suddenly drops. "What do you mean, old man? Are you implying that she has been doing such a hideous thing behind my back when we are about to be married only in a few days?" He paused as it was Old Man Giant's dialogue, but his emotions changed from expressionless to anger as time passed. He swept his hand across and roared, "So what I saw was true. I was not hallucinating when I saw her in a park with another man. The only person I was willing to trust after everything that happened turned out this way. Old Man Giant, find out who that guy is and how this whole nonsense has been going on for. I want to know everything." The scene ended with that. The next scene was on the same day, at the end of office working hours. "So you are saying this has been going on for quite a few days and I had no idea about it. How could I be so foolish to believe her, to think that I assumed she was the one to fill in the hole? I was such a foolish man. I am going to destroy her. I will destroy everything she has in her life." And Junwon had a crazy smile on his face as he spits out dialogues. He looked like a cold-blood murderer. As soon as that dialogue was done, he fell on the couch exhausted. From then on, most of the story was told in the form of narration. His next scene was a confrontation with the whole heroine family and the hero, where he reveals everything. "This is so hard, the emotions are crazy. He turns from a kind and calm guy to a maniac so quickly that I need to get a hang of it. It's one scene after another with these changes, so I should ride this wave to get it right." He stood up and went to the phone. It was playing for a long time, and he wanted to check the most emotional scene in the dining room. He fast-forwarded the video a little and played it when he had a spoon in his hand. His spoon dropped and he saw his expression, dialogue, and how he was. Everything was fine. He was able to hold back a little, but not enough. He could still feel a bit of hesitation in his dialogues and eyes. After taking some rest for a few minutes, he continued, and by the time he finished, it was already 7. He fell on the couch and opened his chat box to see a message from Yoonghwa. It was about her script. She sent a scanned copy of her script and asked him to check it out. He sent a simply okay before keeping the phone aside. He decided to check it afterward. He didn't have enough energy to look at another script. After relaxing, he went into the kitchen and cooked up a big meal for himself. He needed to gain some weight, and so he was trying to stuff more food after that was time for bed. The next day, he had to wake up earlier than usual for his first gym session. Early in the morning, Junwon was already in front of the gym. He looked around the quiet street with the sun slowly showing itself and the regularly busy streets empty. The gym was very active despite the time. He could hear grunts and shouts from inside like before. He came in a better outfit and walked in. This time the front desk wasn't empty and a young boy was sitting in the chair playing games on his mobile. Junwon walked up to the guy and knocked on the table. The guy looked up and quickly kept the phone down before asking him, "What can I do for you?" "The boss asked me to meet him today so I can start my week's free trial. Is he in?" He pointed at the door on the right. The guy nodded and said while standing up, "Yeah, he is in. Let me check if he is busy or not," and went to the door before giving it a knock. He went in and came out after a second before giving him a wave. "Go in, the boss was expecting you." Junwon nodded and went into Cho Kwan's office. The office was pretty small with certificates and a few trophies on the shelves and walls. There were also a few pictures with some people he didn't recognize. Cho Kwan pointed at the seat opposite to him and asked Junwon to have a seat. He smiled and poured Junwon a glass of water before he said, "Are you ready to start your free trial?" Junwon nodded and Cho Kwan called in the guy from the front desk. When the guy came in, Cho Kwan said, "Go and call Dong Kun over. Tell him the boss is calling him." The guy nodded and went out of the room. "I'll ask one of my trainers to help you out with your training this week, so you can understand how the services are because you want to take this package even after the trial." Dong Kun is a certified trainer and also won a few bodybuilding championships in the region. "So Don, worry, he is good for a beginner like you." Junwon nodded, and the same man he saw yesterday came in with a wide grin on his face and hands on his hips. "What's up, boss? The little guy at the desk told me you called. What can I do for you?" Junwon thought the guy couldn't be any more cheerful. He looked like a walking ball of energy. Cho Kwan nodded and said, "Yes, Dong Kun, I called you in because there is a customer. This is Junwon and he's going to start his free trial today and wants a trainer. I recommend you in hopes that you can show the way. Treat him well," pointing at Junwon across from him. Dong Kun finally noticed Junwon and said, "Sure, boss. I'll turn this skinny frame into pure muscles in no time," flexing his muscles a bit. Cho Kwan nodded and looked at Junwon with a smile before saying, "You can follow him this week and he'll be responsible. If you're fine with it and want to continue, you can come to me after the week." "All right," Junwon nodded before standing up and turning towards Dong Kun, who still had a smile on his face. Junwon wondered if he had face cramps for a second. "I'll be in your care, Mr. Dong," he said respectfully. He didn't want to get slapped with those big muscles for being disrespectful. Dong Kun nodded and said, "Yes, I'll also be in your care. Just call me Dong Kun instead of using Mr. in my name. It doesn't suit me at all. Come, let us get going. We need to start your training," and walked out of the room. Junwon thanked Cho Kwan once again before following Dong Kun to the gym. The gym had quite a lot of people working out, even at the time he came in. He noticed a few ladies walking upstairs on the side. Dong Kun took Junwon to the side and said, "Well, the first thing I suggest you do is to gain weight. I mean, if you don't have at least a bit of fat to turn into muscle, it's useless to do all this. So I suggest you eat something which gives you protein, like eggs or fish. Eat more of these kinds of food, exercise regularly, and before you know it, you'll have a few muscles to show off." Junwon nodded and continued to listen to what Dong Kun had to say as both of them went through various exercises in a one-hour span. Dong Kun was a wonderful hype man. He taught everything about the exercise and what the main purpose was before they did it. The first day was more about Dong Kun understanding how Junwon's body really was and how to improve it further. After an hour, Junwon was standing outside of the gym with Dong Kun in front of him, covered in sweat and muscles screaming in pain. Dong Kun still had a smile on his face and said, "That session was good. Now I have a general understanding of where we can start with your fitness. But the main important thing is for you to eat more and gain some weight. If you take in some protein and carbohydrate foods which give you energy, it's good. Take an ice bath if possible after reaching home. It will help with the muscle pain." Junwon gave him a thin smile despite fighting through the pain and said, "Yes, the session was good. Thanks for the help, Dong Kun," and walked away slowly. He felt his body might break off if he went any faster. Reaching home, he directly went into the bathroom and turned on the cold water. He went to the fridge and brought some ice he had and dumped it all in. After taking off his clothes and taking in a few breaths, he went all into the water. He couldn't help but groan at how uncomfortable he felt. He could feel it working, but it was still very uncomfortable. The day went on as Junwon ate a heavy meal with eggs like he was asked to and dragged his weak body to the store. He wanted to sleep, but that wasn't particularly good for him. During a break, he took out his phone and opened the script Yoonghwa sent him. He read through the whole script and felt it was okay. It wasn't as good as the script he had, but was way better than the one Rojo wrote. It was on the right level of difficulty for someone like Yoonghwa, who needed more practice with expressing the right emotions. He sent a quick text to her telling it was good and that she should do her best. By the time his shift ended, his body felt a little better as he got some rest in the store and quickly took a cab to the drama house after having a few snacks. He didn't want to be late for the audition at any cost. Luckily, the driver was experienced with the city and took Junwon through a lot of shady roads to get to the drama house in 30 minutes. He paid extra to the guy and walked in. The audition was going to be on stage and they needed to be in the backstage waiting to be called up. Junwon took a seat to the side and saw most of the people were already there. Everyone was looking at their scripts. Some were trying their dialogues. He also took out his script and went through the lines once again before closing his eyes. Closing his eyes helped him to calm down as he canceled everything around him. He woke up when someone shook him and saw it was Kar Young. Kar Young pointed at his script and said, "What did you do to that script? Once give it to me." And he just passed it over. Those were his notes and weren't much of a big deal. Kar Young was shocked when he saw the script. Most of the script was underlined or circled with notes written beside them about the character. Reading the notes made him understand what Junwon was thinking and how he perceived every character. He also saw a few notes on the butler and knew Junwon understood even that role to some extent. He handed the script back and said, "No wonder you are so good. That script tells so much about you and how you do things." Junwon shrugged. "It is what it is." Kar Young nodded and remained silent until the assistant came over. She looked at all of them and told them to be ready to be called upon the stage. They were first starting with the villain role and that the boss was already in the seat to evaluate everyone. As soon as she said that, the room became tense. Junwon could hear a few people gulping in the tension. He, on the other hand, remained calm. If the person gets nervous or tense right before a big moment like this, it will go bad. He might either forget or fumble on his lines, which is the worst impression he could leave on the evaluator. So being calm was very important for an actor to perform well. The assistant walked onto the stage and looked at San Min, who had a book in one hand with all the roles written on one side and a pen on the other hand to write the names of the actors. San Min gave her assistant a nod, and the assistant started calling out names. He called out the first name, and almost everyone in the silent backstage exhaled in relief except the person who got called. He stood up and walked up to the stage. Junwon sat and paid attention to how the competition was and could immediately tell the guy on stage would not be selected. He got the lines wrong in a few places and stammered a bit. The villain was a very confident man, and this guy wasn't cut out for it. The audition was only for 2 minutes each, and after the 2 minutes, even if the guy was in the middle of his line, he had to get down off the stage. The assistant continued to call people up, but only some were able to deliver the lines perfectly. but even they had a few issues with their body language and emotions. Junwon finally found an interesting person who did the best out of everyone who stepped on the stage, and it turned out to be Dak Kai. He was naturally arrogant and excluded with confidence, but his delivery and emotions weren't hitting the right heights. They were either too low or too high. When he came back, he looked at everyone with confidence as if he already got the role and sat down. The last person to get called was Junwon. He heard Kar Young wishing him good luck and gave him a nod before walking onto the stage. He looked at San Min as he stood at the center of the stage and waited for her to tell him a scene number. San Min gave him a nod before giving out a scene number, and it turned out to be the hardest one. It was the one where the CEO finds out about the whole thing behind his back in the park. Junwon just took a deep breath, kept a hand in his pocket, turned sideways and started acting. He performed the same way he acted back at his home, controlled his emotions as much as he could, and delivered the lines perfectly. His expression changed from happy to shock and nothing as he told his lines. Sanmin, who sat in the seats, had a smile on her face when she saw his acting. She knew what she was going to get from him and could also notice him controlling the boiling emotions inside him to not seem over the top. The scene ended perfectly in 2 minutes, and Sanmin gave him a nod before writing his name down next to the villain role. Junwon got down and sat back in his seat. He could feel a few people looking at him, but he just closed his eyes and got out of the role. He still felt a few emotions and needed a minute to calm himself down. After opening his eyes, he heard Kar Young, "Boy, you improved a lot from that clip we saw the other day. You are on the route to fixing the problems quicker than I thought. If you control the emotions better and continue to do that, it will be more natural by the end of your holidays. So good luck." While patting his back, Junwon gave a nod and remained silent. He knew he got the role after seeing San Min's expression, and so there wasn't anything to worry about. The next role was for the hero, and this time there were even more people, and so everyone was given less time to perform. Junwon had to go up again and perform. He only practiced a very few scenes of the hero, and luckily San Min called out a scene he prepared. This time his acting wasn't as intense as before, but it was still good enough. The audition continued for the next 2 hours, and everyone auditioned. The assistant called up everyone onto the stage because San Min was going to announce the results. Many people were gripping their hands tightly as they stood on stage in front of San Min. "All right, now all the roles are done. I will start telling who got the roles. First, let us start with the heroine, Ju Isol. Your acting still needs improvement, and you still didn't get a few things right. You better work on those by Sunday." A woman who had slight makeup and a pretty face stepped to the front with surprise on her face, which died when she got criticized by San Min. San Min continued to call out names, and Kar Young, like expected, was selected for the butler role. He didn't even put any effort into the other role he was auditioning for. Many people who didn't get selected for both the roles they auditioned for left the stage, but still quite several people were on it, because the 2 most important roles weren't yet announced. "All right, now Kim Junwon, come to the front. You auditioned for both the hero and villain roles today. Even though one was better than the other, the bad one was still better than the people here. So tell me which roles you want, and the remaining role will go to Dak Kai, who was second in both the roles." San Min was direct with her words, which shocked everyone, including the assistant. Only Kar Young, who knew how good Junwon was, remained calm. The one who took the biggest hit was Dak Kai. He was the one most arrogant and had the most confidence in himself. He didn't like Junwon after how Junwon didn't respect him a few days back, and so he purposefully took the villain role to audition too. But now, according to San Min, not only was Junwon better than him at the villain role, but he was also better at the hero role, which he wanted since the start. His fists were closed tight and wanted to protest, but San Min cut him off before he even started. "Dak Kai, whatever you want to say, save it. I don't want to listen to your nonsense right now. You are no way near Kim Junwon when it comes to acting, and that's the truth, so shut it right now. I don't want to get irritated. Now Kim Junwon, give me an answer, quick. Which role do you want?" As soon as he heard that, Dak Kai's face went green. He didn't even have the right to ask how this non-name guy who came to the drama house only a few days ago was able to take a role from him. According to San Min, he was only the second choice, and Dak Kai hated that. He couldn't take out the anger on the boss, and so he turned towards Junwon, who was still standing in the front. He wanted to rip the guy apart for humiliating him in front of everyone. Dak Kai could hear a few snickers towards him among the people present on the stage. Junwon, on the other hand, couldn't care less about the hate he was getting from behind. He looked at San Min and said, "I'll take the villain role, boss." San Min nodded and turned towards Dak Kai, who was fuming. She couldn't care less about the arrogant guy and said, "Dak Kai, you will take the hero role then." "All right, guys, that's the end of the audition for this week's drama. You all should get your measurements checked by the costumes department so that they can start finding costumes for the roles. So do that before you leave for the day. Guys, prepare well, and we will meet again on Friday evening for the costume and props check." and walked away, followed by her assistant. As soon as she disappeared, everyone started to speak. A few people came up to Junwon and congratulated him. A few people asked if he was free for a few drinks later that day. Junwon denied the drinks and walked away from the group. He wanted to get his measurements checked and go back home. There was already a small line by the time he reached the place and started waiting. It took him a few minutes to get into the room, and he walked to Pak Shin, as his role was a main character. "So you got the villain role, do your best out there," Pak Shin commented as he took Junwon's measurements. Junwon nodded and looked around the room. He helped around here for 3 days and everything was still the same. He looked at Pak Shin and asked, "Are you guys not short-handed like before?" Pak Shin shook his head and said, "No, we are actually okay for this week. This week's script is modern, unlike the previous one which was Rome, so we will be able to get the costumes from outside stores, ready-made ones, and we would only have to make a few adjustments to those dresses if needed. That's all. Last week, we had to make the costumes ourselves, that's why we were underhanded." Junwon nodded and didn't talk after that. He let the man continue to do his work. After 2 minutes, Pak Shin stood up after taking the last measurement and said, "All right, that's it for your measurements. Come back on Friday for the costumes and you can try it on." Junwon nodded and got out of the room. He didn't disturb the others when they already had their hands full. As he walked out of the building, he heard someone call for him. He turned around and saw Dok Kai's angry face coming at him. It didn't look like the kid was about to stop, and so Junwon sidestepped, and as he expected, Dok Kai didn't stop and tripped. He fell face first on the floor. He looked up with a red face and was pointing his finger towards Junwon with no words coming out of his mouth. He didn't expect Junwon to be bold enough to trip him. His face was suffering, and he was so angry he couldn't even speak properly. Junwon took a glance at him before stepping over him and continuing towards the road. He wanted to quickly find a cab and go away from the idiot behind him. "Bastard, wait right there. I don't know what scam you pulled off to get that role. No way a newbie like you is better than a movie star like me. Just you wait, my acting skills will outshine yours and you'll be humiliated in front of everyone," shouting like a madman in front of the drama house. Junwon just found it strange that the guy thought he cheated in the audition. How could he have cheated? He ignored the guy and waved a cab down before getting away from the idiot. Now all that Junwon had to do was to prepare for the role. He didn't need to go to the drama house even on Thursday too. So the one day he has, removing his shift at the store was important for him, and he decided to not waste it. This was, after all, the first step towards his acting career. He reached home and took a deep breath, ate some snacks before starting to prepare for the role. The rest of the day went away with him, practicing his scenes and lines over and over again. He went to bed quickly once again and started Friday early once again. This time, as he made his way towards the gym, he readied his mind for the possible muscle pain he might get. As soon as he entered the store, the same guy he saw yesterday was behind the front desk. He stood up when he saw him and pulled out a card from the drawer before handing it over to him. "This is a trial pass card you'll get for a week. Please have it with you when you come in so that we know who you are. You'll get a membership card after the free trial and based on if you want to continue or not." Junwon nodded and took the card from him before keeping it in his pocket and moving into the gym. As he entered, he saw the same scene. He saw the last 2 days, and so he looked around for Dong Kun. He noticed Dong Kun doing a few exercises and walked towards him. Dong Kun noticed Junwon and stopped before standing up and said with a smile, "All right then, let's start if you're ready." The smile looked like a devil's grin for Junwon, but he still nodded and an hour of exercise started. After an hour later, he wobbled out of the gym once again with his body aching and slowly started to walk back home. As soon as he reached home, he got into another ice bath and felt lucky that he stored some water the whole night in the refrigerator before going to sleep. After another painful ice bath, he dressed up, ate a full breakfast, and rushed for work. The shift went smoothly, without any problems. He listened to Gasu, who whined about her exams again, and gave her some words of encouragement before walking back home. As soon as he got home, he received a text and thought it was from either Youngwa or Hee Young, but it turned out to be from Kar Young. Kar Young sent him a text asking if he was free. He felt skeptical when he saw the text, and after a few minutes of trying to figure out what the old man might want but coming up with nothing, he sent a yes. He kept his phone in his pocket after that and walked into the kitchen to cook some nice lunch for himself, and as he was cooking, he received a reply from Kar Young. "If you are free, then come to my house so that we can practice, and I want to see how far you can go with your problems. What I saw yesterday wasn't enough and let's make some progress." Before he could react to the message, he received another one. "Right, eat lunch before you come. I don't want you crashing my peaceful lunch too." This made Junwon think when he crashed the old man's anything, but he remembered his obsession to be alone with his wife and just didn't care about it. He thought for a second and decided to agree. His progress was okay, but it was difficult for him to do it alone, and Kar Jung might help him by giving a technique to do it better than just forcing the excess emotions down. So he simply sent a text back that he would be there in an hour and kept the phone aside before taking his time to cook the food. After finishing the food, he took his headphones, wore a hoodie, and walked out of the house. As soon as he exited the building, he saw a cab and waved it down. The ride was long, and he enjoyed the music in his ears. After listening to the music for a while, he found a few bands he liked to listen to, and those songs were always on a loop. The music was way better than what he had. That music was too plain and boring. Eventually, he arrived in front of a gated community, and the driver told him he couldn't go in. He got out, paid the money, and walked in after getting Kar Jung to tell the security guard he was there for a friend. After crossing a few enormous houses, he arrived in front of Kar Jung's house. He still can't believe how Kar Jung brought such a house from a few movies and dramas. He went up to the door and rang the doorbell. The door opened, and he saw it was Kar Jung's wife, Kar Min. Kar Min smiled and invited him. She asked how he was and led him into the backyard. He couldn't see the last time he came because it was during nighttime and was closed by the curtains. He replied to her questions, and they eventually reached a small room on the other side of the big yard. Junwon also noticed a small swimming pool on the side of the yard and just thought he should own a house like that after he makes it big. The small room was simple from the outside, and Kar Min led him inside. The small room was actually a miniature house with a room, a kitchen, and even a living room. Kar Min looked at him and said, "Let us wait here for a few minutes. Kar Jung went out for a few groceries and told me to make you wait here until he comes." Junwon nodded and continued to look around the house. Kar Min noticed this and told, "This is actually for Kar Jung when he wants some alone time. He likes to be alone and have a peaceful surrounding whenever he gets a script and needs to practice a role. So he locks himself here for a few days to prepare for the drama or movie. He was here even yesterday and today." Junwon nodded as he understood where Kar Jung was coming from. Even he needed to be alone, and not only them, but most of the actors also prefer to be alone when they try to understand a role and read the script. It just helps them concentrate better. As both of them continued to talk, the door opened and Kar Jung walked in with a bag full of groceries. He had chocolate in his mouth and pointed at the bag before walking into the kitchen to set it aside. Kar Min stood up and went inside to help keep the things where they belong. Junwon just sat there in the living room, looked around, and saw a few pictures of Kar Jung and Kar Min. There were also a few pictures of their kids, one boy and one girl. Both looked older than him, and he didn't notice them in the house both the times he came. After a few minutes, both of them walked out and Kar Min said, "All right then, I'll go back into the house while both of you discuss your acting stuff. Call me if you need anything," and walked away, leaving the two alone. Kar Jung sat on the couch with a glass of juice in his hand and said, "Do you want some?" Junwon had a deadpan face as he looked at him, thinking about how much of a prick the old man could get. He didn't even offer it, and even if he was now, he clearly wasn't interested in giving some, even if he asked. So Junwon simply shook his head and said he was okay. Kar Jung nodded with a smile on his face and said while keeping the glass down, "Well, shall we start? Do you want to go right into it?" Junwon thought for a second and nodded. He got all his lines down, and now it was only controlling his emotions that he needed to work on it a little. Kar Jung stood up and went into the bedroom before coming out with a script in his hands. Junwon took out even his script, and both got to work. The first scene they acted out was the scene where Junwon goes back home, delusional about the scene in the park. Junwon stood outside of the house and took a deep breath before knocking on the door. He had a calm expression on his face, almost spooky in a sense. Kar Jung opened the door with a small smile on his face and said, "Welcome, young master. Come inside, it's probably going to rain," and hurried Junwon in. He looked at Junwon, who stood silently after coming in, not moving an inch, and noticed something was wrong. "Young master, is something wrong? Are you feeling sick? We can call the family doctor and he will be here in a minute. Shall I call him once?" And took out a phone from his pockets with a slightly worried expression. Junwon turned around with a smile on his face but a blank look in his eyes and said, "Old man Giant, you won't believe what I saw just now. I saw her with another man in a park, kissing and cuddling. I must be really tired these days because I am hallucinating too much. That's right, I am just tired," and laughed a little as he walked away towards the room. Kar Jung stood there seeing Junwon's back and said, "All right, young master, you must be really tired. Go have some rest." After Junwon's back disappeared, Kar Jung's expression changed, and it turned 180. He looked serious as he turned around, put his phone near his ears and said, "Find out what that girl is doing these past few days. I want everything about her whereabouts, who she is meeting, what she is doing, everything by tonight. It is very important." He looked back at the door Junwon went through and murmured with the same serious expression, "Young master, do not worry. I will find out what this nuisance is all about. I won't let you go through anything like that once again." Don T, forget this old man is here for you. That's the end of the scene and Junwon walked out. Kar Young nodded and said, you did well. Obviously, this time your emotions were too suppressed, and were too conscious about it, and it showed. You are either super emotional or super suppressed. You need to find that right balance and make it seem natural. Junwon nodded as he knew Kar Young was right. He was suppressing the sense of loss and sadness that the scene needed too much because he was too conscious of not overdoing it. But he was more surprised by Kar Young's acting. Kar Young's lines and emotions were very spot on and helped him ease up a bit. He could feel his hesitation decrease when Kar Young's acting was on such a high level. Old man, you aren't bad at all. Looks like you have skills. He praised him. Kar Young snorted and said, you don't need to tell me that. If I hear that I am bad at acting even from a 20-year-old boy who can control his emotions, I would doubt the past 30 years of my life. Even though he said that Junwon could see a small proud smile on Kar Young's face. Junwon shook his head and said, all right then, shall we go on with the next scene? The one where you tell me about your findings. Kar Young nodded, and both of them took their places. Junwon sat on the couch with a spoon in his hand and Kar Young stood next to him with his hands on his back. Junwon started to act as if he was eating some food, and as he did, Kar Young started his dialogue. Young master, I found out about something you might want to hear about. His face was grim as he said that. His eyes were fierce, something people don, TC in an old man's face. Junwon nodded and Kar Young continued. It's about your fiancé. What you saw in that park might be true. She has been seen being very close with this guy from the same group in the company. It seems like he was a new hire this year and joined the team at the same time you assigned her to the team. Both of them got very close the following months and were seen going to movies and parks while holding their hands together. The entire team both were working on also told that both were more than friends and more like lovers. It seems like that girl has been cheating on you the whole time behind your back, in one whole breath. The room was silent after that, and Junwon gripped the spoon in his hand tightly with a fierce expression. He roared as he swiped his hand, so what I saw was true. I was not hallucinating when I saw her in a park with another man. The only person I was willing to trust after everything that happened turned out this way. Old man Jian, find out who that guy is and how long this whole nonsense has been going on. I want to know everything. Kar Young nodded and said, Don't worry, young master. I'll find out everything about both of them at the end of the day. Rest assured, young master, we will get to the end of this. And the scene ended. Junwon relaxed a little after the scene and Kar Young did the same. Both of them felt good about that one. Junwon felt his emotions were better than before and that there was more hope that the problem would be solved by the time he set for himself. Both of them continued to go through the scenes repeatedly until Kar Young was satisfied with the performance. Junwon checked the time and noticed it was already 6 as they walked back into the main house. Kar Min saw both of them come in from the backyard and said, both of you are finally outside. Junwon, stay for dinner. You can have dinner here, I'll get it done quickly, as she turned the television off and stood up to go into the kitchen. Junwon could feel a stare from the back and said, no, it's okay, Ms. Kar. I need to go back home quickly now. I have some work to do, so it's all right, and denied her kind thoughts. He didn't want to get the overly jealous old man worked up for no reason. Kar Min nodded and didn't push the young man further. Junwon told his goodbyes and walked out of the neighborhood. He looked at the houses and the cars parked outside and felt the people living in the community knew how to spend money. Junwon felt the enormous house was a good purchase, but the cars he saw, most of them, seemed like they were both only for their looks. He thought about the costs that the owners would have to incur for minor damages or scratches, and couldn't help but shudder a little. He felt the people were probably swimming in money. Junwon exhaled a little when he got out of the society and hailed down a cab before going straight back home. Junwon was now standing in front of the drama house the next day. He had to come in for the costumes and see if they were fitting perfectly for him or not. After the practice session with Kar Young, he went back home and took some rest. After 3 days of practice, he wanted some rest, and so he laid back on the couch and watched some movies on TV. He talked with Youngwoo a little and asked how her progress was, and she seemed to be happy with how things were going on her side. After a much-needed relaxing evening, he went to bed early and woke up early. The gym session went great. His body didn't pain as much as it did the last 2 days, and he felt happy that it's finally getting adjusted to the training sessions. He went to work and Ga-soo talked about the drama. She told him she bought the tickets and was planning to come to watch it with a few friends. He told her that he could have brought a few free tickets which were generally given for family members, but in his case he didn't have any in the city, so they would go to waste. He then remembered that Youngwoo looked interested in the drama and decided to ask her if she wanted any, to which he got an immediate response, saying she was down for it. So he decided to take the tickets tomorrow when they distribute them. Junwon checked the time, noticed it was already 2 and walked in. They called them at 1, but he couldn't make it that quickly because of the shift at the supermarket. Entering the drama house, he went straight towards the costume room. As he entered the hallway, he could see people with clothes in their hands going through doors. Some were already in their costumes, checking them out. Most of them had suits as their costume, as most of the setting was in an office. Junwon walked into the costume room to see the people there as busy as ever fixing people's dresses. Pak Shin notices Junwon by the door and says while pointing at the rack in the room, "Junwon, your clothes are there. All of them are in that bag. Go try them out and see if they fit." Junwon nodded and took the huge plastic bag from the rack before making his way out of the room. He went into the men's changing room and saw most of the people were talking to each other while changing their clothes. He noticed Kar Young also talking to a few youngsters with a smile on his face and just walked to a corner to change. He took out all the clothes from inside the bag and saw there were 2 suits and 1 casual wear. He knew the casual wear was only needed in the park scene, whereas the rest of his scenes were in a suit. He took off the shirt and slowly wore the casual wear first. It was a simple plain white t-shirt and a pair of pants. Both of them fit him perfectly as he tried to move around and sit. After feeling no discomfort, he took them off and got to the suit. He didn't know how to wear one, so he took out the best device created by mankind, his phone, and looked it up. The video that came up was so helpful he left a like and stood up, placing both the suits on the bench and started wearing them. As soon as he wore the jacket, he could feel it was too big for his skinny body and knew he had to ask Pak Shin to make a few changes to it. Even the trouser was a bit too big for him as his foot landed on the cloth a few times. The suit was a simple one with a white inner shirt, a black jacket, and trousers, while the other one was blue instead of black. He checked the other suit, and this one was perfect for him, so he folded it and kept it back in the bag with the other costume. He took the trousers and jacket with him before walking out. He could only ask Pak Shin for help on this one, as he did not know how to change the size of a jacket. There was a small line, and after a while he was in front of Pak Shin. He handed both of them over and said, "The jacket is a bit too big for my size, and the trouser is a few centimeters longer." Pak Shin nodded and got to fixing them based on the measurements they had of him. After a few minutes, he handed both of them back to Junwon and said, "Well, here you go. Once check them again and see if they are all right. If they aren't, come back wearing them so I can see where it is." Junwon nodded and went back to the changing room. When he came to his spot, he noticed Kar Young sitting beside his plastic bag. Kar Young gave him a nod and asked, "How are the costumes?" "I see you went for a fix. Are they all right now?" Junwon nodded and changed into the black suit. Kar Young looked at him and commented, "Boy, you really look better in a suit than all those wacky clothes you have. You should go out sometime and buy better clothes in the future. Give me your phone once, I'll take a picture." Junwon thought for a second before handing the old man his phone. It was the first time he wore a suit, and taking a picture could serve as a memory. He decided to send the picture to Min Seok later. Kar Young gave him the phone back, and Junwon checked it out. He noticed it would be better if he were a bit bulkier instead of the skinny body he had. He took off the clothes, and Kar Young said, "Right. Now we have to go out for a photo shoot, so do not go running home." Junwon nodded and knew this was also a part of the process in Rose's drama house. Most of the drama houses do not have these photo shoots for the banners, but Rose's being a huge establishment, and Sanmin being very proper with even small things like that were needed for the main characters to have pictures taken. Junwon nodded and sat down beside the old man, as he had nothing to do. He looked at Kar Young and asked, "Are the extra stuff like photo shoots and advertisements needed for an establishment like Rose's? I mean the fame it has is enough, right?" Kar Young nodded and said, "Well, Sanmin is very particular about things. She even set up a small company for photo shoots every week. It would take a lot of money normally, but with this, she saves some money, and that company also makes money from outside deals. Also, things like advertisements were what made our drama house unique and well known. When Sanmin started the drama house, no other drama houses did these kinds of stuff, and so she started it. Because of these minor details itself that made our drama house famous and attractive. And this photo shoot doesn't take much time, hardly 30 minutes, that's all. We aren't making a movie for it to be a few days." Junwon shrugged and remained silent. After a while, the assistant came in and called out for him, Kar Young and Dak Gokai. When they went out, the girl who played the female lead was already out, waiting for them with a bag in her hand. "All right then, do you guys have your costumes with you? Let us go then." After everyone nodded for her first question. The photo shoot company was only down the road, and so it didn't take them long before they reached a huge building. Junwon looked at the building and saw that there were many companies inside the one building. He saw that the Rose's photography on one of the floors and followed the assistant inside. The 5 went right into the elevator. After a while, the group was in front of the company. The company was only 2 floors in the huge building. As soon as they entered, the manager of the place came towards them. "Oh, Miss Assistant, you guys are here. I was waiting. Oh, it looks like there's a new face in the group this time." He noticed Junwon and commented. The assistant nodded and said, "Yes, you know the drill. Let us get this done quickly so all of us can go back to work." The manager nodded and replied, "Of course I do. I have been doing this for too many years to not know. "All right, let us go guys, change into your costumes in those rooms." While leading them to the other side of the floor and asked the four of them while pointing at two doors. Junwon, Dakgo-kai, and Kar-young entered the changing room. All three of them quickly changed into their costumes. Junwon picked the blue suit like he was told to by the manager of the company when he entered. After he got into the suit, he looked back and saw Dakgo-kai was already gone out of the room, while Kar-young was still changing into his. His dress seemed more complex than his at was a butler uniform. The dress suited Kar-young's thin figure and old face. "Your dress suits you, old man," he commented with a smirk. Kar-young nodded and replied while he continued to wear it, "Of course it suits me. Any dress will look good on me, and even though I am old, I still look better than you. So let us get going now," making Junwon snort at his narcissism once again. Both of them got out, and a guy was waiting for both of them outside, showed him the way to the set they prepared for the photo shoot. The set was a few rooms ahead, and when they entered, the assistant nodded while looking at them and pointed to the corner where there were a few makeup artists waiting for them. Junwon noticed both Dakgo-kai and the girl were already done with their makeup, and their photo shoot started. Junwon and Kar-young quickly went towards the makeup artists and sat in the chairs they pointed at in front of the mirror. Junwon noticed the entire shelf next to the mirrors was full of cosmetics, and the two artists looked at them before taking out a few of them. The artist took a brush and started dabbing his face. Junwon felt uncomfortable by it. It felt like there were too many layers on his face with the makeup. In his old world, there were no makeup artists, but there were spells people used to look good, and so their group had a small magician to use the spell on the actors. After that artist, another woman came behind him with a smile on her face as she touched his hair. She used wax and styled his hair. Junwon couldn't help but wryly smile at how different he looked after the stylist was done. He looked a lot more mature and handsome. He never styled his hair, and now the stylist did some heavy work on it. It looked proper, and he lifted his hand to touch, but it got smacked away by the stylist as she waved her finger and walked away. Junwon just shrugged, looked at himself in the mirror once again before flashing a smile. He didn't feel too bad about all the makeup stuff in the end. It made him look better after all. His looks were on the weaker side after he transmigrated, and so a bit of makeup was good. As he was checking his looks, he heard his name from behind. He turned around and saw it was the assistant calling for him. He walked over to her side and she said, "All right, Junwon, this will be your first photo shoot. In a sense, this is a way it will introduce you to the people for the first time on a stage, so the boss wants you to have some pleasant pictures taken." Junwon nodded and both of them looked at the present shoot. It was almost done as both Dakgo-kai and the female lead were sitting on a bench looking at each other in the eyes with a smile on their faces. After their shoot was done, they called him and Kar-young, who looked like a bona fide butler after the makeup. They slicked his hair to the back, and there were wrinkles on his face after the magic they did. The manager asked them to stand in front of a white backdrop, while the members brought in a nice-looking chair to the middle. Junwon had to block his eyes a little after standing there because of the lights focused on them. "All right, Junwon, take a seat and Kar-young stand behind him." The manager gave out the orders. Both of them followed as Junwon sat in the comfy-looking chair while Kar-young stood behind him. The manager nodded and said, "All right, Junwon, sit with one leg over another as if you are a king, like you have everything under your control. I need that expression which tells how powerful you are. Look straight into the camera here. Be as dominant as you can be." "Kar-young, I need you to stand a bit to my right, like behind his left shoulder. Have both of your hands on your back and don't have any expression on your face. Stand like a shoulder." He continued to instruct both of them. Both of them nodded, and Junwon adjusted his seating a little to face directly at the camera. Kar-young moved to the side a little and kept both his hands at his back with no expression as the manager asked him to. Junwon closed his eyes with a smile on his face as he thought how easy the manager's request was. He asked him to act like a king. He didn't need to act. He was a king for decades and just had to pull that person out. He closely crossed his legs as asked and looked straight into the camera with the same smile on his face as his whole body gave out a feeling of oppression. The people in the room could feel the atmosphere become heavy, and the manager, who was looking at Junwon, stopped breathing for a second. He felt as if he needed to bow to the new kid who sat there and looked at them like they were ants. This was what he asked for but did not know he would get it with the intensity Junwon gave out. It caught Kar-young a little off guard with how everything changed in a split second. He felt his hair stand up and looked at Junwon from the corner of his eyes. He saw the same easygoing smile on the kid's face, but he looked completely different. It was as if Junwon was on the top of the world and was looking down on everyone from above with amusement. Seeing everyone freeze, Junwon turned to the manager with the same smile and said, "Manager, time is running out. Shall we get our pictures done?" And the manager finally snapped out. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead before nodding. He looked to the side and saw the photographer was standing like a statue with the camera in his hand and shook him a little. He pointed at Junwon and Kar Young before asking him to take pictures. The cameraman quickly got to work as he took photos from different angles and gave a thumbs up after he found the photos were good. The manager nodded at Junwon, who closed his eyes and stood up. He opened the eyes and the oppression everyone was feeling vanished. Junwon thanked the manager for the photos. Manager asked Junwon to change his clothes into the casual one for the next photo shoot, and so Junwon walked back into the changing room. Kar Young, who had nothing else to do, just stood to the side. He thought about how Junwon looked and felt the kid was very interesting. He gave off a completely distinct feeling than when both of them practiced. As he was in his own thoughts, the manager came next to him and asked, Kar Young, who was that kid? He completely changed when I asked him to act. It was as if he was a completely different person. Is he some experienced child actor who is famous that I don't know about? Kar Young shook his head and replied, no, he is completely new. He didn't act even in a movie and came to the drama house after he was rejected in an audition. This weekend drama will be his first time the outside world will know of him. It visibly shook the manager when he heard that. He gulped a mouthful of saliva and said, he is a newbie. How does it seem like he isn't T1? If his acting is on the same level as we just saw now, the entertainment industry should be ready to welcome another superstar. Kar Young nodded and said, he has immense talent and will go very far in the industry. Junwon came out in casual wear and saw Dakokai and the heroine also changed their clothes. The manager called them and it was a photo of all three of them. It was a simple photo with the two leads on one side of the frame, holding their hands with a smile while Junwon on the opposite side looking at them with an expressionless face. This time it went smoothly, and all of them changed back to their normal clothes. Junwon washed his face and removed all the makeup he had. He didn't touch the hair and let it be, as it looked better. The five of them got back to the drama house, and Junwon went back home after that. But before he went, he did ask the assistant for a ticket, and she told him to get it tomorrow morning when he comes in for practice. Reaching home, he fell on the couch a bit exhausted. He closed his eyes and took a small nap, and by the time he woke up, he noticed it was already dinner time. Junwon stood up and went into the kitchen. He was very hungry as he didn't have any snacks in the afternoon. He cooked up some cheesy pasta after watching several videos he found on the internet and ate it with happiness. Falling on the couch again, he exhaled in relief. He wouldn't go to work on the weekend this time, and the complete practice session only started at 10. He could afford to go to the gym an hour late, so he can catch some extra sleep too. Before he started practicing his role once again, he took out the phone once again and dialed Min Seok's number. It's been a while since he talked, and noticed there were only 8 days until the national exams for Yoonhee. The phone rang a few times until he heard Min Seok's voice from the other side and noticed his breathing was heavy. Junwon, what are you doing? How are the holidays? Before I answer that, where are you? Why are you breathing so heavily? Are you not at home? He heard a laugh as a response to his series of concerning questions, and Min Seok responded before he asked again, It's nothing. I was just washing some dishes until now. The phone wasn't with me, so I had to run to the living room to get it. Now tell me how you are. I dem fine. This Sunday I'll be acting in a theater drama, so everything is good. How is Yoonhee? The exams are only 8 days away. Is she studying well? What? You are acting in a theater drama? When did this happen? You should have told me earlier about this. Wait, I might make it there if I ask the boss for an emergency leave tomorrow. Min Seok shouted in surprise. What are you talking about, Dad? He is in a drama. Why didn't he tell us that? Wait, give me the phone once. When did this happen? He heard Yoonhee shouting from the distance and her footsteps getting closer. But before he could answer, he heard Yoonhee again. Wait, let us do a video call. And he heard his phone vibrate. He took it away from the ear and saw the video call option pop up. He clicked on accept and saw a girl's face on the phone. Junwon could instantly recognize who that is from the memories he had. It was Yoonhee, and for him it was the first time he was seeing her, not through some memories he had from the original body owner. She had the same black hair as he did, but she was much more beautiful than he was. Seeing her, he thought if the guy got most of the bad genes out of the two, the girl could become an actor with the looks. Now tell us, what do you mean by acting in a drama? We thought you joined the theater a few days ago. How did you get a role this quick? As she continued to question him. I auditioned for it. The drama house holds auditions every week for that week's drama, and this time I even participated in it. After seeing my skills, they gave me the role. That's all. Before Yoonhee could continue, the phone got grabbed by Min Seok and he looked at him before saying, Junwon, why did you become so thin? Are you not eating well there? You should eat more. Completely disregarding the topic of the drama, Junwon finally got a look at the person he has been talking to quite a few times after he came to the world. The first parent figure he had in both his lives, and even though they weren't related, he could feel a strong connection due to the original Junwon, and he didn't mind the connection at all. It gave him a sense of belonging and security, something he longed for a long time. Junwon could see a lot more similarities between how he looked and how Min Seok looked. Min Seok looked normal, not handsome, but just an average person you wouldn't put much focus on when he is in a crowd. He had gray hair and wore glasses to help with his eyesight. There were distinct differences between how Yoonhee looked from Min Seok. If both were told to stand side by side, no one would guess they were father and daughter. This led him to think about who the mother was. Junwon, can you hear me? Why is he stuck? Is our internet slow, Yoonhee? Min Seok tapped on the phone while looking to the side as he thought there was a problem with their internet connection. No, nothing is wrong, Dad. I just thought it's been a long time since I saw your face. Don, T worry about me, I am eating fine. So Don T worry too much about it. And Min Seok nodded with a slight relief after he heard him. Dad, that's not the main point. Now tell us about this drama you told you got into. Tell us more about it. Yoonhee pushed herself into the frame and asked him once again. Junwon nodded and repeated the same thing. I auditioned for a role today and got it. I performed this Sunday on stage in the drama house. We even got to do a little photo shoot for it. You did a photo shoot like the ones celebrities do? Send us the pictures. We also want to see them. Min Seok asked him, a bit amazed. Junwon thought for a second and said, I don't have the pictures we took in that photo shoot, but I have a picture I took after I changed into my costume when I was trying it out. Let me send it to you. And sent them the picture Kar Young took. Whoa, your costume is a suit. What role do you play for a suit? Yoonhee gasped as she looked at the picture. I play the villain role. I am a big shot who wears suits in it, so my costume is a suit. He shrugged and replied. You are the villain of the drama. You do know that people do not like the villain, right? You should have tried for the hero role. She asked him again. Min Seok also nodded while looking at him. It doesn't matter. It's just a role and the people don't care if I play it or someone else plays it, and the villain role is better than the hero role in the drama. So it's good that I am getting the best role in the drama. Many people will take notice of me then. Both of them nodded after hearing him, and Min Seok asked, do you want us to come there? We want to see you act on a stage for the first time. Should we come tomorrow? Junwon felt good when he heard how much Min Seok wanted to support him. He knew it would be tough for him to take a day off and come, especially when Yoonhee's whole days were only a week away and he didn't want any distraction for her. So he shook his head and said, no, it's all right. You both don't need to come here at all. Yoonhee's exams are coming up in a few days, and these last few days are crucial for her, so be there to give support. I don't want her wasting 2 days just for my drama, and the drama will be available online too. I'll tell you guys when it will be available online and you can watch it at home. So no need. Min Seok nodded, and they continued to talk for another 10 minutes before they cut the call. Junwon placed the phone to the side and closed his eyes. His thoughts were occupied with the fact that he was an orphan. Seeing both of them, even though it was through a screen, was really emotional. He could see how concerned Min Seok got, and that was something he never thought he would have. After a few minutes of silence, he quickly organized his thoughts and got to work. He took out the script and went through all the scenes and acted them out once again to see if he needed to make any changes. He wanted it to be perfect after knowing they were going to watch it. It was important for him. After a few hours of practice, he went to bed at nearly midnight. Before jumping on the bed, he didn't forget to keep an alarm for his gym session. He didn't want to miss that and went to sleep.